Chapter 1 The Crossing. Anchang, your daughter Quihua fell into water, vejas took her to the hospital for a kekapan spent twayuan the doctor prescribed some medicine, hiristamini. What money? Thought good for nothing is perfectly fine, ho told autumn de and take her to the hospital, the Zhang family want pay a dime. How can you say that, we to walk your girl to the doctor Rutofkin nisho can your fuse to pay us? Wos get for your misplaced kindness, how dog know what surely spent twayuan, what if the doctor said she was fine and did payadal, hurry you pan leave, don't tritos win limimini, don't waste your time, and don't think you can stay for a meal. When Yuan awoke, she was surrounded by cacophony of voices, she appeared harious to see dilapidated house surrounder, still struggling to comprehend her surroundings. Gradually Herman cleared, and she was hakad tori liza thutsamething waster ribli amiss. Just a moment ago she had been in the hospital, working overtime in the operating room. How had she suddenly ended up here? Herman dwas in a haze, but then she remembered that she had indeed been performing surgery, only to have Verithiga black for a moment. Hadn't a surgical assistant just been calling her name? So had she worked herself to death during a marathon of surgeries? Damn it, being a doctor is a profession that Tevin dogs wouldn't taken. She was only 25 years old and she had it just like that. Waste this theft her life? As Yuan was abutasit she heard Simeon walking away, followed by a muttering voice. He will tell the whole levelage about these, just wait, and when I owe your family eyes in need, none will come to help you. No sooner had this been said than a middle-aged woman's voice, brimming with disdain, rang out. What could your family possibly need help with? Yous imply cannot stand to the Ethersdal. Immediately, a middle-aged woman clad in dark, coarse fabric approached the bedside. Upon seeing Yuan awake, she scolded, "You worthless burden," pretending to be unconscious of and after waking up. How come I didn't drone when I fell into the lake? What surely spent twayuan to the doctor? Thankfully, it was Omi O'Neill says money I certainly once spent at me and you idrithurgis twachiouti. No that you're awake, stop pretending to dead and hurry up Tark. Yuan was taken ack, me? Well scalded, if no to you, the middle-aged woman retorted. Yuan was bewildered. So even after death one is still out to toil in Thunderworld, how tragic. Reluctantly she sat up, only to be seized by a violent fit of coughing cough. What are you cooking for? Don't think he'll spend money in your medicine, you'll have it to endure illness on your own. Your older brother is about to marry, and Dory and your brother is still in school. Don't expect mataj of money. It wasn't that Yuan realized something was amiss. This didn't seem like Thunderworld could it bethought she had interred theorial move transmigration? Rubbing her waist, she found that these indeed seemed to the case. Everything around her was dilapidated, and judging with woman's satire in the furnishing softy home, she had not unlike reversed time but that seeming Lyland in 1970s or 1980s. Everything was antiquated, the ceiling lacked lighting, and candles flickered in the dimness. Yuan was just about to finish amnesia hen an influx of memoria suddenly surged into her mind. In that instant it felt as though her brain might explode. She truly had crossed over. Moreover, she hadn't read theorial novel. She was no theme nor character known as Hidea from a 1980s book she had read merely half a month ago. This bade original belonged to a girl named Hidea, who was adopted a Tiro fair family, although preferred to Zane adopted daughter. She had been purchased by her adoptive parents, initially the Haddison, but was Freyland Doftonal. When it became Eperinthethuis grave Lyle, the adoptive amather was informed by the doctor that would likely find it difficult to conceive again, thus, there solved to acquire another child. They subbed connections to procreacled, but rather than adopting an abandoned orphan, they resorted to kidnapping. Consequently, the original owner of this body was forcibly taken away. However, the couple didn't anticipate that the girl had been born into a fortunate state. Was it that their presence would bring luck to her family during time so, albeit at the cost of her own fortune. After being kidnapped, the adoptives and illness miraculously improved within a month, leading to a precarious situation for the original owner. Furthermore, the adoptive mother, believed to be incapable of bearing more children, unexpectedly became a pregnant again, resulting in the original owner getting a younger brother, with twas and Santa daughter. The original owner was relegated to a position of exploitation within the household. The adoptive parent shade initially planned to marry off the original owner to breed a price to support Thurson's marriage. However, when she was just 20 years old, her brother took her out for a day off. He, believing his sister to be attractive, sought to exploit their connection satchel, which resulted in her being drugged and having an encounter with an unknown man. Neither the original owner nor her brother Dereta confessed to their parents, lacking knowledge about reproductive health. The original owner did not know to take emergency contraception. And after months of silence, her pregnancy revealed just as the family had arranged a bris de price with the family, who then promptly withdrew their offer. The adoptive parents, furious, confronted the original owner, Bucha blamed her brother, have mont lidni done a wrongdoing, being high achieving student and the favored child. Their parents were unlikely to belly of her accusations. Naturally, the blame fell squarely on the original owner. Afterwards, the adoptive parents intended to arrange for her abortion, hoping to marry her off the family instead. However, the doctor informed them had duetto complications. She might never be able to conceive again, fearing that this would jeopardize their chance of recovering the bris de price in the future. They decided to shoot Caritha Chiltederm. This plan was to be executed discreetly, so that none would know, allowing them to still list the original owner race a bargaining chip for their bris de price. On Seth a child was born, the adoptive parents do not bubby away, and its whereabouts became unknown. The original owner was supposed to be married off, but news of her premarital pregnancy spread through the village, tarnishing their reputation. Consequently, family asway the Venemadicum of wealth were reluctant to pay a substantial bris de price for her, causing her marriage prospects to stagnate. In the novel, the original owner was a minor character, overshadowed by the protagonist, however her sister. For years, the sister had been searching for her lost sibling. After much effort, she finally located her sister, only for her to tragic Lydian accident before she could enjoy any familial comforts. Snapping back to reality, Yuan began to contemplate her next steps, acknowledging her lineage was imperative. Budas Farishna, her biological family had relocated to the capital when her adoptive parent had purchased her. They had specifically traveled to a distant place. In Rahara technology was underdeveloped, as Longasan could board a train and escape a city. The child would like remain found, thus, she would need a considerable amount of money for her journey. Had it not been for her brother's assignment that brought him to the small village, who would not have recognized a resemblance to his sister so quickly. Move faster, watery out Lingfer, Doya Wanta Gungangri, her adoptive mother, Wang Suhua, shouted impatiently from the other room. You anyone foreseed as mile, him coming right away. Before she could reach the kitchen, Wang Suhua, dissatisfied with her purpose, stormed out and shouted, "What Tony Arthai's wrong with you? Stop pretending to bed." With that, Yuan dragged herself into the kitchen, Harlan appearance eliciting any role from Wansuawat waspatin disdain just looking gadio makes him feel unlucky. Hurry a pankook. As Wanquihu exetethikin, Thesan softy courtyard fell silent, with Theno ascetipating, Yuan settled onto a chair beside the stove. The family was not particularly impoverished, but life was far from comfortable. Wanquihu was a measerly and canting Karaz woman who, despite her son being the most educated person in the village, carried an arrow arrogance when speaking to others. Of course, when eat Kamada matters of money, she was not ariously ungracious, she would argue for half an horovermerescence. Yuan sit quiet lib at the stove for a moment before he emerging from the kitchen, although her mind was no filled with new memories. She still needed to explore the layout of the household in Thizara. The village had to see the construction of brick houses. Most homes were built from earthen thatched with tills, which was considered quite impressive. Wanqui Washom, with its aging tiles, appeared dilapidated, and the courtyard was cluttered with various items. It washered lie an appealing side. However, Yuan had no meted well in aesthetics. She cheerfully took her, familiarizing herself with the number of rooms in the house, and even located the restroom. To her surprise, there was no mention of a toilet in her memories. When she stepped inside, Thescent nearly overwhelmed her. It was an outdoor latrine. Chapter 2. It's to me to acknowledge my kin. These was the outdoor latrine the don liver existed at my grandmother's house. Yuan took a moment to absorb her surroundings, pinching her nose before turning back. She had even familiarized herself with items in the cellar. The original owner of this body had a rather submissive disposition, even if she knew odd ways in the house. She wouldn't bother to remember it, aware of her lowly status. She understood that dwelling on such things would likely invite punishment. It was better to keep a low profile. Returning to the kitchen, Yuan recalled her memories and decided to start be cooking samaras. After washing the grains, she lit the fire and added a bite of water. As you watch it, there is a bubbling away. She transferred a dado steamer, setting aside the rice water in a pot, all while pondering her situation. Wankwaway and der Malysel domolawed the original owner to venture outside. There isn't the protagonist that ended dupin thwater wastatsi had been sent to fetch it. If Yuan wanted to a pape, it seemed unlikely she would have the opportunity, although she was a doctor capable of restoring health. It would take a timid to rehabilitate this frail body. If she was shed to leave, what could she possibly do? As Yuan smindreist, Hersto Mac rolled audibly, reminding hero for physical weakness dis body had worked hard while eating very little, shapored herself a below for swatter and gulpa diet down, feeling gas and off really fasher mind begin to clear. Indeed, one cannot function well without nourishment. Ima stack no legmican. In the bucha hadred, the original owner's biological parents were requite well off if she could just recognize them, shekel lead a better life. Since Wankwa and der famula wouldn't tell her to travel far, perhaps they could be persuaded torpor their missing? If the police were involved, they might be more amenable to the situation. However, for them to take that step, something significant would need to occur. Yuan ponder red thighs while glancing at the steaming rice, Shethan made her way to the backyard. The ruasastri druman feedback filled with firewood they had chopped from the mountains. Once inside, Sheklo said Theodorand, after entering the ruas no danger, closed Harry's, attempting to access your special space. This space had been with her since before your transmigration. Before crossing over, she had been a brilliant general practitioner, and her specialistic with various surgical instruments and thousands of medical texts savoritable triasuratory of medic knowledge. Anything related to medicine could be found there. Over time, she had also discovered that she could story it in this space. In her previous life as a doctor, Chieftain Forgato Tund would Samedamas work so hard that she would suffer from stomach cramps due to hunger. Consequently, she had readily accumulate the stock of food in her space, amassing a variety of items of everything from provisions to supplies, as well as various medicines and herbs. As he became accustomed to living in this space, her collection grew. Upon entering, Yuan skillful lillicate the sleeping pills in the shelf. She had previously stocked upon them without a second thought, never imagining they would come in handy. Fortunately, her habitoffording supply ish had paid off. Otherwise, she would have found herself in dire straits during the soon expected journey. It was fortunate she had accumulated something, otherwise, she would be left with nothing but books to sustain her. Taking the sleeping pills, Yuan slipped them into her pocket. In an instant, she peered before at the spring in her space. Within this realm, she could teleport anywhere she wished, as long as she focused on a specific location within it. In addition to her medical supplies, her space housed an inexhaustible spring, which, when consumed regularly, could strengthen the body and gradually restore health to the wake. There were also dry and wet fields where crops, once planted, would be automatically irrigated by the spring, growing rapidly and tasting exquisite. Yuan decided to plant medicinal herbs, which proved to be far more potent than those found in the market. Beside the spring, she had stupatable with bowls. Using a long handle ladle, she scooped 2 spoonfuls of water from the spring into a bowl, drank it down, and then exited the space. After steaming theris, she washed some vegetables and tossed them into a pot of wall, also preparing 2 potato estisat, life in thysera wasm plein dune adorned. Yuan recalled from reading that thys was 1980s, a time of hardship when men struggled to find enough to our family as in der circumstances might manage it to at meaten liansi or twice a year. Wankwa and der famila hadel sagani a month or 2 without meat. With unlialit money in her pocket, she was reluctant to spend it. The few coins she had saved were nearly all Juvento Wankwi who was Janjesson, as he believed he was destined for greatness, currently in his third year of university with a bright future ahead. Yuan Grimasidathus thought. If it weren't for the fact that the original owner had been abducted and sold to Wankwi to his family, and if she hadn't possessed the Fortuno Phallici star, Wankwa wouldn't have a Hedonotherson with such academic potential. It was clear that the brother had deceived the original owner, seeking to exploit connections, which had led to the unfortunate incident resulting in her pregnancy. Wankwa and Durispan had firmly blamed the original owner for her indiscretion. Everyone knew that the Unjestson, with his academic talent and potential for wealth, was far more valuable than an adopted daughter. Not that Yuan had crossed over, she refused to tell herself and Durielif of a hardship she was determined to acknowledge her and she had to escape this family, otherwise she would be nothing more than a blood-sucking parasite to them. Having considered these matters, she found the thermial was ready just as easy to the the family turned from outside. Wankwi who was at the forefront, placing the basket in the courtyard. You would believe it, they tried to swindle Mott off money, claiming they tonight had deceitful girl to Dr. and wanted meadow Patoyuan. Impossible, I refuse it obeli ever they have such good intentions. Upon hearing this, Yuan rolled Hirias in the kitchen, only to bemet be an older was behinder. They certainly shouldn't be given anything we can count on proven claims. Bravo, Yuan early applauded in the kitchen at thys exchange in person letting the charge in theatre chiming in, truly the wary a matched pair. Wang Kuwa was known for her sharp tongue, while he original owner's adoptive father, Zhao Jinlin, had done as mattering of education and consider a dimself quitecultured, often adopting an air of superiority when speaking to others. Many whispered about his pretentiousness behind his back. Absolutely not. Ono thir voiseka kimudan yuan recognized it as Zhao Dahai Wang Kui who was eldest son, Theono ho had near lidded fro mildness before the original owner's arrival, only torgan hishial thanks to her good fortune. How infuriating! While reading Thinkbook, Yuan had felt to Sergio Fanger, but after clarifying all the relationships, her frustration deepened. These entire family had thrived on the original owner's luck and blessings, yet he treat her so poorly. No wonder, aside from Theodoson's recovery and Theun's successful birth, the family had seen little improvement in their circumstances. It was likely because of their mistreatment of the original owner. The original owner's fatuous indeed tragic. She had been stolen from a promising family and subjected to years of hardship fare. After enduring countless trials, she had finally returned home, only to enjoy a single day of comfort before her life was cut short. This imply cold not stand, since she hadn't to read this body, Yuan was determined to alter the course of her life, to successfully acknowledge her can and enjoy the fruits of her labor. Having worked tirelessly in her previous life, she now longed for a chance to rest. Chapter 3, Emptying the Vampire Family. Impudent girl, is your meal ready? At the sound of their voices, Yuan heard Wang Suihua cursing as she stormed into the kitchen, with sleeves rolled up. Ready to unleash her wrath, she cast a fierce glare at Yuan before announcing, "It's time to eat." She wiped her hands on her pants and proceeded to serve the food. As she gazed at the steaming white rice, a pang of regret washed over her. The recent farming tasks had not been particularly demanding, but soon they would be reduced to eating thin gruel with just a hint of corn and sweet potatoes. Yuan observed her actions, feeling a wave of physiological disgust, but stifled it. "Did you hear? Your brother still needs to attend school, which requires living expenses. We must save money for him. Anyone who dares to squander money is going against me." Wang Suihua hurriedly prepared the meal, while Yuan was left with only half a bowl. As a girl, you ought to eat less. Barely had she finished speaking when Zhao Jianlin and Zhao Dahai entered. Their demeanor was as casual as ever, not even a word of concern exchanged, though Yuan had not expected anything different. After all, their thoughts were solely occupied with others potentially extorting money from them. This family had hearts as black as coal, blinded by the lust for wealth. Had they shown a smidgen of kindness to the original owner, perhaps they wouldn't be living such a wretched life. Deserving of their fate, Yuan said nothing, quietly consuming her meal, knowing she had laced the food with sleeping pills. After the meal, she was ordered to wash the dishes. As if that were not enough, Wang Suihua continued her incessant tirade. "You are utterly useless. I can't fathom why I even feed you, wasting my precious grain. If you weren't of any use, I would have cut off your rations long ago." The original owner should have been oblivious to such slander, but Yuan's keen ears absorbed every word. She pursed her lips, her fists slowly tightening. This woman was insufferable, however, having just been rescued from drowning. Her body was still feeble, and she could not afford a confrontation just yet. Patience was required, perhaps due to the effects of the sleeping pills. Wang Suihua, who had just finished washing the dishes and was preparing to mend a shoe sole. "Yan, why am I so tired today? Off to bed I go, there's work to be done tomorrow." With that, she ambled back into the house, and Zhao Jianlin and Zhao Dahai, feeling somewhat drowsy, followed suit, attributing their fatigue to the day's labor. "Stupid girl, if you don't tidy up the courtyard, you're not allowed to sleep, or else, I won't go easy on you." As Wang Suihua neared the house, she hurled more insults at Yuan. Feeling exasperated, Yuan thought to herself, "Am I the only one being wronged here?" She chuckled softly, and once everyone had retreated indoors, she casually tidied the courtyard. Having finished her chores, she looked up to find the lights in the house extinguished. Stealthily, she crept to the window. The sound of Wang Suihua's snoring was louder than her usual scolding, and Yuan knew they were all in a deep slumber. The sleeping pills had taken effect. With her plan in mind, she quietly moved through the rooms, scavenging the family's possessions. Having memorized the layout of the home during the day, she gathered a total of 110 yuan in cash. Along with some thick winter clothing. With winter fast approaching, Yuan also took the kitchenware, rice, and flour, and even a sizable piece of meat, approximately 3 kilograms, they had hung to dry for when their younger son returned for the holidays. She stashed everything into her space. While these items might not have been worth much individually, her intention was to ensure the family would struggle in the future, even if they were to replace these items. It would take them a considerable amount of time. Moreover, should they have no other hidden savings, they would need to borrow money, and given their family's reputation in the village, few would be inclined to lend a hand. Once her task was complete, Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction and retired for the night. The next morning, before she could even voice her discomfort at the hard bed that left her sore all over, a piercing scream echoed outside. Oh my heavens, who could it be? They've emptied our home. Why are you still sleeping? Get up, or do you wish to perish? Wang Suohua, having gone to bed early the previous night, woke up early today. After a quick inspection of the kitchen, she was dumbfounded by its emptiness. Having heard rumors of thieves in the village, she had never taken them seriously, considering their family to be of modest means. Typically thieves targeted the wealthiest households, yet here they were, completely robbed. As Wang Suohua's shouts filled the air, the rest of the family began to stir. Quickly realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Suohua dashed around the house, even checking under her bed for her hidden savings box. Upon prying it open, she discovered that the 100 yuan stash had vanished. Who was the rat that did this? Such lowly scum, can't they afford to live? Wang Suohua lamented, collapsing onto the floor in despair before springing up, her demeanor shifting to fury. Zhao Jianlin and Zhao Dahai, now aware of their loss, split up to search the backyard and cellar. Discovering even the piece of meat meant for their younger son had been stolen, who would dare commit such an atrocious act? They've completely ransacked our home. This can't be happening. Zhao Jianlin, hands clasped behind his back, appeared anxious yet tried to maintain composure. Wang Suohua, frenzied by the situation, was about to explode when Yuan emerged from the house. The family's collective gaze fell upon her. Yuan blinked innocently and feigned ignorance, asking softly, "What happened? What happened? You wretched girl, did you not lock the door last night? Do you have any idea that over 100 yuan has been stolen? Along with our kitchenware, meat, and rice." Yuan feigned a look of grievance. "I tidied up and locked the door before going to bed." With her head bowed, Wang Suohua rolled her eyes, muttering, "This is all because of you. It must be that person who saved you. Since I refused to give him 2 yuan, he came to our home to steal." Chapter 4, All blame her, the harbinger of misfortune. You bring nothing but misfortune. Just think of how much trouble you've caused our family. Wang Suohua, increasingly convinced of her theory, raged on. "You went to fetch water and fell into the lake. Was it intentional? Now they've stolen so much from us. It's all your fault." Wang Suohua's incessant complaints only made Yuan appear even more aggrieved. "This is terrifying. Just for 2 yuan, they stole so much." She feigned wiping away tears, not the least bit concerned about the injustice done to her, especially since the meticulous theft suggested it was not the work of an ordinary thief. Moreover, having moved everything into her space the previous night, there would be no trace of her departure. Even if they reported the theft, they would need evidence. Without proof, the neighbors wouldn't be wrongfully accused. Wang Suohua paced the courtyard, shouting, "We must confront them. They've robbed us clean just for 2 yuan. How are we supposed to survive? This is a plot to drive us to despair." Dahai, hurry, grab that shovel, let us go. And you, impudent girl, gather up the items at the entrance and come with us. This is all you're doing. Otherwise, how could our family have been robbed? Wang Suohua continued her tirade as they exited the house. Villagers, witnessing their fervor, exchanged amused glances. "Hey, Suohua, where are you off to this early with all those tools? Planning to pick a fight?" Wang Suohua ignored the comment, retorting, "The old Zhang family has committed a heinous act, and of course, I'm going to confront them. What else would I do?" Yuan trailed behind. Observing Wang Suohua's furious demeanor, silently apologizing to the person who had rescued the original owner, she planned to find an opportunity to repay the individual, adding a little extra, just a few steps in. Before they reached the home of the family who had assisted them, they spotted someone approaching from a distance. "Mom, it's my little brother." Zhao Dahai recognized the figure instantly, and upon hearing the name, Yuan looked up to see that it was indeed Zhao Xiaofeng, the original owner's younger brother, seemingly back from school for the holidays. Mom, Zhao Xiaofeng quickened his pace as he approached, bewildered by the sight of his parents and others brandishing tools with an air of menace. "Mom, Dad, what's going on?" Xiaofeng, "You are unaware of the situation. Someone has robbed our home, leaving it utterly bare. Your mother even saved a piece of meat for you in the cellar, and that too has been stolen." Wang Suohua feigned distress before her son, shedding tears. "I know who the thief is. Our family is going to confront them and seek justice. It's that wretched girl. If it weren't for her, this wouldn't have happened. But there's no time to linger on that now. My dear son, you should return home while we go reclaim what is rightfully ours." Having finished her act of sorrow, Wang Suohua wasted no time waiting for Zhao Xiaofeng's response and beckoned Zhao Dahai and the others to follow swiftly. Yuan also hurried after them. Observing their retreating figures, Zhao Xiaofeng hastily retrieved his backpack and trailed behind. Wang Suohua led them to the doorstep of the Zhang family. She slammed her hoe onto the ground with a thud. placed her hands on her hips, and bellowed, "Old Zhang, come out here at once. You went thieving last night and now hide away like a coward, is that it?" The Zhang family, comprising Zhang Dezhuang and his wife Lu Meifan, was enjoying breakfast in the kitchen when they heard the commotion. Lu Meifan furrowed her brow and rushed to the door. Upon seeing Wang Suihua and her companions standing outside with tools and a fierce demeanor, she questioned, "Wang Suihua, what is the meaning of this? Why are you making such a ruckus at my doorstep so early in the morning? What do you think I mean?" Wang Suihua retorted loudly, "You insisted I pay you 2 yuan for treating that wretched girl of yours. And when I refused, you returned to hurl insults at me. Who could have imagined that last night you would sneak into my home and steal all my pots, pans, and money? You, a thief, have the audacity to question me?" Her loud voice attracted a gathering of villagers, drawn by the spectacle. After all, they had witnessed the commotion along the way. The entire village was aware of Lu Meifan's act of kindness in taking Yuan to the hospital. Many had advised her against it, suggesting that it would be futile to expect any financial help from that family, yet Lu Meifan, having a good heart, felt that returning the girl would mean no doctor would be called. And who knew if the girl would even survive? Villagers were well aware of her good nature, and now hearing Wang Suihua accuse the Zhangs of theft, claiming that pots, pans, and rice were all gone, they found it hard to believe that this is impossible. They exclaimed out. A slightly older woman stepped forward to Suihua. "Your words are quite unjust. Everyone knows the Zhang family is decent. How could they steal from you? How do you know they're decent? They couldn't extort the 2 yuan from me, so they decided to retaliate by robbing my family. They must be envious of my Xiaofeng's university admission, seizing this opportunity to plunder everything we own." Wang Suihua's incessant accusations left even Yuan incredulous. "What does this have to do with us? Don't come here in a frenzy just because you've lost something. I accept my misfortune without blaming you." Lu Meifan finally grasped Wang Suihua's intentions. "How ridiculous! Yesterday, you came demanding money, and today you dare accuse us of theft. It was you who stole from us, taking everything we own. How are we to survive this?" As Wang Suihua's fury escalated, she lunged at Lu Meifan, who, seeing her rage, was taken aback. Had it not been for the fact that Arya was usually so well behaved and occasionally helped them with small tasks, Lu Meifan would never have taken her to the hospital yesterday. The absurdity of Wang Suihua's claims only fueled Lu Meifan's suspicion that Wang Suihua, having failed to extort money, was now attempting to frame and blackmail them. "Everyone, come and witness. Yesterday I went to their house, and they refused to pay. Now they come to accuse us of theft, trying to extort double the money." With Lu Meifan's call, more villagers gathered, discussing the situation amongst themselves. "Can you believe Wang Suihua would stoop so low? Don't forget her past tricks. Indeed, it's entirely plausible. Their family is insatiable. How can our village harbor such troublemakers? It's truly infuriating, and I feel irked just seeing them. We must stand up for the Zhang family." The murmurs grew louder. Wang Suihua, overhearing their words, struck her hoe against the ground, asserting, "I am not trying to extort anyone. Our belongings have genuinely been stolen. Yes, everything has been taken from us. If you don't believe it, come to our house and see for yourselves. The kitchen is bare, and my mother's savings are gone." The family spoke in unison, while Yuan discreetly shifted to the side. Hoping to go unnoticed in the crowd, Lu Meifan aimed to gather everyone to witness how greedy this family truly was, eager to reveal their true colors. However, the certainty with which they claimed to have been robbed shocked the onlookers. "Let us go to your house. Yes, let us see for ourselves." Many were eager to join the commotion. Zhao Xiaofeng, panting as he rushed from a distance, shouted, "Our home has indeed been robbed. Everything is gone." "Oh dear," Wang Suihua exclaimed, observing the growing crowd. "How could I lie? Everything has truly been stolen. Otherwise, would I be here? Our family will have no means to survive. We'll be left to starve." Wang Suihua's cries echoed as Zhao Dehai chimed in, with Zhao Jianlin standing by, affirming, "Yes, it has indeed been stolen." Upon hearing this, the villagers exchanged glances before collectively heading to Wang Suihua's home. Upon arrival, they discovered the kitchen devoid of pots, pans, rice, and flour. The house was in disarray. "Could it be true? Has it really been stolen so thoroughly? I thought they were deceiving us. I assumed they were simply greedy, but it appears they have indeed been robbed." Yet, upon deeper contemplation, doubts began to surface. If it were truly a robbery, how could it have been executed so cleanly? Is there truly a thief capable of such thoroughness? How could they carry everything away? Moreover, how could they have stolen so much while the entire family was sound asleep? Chapter 5. The commotion in the village. At night, not only must one lock their doors tightly, but they also need to occasionally rise to inspect their surroundings. Even without getting up, one would expect to hear some noise. Yet the thief managed to abscond with all these items without a sound. "Look, our belongings have been taken. It must be the Zhang family who stole them, holding a grudge against me for not paying that 2 yuan. As Wang Suihua noticed the crowd swelling, she directly approached Lu Meifan, grasping her hand. "It's just 2 yuan, return all my money, and I will give you 4 yuan right now." Lu Meifan, appalled, wrenched her hand away. As if repulsed by madness itself. "How long will you continue this nonsense? We did not steal from you. We went to bed early last night, and our neighbors can attest to our innocence." Lu Meifan's conviction was strong, and indeed neighbors nodded in agreement. "We were awake long after they had gone to bed, but what if they woke after you fell asleep? What if it was in the dead of night? Can you guarantee that?" Wang Suihua interrogated. Lu Meifan felt a headache coming on. "Regardless, we did not steal. I count my misfortune for not collecting that 2 yuan. Stop accusing us, we have nothing of yours. We do not covet your pots and pans. You are welcome to search our home and see if you can find anything belonging to you." Lu Meifan, exasperated, crossed her arms tightly. Meanwhile, Yuan took advantage of the distraction to discreetly slip 10 yuan into her husband's pocket, 2 yuan for the medical expenses and the remaining 8 as an apology for the day's farce. With both sides steadfast in their claims, the situation grew increasingly perplexing. Having witnessed the thorough theft, Zhao Xiaofeng pondered before suggesting, "Let us report this to the authorities. We should have the police investigate. They will ensure fairness and justice." Zhao Xiaofeng, being educated, believed that prolonging this dispute served no purpose and that it would be far more prudent to involve the police for a resolution. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Jianlin swiftly pulled Zhao Xiaofeng back and, lowering his voice, said, "We cannot report this to the police. It would surely be futile. The authorities might not even uncover anything." Both Zhao Jianlin and Wang Suihua felt a pang of anxiety. As their family had once been involved in human trafficking, and the mere mention of law enforcement sent shivers down their spines, having purchased a child, if this were to come to the police's attention, the consequences would be dire. Zhao Xiaofeng, frowning at his father's words, questioned, "Why can't we report it? The police are fair and just. They serve the people. Losing so many possessions is no trivial matter. If we do not inform the police and allow this situation to fester without locating the thief, will our family be left to starve?" Zhao Xiaofeng's argument was compelling, and Lu Meifan, listening nearby, nodded in agreement, saying, "Then let us go directly to the police, otherwise my mother will continue to slander me." "Who are you referring to?" Wang Suihua snapped, her temper flaring as she moved to berate Lu Meifan. Zhao Xiaofeng quickly intervened, urging, "Mom, please remain calm and think this through. If we do not report to the police, how will we find the thief?" Hearing this, Wang Suihua pulled Zhao Jianlin aside. "Should we report it to the police or not? If we don't, we will never recover our belongings, and how will we survive? But if we do report it, it may dredge up our past." Yuan, standing by, was eager for them to contact the police, as that was her intent all along. "It has been nearly 20 years, surely nothing will come of it. If they could trace it back to us, they would have already come knocking." Zhao Jianlin reasoned, feeling quite sensible given his few years of schooling. Wang Suihua, upon reflection, began to feel he was right. So many years had passed, they surely could not be implicated now. "Then we shall report it. We must inform the police. I want everyone in the village to see how you conspire against me." Lu Meifan immediately chimed in, unable to tolerate such accusations. "Then, big brother, please go report it." Zhao Xiaofeng steadied Wang Suihua's emotions and turned to a middle-aged man from the village. "Lu Shu, may we borrow your bicycle?" The situation had escalated to this extent, and everyone was eager to know the truth. If Lu Meifan's family was innocent, then a thief must lurk within the village, and what if they had stolen from others? The middle-aged man nodded and sent his son to fetch the bicycle. "I will accompany you. I'll ride the bicycle directly to the police," Zhao Dehai declared, following the man's son out. Lu Meifan scoffed. "Then we shall wait here. The police will not be long." She pulled a chair towards her and sat down. Wang Suihua joined her on the doorstep, while Yuan tried to retreat into the corner. Wishing to diminish her presence, seeing the villagers gathered to watch the spectacle, Wang Suihua scolded, narrowing her eyes at them, "If any of you have stolen our belongings, return them promptly, otherwise, when the police arrive, this matter will not end well. Should you remain silent and I find our things when the police come, I shall demand several times the value from you." Her fierce words elicited eye rolls from the villagers, some choosing to leave for home while others opted to wait for the police's arrival. Lu Meifan remained seated, and upon spotting her, Wang Suihua's temper flared once more, after an hour of mutual stubbornness. 2 police officers arrived on bicycles in the village. Upon their arrival, the villagers gathered to witness the unfolding drama. The bicycles were parked at the village entrance, and as the police approached, they gathered information about the situation. Upon learning that the complainant's household had been robbed of numerous items, they expressed their astonishment. "Such a significant theft suggests prior surveillance. We will investigate further. Please refrain from spreading rumors." An older officer led 2 younger ones directly into Wang Suihua's courtyard. Officers, you must help us, our possessions have been stolen so thoroughly, how can we survive? Wang Suhua exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp the older officer's hand, tears streaming down her face as Zhao Xiaofeng, feeling embarrassed by his mother's display, quickly intervened, pulling her away and explaining the situation. The older officer surveyed the area, with Zhao Jianlin and Wang Suhua close behind, along with Lu Meifan. After inspecting the entire house, the officer noted the circumstances. While the younger officer recorded the details, based on your account, this situation is indeed suspicious. So many items have gone missing without anyone in the village noticing. This is highly unusual. Clearly someone has meticulously planned this, possibly with multiple individuals involved, to steal without a trace. The older officer, having dealt with cases for many years, found this occurrence unprecedented. It is peculiar that an entire family could be so soundly asleep, let alone an entire village. This is truly bizarre. What are we to do? Wang Suhua fretted upon hearing this. We have no pots, dishes, or utensils. How are we to live? Chapter 6. Secretly contacting the police. Yuan, observing the unfolding chaos from her corner, nearly laughed aloud at Wang Suewa's words, wishing there weren't so many witnesses. She was unconcerned, as she could easily find something to eat in her room, where she had stored plenty of bread and ready-to-eat meals. However, this family was left to face hunger. Comrade, this situation is quite suspicious, so we can only assure you that we will investigate to the best of our abilities. The older officer sighed. We will strive to provide you with answers promptly. Until the investigation yields results, you must find a way to endure this hardship. After saying this, the older officer, along with the two younger ones, continued their investigation, discussing the case's points of suspicion. We need to return to our home for further inspection. Lu Meifan insisted. We are innocent, of course, you may investigate. Wang Suhua shouted. Lu Meifan led the officers into her home, where they inspected every corner in the presence of the villagers, finding not a single extra pot or dish. Lu Meifan, seizing a nearby broom, approached Wang Suhua menacingly. What do you intend to do? The police are right here, Wang Suhua stammered, stepping closer to the officers for protection. The older officer, recognizing Lu Meifan's lack of malicious intent, did not intervene. Lu Meifan brandished the broom, stating, Do not presume that everyone in this world is as unscrupulous as you. If you dare accuse us of theft again, I will deal with you first before turning myself in to the police. With that, Lu Meifan retreated to her room, and the officers had no choice but to leave. To ensure that no stolen items remained hidden in the village, the older officer, accompanied by the two younger officers and several villagers, continued their search for another hour or two but found nothing. The situation remained unresolved, with Wang Suhua wailing at home and Zhao Xiaofeng attempting to console her. Zhao Jianlin sat in silence, his eyes darting about as if contemplating strategies or feigning deep thought. The villagers, recognizing the futility of the situation, gradually dispersed, some commenting on how Wang Suhua had brought this upon herself. Yuan, seeing the police prepare to depart, did not wish to reveal her knowledge just yet. Wringing her hands together, she feigned weakness, saying, Mom and Dad, I will go borrow some money or rice from the neighbors. We must eat. Go quickly, you are the troublemaker bringing misfortune upon us, if you cannot borrow money or food, do not return. Wang Suewa's mind spiraled, convinced that this entire predicament stemmed from Yuan's involvement. This wretched girl was the source of their troubles. Upon hearing this, Yuan nodded and stepped outside, quickly catching up to a group of police officers engaged in conversation. Officers, I have something to discuss, Yuan called out. The two officers recognized her, asking, Do you have something to report? I noticed you remained silent while in your home earlier. Is there something you wish to bring to our attention? The older officer, with years of experience, sensed her unease. Yuan glanced back at her family, ensuring they were out of earshot. Officers, I wish to file a report. I am not the daughter of that family. I was bought, and they framed me, leading to the birth of a child who was subsequently sold. Seizing the opportunity to clarify the situation, Yuan spoke earnestly. Yuan intertwined my two hands, glancing back as I spoke. I have always wished to report this incident, yet they have forbidden me from leaving, from departing this village. The occurrence of this event is merely a coincidence. Yuan feigned a pitiful demeanor, wiping away tears as she continued, I long to return home, to find my true family. Upon hearing this, the police exchanged glances and replied, Then let us return and urgently take your statement. We shall thoroughly investigate this matter. With that, they swiftly escorted Yuan to the bicycles at the village entrance. Get on. Once they arrived at the police station, the lead officer summoned several colleagues to listen to her account. Diligently recording all the individuals involved. After completing the necessary documentation, the senior officer took a deep breath and reassured her, "Rest assured, young lady, we will expedite our investigation. During this time, please do your utmost to remain inconspicuous at home. Protect yourself and await our news." Following this, he instructed a younger officer to escort Yuan back. She nodded and left with him. The senior officer returned with the recorded statement, and one of the officers suddenly suggested, "Do you think this young girl might have orchestrated the theft to prompt them to call the police?" The senior officer was taken aback by this notion, but, upon reflecting on the investigation, dismissed it as improbable. If she were part of a group, wouldn't she have fled by now? Why would she insist on alerting us? If it were not a group effort, how could a young girl possibly carry away so many heavy items, such as pots, pans, and rice? Let us cease discussion on this matter and return to work. Yuan was delivered back to the village, and to avoid detection, she alighted from the bicycle at a distance and walked back alone. After wandering around the village, she finally returned home. "You wretched girl, why have you returned empty-handed? Are you seeking death? If it weren't for your bad luck, our family would not be in such dire straits. What are we to eat?" Jiang Suhua berated Yuan upon noticing her lack of any belongings. Yuan maintained her facade of innocence, replying, "I pleaded for quite some time but could not borrow any money. Everyone believes we have lost so much that we can no longer repay them, so they are unwilling to lend." Chapter 7. Yuan plays the victim. The uproar caused by Wang Suhua at Lu Meifan's home left a lasting impression on many, leading them to be reluctant in lending money. Wang Suhua, unable to swallow her pride, could not bring herself to ask others. Hearing this, she abruptly rose from her seat, brandishing a broom, ready to strike. Yuan, noticing the broom's trajectory, swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading it. Wang Suhua, incensed by her evasion, exclaimed, "You little wretch, if I do not beat you to a pulp today, you dare to dodge, don't you?" With that, she pursued Yuan in a fit of rage. "Enough!" Zhao Jianlin, already irritable and devoid of ideas, shouted. "Before long Xiao Feng will be entering his senior year. We certainly need money, otherwise, what will he use for expenses at school?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaofeng recalled his own predicament. "Indeed, what will I do without money? Though I just started my break, I must plan ahead. If I go to school without any funds, how am I to survive? If I am preoccupied with financial worries, my studies will surely suffer, and poor academic performance will jeopardize my future employment opportunities." Zhao Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, earnestly reasoning with Wang Suhua. The original character would have dismissed such sentiments, but Yuan found it amusing. What a fool Zhao Xiaofeng is, skillfully crafting excuses. He is no saint himself, squandering money at school and returning home to beg. He repeatedly claims he will secure a good job and repay our parents. Nonsense, his only concern is making his school life more comfortable. I truly did not intend for this to happen. I could not borrow any money. Yuan again feigned a pitiful demeanor, primarily because she remained uncertain about the situation at the police station. For now she could only continue the charade. Of course, while acting was one thing, being struck by Wang Suhua was entirely unacceptable. She would certainly flee. This could not continue. She needed to devise another plan. With the household stripped bare, she had no choice but to seek funds. Zhao Jianlin genuinely felt despondent, yet he had no solutions. "Let us go, we are, after all, adults." Upon hearing this, Wang Suhua became irate. She pouted, realizing that the other women would not share her perspective. If she were to ask for money, they would undoubtedly mock her. "Do you not wish for your son to attend school? Is your pride more important than your child's future?" Zhao Jianlin, having received a modicum of education himself, believed it vital for his son to study, asserting that this was the only path to success. Presently, the family's foremost concern was ensuring Zhao Xiaofeng could pursue his education. All other matters must take a back seat to this goal. However, Wang Suhua, while not wishing for her son to miss out on schooling, found it difficult to concede. "Mom, since you are unwilling to borrow money, I shall forego my studies and remain at home to work with you." Zhao Xiaofeng, infuriated, sat down on a nearby step. He understood that by declaring this, his mother would surely relent. Upon hearing this, Wang Suhua panicked and rushed over to comfort her son. "How could that be? I was merely joking. I will go borrow money right away." She then turned to Zhao Jianlin. "Come, let us go together." Zhao Jianlin glanced at his son, and with a deep sigh, ultimately followed Wang Suhua's lead. As they neared the door, Wang Suhua turned back, glaring at Yuan, "You wretched girl, are you not coming along? If it were not for your ill fortune, our family would not have fallen into such despair. Even if you cannot borrow money, you must accompany us. You cannot laze about at home." Yuan found herself without an excuse. After all, the household was devoid of pots and pans, rendering cooking impossible, so she had no choice but to follow behind them. They first approached a household with whom they had a favorable relationship. Wang Suihua knocked on the door, her face blossoming into a smile akin to a flower. Lan Hua, you know our home has been robbed. We lost everything, even our pots and pans. Xiaofeng has returned and needs to eat. And he will need to attend school. Wang Suihua, accustomed to being brazen, rarely humbled herself, clenching her clothes tightly. Could you lend us some money? Zhao Lanhua glanced at her disdainfully. And what will you use to repay me? Your home has been completely cleaned out. Xiaofeng still needs to study. What money do you have to repay me? Perhaps not. My family has no money either. We have children who need to attend school. Zhao Lanhua concluded, slamming the door with a loud thud. Wang Suihua was left bewildered, her eyes wide. What is the meaning of this, Zhao Lanhua? We have been on good terms. I have always brought you gifts. And you treat me like this? Wang Suihua yelled in frustration at the door, prompting Zhao Lanhua to swiftly reopen it. She had hoped to borrow money this time and revealed a smile. To her dismay, Zhao Lanhua produced a plate of steamed buns, declaring, what you have given me is only worth these buns. You know that yourself. Let us not associate anymore. You have no qualms about falsely accusing others. You will surely do the same to me in the future. Zhao Lanhua was aware of the recent uproar. Lu Meifen had merely rescued Yu Yuan from the water, taking her to the hospital and spending 2 yuan. Wang Suihua had shown no gratitude, returning the money, and then had the audacity to shift blame. It was likely she would treat Zhao Lanhua in the same manner. Deciding against it, she thought it best to move on. Wang Suihua was infuriated. She had not intended to accept those steamed buns, but with little food at home, she had no choice. Fine, if we are not to associate, then so be it. Wang Suihua took the buns and stuffed them into her pockets. Zhao Lanhua returned home with her bowl. Yu Yuan, observing from behind, smirked at Wang Suihua's audacity. They then shamefully approached several more households, but each met with a similar response, echoing Yu Yuan's sentiments. Some believed Wang Suihua would not repay them. Fearing she might resort to trickery, others felt that their family's reputation was too tarnished, and lending money would likely result in loss. As for the remaining 2 households, they encountered Lu Meifen. Wang Suihua, near Lu Meifen's home, pleaded for funds, and after much persuasion, one household agreed to lend them a small amount. Just then, Lu Meifen emerged from her home. She did not speak to Wang Suihua but turned away, stating as she walked, do not hastily assist others like me. When I helped someone's daughter to the hospital, I lost 2 yuan and was repaid with ingratitude. It seems that doing good deeds only brings misfortune. Lu Meifen, while conversing, swayed her head and departed, causing those in the room seeking loans to tremble upon hearing her words. She spoke the truth, although Wang Suihua had just spun a tale as captivating as the heavens. She was indeed there to borrow money. What if she later concocted excuses when it came time to repay? While Wang Suihua's earlier words were pleasing, who could predict the future of Zhao Xiaofeng's employment? Despite his acceptance into university, his demeanor upon returning home hardly suggested reliability. After a moment's hesitation, the individual finally stepped forward, their expression somewhat awkward. I'm sorry, Suihua, but my husband insists that our funds be lent to his brother for building a house. It is unavoidable. We can't let his brother remain unmarried, can we? The woman hastily contrived an excuse, and upon hearing this, Wang Suihua's demeanor turned frosty. Yet you were just stating you would lend to me. Did Lu Meifen's nonsense sway you, causing you to abandon this idea? If you lend to me now, Xiaofeng will repay you double in the future. Don't you trust me? The individual genuinely found it hard to believe and replied, I truly cannot lend you anything, please just go. After uttering this, the woman promptly shut the door, leaving Wang Suihua fuming and stamping her feet at the entrance. Chapter 8, informing the village head. Let us go. Let us go. Zhao Jianlin, priding himself as an educated man, refused to allow himself to be embarrassed further and urged Wang Suihua to the next household. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Meifen had already passed by. Having previously uttered her caustic remarks, now, upon her arrival for a loan, everyone merely shook their heads, claiming they had no money left, and promptly closed their doors. What a bunch of simpletons, they fail to recognize the potential of our Xiaofeng. If he truly succeeds in the future, I hope they one day come crawling back to curry favor. Truly detestable. Wang Suihua vented her frustrations while Zhao Jianlin followed behind, admonishing her to lower her voice and avoid further disgrace. Their exchange soon devolved into bickering, only to continue their quest for loans at the next house. While Lu Meifen had spread many disparaging comments, a couple of households shared Wang Suihua's audacity. And thus, they managed to secure a small sum of money and rice. Having borrowed this modest amount, Wang Suihua glanced back to see Yu Yuan dragging her feet behind, unable to contain herself. She placed her hands on her hips and shouted, You little rascal, what are you doing back there? hurry up and help your mother carry things, you've been out borrowing money for so long and returned with nothing. What use is it for me to support you? Wang Suihua exclaimed as she noticed Yu Yuan still lagging behind, approaching her with the intention of giving her a sharp pinch. However, Yu Yuan, quick on her feet, dodged and swiftly returned home with the rice. You really shouldn't treat the child like that. It reflects poorly. Zhao Jianlin frowned, placing his hands behind his back in a mock lecturing pose. Just as Wang Suihua was about to retort, he continued, if you have harsh words, save them for home. You can scold and hit her as much as you want there. Don't embarrass us in the village. Hearing this, Wang Suihua rolled her eyes, ultimately saying nothing. While Yu Yuan returned home carrying the rice and flour. Once in the kitchen, she found herself standing idly, having stolen all the pots and pans the previous night. She could only feign activity. When Wang Suihua returned hungry for a meal, she was taken aback to find the kitchen completely bare. Leaning back in disbelief, she thought, if it weren't for my strong mental fortitude, I'd truly collapse here today. Mom, can we eat now? Zhao Xiaofeng approached, clutching his stomach, looking utterly pained. I've been back for ages and still haven't eaten anything. I didn't even eat on the way back. What? Wang Suihua was instantly bewildered and hurriedly assisted Zhao Xiaofeng to sit down. I'll go fetch a pot right now and return to prepare a meal. It'll be ready shortly. Saying this, Wang Suihua stepped out once more, and when she returned, indeed, she brought back a pot. This afternoon, she could manage a meal, at least, perhaps because Zhao Xiaofeng had complained of hunger. Wang Suihua didn't ask Yu Yuan to cook but instead quickly rinsed the rice and put it on to steam. Preparing a large pot of white rice. Yu Yuan intended to serve it, but Wang Suihua struck her hand with chopsticks, unapologetically declaring, you needn't eat, your younger brother has traveled such a distance. Let him eat more rice, you can just have some rice soup. After all, you're not doing any work. Only during particularly busy times would Wang Suihua summon Yu Yuan to assist in the fields. Otherwise, she was mostly tasked with household chores. In truth, Yu Yuan was responsible for all domestic duties aside from fieldwork, including sweeping, cooking, washing clothes, and cleaning. Essentially, all the household chores fell upon her. In Wang Suihua's eyes, this meant she didn't have to labor, as she believed that only fieldwork constituted real work. Yu Yuan said nothing, pretending to be timid as she stood aside, pouring herself a bowl of rice soup and taking a small sip. After finishing, she sought an excuse to step outside. Having run around all day, she felt quite fatigued. After lingering outside for a while, observing that night had fallen, she returned to her room. You little brat. You'd better get up early tomorrow to work. No sneaking food, Wang Suihua shouted from outside the door, her voice strident. Yu Yuan casually responded. After that, the courtyard fell silent, though Yu Yuan noticed a faint light glowing from Wang Suihua and Zhao Jianlin's room. Somehow, they had procured a candle. Yu Yuan snickered, lying down on her bed, locking the door behind her, and immediately entered her space to eat. In her space, she enjoyed a sumptuous meal, complete with a fragrant drumstick. And after finishing, she let out a contented burp. Only then did she comfortably emerge from her space. To avoid being discovered, she had to lie on that hard, unyielding bed to sleep, with her hands beneath her head. She gazed at the seemingly crumbling house, pondering, what should I do? Although the police had already taken statements and were set to investigate the matter, that incident occurred over a decade ago, and generally, such matters go unresolved. Modern police investigations are not as effective. Who knows how long it would take for them to provide results? Perhaps I ought to devise another plan. What should I do? Traveling in this era is exceedingly troublesome. No matter where one goes, an introduction letter is required. It can be said that now, possessing an ID allows one to traverse the world, while in this time, only with an introduction letter can one move freely. Without it, one cannot take a single step. If caught, one is invariably sent back. If I wish to leave, I must obtain an introduction letter, which only the village head can provide. At my age, seeking the village head, he'd likely refused to grant it. Every time Zhao Xiaofeng went to school, it was Wang Suihua and Zhao Jianlin who took gifts to the village head to request one for him. Yu Yuan pondered, recalling some impressions of the village head. He was a devoted son, with a 70-year-old mother in poor health, half paralyzed in bed, speaking in a feeble manner, clinging to life. This had been the case for several years. The village head had tried numerous remedies and consulted various doctors, yet none had succeeded in healing her. The villagers were moved by his filial piety, but alas, it did not sway the heavens. The old lady's condition remained unchanged. At times she herself would lament that death would be preferable, as the suffering was unbearable, yet the village head would not agree upon hearing of any good doctors or effective medicines. He would rush to procure them. Yu Yuan mused, considering that she was, in fact, a doctor herself. Perhaps she should visit the village head's home. If she could truly cure his mother, then a mutually beneficial arrangement could be established. After contemplating these matters, Yu Yuan finally fell asleep. To avoid detection, she didn't head directly to the village head's home the next day but instead spent several days in quietude. Although their home had been stripped bare, frugality allowed them to scrape by each night. Yu Yuan would feast in her space, so she hardly appeared to have lost much weight. In the mornings, she would use cosmetics from her space to make her complexion appear slightly paler. The cosmetics worked wonders. With just a light dusting of powder, she could achieve the delicate, frail appearance, all while remaining undetectable. Days passed without any developments, and Yu Yuan realized she could not rely on the police. After all, there was no paternity testing in this era, and she could not locate her biological parents. Thus, she had to depend on herself. Early each morning, Wang Suihua and Zhao Jinlin would head to the fields, and Yu Yuan found an excuse to leave the house, carrying a basket. After rounding a corner, she took a small path that led her directly to the village head's home. At that moment, the village head had yet to leave, sitting in the courtyard smoking a pipe, the smoke wafting around him. When Yu Yuan knocked on the door, the village head opened it, momentarily taken aback. Oh, it's Arya. What brings you to my home? Upon hearing this name, Yu Yuan felt a pang of pain in her head. Yes, she was called Zhao Arya, a name given to her by Wang Suihua. Utterly unappealing, the eldest was Zhao Dahai, the second Zhao Arya, and the youngest, Zhao Xiaofeng. Their naming was quite arbitrary, favoring names that were easy to sustain. Village head, may I come in? Yu Yuan inquired, and although the village head was somewhat puzzled, he opened the door and let her in. Once inside, she sat in the courtyard and lowered her voice. Village head, I have something to discuss with you. I was actually sold into this family. Zhao Guoshuan's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. Arya, he tapped his smoking pipe. Don't speak such nonsense. I know your mother treated you poorly, but you mustn't say such things. Village head, please recall, before my mother brought me to the village, was she not pregnant? Indeed, I am not pregnant, yet this does not serve as proof, and they have consistently claimed that I am adopted. Zhao Guoshuan was genuinely taken aback by how events unfolded, and he had not anticipated that Yu Yuan would seek him out. With a sigh, Yu Yuan knew all too well that this matter would not be easily clarified. I am truly not adopted, she lamented. They abducted a child from elsewhere. How could they possibly admit to that? They would certainly declare it as an adoption. All of you believe her deceitful words. At this point, a look of disdain crossed Yu Yuan's face. When she previously berated me, she often lamented that she should not have spent money to bring me back. To be honest, when I first learned that she had paid for my return, I was quite astonished. Back then, I even called her a trafficker, which resulted in her giving me a beating. After that, I dared not speak further. In a fit of anger, she claimed that since I was purchased, I ought to serve her family like a beast of burden. Chapter 9. Ascending the mountain to harvest Ganoderma. For many years, I have yearned to find my biological parents, yet they have never permitted me to leave the village and have treated me poorly. The village chief must surely be aware of my experiences over the past few years. In truth, some of Yu Yuan's subsequent words were fabricated. She had heard nothing. As the conversation progressed, Yu Yuan began to feign vulnerability. Zhao Guoshuan, upon hearing this, felt a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of inner turmoil, Zhao Guoshuan set aside his smoking pipe and stood up, declaring, I must seek them out to clarify this matter. If it is true, I will find a way to assist you. The village chief, while a decent person, lacked significant authority and could not manage many matters. No, Yu Yuan hurriedly approached and grasped Zhao Guoshuan's arm. They know I was abducted, which is why they have forbidden me from leaving the village all these years. If you go there now, they will undoubtedly kill me. You must remember how they have treated me during my years in the village. Village chief, Zhao Guoshuan had not forgotten. It seemed to have occurred a few years ago. He was unsure of what Yu Yuan had done to provoke it, but Wang Suihua had chased her around the village with a broom, nearly beating her to death. Had it not been for someone intervening, Yu Yuan might not have survived. Hearing her words, Zhao Guoshuan became conflicted again and, after a moment of contemplation, looked up to ask, So, you came to see me because you have a plan. Are you considering reporting to the authorities? Once he spoke, he felt the question was inappropriate. Even if he reported it, what would happen after leaving this place? What would become of a young girl on her own? No need for that, village chief. You only need to provide me with a letter of introduction. I intend to leave the village. Zhao Guoshuan was even more incredulous upon hearing this. Where could a young girl like you possibly go? Moreover, a letter of introduction cannot be issued lightly. once I grant you that letter and you leave, Wang Suihua, that scoundrel, will surely come after me. Although I am not afraid, I wish to avoid such troubles, especially since my mother is still bedridden and requires care and tranquility. The shrew, Wang Suihua, will undoubtedly cause daily disturbances till I understand that the village chief is unwilling to take risks for me. So as a form of gratitude, I will heal your mother's condition. Yu Yuan spoke these words with a calmness that left Zhao Guoshuan at a loss for words. Zhao Guoshuan felt utterly dazed today. Every statement Yu Yuan made seemed utterly unbelievable, whether it was her being abducted, her request for a letter, or her claim of being able to heal his mother. Could it be that he was hallucinating today? In truth, Yu Yuan had not come at all. Yet Zhao Guoshuan pinched himself, feeling pain, confirming that he was not dreaming. You truly need not do this. Do not deceive me. I cannot grant you a letter. I will think of another way. My mother has been bedridden for years, and I have consulted countless doctors without success. How could you possibly help? Zhao Guoshuan was unconvinced. Yu Yuan sighed, her eyes glinting. In truth, I have been preparing all these years. Although I appeared foolish in the past few years, I have actually learned quite a bit about medicine. I am aware of your mother's condition. I can heal her. Yu Yuan irresolute, observed Zhao Guoshuan, who was still hesitant. She continued, surely village chief, you have taken Zhao Laonyang to the hospital. What did the doctor say? Did they not say her time is limited? Ignoring his hesitation, Yu Yuan pressed on, since the doctor has stated her time is short, why not allow me to try? Perhaps I truly can heal her. Initially, Zhao Guoshuan believed he should not place his faith in a young girl. Yet witnessing Yu Yuan's earnest demeanor caused him to waver. Yu Yuan's words seemed to imply she could indeed heal his mother. He had taken his mother to the hospital, where the doctor had declared her time was short. A matter of months at best, weeks at worst. Yu Yuan appeared to be entirely transformed from the foolish child of the past. Could it be that she had truly been preparing? Very well. After a period of contemplation, Zhao Guoshuan ultimately acquiesced. Then I shall go in to see Zhao Laonyang. After Yu Yuan spoke, she entered the room. The frail elderly woman lay in bed, seemingly clinging to life by a thread. Upon seeing Yu Yuan enter, a faint smile appeared on her face. Yu Yuan sat beside her and took her hand to check her pulse. After a moment, she turned to Zhao Guoshuan and said, Zhao Laonyang's condition stems from a poorly managed confinement during her youth, which has left her health compromised. You all are unaware that her decline was exacerbated by a lack of nutritious food and the burdens of labor during her youth. It is already remarkable that she has survived to this day. She will need to take medicine for a period and gradually restore her health. She will recover. As Yu Yuan spoke, she could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. Had she not come at this moment, had she delayed her visit by another month or two, it would have been too late. The ailment was not severe. With proper care, she would gradually improve. If she had not intervened, the condition would have worsened, leading to dire consequences. Is it truly possible? Zhao Guoshuan's eyes widened in disbelief. If it were true, his mother would no longer suffer. It is possible. I shall ascend the mountain to gather herbs and prepare medicine. Yu Yuan spoke without boasting, and after saying this, she exited the room, donning a basket on her back as she headed up the mountain. In truth, her space contained numerous medicinal herbs. Her space encompassed a variety of items, including fields where medicinal herbs were cultivated, and the herbs grown there were more potent than those sold outside. However, if she were to take them directly, it would certainly raise suspicions. She needed to feign modesty. Additionally, during this trip up the mountain, Yu Yuan planned to forage. In this era, wild boars and rabbits were still plentiful in the mountains. And if she could catch some game, it would be advantageous. Not long after ascending the mountain, Yu Yuan spotted a gray rabbit darting through the underbrush. She rubbed her hands together, pleasantly surprised by her good fortune. The rabbit dashed away swiftly, but Yu Yuan's eyesight remained keen, and she quickly pursued it. Though the rabbit was fast, Yu Yuan's aim was true. She picked up a stone and hurled it at the distance. After several throws, the rabbit finally slowed down, and Yu Yuan hurried over. Having wounded the rabbit, she seized it and tossed it into her space. After securing the rabbit, Yu Yuan crouched down to examine the traces on the ground. In her previous life, she had been a doctor well-versed in both traditional and Western medicine, often foraging for herbs, and she possessed a certain understanding of the growth and characteristics of medicinal plants. Yu Yuan sensed something was amiss and, drawing on her experience, cautiously proceeded forward. The mountain was quite large. After wandering for over half an hour, her basket was filled with a variety of medicinal herbs. In addition to the herbs, she also dug up some edible plants, which would serve as a good excuse. Having gathered a bit of everything, Yu Yuan ventured to a spot where she stumbled upon something extraordinary. Following that area upward, she discovered a place where Ganoderma was growing. This location was elevated, and few people were aware that Ganoderma thrived there. Yuan tiptoed to the spot, where 5 small Ganoderma and 1 large Ganoderma awaited her. Aware of the high medicinal value of Ganoderma, she cautiously approached, tools in hand, and gently excavated the Ganoderma along with the surrounding soil. After collecting it, she placed it in her space, intending to cultivate it in her space's field later, where it would grow even faster. Having found the Ganoderma, Yuan also discovered some wood ear mushrooms. This season, the mountains offered an abundance of treasures. She continued to gather various items, placing some into her space and others into her basket. Unbeknownst to her, she had already spent several hours on the mountain, and when she turned around, she realized she had climbed to the summit. Perhaps it was due to her excitement while foraging for herbs that she had been so focused that she failed to notice her ascent. On the mountaintop, Yuan sat for a moment, extracting a morsel from her spatial realm to satiate her hunger before embarking on her descent. Upon reaching the halfway point down the mountain, her ears perked up. Something felt amiss in her surroundings. Was that an unusual sound? In the next instant, she turned to find a large wild boar lurking behind a thicket. Goodness, the sight of the tusked beast sent shivers down her spine. Although she had wielded a scalpel in her past life, this wild boar appeared truly fearsome. Chapter 10. Capturing a wild boar. Swallowing nervously, she had just taken a step when the wild boar charged towards her with astonishing speed. Its ferocity was palpable, and recognizing her inability to confront it head-on, she deftly darted towards the stoutest tree nearby. Just as the boar was about to collide with her, she swiftly slipped into her spatial realm. The boar, unable to halt its momentum, crashed heavily into the very tree she had chosen. With a resounding thud, it staggered, momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan swiftly retrieved a tranquilizer from her spatial realm and administered it into the boar's body. This was a concoction she had recently developed, and its effects were rapid. Soon, the boar lay motionless on the ground. Yuan let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest in gratitude. It was fortunate that she had opted for a clever strategy rather than confronting the beast directly. The wild boar was quite hefty, but she managed to transport it into her spatial realm, binding it securely with rope. Having restored the scene to its original state by casually brushing aside the fallen leaves, she continued her descent. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, she organized the contents of her backpack, placing herbs and sweet potatoes inside before taking a winding path back to the village chief's home. Zhao Guishuan had been anxiously awaiting her return. Upon seeing Yuan carrying herbs, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. If Yuan had indeed changed, it suggested that his mother might have a chance at recovery. His mother had endured considerable hardship in her youth to provide for herself. Should Yuan succeed in healing her, he vowed to repay her kindness with filial devotion. Once Yuan had restored her mother's health, he would provide her with a letter of introduction, ensuring that when Wang Suiwa came to cause trouble, he would be prepared. He could not afford to be seen as untrustworthy, could he, Uncle Zhao? Where can I brew the medicine? Yuan inquired. Having scanned the vicinity without finding a suitable spot, Zhao Guishuan promptly led her to the kitchen, presenting her with a clay pot. Here. As Yuan prepared the medicine, Zhao Guishuan offered her a large steamed bun. Please, have something to eat. He was concerned that, given the recent theft from Wang Suiwa's family, they might not have had much to eat, hence his gesture. Yuan nodded, taking the bun and nibbling on it while concocting the medicine. I'll leave this here. I'll brew a portion for Grandma Zhao first, and you can prepare another batch later. After organizing her herbs, she placed them into the pot, adding a splash of spring water from her spatial realm. This spring water, sourced from a well within her domain, was limited yet replenishable. She had previously verified its remarkable efficacy, as long-term consumption could enhance one's constitution. After approximately 40 minutes of brewing, she poured the concoction into a bowl. Grandma, she called as she entered the room, placing the bowl on the nearby table. Gently, she assisted Grandma Zhao to sit up. I'm going to feed you some medicine. In a couple of days, you'll feel better. The elderly woman could comprehend Yuan's words but was far too frail to sit up unaided. Having encountered countless patients in her previous life, Yuan held no disdain for the elderly woman, and even after she had consumed the medicine, she gave her a full-body massage to alleviate her discomfort from lying in bed for so long. Uncle Zhao, you should also massage Grandma from time to time. She needs ample nutrition to recover, so remember to provide her with nourishing foods. Having imparted all her advice, she especially emphasized the importance of adding spring water to the pot early in the morning, asserting that it would enhance the medicinal effects. Just use the water I prepared this morning. It will yield significant results. The water I added earlier has already been given to Grandma Zhao. If you continue to add it now and consume it tonight, The effects will be quite substantial. Asu Yuan bustled about Zhao Guoshu and genuinely believed she could restore his mother's health. And when she departed, he even gifted her a boiled egg. Yuan tucked the egg into her pocket, and as she made her way home via the narrow path, she peeled the shell and savored the egg. Eggs during this era were from home-raised chickens, and the taste was far superior. After consuming one, she felt invigorated. Once Yuan had left, Zhao Guoshu tidied up his home, glancing at the pot of medicine. His thoughts turned to Yuan's demeanor earlier that day, his emotions a tangled mix. This young girl truly understood restraint. She was aware of her abduction yet remained silent until she had gained strength to seek him out. This was perhaps for the best. Even if she could not locate her biological parents, she could surely find a better life in this village. Zhao Guoshu sighed deeply, lamenting that Wang Suihua was truly inhumane for colluding with others to abduct children. Meanwhile, as Yuan circled back home, she had just opened the fence gate when Wang Suihua, sitting in the courtyard, heard the sound and turned abruptly. Her eyes glinted like those of a venomous snake. Glaring at Yuan, Wang Suihua scrutinized her for several seconds, noting that Yuan seemed paler than before, having not eaten much in recent days. Could there be another explanation? Wang Suihua abruptly stood up. Spitting words, "You wretched girl, where have you been? You didn't prepare our meal this morning. Do you wish to die, you shameless hussy? Have you been out all day chasing after men?" Wang Suihua's tirade grew increasingly vile. But Yuan could only chuckle. She wondered how the original owner of this body had endured such treatment. At that moment, only Wang Suihua was at home. "Are you deaf? Why are you just standing there staring at me?" Wang Suihua continued her insults. Yuan remained unmoved, watching as Wang Suihua approached, still hurling abuse. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that she no longer needed to maintain the facade. Soon, she would possess her letter of introduction. And there was no need for further pretense. With a casual motion she set down her backpack. "Now repeat what you just said." Wang Suihua, hearing this, was so enraged she almost laughed. "Have you lost your mind? I can repeat it as many times as you wish. You're nothing but a wanton hussy, a shameless little harlot." Before Wang Suihua could finish her sentence, Yuan swiftly grasped an axe from the corner where firewood was chopped. Though somewhat dull, it was still capable of causing harm. Yuan lifted it, weighing it briefly before chuckling. "Thank goodness the thief didn't take this. Otherwise, I'd been in trouble, wouldn't I?" Wang Suihua's heart raced with trepidation at the sight of her smile, and she began to retreat, hurling insults. "You wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you think you're doing?" With a swift swing of the axe, Yuan advanced, causing Wang Suihua to retreat hastily. Isu Yuan truly mad. Wang Suihua's heart pounded. Had she not reacted quickly, that axe might have struck her. "What do you think I'll do? Hurry up and get into the kitchen to cook. I want white rice for dinner today." In recent times, both Wang Suihua and Zhao Jianlin had gone to great lengths to provide for Zhao Xiaofeng, hoarding plenty of food. Yuan, having shed her pretense, intended to make them produce all the good food in the house, which she would then consume entirely. "What?" Wang Suihua's eyes narrowed dangerously as she glared at Yuan. Her fury boiling over. "You ungrateful wretch, have you lost your mind, demanding that I cook for you?" Yuan said nothing in response, instead walking to the doorway and raising the axe, bringing it down forcefully against the doorpost. Chapter 11. Yuan threatens with the axe. In this era, doorposts were crafted from timber hewn from the mountains, and her blow sunk deep into the wood, observing the axe embedded in the doorframe. Yuan easily pulled it free, causing Wang Suihua to swallow hard, astonished. When did Yuan become so strong? Wasn't she once unable to even carry a bucket of water? Yuan chuckled inwardly. Fully aware of Wang Suihua's thoughts, the original body had indeed been frail. However, after several days of consuming spring water, she had gradually regained her strength. "Are you certain you won't go prepare a meal?" Yuan inquired with a smile, her expression causing Wang Suihua to feel increasingly anxious. "What is going on with this girl?" Wang Suihua's mind raced. "You better not get reckless. I am your mother. If anything happens, you'll be the one to suffer the consequences." Believing Yuan was merely trying to intimidate her, Wang Suihua continued to test the waters with her words, even bouncing on her feet in agitation. Yuan merely smirked. This fool truly doubted her resolve. With a smile, she approached, causing Wang Suihua to inch back warily. "What do you intend to do? I have already given you the opportunity. Are you still not going to cook?" Yuan approached like a person possessed, raising the axe in her hand and bringing it down with a resounding thud upon the chair. The chair was cleaved in two. At this moment, Wang Suihua was genuinely terrified, swallowing hard, her eyes wide with shock, utterly dumbfounded. You, Wang Suihua stammered, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She glanced around, desperately wishing for someone to be home, yet the house was empty as Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Jianlin had gone out to borrow some money. And Zhao Xiaofeng intended to return for a decent meal. As for Zhao Dahai, she had sent him out to work in the fields. Wang Suihua's heart sank with regret. Had she known Yu Yuanwan would become so crazed, she should have kept her eldest son at home for protection, otherwise she was utterly useless. Yu Yuanwan fixed her gaze on Wang Suihua. I am hungry. Are you certain you still won't go and cook? Wang Suihua swallowed, observing Yu Yuanwan's deranged demeanor, and immediately nodded obediently. Yu, wait a moment, I will cook right away. Only then did Yu Yuanwan lean against the side. Who would have guessed that Wang Suihua, instead of cooking, would dash out the door while shouting loudly, help, help, my second girl is going to kill someone. She threatened to strike her mother with the axe. How could this child be so wicked? It was simply heartless, especially after all they had done to raise her. Wang Suihua yelled, drawing the attention of the neighbors. As they arrived, Yu Yuanwan casually tossed the axe aside, with the axe discarded. She moved to her backpack just as the neighbors gathered outside the courtyard. Wang Suihua, what is the matter? Why are you causing a scene again? Can't your family ever settle down? They queried. Yes, indeed. You seem to create a ruckus almost daily. Don't you feel embarrassed at all? What is happening? Your second girl has such a timid disposition. How could she possibly harm anyone? Stop spouting nonsense. The villagers, having gathered, were somewhat displeased, yet intrigued to witness the spectacle. Wang Suihua, infuriated, retorted, just look for yourselves. She was holding an axe, but when she turned to point, the broken chair had mysteriously vanished. What is going on? Wang Suihua felt as if she had encountered a ghost. The chair that had been cleaved just moments ago was now nowhere to be seen. How had Yu Yuanwan managed to make it disappear? Why had she not noticed this before? Her heart raced. The villagers, seeing no evidence of the commotion, regarded only Wang Suihua's frantic ramblings with bemusement. I say, Suihua, look at how exhausted Yu Yuanwan is. What harm would it do for you to cook? There hasn't been much work in the fields lately, they advised. Stop causing a scene. If the village head learns of this, he will surely reprimand you for being divisive. All right, go home and prepare a meal. Do not bully your daughter. She is merely a child. The villagers, having seen enough, exchanged a few words of fairness before returning home. Wang Suihua, frustrated by their disbelief in Yu Yuanwan's remarkable act, felt her anger boiling over. She hurried into the kitchen, intending to vent her fury, but as she turned around, she saw Yu Yuanwan standing there once more, axe in hand, still unwilling to cook. Yu Yuanwan's expression was unperturbed. Yet Wang Suihua's legs felt weak with fear. Yu, if you refuse to cook, perhaps I should demonstrate again. It's quite easy to sever your hand. Yu Yuanwan's face remained impassive, and Wang Suihua promptly sat on a small stool to tend to the fire. I'll do it. As she stoked the flames, her mind seethed with curses, pondering what had possessed Yu Yuanwan to become like this. She resembled a madwoman. Enough of your incessant prattling. Just a few days ago, did you not bring home a piece of meat? Get it out, Yu Yuanwan commanded, and upon hearing this, Wang Suihua sprang to her feet. What do you mean? That piece of meat belongs to your little brother. But before she could finish, Yu Yuanwan weighed the axe in her hand with a warning glare. Faced with such a threat, Wang Suihua felt despair wash over her. She dared not utter another word and trembled as she retrieved the hidden meat from the cabinet, muttering curses under her breath. What has this wretched girl gotten herself into? She must have had ulterior motives all along, constantly scheming for our meat. How else could she have known I secretly bought and stashed it? After a few murmurs of disdain, Yu Yuanwan struck the door with the axe again, startling Wang Suihua. Wretched girl, she cursed, approaching Yu Yuanwan, who directed her to put the meat into boiling water for a while. Yu Yuanwan knew that the ingredients of this era were generally quite good. Although the meat had been sitting for 2 days, it was still manageable. She guided Wang Suihua to blanch the meat before slicing it into pieces and heating oil in the pan. Could you pour in a bit more oil? Upon hearing this, Wang Suihua winced at the thought of wasting oil and added just a little more. Pour in more, Yu Yuanwan instructed, as Wang Suihua prepared to protest. Do you even know how to cook? However, as she turned to argue, she was met with Yu Yuanwan's menacing gaze, the axe gripped firmly in her hands, her eyes sparkling with menace. It was as if, in the next moment, any sign of defiance would lead the axe to strike. The thought sent chills down Wang Suihua's spine. What? Wang Suihua choked on her words, stifled by fear. Yu Yuanwan weighed the axe once more. I told you to pour in oil. Wang Suihua swallowed hard, her heart a tumult of anger and humiliation, yet ultimately she complied and walked over to pour oil. Observing her sluggish pace, Yu Yuanwan stepped forward and yelled, startling Wang Suihua, causing her to spill a generous amount of oil into the pan. Yu Yuan's expression turned satisfied. Now this is more like it, as she directed Wang Suihua on how to prepare various dishes. Yu Yuan sat with contentment, demanding, "Bring me the rice. I want to eat." Upon hearing this, Wang Suihua could no longer contain her emotions. "What do you mean? Your father, brother, and elder brother have yet to return. And you want to eat? Do you possess no conscience, you wretched girl?" Chapter 12. What has become of this wretched girl? Wang Suihua had long grown accustomed to her tirades, despite Yu Yuan wielding an axe. As long as there was no immediate threat, her insults remained sharper. This time, Yu Yuan did not weigh the axe in her hands but merely stroked it lightly before turning to smile at Wang Suihua. If she did not eat now, once Zhao Jianlin and the others returned, she would likely have to deal with the ensuing chaos before she could enjoy her meal. She was untroubled by the thought of them taking her meat. But after all, the meal had been prepared under her direction, and she wanted it to be satisfactory. If it cooled down, it would lose its appeal. Yu Yuan's smile was unnerving, and Wang Suihua felt compelled to serve the meal immediately. "What, do you intend to watch me eat?" Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Wang Suihua, grumbling, retreated to the courtyard, her mind racing with 100 ways to provoke a fight, yet none of them bore fruit. She dared not make a move. It was as if Yu Yuan's back had eyes. Swiftly turning to watch her, she swallowed hard. Yu Yuan was truly terrifying. Previously appearing obedient, she had now transformed into something altogether different. What had gone awry? Wang Suihua found herself perplexed as Yu Yuan comfortably indulged in a meal, devouring all the meat and her favorite dishes, leaving only scraps for them. Upon exiting the kitchen, she let out a satisfied burp. And Wang Suihua, noticing the grease smeared across her lips, felt a surge of hatred. She yearned to confront her, to tear her apart. How dare she? That piece of meat was meant for her son. Zhao Xiaofeng needed to excel in university to secure a good job. What right did Yu Yuan have to consume it all and lavish herself with such an abundance of seasonings? She deserved to be punished. Wang Suihua's expression was venomous, akin to that of a viper. Yu Yuan was aware of her gaze but chose to remain silent. The real drama was yet to unfold. Having devised a plan to escape from this place, she had no intention of being courteous. If she was displeased, she would act on it. After drinking the spring water for several days, she felt invigorated. Even if Zhao Dehai were to confront her, she could easily overpower him. As the evening approached, people began to return home. Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Jianlin were the first to arrive, having traveled to a distant village to borrow money from relatives. Fortunately, their relatives were unaware of the ongoing situation and assumed they were borrowing funds for Zhao Xiaofeng's education, thus lending them a portion of what they needed. Pleased with their successful venture, they entered the house, with Zhao Jianlin cheerfully inquiring if dinner was ready. Xiaofeng expressed a desire for fish, "So I bought 2, he began, but before he could finish, Wang Suihua abruptly interrupted him. She had intended to silence him to hide the meat, only to discover that Yu Yuan was standing at the kitchen door. Having overheard everything, Wang Suihua swallowed hard. Although fear gripped her, the return of her husband and younger son bolstered her courage. With 3 men together, how could they possibly fear Yu Yuan? Indeed, give me the fish. I shall prepare one for Xiaofeng in the morning, and the other will be smoked for later, Wang Suihua declared. Standing tall beside Zhao Jianlin, directing her gaze toward Yu Yuan at the kitchen entrance, "You impudent girl, hurry over and give your father a back rub, and pour a glass of water for Xiaofeng." Yu Yuan, hearing Wang Suihua's words, couldn't suppress a cold smirk. She had not anticipated such audacity from this woman, who thought she could act tough simply because her husband and son had returned. How absurd! Yu Yuan casually picked up an axe and weighed it in her hand. "What did you say?" Only Wang Suihua could see the axe in Yu Yuan's hand due to the angle. And her heart raced at the sight. Nevertheless, bolstered by the presence of her husband, she pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Yuan. "You wretched girl, do you wish to die? Your father and brother have returned." Zhao Jianlin observed Wang Suihua's erratic behavior with confusion. What was troubling her? As he pondered this, Wang Suihua suddenly seized his sleeve, tears streaming down her face. "You have no idea. Before you returned, this wretched girl threatened me with an axe to make dinner. I prepared today's meal, and the meat we secretly bought for Xiaofeng has been consumed by her. What sort of curse had befallen this girl? You must act quickly. I was too afraid to confront her alone during the day. But now we must band together." Wang Suihua shouted frantically. Zhao Jianlin and Zhao Xiaofeng looked at Yu Yuan, who appeared no different than usual, not exhibiting any signs of menace. "I did nothing wrong." Yu Yuan feigned innocence, casually putting the axe away and stepping forward with a blink. "Mom, are you dreaming? I prepared this afternoon's meal, and there is no meat in the house. How can you accuse me of wanting to harm you?" With a sigh, Yu Yuanyuan took a seat. You've wronged me today, and you even summoned the neighbors. What was the outcome? The memory of the afternoon's events ignited a fury in Wang Suihua. Those neighbors were blind. It was undoubtedly Yu Yuanyuan who had bullied her, yet they believed it was she who had wronged Yu Yuanyuan and spoke in her defense. Now, here was Yu Yuanyuan playing the victim again, her lips still glistening with grease. Wang Suihua blinked in disbelief, while Zhao Jianlin and Zhao Xiaofeng exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complex emotions. They were both thinking the same thing: something was amiss. Mom, stop causing a scene, let us eat. Dad and I are exhausted from our long day, Zhao Xiaofeng urged wearily, yet the truth remained. That wretched girl had devoured all the meat, leaving none for them. Wang Suihua slapped her thigh in frustration. After all the effort to bring that meat home, it was meant for you, and now, it was clearly you who snuck a bite when I saw you telling me not to tell Dad and my brother. Yu Yuanyuan deliberately stirred the pot. She intended to toy with them a little longer, to gauge their reactions. Upon hearing that the meat was gone, Zhao Xiaofeng rushed to the kitchen, yanking open the lowest cabinet, only to find it indeed empty. No, I used to eat meat almost every week at school, and now that I'm back, I haven't had any. I thought I could savor that piece of meat I bought in secret. The more he thought about it, the more despondent he became, and he stormed out to confront Wang Suihua. Just then Zhao Dahai entered through the door. Mom, is dinner ready? A dinner? What a farce! Wang Suihua glared at the chaos unfolding, with Yu Yuanyuan denying any wrongdoing while Zhao Jianlin and her son remained skeptical of her claims. Seething with anger, she felt no need to be courteous towards her eldest son. Yu Yuanyuan, overhearing, merely laughed quietly to herself. In the past, when Zhao Dahai was frail and on the brink of death, they had sought another child, leading to the arrival of the original owner of this body. The original owner possessed good fortune, which healed Zhao Dahai, but Wang Suihua never acknowledged any connection. She treated her eldest son with indifference, but once the youngest son was born, she lavished him with affection, permitting him to attend school and enjoy life, while Zhao Dahai was relegated to arduous labor in the fields. Even then, she felt he wasn't contributing enough, fearing that if he earned money, he might not return home, leaving her in a state of internal conflict. What's going on? Zhao Dahai, wielding a hoe, had been working in the fields and was utterly bewildered by the commotion. Setting his hoe against the wall, he struggled to comprehend the situation. I've told you all, it's her who was bewitched. She is the one who stole the meat, and now she is instigating trouble. She threatened me with an axe and smashed the chair. Why wouldn't you believe me? Wang Suihua, accustomed to playing the victim, grew increasingly frantic as no one believed her. She pounded her thigh, desperate to prove her innocence. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanyuan remained seated, silently laughing. Zhao Jianlin and Zhao Xiaofeng exchanged knowing looks, sensing that something was off as Zhao Dahai approached, still unconvinced of Yu Yuanyuan's guilt, yet more inclined to trust Wang Suihua. Let us all band together and tie that wretched girl up. She must be under some dark spell. Just look at her sitting there, laughing. It's utterly chilling, Wang Suihua shouted, rallying the others as they began to encircle Yu Yuanyuan. Zhao Dahai picked up a nearby brick, also feeling that something was amiss with his sister, who typically kept her head down, striving to minimize her presence in the household. Yet today, she sat laughing, sending chills down their spines. As they drew closer, Yu Yuanyuan sighed inwardly. She had no intention of engaging with these three, but if they were going to side with Wang Suihua, she would not hold back. As they advanced, Wang Suihua nudged Zhao Xiaofeng back a few steps, a gesture unnoticed by Zhao Jianlin and Zhao Dahai, but one that Yu Yuanyuan observed clearly, smirking in her heart. Wang Suihua, how amusing it would be if your selfishness were laid bare before everyone. As Zhao Jianlin and Zhao Dahai approached, only a step remained between them and Yu Yuanyuan. In a swift motion, she retrieved the axe from her space and swung it forward, intending to frighten them. Holding the axe by its opposite end, she struck the padded end against Zhao Dahai's shoulder with considerable force. He hadn't anticipated such strength from her. The impact left his left arm numb, and the brick he had been clutching clattered to the floor. Just as it happened, the object struck directly upon his toe. Ouch! Zhao Dahai was instantly brought to the ground, writhing in agony as he clutched his injured toe, occasionally rubbing the shoulder that had been struck by the fish. Yuanyuan, Zhao Jianlin gazed at Yuanyuan as if he had seen a ghost. Utterly paralyzed with fear, he dared not take another step forward, and in his backward retreat, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Wang Suihua hastily pulled Zhao Xiaofeng backward. Ouch! Mother, please don't run so fast. You were just behind us. Why the rush? I'm not chasing after you. At that moment, Yuanyuan spoke up, and each person's heart was filled with their own thoughts. Sensing the unusual tension, Wang Suihua released her grip on Zhao Xiaofeng and, trembling, pointed at Yuanyuan. You wretched girl! How dare you say such things, Yuan feigned a sigh, truly, this is utterly unamusing. With that, she returned to her chair, still toying with the axe in her hands. I told you, she treats my flesh this way. And this is how he steals a bite. Wang Suihua was on the verge of tears. Zhao Jianlin and Zhao Dahai were at a loss as to what to think, not wishing to play any longer. Yuan had already exposed Wang Suihua's selfish thoughts. In essence, when faced with danger, Wang Suihua would only think to take Zhao Xiaofeng with her, disregarding her husband and elder son. It remained uncertain whether they could comprehend this. If they did, the situation would become rather intriguing. A fractured bond would mean harder days ahead. Having had her fill, Yuan turned and retreated to her room. Don't think of coming to trouble me. I have plenty of weapons in my room. She had casually taken the hoe that Zhao Dahai had brought back when she entered. After locking the door behind her, the few individuals outside exchanged glances. Wang Suihua stood frozen for a few moments before rushing over to help Zhao Dahai up from the ground. Dahai, are you alright? Zhao Dahai shook his head, his mind replaying the moment when he had turned around and seen Wang Suihua and his brother standing at the door. Clearly it was Wang Suihua who had summoned them all. Why was Zhao Xiaofeng able to run off with her? It's nothing. Zhao Dahai shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. After all, Wang Suihua's actions were to be expected. Her younger brother was a college student, while he was merely an unworthy farmer. Zhao Dahai rose, wincing from the pain in his injured toe and the bruised arm. Wang Suihua examined him, noting that the injured toe was not severely hurt, just slightly bleeding, but the area struck by Yuan had already begun to swell. Could this wretched girl have been possessed by a vixen? She had never exhibited such strength before, nor dared to show her temper at us. Since her return today, she has transformed entirely. Could it be that she is indeed haunted? Wang Suihua spoke, her voice trembling as she clutched Zhao Jianlin's sleeve. Zhao Jianlin, having just taken a tumble, was covered in dust, his backside aching from the fall. Is dinner ready yet? Zhao Jianlin's face bore an expression of impatience, though he too felt a chill at Wang Suihua's decision to only take their son with her. Yet, the youngest son was indeed the most remarkable. If danger were to strike, he would certainly prioritize taking the youngest son away first. After all, the youngest son had a promising future. Dinner's ready. Wang Suihua lowered her head, resembling a child who had misbehaved. There was food, and there were dishes, yet that wretched girl had devoured all the meat, even demanding that I add a plethora of seasoning. Pouring in an excessive amount of oil, she recounted with vivid detail the pain she felt while pouring the oil. Zhao Jianlin and the others tidied up and entered the kitchen. Zhao Xiaofeng followed suit. Somewhat sulking, once inside, the family sat down to eat, their hearts heavy as they gazed at the empty plate where meat had once been. However, after exchanging glances, it was Wang Suihua who passed the plate forward. There is still a bit of oil left. Ultimately, this plate was taken by Zhao Xiaofeng, who scooped a little rice and coated it in oil, allowing him a taste of the remaining meat's flavor. The family in the kitchen scolded Yuan while speculating on the reasons behind her drastic change. Meanwhile, after retreating to her room, Yuan rested for a moment before pacing around her space, confirming that they would not dare to act recklessly. She comfortably drifted into sleep. Having been here for several days, today was the first time she felt truly satisfied, sleeping soundly until the next morning. As for the Zhao Guoshuan family, during the day, Yuan prepared medicine for Grandma Zhao to drink, and in the evening, she brewed another batch. After consuming it, Zhao Guoshuan asked the elderly woman if she felt any better. Yes, the elderly lady nodded vigorously. And with Zhao Guoshuan's assistance, she slowly rose. Chapter 14, I believe you truly have talent. I feel strength returning to my body. Could you support me to the door for a stroll? The elderly lady had not anticipated such remarkable effects from the medicine. Earlier, she had gazed at Yuan with foggy eyes, suspecting that the girl was merely deceiving her and her elder son. Hearing her mother's words, Zhao Guoshuan's face lit up with excitement. He quickly assisted his mother in rising from the bed. Normally, his mother would never have been able to do this. She would not even leave the bed, as the moment her feet touched the ground, her legs would feel weak. Without support, she would likely collapse to the floor. However, today, as the elderly lady stood, she began to move step by step with his assistance. Her legs now possessing considerable strength. After sitting at the door for over half an hour, the elderly lady felt quite pleased, and Zhao Guoshuan prepared her a large bowl of rice. Once he completed this, his wife would be returning from her mother's house. Li Guilan entered the room and was taken aback to see the elderly lady sitting on a chair at the door, her eyes wide with disbelief. Surely she was not mistaken. Old Zhao, is that our mother? Li Guilan swallowed hard, wondering if she had seen a ghost. Her mother-in-law had been bedridden for quite some time. Rarely rising, Zhao Guoshuan, hearing her words, rolled his eyes. If that isn't our mother, then who is it? A ghost? Li Guolan hurriedly approached, placing her belongings from her family home aside, and spoke to the elderly lady at the door. The elderly lady, holding a bowl, was enjoying her meal. Old Zhao, since our mother's health has improved so much, why haven't you prepared an egg for her? Upon seeing the bowl filled with plain rice and pickles, Li Guolan felt a surge of anger. She lifted the elderly lady's bowl, saying, "Mother, wait a moment, let me prepare some steamed egg custard for you." The elderly lady understood her daughter-in-law's words, nodded, and sat back down. Li Guolan busied herself in the kitchen, preparing the custard before returning to speak with Zhao Guoshuan. "What is going on? How can mother suddenly be able to rise and sit here to eat? Wasn't she always lying in bed?" The elderly lady had always been a good mother-in-law, treating Li Guolan kindly in her youth, which made her willing to care for her. Typically she would change the elderly lady's clothes, assist her in washing, and feed her. She had only returned to her family home for a week. What had transpired? Zhao Guoshuan mysteriously pulled Li Guolan aside and recounted the events surrounding Yuan Yuan's visit. After hearing this, Li Guolan's eyes widened, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. Then, slapping her thigh, she exclaimed, "I always thought the child didn't seem like an adopted one. When Arya first brought her home, she was so beautiful. How could anyone abandon such a child? I thought they had stumbled upon a great fortune, yet they engaged in such heartless deeds. No wonder they have treated the child poorly all these years." Li Guolan completely believed in Yuan Yuan's words, her voice trembling with emotion as she realized the depth of the girl's secret and her proficiency in medicine. Could it be that she learned from that old man who frequently visited our village? There used to be an old man who often wandered around here. Li Guolan had seen Yuan Yuan converse with him. It could very well be true. After some time, that old man stopped coming, and everyone forgot about it. Zhao Guoshuan also found Yuan Yuan's interest in medicine peculiar, and after hearing his wife's words, he nodded in agreement. Seeing the possibility that he had seen that old man too, there was indeed something unusual about him. Others called him a madman, yet he might possess remarkable skills. Let us keep this to ourselves. If mother truly recovers, and anyone inquires, we'll simply say it was a sudden improvement. Zhao Guoshuan instructed his wife. Li Guolan nodded, saying, "You must keep your word. If that girl truly can heal our mother, you must give her a letter of introduction, and we'll handle the rest." Of course, Zhao Guoshuan affirmed. How could he engage in such dishonest behavior? The two fell silent, while Li Guolan returned to the kitchen, checking on the custard, adding a little oil before serving the food to the elderly lady. The next day, Yuan Yuan awoke feeling refreshed, and upon rising, she drank a large cup of spiritual spring water, instantly feeling invigorated, as if she had boundless energy. Afterward, she took the axe and sought out Wang Suihua. This morning, Wang Suihua, seeing Yuan Yuan wielding the axe, had learned her lesson and hurried into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Although there wasn't much to eat today, Yuan Yuan still instructed Wang Suihua to add a bit more seasoning while stir-frying the dishes, as a stronger flavor would enhance the taste. For 2 consecutive days, Yuan Yuan had been relentlessly pressuring Wang Suihua at home. As the third morning approached, she decided to pay a visit to Zhao Guoshuan's residence. During the past 2 days, Zhao Guoshuan's wife Li Guolan had been diligently preparing nutritious meals for the elderly lady. They had even procured fish and meat from the town. The elderly woman's health had been gradually improving, and her complexion had noticeably brightened, much to Li Guolan's delight. When Yuan Yuan arrived, Zhao Guoshuan was out, and upon seeing Yuan Yuan, Li Guolan eagerly pulled her inside. Arya, she called out, a name Yuan Yuan was not particularly fond of but felt resigned to bear until she could leave this place for good. "I have come to check on Grandma Zhao's health. I wish to see if she has improved." Why? Yuan Yuan spoke up. "Much better, indeed," Li Guolan exclaimed, leading Yuan Yuan into the kitchen. "Grandma is still asleep. She will not awaken for another half hour or so. I just made breakfast. Do join me." Yuan Yuan was taken aback. This morning, with Wang Suihua absent, she had merely eaten a piece of bread from her space before coming over. Li Guolan had actually invited her to breakfast. "Thank you for treating Grandma. I did not expect such hospitality," Li Guolan continued, serving her a hearty breakfast of millet porridge, 2 boiled eggs, and pickled vegetables. Yuan Yuan was genuinely surprised by Li Guolan's warm demeanor. It seemed Zhao Guoshuan had shared the details of her assistance with his family. Indeed, besides being a devoted son, Zhao Guoshuan was also a caring husband and father to his children, who were now grown and working outside. Rumors had circulated about his wife returning to her parents' home after an argument, but it appeared she had merely gone to visit them. As Li Guolan continued to fill Yuan Yuan's bowl with porridge and peel eggs for her, Yu Yuan felt a pang of guilt. Is this appropriate? I came here seeking Zhao Guoxuan's help in exchange for treating Grandma Zhao, yet here I am enjoying a meal. Oh, don't be silly, Li Guolan laughed. You have been a great help to Grandma, she is feeling much better. My husband and I are truly grateful. You look so thin, you must eat more. As they conversed, the elderly lady coughed softly from the other room. Yu Yuan stood up and walked in to see her. Upon seeing Yu Yuan, the elderly woman's face lit up with a smile. Thank you, Arya, she said, grasping her hand. Averting her gaze, Yu Yuan took the elderly woman's pulse. Indeed, her health had improved, but it was essential for her to continue consuming nutritious food. I will change her medication today. Please do not discard the water from the pot, she instructed, before heading up the mountain with a basket on her back. As before, she foraged for herbal medicine and hunted, storing her catch in her space. Regardless of the size of the game, it could be processed in her space, equipped with advanced instruments. Yu Yuan felt no worry. She could either sell or consume the meat later. The taste of wild game was exceptional. Li Guolan, observing Yu Yuan's swift gathering of herbs and preparation of medicine for the elderly lady, felt immense joy. That afternoon, she cooked a chicken and made a fragrant broth, inviting Yu Yuan to stay for dinner. I really should return home, Yu Yuan protested, having already eaten breakfast there. It would be too awkward to indulge in chicken soup as well. However, Zhao Guoxuan returned home and, upon understanding his wife's intentions, promptly called out, Arya, you mentioned wanting to nourish my mother. Stay for dinner and share your insights with us. Li Guolan, aware of her husband's meaning, reached out to pull Yu Yuan back, and ultimately she stayed. The broth from the home-raised chicken was delicious, and Li Guolan served her 2 bowls along with a generous chicken leg, leaving the remainder for the elderly lady. Yu Yuan could not help but feel moved. Zhao Guoxuan and Li Guolan were truly generous people. Don't feel guilty, your care for my mother is enough gratitude for us. I believe in your abilities, Zhao Guoxuan said, as he conversed with Yu Yuan during their meal. Yu Yuan, hearing his words, kept her lips pursed in silence, recognizing the couple's genuine kindness. As she prepared to leave, she glanced back at Li Guolan. Stepping outside, she paused and returned to take the elderly lady's pulse once more. I will return in 2 days and bring some herbal medicine for you, Grandma, your health seems a bit weak. You must take care. With that, she turned and left, while Li Guolan felt a warm glow in her heart. Upon returning home, Yu Xiaofeng and his family were already at the dinner table. As she entered, she heard the clatter of dishes in the kitchen. Swiftly, she made her way in and spotted the smoked fish precariously perched on the top shelf. So, you all have been secretly enjoying good food at home. Yu Yuan feigned a laugh, finding her timing rather fortuitous. Just as well, I haven't eaten yet. I shall indulge a bit more. With that, she took the smoked fish and the remaining rice from the pot back to her room. You little brat, are you trying to starve us? Wang Suihua exclaimed. Look at your brother, he hasn't even had meat since returning home, and he has lost so much weight. Do you have no conscience? Wang Suihua's frustration peaked after 2 or 3 days of Yu Yuan's behavior. What would happen if this continued? If she thought her son was thin, why not give him some of her own meat? Yu Yuan grinned, casually placing an axe on the windowsill. It was a warning. Should anyone dare to speak out again, she would not hesitate to brandish it, having eaten well at Li Guolan's. Yu Yuan was not hungry for the smoked fish and merely stored it in her space. That week, she diligently helped Zhao Guoxuan's mother regain her health, even providing a remedy for Li Guolan. Each time she brewed medicine, she used spring water from her space. When no one was looking, she even replaced the water in their family's tank with more spring water. After all, the spring water was inexhaustible, and it was her way of repaying their hospitality. Li Guolan was kind-hearted, and Zhao Guoxuan was a devoted son, caring for his wife and raising successful children. He truly was a commendable village leader. Yu Yuan believed they both deserved long lives, so she subtly adjusted their health. That week flew by, and during this time, Wang Suihua and Zhao Jianlin attempted to resist, but one swing of Yu Yuan so scared them into submission. While Wang Suihua searched for the axe and hoe during Yu Yuan's absence, she found neither. Where could that wretched girl have hidden them? She muttered to herself, frustrated that something usually so accessible was now elusive. Just then, Yu Yuan returned. Mother, are you looking for the axe? Her cold voice rang from behind. Wang Suihua swallowed hard, utterly terrified. Throughout the week, Wang Suihua had been thoroughly frightened by Yu Yuan's presence. Trembling, she dashed into the kitchen. Yu Yuan, observing her retreat, chose not to speak further. She had spent a week helping Zhao Guoxuan's mother, and both Li Guolan and he had also consumed some of the spring water. If they continued to drink it all, Their health would soon improve significantly, and before long, she would obtain her letter of introduction and finally leave this place behind. With a sigh of relief, Yu Yuanyuan returned to the kitchen the next day. Wang Suihua woke up to find herself once again threatened by Yu Yuanyuan to prepare breakfast. Although she had contemplated crying outside, she found that as soon as a neighbor followed her home, Yu Yuanyuan would put on an ACT. Yu Yuanyuan's performance was so convincing that no one believed her, as her malicious reputation was deeply ingrained in the community. Yu Yuanyuan, realizing this, ceased to struggle. As long as she did not resort to violence, she would maintain the status quo, believing that one day she would devise a way to drive this troublesome girl away. At noon, Wang Suihua planned to take a stroll. But unexpectedly, the police arrived in the village. Upon seeing them, her heart soared with hope. Perhaps they had come regarding the theft that had occurred at their home previously. If they had indeed found the thief or the stolen goods, it would be a stroke of luck. As Wang Suihua observed the police approach, she hurried home, convinced they were heading to her house. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanyuan, having finished her meal and resting at home, stepped out upon hearing the commotion. Wang Suihua, who usually avoided spending time at home with her, was now returning unexpectedly. Yu Yuanyuan had yet to comprehend the situation when the police arrived at her doorstep. She recognized the elder officer from their previous encounter, and an unsettling premonition surged within her. Before she could utter a word, Wang Suihua surged forward, grasping the officer's hand tightly. "You have finally arrived. Have you apprehended the thief?" she exclaimed, with a dramatic flair. Wang Suihua continued, "You cannot fathom the torment we have endured since our home was robbed. We possess nothing, and starvation looms over us. If indeed there were leads, and the thief had been caught, her gratitude would be boundless." Without granting the officer a moment to respond, she insisted, "You must ensure that the thief is imprisoned. Do not let them escape." Her teeth clenched in fervor, she expressed her disdain for the thief who had stripped them bare, stealing years of hard-earned savings. That scoundrel deserves nothing less than a tragic end, perhaps being struck by a vehicle or choking on their meal. Wang Suihua had grown weary of their dire circumstances, and the sight of the police felt like a beacon of hope, prompting an outpouring of words. Yu Yuanyuan observed Wang Suihua's theatrical display in silence, though the officers remained taciturn, their gaze fixated on her, suggesting their presence was indeed related to her affairs. With a soft click of her tongue, Yu Yuanyuan reflected on her earlier skepticism regarding the police's efficacy. She had contemplated fleeing the village, yet their arrival was fortuitous. "Police comrades," Wang Suihua began, but before she could elaborate, the elder officer stepped forward. "I apologize, but we are not here regarding a theft. Our purpose is to investigate a case of human trafficking." At those words, Wang Suihua's pupils dilated in shock, her heart racing with fear. "Human trafficking? What does this mean?" Panic ensued as she clutched her pants, attempting to regain her composure. "But we are the only family in the village who has lost possessions. Surely this is a case of theft." Swallowing hard, she questioned, "Could there have been a mistake?" Her voice trembled as she insisted, "We are honest citizens. We would never engage in such activities. If you are mistaken, perhaps you should investigate elsewhere. I am more concerned about our stolen belongings." The mention of human trafficking sent waves of dread through Wang Suihua, for her conscience was burdened with guilt. In times of anxiety, she often spoke without coherence. "The reason we are here is that someone reported that you are involved in child trafficking. Your daughter is not your biological child, is she?" The elder officer maintained a stern expression, while the younger officer's gaze flickered toward Yu Yuanyuan. A warning glance from the elder officer silenced any further scrutiny. Wang Suihua could hardly fathom that this was indeed a personal accusation against her. Who would dare report her? She forced a nervous laugh and quickly beckoned Yu Yuanyuan. "This child is not my biological daughter. She is adopted, and has no connection to any trafficking." Once Yu Yuanyuan approached, Wang Suihua momentarily forgot their previous altercations, focusing solely on her attire as she urged, "Child, quickly tell the police that you are my adopted daughter. We have nothing to do with human trafficking." The gravity of being accused of child trafficking weighed heavily on Wang Suihua. She understood the dire implications for her future and her son's prospects, thus, she anxiously clasped Yu Yuanyuan's hand. "Officers," upon hearing the elder officer's accusation, Yu Yuanyuan recognized the concealment of truth, yet, the elder officer had his own agenda. "I was not adopted, I was purchased, and Wang Suihua has mistreated me." As she spoke, her tears flowed freely. Wang Suihua stood in disbelief. What was transpiring? Although Yu Yuanyuan had a faint recollection of her arrival in the village as a child, she had lived there long enough to forget the details. How could she remember being bought? Wang Suihua felt an unsettling sensation. Who could have reported her? As Yu Yuanyuan continued to weep, Wang Suhua rushed to silence her, barking, "What are you saying? You are my adopted child. I brought you here because you were well behaved. We are not affluent enough to buy you." Desperation clouded Wang Suewa's judgment as she attempted to halt Yu Yuanyuan's revelation, but Yu Yuanyuan persisted. "I was indeed purchased, and for years I have suffered abuse. The villagers have witnessed my plight. I receive the least sustenance and perform the most labor." Her cries attracted a gathering crowd. Initially, villagers speculated that the police were merely following leads on the recent theft. But as the situation escalated, the atmosphere shifted. Whispers of disbelief spread. Could it be true that Wang Suihua had bought Yu Yuanyuan? "I always found it peculiar. A foster child would surely be cherished. So why the cruelty?" one villager remarked. Another chimed in, recalling, "I too had my doubts. I confronted her once and was met with scorn. I was even pushed into a rice paddy." As the villagers exchanged tales, the air thickened with suspicion. The more they pondered, the more inconsistencies emerged. Wang Suihua's harsh words during their upbringing lingered in their minds. "I should never have brought you home. You are of no use." Yu Yuanyuan's voice grew louder, articulating every grievance she'd harbored. The absence of witnesses emboldened her. Wang Suihua, feeling the pressure mount, grasped Yu Yuanyuan's hand fiercely, trying to silence her. Yet Yu Yuanyuan did not flinch. Instead, she wept louder, running toward the officers for protection. "Officers, even now she continues to hurt me. Officers, please stand by me," Yu Yuanyuan exclaimed, rolling up her sleeve to reveal the mark left by Wang Suihua's grip. "Zhao Suihua is truly inhumane. She has tormented this child since the beginning." The villagers murmured in agreement. Wang Suihua, recognizing the tide turning against her, sank to the ground, lamenting, "After all these years, I have raised an ingrate. How could you betray me like this? I may not have treated you as well as others, but with so many children to care for, I couldn't possibly share all the best food with you alone." Her admission, intended as a plea for sympathy, backfired spectacularly. "You all heard her, right? She just admitted she bought me." The officers, having witnessed the exchange, approached Wang Suihua with a stern demeanor. "Please refrain from your theatrics. We need you to accompany us for further questioning." Wang Suihua sat there dazed, grappling with the reality of her own words. Was she truly exposed? "I did not engage in human trafficking. She is my adopted child. I merely lamented the costs of raising her." "Does raising her not incur expenses?" the elder officer replied, unyielding. Wang Suihua wished to clarify further. The police officer stood off to the side, addressing the individual in question. "I must advise you to be mindful of your words and actions. We have not yet determined your guilt. The matter remains unclear, yet your outrageous behavior raises our suspicions that you may indeed be involved in this incident." Upon the completion of the police officer's statement, Yu Yuanyuan approached and squatted beside him. "If you refuse to investigate," she said with a gentle smile, deliberately avoiding the officer's gaze, "what will happen to Zhao Xiaofeng if you insist on this disgraceful display? Zhao Xiaofeng is now a university student. If this matter reaches his school," she left her sentence hanging, but Wang Suihua, upon hearing it, sprang up from the ground in a fury. She glared fiercely at Yu Yuanyuan while clutching her clothing. "I will cooperate with the investigation. I have never been involved in human trafficking. I am not afraid." Meeting her gaze, Yu Yuanyuan showed no sign of fear. "That is well. I sincerely hope you have not engaged in such actions. We will not wrong any innocent person, nor will we overlook any wrongdoer," the police officer declared as he prepared to escort her away. "Young lady, you must accompany us as well," since they had already initiated an investigation. It was imperative to summon everyone for individual questioning. As they made their way outside, the villagers had pieced together the situation. They had been spectators moments ago, but now they understood that Yu Yuanyuan had been purchased by Wang Suihua, which explained the years of mistreatment. It was truly absurd. Had they not reported the theft at their home, the police would likely not have intervened. Yet, the most pressing concern was the reprehensible nature of their family purchasing children. They deserved a thorough investigation, as the details of this incident remain murky. In any case, it could hardly lead to anything favorable. The villagers chattered animatedly as Wang Suihua, consumed by rage, nearly wished to devour Yu Yuanyuan. For a time, Yu Yuanyuan had nearly driven her to her wits' end, subjecting her to daily intimidation while she prepared meals for her, and now, to add insult to injury, she was turning the tables, due to their family's theft. Zhao Jianlin had resorted to seeking work in town, while Zhao Xiaofeng frequently concocted excuses to leave the house, whether to visit classmates or engage in leisure activities, never lingering indoors. He claimed to fear Yu Yuanyuan's unpredictable outbursts. Wang Suihua shared his apprehension, worried that Yu Yuanyuan might harm her younger son, and thus felt compelled to provide him with borrowed funds to escape. At that moment, Zhao Dahai was still in the fields. A considerable distance away, requiring a walk of nearly 40 to 50 minutes, with a small mountain village lying in between rendering him invisible, the thought of being taken away without her family's knowledge infuriated Wang Suihua. If only she could leap upon Yu Yuan and take a bite out of her. Officer, I have a foster father, Yu Yuan suddenly interjected as they walked, prompting murmurs among the villagers. Wang Suihua, already seething, was momentarily struck dumb by this unexpected revelation. I have a foster father. He currently works in town. This matter involves both my foster parents. Yu Yuan spoke with clarity, suggesting to the officers, I recommend separating them for questioning. Once in town, you can take us first, while this officer seeks my foster father. They collaborated in this affair. If their accounts of the adoption details do not align, it will indicate their culpability. I have indeed overheard them mention that I was purchased, and that after they paid, the traffickers selected me. So, strictly speaking, it is not merely human trafficking, but rather abduction. Chapter 17. The resemblance was striking. Yu Yuan spoke with a stoic expression, her voice low, while the villagers lagged behind, unaware of the conversation. Though the villagers did not catch the exchange, Wang Suihua and the police officer heard every word. Zhao area, are you out of your mind? When have we ever spoken such things? Wang Suihua seethed, her mind racing as she recalled the past. Indeed, it seemed plausible, yet how did Yu Yuan know of it? She and Zhao Jianlin had never broached the subject. Had they? This was preposterous. Wang Suihua cursed internally as the police officer pondered the idea. Yu Yuan promptly revealed Zhao Jianlin's location. As a child who was abducted, all I desire is to find my biological parents and escape this hellish existence. What wrong have I committed? I am not insane, Yu Yuan declared defiantly, prompting a sigh from the police officer. In truth, Yu Yuan had stumbled upon a stroke of luck once they learned about the situation. They were indeed inclined to investigate, but the passage of time since her abduction made it exceedingly difficult to trace. The higher-ups had advised against wasting resources and energy, suggesting they temporarily shelved the matter, intending to revisit it if any leads emerged. Little did they know that someone had come forward with information. At last, an investigation was underway, leading them to the village. Yu Yuan's articulate recounting of events and her ability to analyze the situation today indicated that she was no ordinary individual. Very well, let us proceed, the police officer nodded, guiding them toward the vehicle as Wang Suihua suppressed her voice in a furious whisper. You insufferable wretch, do you wish to ruin our family? Tell me. Did you report me? Wang Suihua had just pieced it together. No one in the village knew that Yu Yuan had been purchased. If she were to name a likely informant, it would undoubtedly be Yu Yuan herself, as she had been exceedingly cooperative since the police's arrival, revealing details previously unknown to Wang Chuiwad. It left her questioning her own sanity. Had she been sleep-talking? And what of it? Am I not what you bought? Yu Yuan retorted. Earlier, I suggested the officers seek my foster father, and you were so eager to deny it. If you were innocent, why the panic? If you truly have nothing to hide, then accompany us for the investigation. You proclaim with such confidence that nothing will come of it. With that, Yu Yuan scoffed and moved ahead. As they reached the village entrance, Zhao Guoshuan appeared to officer. What brings you here? He had just received the notification. Having hurried back from the fields, this individual is suspected of human trafficking. We must take her in for questioning, the police officer explained briefly. Zhao Guoshuan approached Yu Yuan. Area, Uncle Zhao, she called softly. Then added in a hushed tone, I informed the officers, and they are now investigating this matter. I will return with them for questioning. I am fine, so do not worry. Zhao Guoshuan nodded in understanding. Very well. If this matter is resolved transparently, it will be better for you. Let us proceed, the police officer instructed, ushering them into the vehicle. Inside, Wang Suihua glared daggers at Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan displayed little emotion as she surveyed the surroundings. Taking in the village and distant mountains, the original owner had lived here for so long yet remained unaware of her true home. Yu Yuan had read enough to know that the original family was quite affluent, boasting an exceptional sister and a brother, all of whom contributed significantly to society. A weight settled in her heart. She hoped that this investigation would clarify everything, as she intended to seek out the original owner's biological parents. Having inherited her body, she felt it her duty to ensure a better life for her. Wang Suihua found the journey to the police station excruciatingly tedious, though it was merely a 30-minute trip. It felt as though hours or even days had passed. All of this was due to that insufferable Yu Yuan. Had she not revealed Zhao Jianlin's whereabouts, Wang Suihua could have waited until after the interrogation to find him. allowing them to coordinate their stories. As long as their accounts were consistent, there should be no issues. However, with the matter now exposed, she had no means to meet Zhao Jianlin, and she was left in dread. Uncertain of what he might say, Wang Suihua was filled with trepidation. Previously, there had been warnings about the severity of human trafficking, indicating that those found guilty could face imprisonment. If numerous children were involved, the penalties could be dire. Throughout the journey, Wang Suihua replayed every detail in her mind, ready to unleash her fury upon Yu Yuan when the police vehicle finally came to a stop at the precinct. "Let us disembark," the young officer instructed, guiding Yu Yuan and Wang Suihua out of the car. Wang Suihua, contemplating a shove towards Yu Yuan, barely extended her hand before the officer cleared his throat. "Madam, please remember, this is the police station. To act violently in our presence is simply unacceptable." The young officer looked exasperated. During their last case, Wang Suihua had been equally unruly, and today was no different. Moments ago, he witnessed Wang Suihua extend her hand, seemingly intending to push Yu Yuan aside. Although it merely involved alighting from the vehicle, a careless shove could indeed result in a serious fall, potentially leading to a head injury. Wang Suihua reluctantly retracted her hand. She too descended from the vehicle, and Yu Yuan cast her a sidelong glance. "Even now, she harbored thoughts of causing me harm. Wasn't it said that adopted children are chosen based on affinity? Only those who are purchased are treated as mere chattel." Wang Suihua glared at Yu Yuan, her teeth clenched in frustration. When did this impudent girl become so eloquent? Wang Suihua could hardly recall when exactly Yu Yuan began to change. In the past, she could scarcely utter so many words. Now her tongue was as sharp as a blade. "You've never truly understood me," Yu Yuan retorted before turning away. They were escorted toward the entrance of the police station, and before they reached it, Yu Yuan spotted a man clad in a green military uniform standing at a distance. He was likely not affiliated with the police. Perhaps he was a soldier visiting the area. While Yu Yuan thought little of it, the junior officer guided them inside while the senior officer sought out Zhao Jianlin. Upon approaching the entrance and noticing the soldier, the junior officer walked over, saying, "Comrade, we have brought the individuals back, and we are now ready to commence the investigation." The junior officer was quite courteous towards the soldier. Following Yu Yuan's previous report, both he and his superior had expressed sympathy for her situation, eager to investigate. However, they were informed by higher-ups that due to the protracted time elapsed, it would be challenging to pursue, and they were instructed to set it aside to attend to other cases. Subsequently, this soldier apprehended a thief and learned about Yu Yuan's situation, prompting him to push for an investigation with a zero-tolerance policy against human traffickers. This soldier held a significant position, which compelled the chief to grant him deference, allowing them to seek out Yu Yuan. "This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Such occurrences must not be tolerated, as allowing even one trafficker to go free could lead to countless children being abducted, resulting in numerous shattered families." The soldier spoke with grave seriousness, and the junior officer nodded in agreement. While Yu Yuan and Wang Suihua followed behind, and the junior officer urged them to hasten their pace. Hearing footsteps, the soldier looked up and was taken aback. "This, no way," he muttered in shock. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and grasped Yu Yuan's arm. "Comrade, how old are you this year?" Yu Yuan regarded the soldier before her. She had been contemplating that he was likely a soldier passing through on a mission, and now he was asking her age. "Comrade, how old are you?" as Yu Yuan conversed with the soldier. The junior officer, noticing Wang Suihua lingering, called out, "Hurry up and come over. You need to go inside for the investigation." Wang Suihua, startled, quickly moved forward, perplexed as to how Yu Yuan knew this soldier. However, she had just observed the junior officer's respectful demeanor towards him, which was quite revealing. She hesitated to proceed. While Yu Yuan pondered for a moment before responding to the soldier's inquiry, "I am 23 years old." Upon hearing Yu Yuan's age, the soldier swallowed hard, gripping her hand tightly. Still murmuring, "She looks so much alike." Chapter 18. We are merely honest, law-abiding citizens. How could we possibly buy a child? Upon hearing the soldier's words, Yu Yuan began to sense something was amiss. No wonder he inquired about her age. The original narrative described that the protagonist had an older brother, leading her to realize that this man before her might be a relative or someone acquainted with her past. It was highly probable that he was that brother. Earlier readings had introduced the original female lead's twin sister who had been abducted by traffickers. With this in mind, Yu Yuan looked at the soldier, maintaining her composure, and asked, "Do you know someone who looks remarkably similar to me?" The soldier finally regained his composure, releasing Yu Yuan's hand and offering an apologetic smile. "I noticed you speaking with the junior officer. You must be aware of the case involving human trafficking." When you remarked on how similar I looked, I wanted to inquire if you recognized anyone resembling me. Although I was quite young when I was abducted, I recall having a sister. Yuan fabricated a story. Unsure of what the original owner remembered, but it sufficed that she recalled the narrative. Everyone says my sister and I are identical. We are likely twins. As soon as Yuan finished her statement, the soldier's eyes widened, and he nodded fervently. Yes, yes. The soldier attempted to continue speaking but then remembered that they had only just begun their investigation, deciding it best not to divulge too much. You should go inside and cooperate with the police investigation. I will ensure that the matter is handled with the utmost seriousness. After exchanging a few words with the junior officer, the hesitant Wang Suihua became flustered. How could this be? What was the connection between Yuan and the soldier? Go inside already. I told you to hurry, the junior officer urged again. Wang Suihua, feeling the pressure, reluctantly complied, her mind racing with anxiety. She thought, as long as Zhao Jianlin remained silent, she likely would not face any repercussions. Yuan's connections were irrelevant. Once this matter was resolved, she would surely gather a few people, even if it meant spending money. To bind Yuan and teach her a harsh lesson, she needed to understand the meaning of parental authority. Alright, Yuan acquiesced, following the junior officer inside. As she entered, she noticed the soldier deep in thought for a few moments before he swiftly made his way into the police station. Where is your telephone? I need to make a call. In this era, telephones were not widespread. The soldier felt that this matter was of great importance and needed to inform his father as soon as possible. Over this way, follow me. Just before entering the interrogation room, Yuan caught sight of the soldier rushing toward her, and she nodded inwardly. Surely, this man was the original protagonist's brother, though it diverged somewhat from the storyline. Given her own alterations, it was entirely reasonable for other elements to deviate as well. Upon reaching the telephone area, the soldier directly dialed the number for his military district to contact his father. Alright, Deputy Regiment Commander, please hold on, I will fetch him right away, the voice on the other end responded, and the call was terminated. Once someone arrived, he would call back. The soldier paced anxiously, feeling as though he had been waiting an eternity despite only a few minutes having passed. Finally, the phone rang again, and he dashed over. The police officer stationed by the phone stood momentarily stunned. Was he really this anxious? Nevertheless, the officer said nothing, watching as the soldier answered and quickly departed. Certain matters were not for him to overhear. Dad, the soldier shouted immediately upon picking up the phone. The serious voice on the other end replied, What has happened? You rarely call me. Aren't you on a mission? I thought you were returning home after completing your task. I sustained a minor injury during the mission and planned to stay a couple of days to buy some local specialties. But I encountered a thief on the way, the soldier explained. To the person on the other end seemed a bit anxious. Yu Jiyang, can you please get to the point? I have a meeting. Yu Jiyang bit his lip. After bringing the thief to the police station, I heard about a case involving human traffickers abducting children. I insisted they conduct a thorough investigation, and to my surprise, the girl they brought back resembles my sister. Finally, Yu Jiyang had gotten to the crux of the matter. The voice on the other end, Yu Weidong, was taken aback, gripping the phone tightly. Are you certain you're not mistaken? How could I be mistaken? She looks almost exactly like my sister. Though she is much thinner, her features are identical. They were twins as children, having always looked alike. There aren't many people who resemble each other so closely. And considering this girl was also abducted, the ages match up. Once Yu Jiyang finished speaking, Yu Weidong clenched the receiver. Then follow up on this matter. That if she is indeed your sister, inform us as soon as possible. Understood. After exchanging a few more words, Yu Jiyang hung up the phone. He approached the junior officer who had just entered, inquiring, Have the two individuals we brought back been interrogated yet? Yes, the junior officer replied. Just then, the police chief, a portly man in his 40s, approached. Deputy Regiment Commander, the police officer greeted Yu Jiyang with a smile. Is there anything you need? Today, Yu Jiyang had urged them to expedite the handling of the human trafficking case. And he had already dispatched personnel and brought the suspect back. After asking, the chief felt his phrasing was inappropriate and rephrased. What I meant to say is there anything else Deputy Regiment Commander needs assistance with? The police officer was well aware that this Deputy Regiment Commander was no ordinary figure. Not only was he a Deputy Regiment Commander himself, but his father also held a significant leadership position within the military district. When Yu Jiyang proposed to investigate the case of human traffickers, he immediately dispatched Officer Lau and Officer Xiao. Otherwise, he had little inclination to delve into this matter, as it was an old case. Fraught with difficulties, pursuing it would require substantial manpower and resources, and it was entirely possible that they would uncover nothing in the end. However, once Yu Jiang spoke, it was imperative to follow through. I harbor a profound hatred for human traffickers. Someone in my family has also fallen victim to abduction. I shall wait and see the outcome of this investigation. Yu Jiang was well aware that the local police chief was merely engaging in bureaucratic formalities. Yet, upon seeing Yu Yuan, he felt compelled to remain there. The chief, having said nothing further, discreetly signaled to Officer Xiao to ensure that today's case handlers remained diligent. "Why don't you accompany me for some tea?" Deputy Yu Jiang glanced towards the interrogation room, indicating that he wished to be notified once the individuals inside emerged. He then followed the chief to the office. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan took a seat opposite the interrogation room, where she was joined by a female police officer. After the officer learned the details of the situation, she looked up and inquired about Yu Yuan's age and name. Izhao area, 23 years old. Once the name was provided, the female officer began to question Yu Yuan about her memories of the incident. "Take your time, there's no rush," she encouraged, concerned that Yu Yuan might feel anxious. Why? Yu Yuan pressed her lips together. Knowing that in this era, there were no surveillance cameras or substantial evidence, after a moment's contemplation she firmly asserted, "I was indeed abducted. My memories of childhood are somewhat vague, but I can still recall certain details. I had an older sister who looked exactly like me. We seemed to be twins. Eventually, I became confused about how I ended up in this household, surrounded by strangers, yet, in order to secure enough food, I had to work. Why? Yu Yuan squinted her eyes, feigning a recollection of her childhood. "The reason I know I was trafficked is that when I was disobedient, they would beat me and lament that they shouldn't have spent money to buy me back. Lamenting that they should have chosen a more obedient child of 4 years, they have subjected me to abuse, providing only meager meals while demanding excessive labor. The villagers are aware of this, and my neighbors can attest to my plight." Having articulated her seemingly irrefutable statements, Yu Yuan found that the female officer diligently recorded everything in her notebook. On the other side, Wang Suihua had also been brought into the interrogation room. Yet she steadfastly refused to confess. Upon entering, she sighed deeply and declared, "Comrade police, my adopted daughter is simply fabricating stories. She is not a child I bought. I adopted her. Our household is large, and I cannot manage all the children. When she misbehaved, I disciplined her a few times. Surely, it was during those moments of frustration that I uttered a few harsh words, which led her to claim she was purchased, intending to frame me. We are merely honest citizens. How could we ever buy a child?" Chapter 19, A Deception. Wang Suihua rambled on, and Officer Xiao slammed his hand on the table. "Comrade, I implore you to answer our questions truthfully. Rather than continuing to play the victim. If you refuse to cooperate, we can detain you for 3 days, and we will speak only once you comply," Officer Xiao threatened, causing Wang Suihua to feel a surge of fear. The thought of a 3-day detention was unthinkable. She had her young son to return to and had yet to inform him about the borrowed money she was hiding. No, she absolutely could not be detained. She quickly nodded. All right, I will cooperate. Please, ask your questions. I truly did not buy the child. I adopted her." Wang Suihua was convinced that Zhao Jianlin would not divulge their involvement in child trafficking as long as both maintained that the child was adopted. She believed they would be fine. "Since you claim the child is adopted, please tell us where you adopted her from and whom you adopted her from." Officer Xiao produced a notebook and pen, ready to record Wang Suihua's response. Upon hearing the question, Wang Suihua felt as though she had been struck stunned. She stammered, She had thought that simply asserting her adoption would suffice, but she never anticipated that Officer Xiao would ask where the adoption took place. How could she answer that? She could not possibly mention the trafficker. What if they investigated further? Wang Suihua was drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, the senior officer found Zhao Jianlin at his workplace. Zhao Jianlin had been employed there for several days, and his colleagues regarded him well, as he occasionally shared snacks with them. Although they were not extravagant, his generosity was appreciated. The sudden arrival of the police startled everyone, leading to a flurry of speculation about who had committed an offense. The supervisor gestured towards Zhao Jianlin, stating that there is Zhao Jianlin. Upon hearing Zhao Jianlin's name, murmurs erupted among the crowd. They are here for old Zhao. What could he possibly have done? He seems like an honest fellow. Could he really be guilty of something? Perhaps, as the saying goes, you can know a person's appearance but not their heart. Who knows what misdeeds he might have committed? True, it seems old Zhao is a wolf in sheep's clothing. The crowd buzzed with gossip, and it was clear that the arrival of the police boded ill. Zhao Jianlin watched as the officers approached, his heart racing. He had forgotten about his home being robbed. His mind consumed with whether he had committed any wrongdoings recently. It seemed he had not. Why were the officers here? Comrade Zhao, we have a case that involves you. Please accompany us for some questions. The senior officer refrained from specifying that it was a human trafficking case. After years of experience, he could easily discern that Wang Suihua was hiding something, indicated by her guilty demeanor. Yu Yuan and Wang Suihua sat in the police vehicle. Yu Yuan appeared relaxed, suggesting that her account was largely truthful. In contrast, Wang Suihua's hands fidgeted nervously, gripping her pants tightly, her lips moving in hushed murmurs. Although her words were inaudible, her anxiety was palpable. She was likely concocting a strategy to cope with the situation. Comrade police, what have I done wrong? Zhao Jianlin took a deep breath, eager to clarify matters and prepare himself mentally. It's nothing serious. Just cooperate with our investigation, and we will return you home once everything is clarified. Zhao Jianlin, feeling apprehensive and uncertain, could only follow the officers. As they walked, he overheard the crowd's murmurs, heightening his anxiety. In the eyes of the public, the police's visit signified guilt, which only intensified the unkind remarks directed at him. He followed the officers into the vehicle, still attempting to inquire, Comrade police, could you please tell me what this is about? We will discuss it upon our return. Throughout the journey to the station, Zhao Jianlin repeatedly attempted to discern the reason for their visit, yet the senior officer remained tight-lipped, offering only vague reassurances that he would learn the details at the station. The distance to the police station was short, but Zhao Jianlin felt an overwhelming sense of dread. His mind raced through every misdeed he had committed in recent years, yet he could not pinpoint what had gone awry. Upon arriving at the station, his mental defenses crumbled entirely. His thoughts were consumed by the gossip he had overheard, the cases of those who had been convicted, and the disdainful glances cast by his colleagues as he left. Each memory deepened his sense of unease. He felt like an ant on a hot stove, desperate to understand what was happening. As he entered the police station and was led into the interrogation room, his fear escalated. He had never been in such a place before. Surely it was where criminals were interrogated. Could he truly be a criminal? No, how could he be guilty? He had no idea what he had done wrong. Perhaps they had simply apprehended the wrong person. After leading him out, the senior officer stepped away for a moment. Meanwhile, Wang Suihua's interrogation was proving to be quite challenging. Upon hearing a knock on the door, Officer Xiao emerged and let out a heavy sigh. It's evident that this child is indeed hers, yet she refuses to confess. When I asked her where the adoption took place, she stammered and could not provide a clear answer. Eventually resorting to fabrications, have you verified the locations and individuals she mentioned? I have, but those places do not exist. When I pressed her again, she claimed to have forgotten, resorting to evasion and deceit. Officer Xiao felt a headache coming on, rubbing his temples. I brought the girl back with this comrade. Today, the military officer spoke with her. Do you think the military officer could be connected to this case? Officer Xiao speculated, but the senior officer shot him a glare, prompting him to quickly silence himself for apologies. He sheepishly touched his nose and said, I'm sorry, Master. I won't speak recklessly again. I just feel so stifled inside. I know full well that they are responsible for this, yet I cannot extract any answers. Leave this matter to me. After the old officer grasped the situation here, he entered Zhao Jianlin's interrogation room. Zhao Jianlin sat in the small, dark room, glancing around. It was a cramped chamber with nothing but a tiny window at the top. The atmosphere was particularly dim, and the faint ray of light filtering through the small window made Zhao Junman feel a sense of dread. Especially since the old officer had not disclosed the nature of the events that led him here, this left him feeling quite anxious. What had he done? Even if he were innocent, being brought in for questioning would surely lead to skepticism among his colleagues. He would undoubtedly be subjected to whispers and judgment in the future. What was truly happening? Just as Zhao Jianlin's heart raced with unease, the old officer pushed the door open, startling him before he could utter a word. The officer took a seat across from him, adopting an interrogative posture. Zhao Jianlin, is it? Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhao Jianlin quickly nodded. The reason you are here is that you are implicated in human trafficking. Your adopted daughter reported that she was not adopted, but rather a child you purchased from outside, correct? What? The accusation of involvement in human trafficking left Zhao Jianlin utterly bewildered when he heard that it was Yu Yuan who reported him. It felt as though he had been struck hard on the head. Had Yu Yuan lost her mind? Why would she report him? Moreover, they had concealed this matter so well. Neither Zhao Dezai nor Zhao Xiaofeng knew that Yu Yuan had been bought. Everyone believed she was adopted. How did Yu Yuan find out? Why was everything so perplexing? I didn't do anything, Zhao Jianlin blurted out. We absolutely did not engage in human trafficking. However, as soon as the words left his lips, The old officer maintained a stern expression. "The reason I am discussing this with you, the reason I brought you from your workplace, is that your wife has confessed. Your wife's name is Wang Suihua. 46 years old, correct? She has revealed the events of that year. According to her confession, when your eldest son fell ill and was unlikely to recover, you both decided to purchase a child, which resulted in the acquisition of Zhao area. Subsequently, your son's health improved." The old officer's face remained impassive, and upon hearing these words, Zhao Jianlin felt an overwhelming wave of confusion wash over him. During the journey here, he had been in a state of panic. And upon entering this dim room, his anxiety had escalated to its peak. His mental defenses were on the verge of collapse, and hearing the old officer state that he was involved in human trafficking made him feel numb. Now, with the officer's assertion that Wang Suihua had confessed and provided detailed information, Zhao Jianlin was thrown into a frenzy. He mentally berated Wang Suihua. "Damn it, I should have known that woman was exceptionally selfish when I saw her take Zhao Xiaofeng to the door that day. I never expected her to expose everything. Does this Wang Suihua have any sense? Does she even comprehend the severity of human trafficking? It's a grave offense. If proven, it could lead to imprisonment. Your wife has already confessed. If you do not cooperate, we will have no choice but to proceed according to protocol. You are aware of the consequences of obstructing a police investigation, correct?" The old officer could tell that Zhao Jianlin's mind was racing. Once the words were spoken, Zhao Jianlin, flustered, placed his hands on the table and nervously said, all right, I will speak. I will confess everything. This matter was entirely Wang Suihua's doing." Chapter 20, Interrogation. The old officer, observing the expression on Zhao Jianlin's face, realized that the situation was under control and called someone from outside to begin taking notes. It was all Wang Suihua's idea. "Initially, we had a son. Our eldest, who fell ill. We worried about having no one to care for us in old age. Then Wang Suihua suggested purchasing a child. Who would have thought that after bringing the child home, our eldest son's health improved, and Wang Suihua, who was previously unable to conceive, became pregnant again. Later, we had another son. We were aware that human trafficking was wrong, but we felt we had no choice but to do so. All the children available for adoption were either abandoned or ill, or..." Zhao Jianlin hesitated, sensing the old officer's demeanor shift, lowering his gaze in guilt. They had indeed thought this way at the time. Initially, they intended to adopt, but upon visiting the adoption center, they found the children to be sickly and unwell. Thus, they indirectly sought the services of a trafficker to acquire a child. The trafficker had asked them whether they wanted a boy or a girl. Wang Suihua had eagerly declared that they wanted a boy, but upon hearing the price, her eyes widened, and she quickly inquired about the cost of a girl. The price for a girl was lower, so she ultimately decided on a girl. After accepting their payment, the trafficker instructed them to wait. Hours passed, and just when they feared the trafficker had absconded, he returned with a little girl, Zhao area. Upon bringing home the adorable child, they felt elated, thinking that if their son was indeed unwell, this daughter could support them in their old age. Who would have known? Confess honestly. If you clarify the details, we may consider reducing your sentence. Otherwise, how many years do you think you'll spend in prison? You should be well aware. The old officer slammed his hand on the table, startling Zhao Jianlin, who hurriedly recounted the details. "Do you remember the characteristics of that trafficker?" The old officer reassured Zhao Jianlin, who gritted his teeth. After all, since Wang Suihua had already confessed, there was no benefit in him remaining obstinate. In times of crisis, partners often abandon each other. If Wang Suihua no longer cares, why should I concern myself with her? As long as my punishment isn't too severe. They had initially intended to purchase a son, but the cost was exorbitant, so they decided on a daughter. They approached the trafficker to inquire about prices, and after confirming they could only afford a girl, they paid him, and he went to retrieve one for them. As Zhao Jianlin recounted this, he felt increasingly guilty. The old officer, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What kind of people are you? You want to buy a child but complain about the cost of a son. And you pay before the child is even brought to you. This is utterly shameless. If it weren't for your actions, the trafficker would not have sold you yuan. The old officer's anger grew as he pressed. Describe the trafficker's features. Zhao Jianlin's mind raced. Although many years had passed since the incident, he recalled the trafficker's appearance clearly. He detailed the trafficker's basic characteristics, even mentioning the alias he used, after thoroughly searching his memory to ensure he had disclosed everything. Zhao Jianlin finally exhaled in relief. "Officer, I have confessed everything now. I have shared all I know. It was indeed Wang Suihua who initiated this idea, claiming that we would be doomed without someone to care for us in our old age. When I found out the price for a son, I was shocked." Even after confessing, Zhao Jianlin did not forget to shift the blame onto Wang Suihua. After all, she was the one who had spoken first. I have been truthful, I have said all there is to say. My mind is devoid of any other information. Could you possibly consider reducing my sentence? Zhao Jianlin implored. I was coerced into this. We are husband and wife after all. Since she suggested it, I had no choice but to comply. I request that you grant me a chance for redemption. Zhao Jianlin adeptly illustrated the notion of partners in misfortune, but in addition to seeking a reduced sentence, he aimed to heavily implicate Wang Suihua. They were akin to dogs tearing at each other. Once the old officer grasped the situation, he nodded. We will investigate this matter. Once everything is clarified, we will determine the sentence based on the severity of the situation. We will do our utmost to mitigate your punishment. As the old officer concluded, Zhao Jianlin wore an expression of gratitude. Yes, you may inquire further about anything you need. I will provide all the information I can recall. The old officer then departed. Meanwhile, the proceedings for the younger officer were far from smooth. Wang Suihua had been continuously evading responsibility, either arguing or fabricating information. After over an hour of relentless questioning, Wang Suihua felt herself nearing her breaking point but still believed she could not confess. If she did, imprisonment would follow. This was no trivial matter. What would become of her eldest and youngest sons if she were incarcerated? The youngest was about to start school, and money had gone missing from the household. She had yet to disclose her hidden savings to him. How would he manage at school? Moreover, if her son has criminal parents, his future prospects would be utterly ruined. Comrade, listen to what you are saying. Every time I inquire, the locations you mention differ completely, which is utterly inconsistent and amounts to deception. The young officer slammed the table heavily, causing even the female officer responsible for taking notes beside her to momentarily freeze. Yet, Wang Suihua remained unyielding. Continuing to fabricate her story, she even grasped her hair in frustration, exclaiming that she could not recall the details, as so many years had passed since the incident. It was entirely possible she had misremembered even the slightest detail. Observing Wang Suihua's obstinacy, the young officer was on the verge of tears. Should I seek guidance from a mentor? While he pondered this, the senior officer entered the room. How did the interrogation go? As soon as the senior officer spoke, the young officer shook his head, indicating that it had not gone well. She consistently concocted chaotic narratives, and with every question, she provided a new location. We have already noted over a dozen. Allow me to take over. The senior officer sat down directly, and upon seeing him, Wang Suihua felt a twinge of panic as she recalled that this senior officer had previously sought out Zhao Jianlin. Why would he be here? Could it be that Zhao Jianlin has confessed? Wang Suihua, it is time for you to come clean. Your husband Zhao Jianlin has already disclosed all the details to us. The senior officer took charge of the interrogation while the young officer observed. Upon hearing this, Wang Suihua's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Her thoughts remained quite clear. She suspected that this officer might be trying to deceive her, perhaps to extract a confession about the entire affair. It was impossible that we participated in human trafficking. How could he possibly know such things? Wang Suihua was utterly convinced that as long as the two of them endured, they would eventually leave the police station. After all, the incident of child trafficking had occurred so many years ago that there would be no evidence left. Still insisting on her innocence, the senior officer chuckled lightly, clasped his hands together, and gazed at Wang Suihua, stating that her husband claimed they had purchased a child near the train station, describing certain characteristics of the trafficker involved. After articulating these details, the senior officer recounted the traits of the trafficker as described by Zhao Jianlin. Although much time had elapsed, the description of the trafficker was undeniably accurate, and even Wang Suihua remembered it vividly. After all, this was a guilty secret they had shared. If he hadn't confessed, how could I possibly know these things? The moment the senior officer spoke, Wang Suihua realized the truth. Only the two of them were privy to this matter. Could it be that Zhao Jianlin had indeed confessed? Had he lost his mind? Did he think that confessing would reduce his sentence? He failed to consider that if he confessed, they would both be doomed, potentially bringing trouble upon their son. Why couldn't he just deny everything? Your husband states that you orchestrated the entire affair, that it was you who insisted on acquiring a child, and when you desired a son, you found the son too expensive, thus opting for a daughter instead. Furthermore, you first located the trafficker, paid him, and only after confirming your desire for a girl did he proceed to abduct the child, correct? The senior officer began laying out the facts. Wang Suihua understood that these were all claims made by Zhao Jianlin, and she erupted in a torrent of curses, denouncing him as a vile person, attempting to shift all the blame onto her. It was clearly his idea to have her buy a child. Fearing that no one would care for him in his old age, he certainly knew how to shift the narrative. Wang Suihua continued to curse vehemently, detailing aspects of the situation that Zhao Jianlin had not even mentioned. When their statements were compared, some details aligned, yet others remained vague, as the events were far too distant in the past. While the specifics were unclear, it was an undeniable fact that both had participated in human trafficking. Now let me ask you, when you decided to purchase a girl, did the trafficker inform you of which child he would abduct, obtaining your confirmation before proceeding, or did he randomly abduct a girl to provide to you? Wang Suihua thought that since everything had been confessed, such minor details were inconsequential, and she promptly responded, "Yes, he showed us first. We confirmed our choice of area before he abducted her. After all, if he had randomly abducted a child, I would have been concerned about the child's well-being. You are complicit in human trafficking and abduction. These are two distinct charges that require further verification." The senior officer declared emphatically. Chapter 21. You may very well be my sister. Upon hearing this, Wang Suihua panicked. This was clearly an injustice. I merely bought a daughter. I did not engage in abduction. At most, I participated in human trafficking. Although Wang Suihua had little education, she understood that participating in human trafficking and abduction were two separate matters. Both were serious offenses, but as a buyer in a trafficking case, the charges might be less severe, and she might even escape unscathed. However, if it were abduction, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, she could only admit to the trafficking aspect. You were the ones who provided the payment first, and the trafficker confirmed which child you wanted before delivering the child to you. This means that if you had not specifically chosen Zhao area, she would not have been abducted at all. Strictly speaking, you are complicit in instructing the trafficker to carry out this abduction in a specific manner. If you were merely participating in human trafficking, you should have selected from children already in the trafficker's possession. As the senior officer clarified the situation, Wang Suihua's legs trembled, and she leaned back against the chair, feeling utterly drained. No, how could this be happening? Wang Suihua realized she was in deep trouble. No, comrade officer, I misremembered. I directly selected the child, she attempted to explain, but the officer interjected. Comrade Wang Suihua, I am merely here to record your statement. However, the fact remains that your husband's initial response aligns with your previous statements. Wang Suihua understood that it was over. You will remain detained here until the matter is fully investigated and resolved. You are implicated in both human trafficking and abduction, and combined, these charges carry severe penalties. The senior officer concluded before taking the statement with him. Wang Suihua slumped in her chair, motionless, her eyes devoid of any light. It's over. Completely finished. She had been contemplating how to punish Yuan once she left. But now she realized escape was impossible. Their interrogation had concluded, and the police took the recorded statements, leading them from the interrogation room directly to a cell. Upon seeing each other, the two began to argue bitterly. The senior officer paid no heed to their squabbling. He carried the statements to the interrogation room where Yuan was located. Yuan had already clarified her side of the story, and upon seeing the senior officer, she inquired how it had gone. They indeed confessed. They provided detailed accounts of their involvement in both human trafficking and abduction. The senior officer felt a degree of sympathy for Yuan. As her statements were entirely consistent with the facts, they had paid first, and only then did the trafficker abduct Yuan. It was utterly disgusting. This was nothing less than indirect encouragement for others to commit abduction. If the trafficker had not known they were seeking a daughter, and that there was money to be made, he would never have pursued this abduction in the first place. Upon hearing the senior officer's words, Yuan felt a surge of happiness. She believed these two individuals were indeed quite easy to deal with. Well, I shall take my leave then, thank you. After expressing her gratitude, Yuan turned to leave. As she stepped outside, she contemplated whether she should seek out the soldier she had seen standing at the door, although she suspected that the soldier might be the original owner's brother. It was not certain, however, since he recognized her face. It indicated a connection to the original owner's family. Perhaps she could quickly establish her identity. As Yuan exited the police station, she glanced around but did not see anyone. Feeling somewhat disappointed that the person might have already left, just as she took a couple of steps, a voice called out from behind her, "Comrade, wait." Yu Jiang had just been sipping tea in the director's office when the senior officer brought in the interrogation records. Informing him that the interrogation had concluded, he examined the records and noted the train station where Yuan had been abducted, his heart swelling with an 80% certainty that she was indeed his sister. His sister had been lost at that very train station, and their ages matched perfectly, not to mention her striking resemblance to the sister he had lost. The odds of such a coincidence were exceedingly slim. As soon as Yuan came to a halt, Yu Jiyang approached her briskly. Upon reaching her, he grasped her shoulder, startling Yu Yuan. Comrade, what is the matter? You may very well be my sister. I have a sister who was also abducted. Yu Jiyang's eyes glistened with emotion as he scrutinized Yu Yuan's face. She bore an uncanny resemblance to his sister, yet, due to the circumstances of her upbringing, this sister's complexion appeared sallow, and she was slightly shorter and thinner. Nevertheless, her features were unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan's heart soared with joy. Just as she had suspected, the person before her was indeed the original owner's brother. This meant he was the vice-regiment leader from the original narrative. Yu Yuan remembered this detail from her reading, recalling instances when the original owner had returned home. Upon the original protagonist's return home, a considerable commotion ensued. The female lead, who happens to be the original protagonist's sister, felt immense compassion for her younger sibling and prepared a multitude of provisions for her. The family members treated her with exceptional kindness. Even Yu Yuan, while engrossed in her reading, believed that her sister's good fortune was finally at hand. Little did she know a tragic car accident would snatch away the original protagonist's life, a calamity beyond comprehension. Realizing this, Yu Yuan swiftly regained her composure, her acting prowess igniting as her eyes turned red. Is it true? Am I truly your sister? I never imagined I could find my family. Could there be a mistake? She spoke with a hint of trepidation, contemplating the necessity to ascertain the truth. For her desire to reunite with her family was profound. If there were indeed an error, the words left unspoken weighed heavily in the air, as Yu Jiyang observed his sister's cautious demeanor. Feeling as though his heart had been struck forcefully, how could this be? How had his sister become this way? He recalled having a twin sister or brother, someone who bore a striking resemblance to him. Yet the passage of time clouded his memory. Does your family also have someone who looks like me? Yu Yuan inquired once more. Listening to her words, Yu Jiyang felt a pang of sorrow. Grasping her hand, yes, indeed. You have an elder sister, and I have a younger sister, and you bear an uncanny resemblance to her. You both are, without a doubt, twins. Aside from the two of you, our family also includes our father and mother. Father may appear stern, but in truth, he is a doting father. We've been searching for you all these years. Mother is currently the deputy director of a military hospital, renowned for her medical expertise. And your sister is a skilled surgeon with extensive experience. As for me, I serve as a deputy regiment commander in the military. Yu Jiyang recounted the circumstances surrounding their family. Based on this information, he was convinced that Yu Yuan was indeed his sister, without a shadow of a doubt, which allowed him to confidently disclose the family's true situation. After listening to him, Yu Yuan pressed her lips together. Our entire family has been searching for you, Yu Jiyang continued, holding onto her hand tightly. I never anticipated that during this mission, I would find you. The reason I came to this police station is that I sustained a minor injury while on duty, necessitating a couple of days of recovery before returning to the military district. I happened to encounter a thief and apprehended him. Upon hearing about this human trafficking case, I urged them to investigate. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan instantly understood why the police had been inactive until today. Suddenly venturing into the village, it appeared that the police in this era were quite adept at deceiving people. Fortunately, she had not relied on them but had sought alternative means. Had Yu Jiyang not arrived, perhaps they would have never ventured into the village, and she would have had to leave with only an introduction letter. It was likely that Yu Jiyang's loathing for traffickers compelled him to push for this investigation, his high rank ensuring that the local police chief would not dare to offend him. Yu Yuan mused that in the original narrative it was indeed the original protagonist's brother who encountered her during a mission, but according to the timeline, it should have been next year, not this year. Presumably, her brother would also come here for a mission next year, initially intending to recognize her. Then, however, her report to the police this year had coincidentally captured her brother's attention while discussing the case, resulting in an early reunion. This was fortuitous, as Yu Yuan recalled that her demise was tied to her luck being drained by a family of vampires. Departing a year earlier meant that the original protagonist's fortune would not be completely exhausted. Otherwise, had she lingered for another year, who could say what fate awaited her? Having occupied the body of the original protagonist whose luck had been depleted, observing Yu Yuan's silence, Yu Jiyang, recalling his father's instructions, released her hand. Shall I take you to eat something? You look so frail. You must have endured considerable hardships. Let's go, and you can share with me what has transpired over the years. As he spoke, his heart ached. I'm not hungry, Yu Yuan replied, maintaining her guise. At this moment, she could not display excessive enthusiasm, lest it arouse suspicion. Although she was indeed one of their family, she understood the importance of feigning vulnerability. Let us hurry. Yu Jiang took her hand, noting her emaciated appearance. Look at how thin you've become. You must not have been eating well recently. Come with me. I'll treat you to something delicious. Earlier, he had observed her attire, which was notably faded and worn, and she appeared weaker than his other sister, her complexion slightly sallow, indicative of malnutrition. It was no surprise, considering he had seen her foster mother earlier, a woman whose demeanor suggested a harsh disposition, likely not treating her child well. Chapter 22. Yuan. Of course, I was the one who reported it. Moreover, he had reviewed the interrogation records, which clearly stated that the individuals involved had resorted to purchasing a child due to their son's illness. Fearing they would have no one to care for them in their old age, having found their son's demands too costly, they sought a daughter instead. The traffickers, lacking daughters, collected payment first and subsequently abducted his sister to sell her. The thought of this infuriated Yu Jiang, who wished nothing more than to punish that couple severely. After Yuan's abduction, their family had searched tirelessly for her. Both her other sister and their parents were enveloped in sorrow. They never ceased their quest, however. As the years passed, their hopes began to dwindle. Following Yuan's disappearance, their mother had fallen gravely ill. Yu Jiang brought Yuan to the finest restaurant, where he ordered several signature dishes. All meat-based. In that era, few families could afford to eat lamb daily. Yuan's appearance was a clear indication of malnutrition. Yu Jiang, being quite sincere, believed that meat would be the most delightful option. So he ordered an extravagant feast. That's too much. I can't possibly eat all of this. Yuan quickly shook her head. She remembered that the original protagonist's family was quite affluent, as Yu Jiang had just mentioned. Each family member had their own profession, shining brightly in their respective fields. It was indeed a remarkable family, unlike the melodramatic plot she had encountered in other stories, where upon returning, one would have to vie for affection. Upon her return, she would be cherished by everyone. Seeing his sister's timid demeanor tugged at Yu Jiang's heartstrings, he reached out to ruffle her hair, assuring her, "It's all right, just eat without worry. I have a big appetite. If you can't finish, I'll help you. You should try everything." Though Yuan felt uneasy with such intimate gestures, she ultimately did not shy away. Each time Yu Jiang gazed upon her face, a wave of anguish washed over him. He yearned to exact vengeance on the traffickers. His sister, once a beloved princess in their family, had been subjected to untold suffering at the hands of those vile individuals. As they awaited their meal, Yu Jiang suppressed his rage and inquired, "How have you fared all these years?" Hearing this, Yuan shook her head. "It's been alright." Yu Jiang found it hard to believe. He leaned in closer, reassuring her. "Rest assured, I am certain you are my sister. Just speak openly with me." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Yuan's face, prompting Yu Jiang to panic and hastily offer her a tissue. "I have always remembered having a sister or brother, someone who looked strikingly similar to me. When I suddenly found myself in this unfamiliar environment, I sensed something was amiss, and I initially wept uncontrollably. However, after receiving a few beatings, I became compliant. They confined me to a room, withholding food until I behaved. I was simply too hungry." Yuan's mind retained fragments of the original protagonist's memories, albeit vaguely, compelling her to fabricate her narrative. After all, Yu Jiang would not seek out the truth from them. As she spoke, tears continued to fall. When they released her, they inquired if she would still cause a ruckus. Fearing starvation, she dared not protest. "All these years, I have kept this incident in my heart. During the times they beat and scolded me, I inadvertently revealed that I had been bought." Her voice faltered, and she kept her gaze lowered, wiping away her tears with a tissue. "I have always remembered, which is why I seized the opportunity to report them. I waited for over a week, thinking the police would be unresponsive and disregard the case. Little did I know." Yuan hesitated, and upon hearing this, Yu Jiang's heart jolted with alarm. Fortunately, he had apprehended a thief and arrived here, where he overheard discussions about the trafficking case and, fueled by his disdain for traffickers, urged an investigation. Otherwise, he might have missed finding his sister. This was fate. The heavens were guiding him to reunite with her. Had he not paid attention to these matters, he may never have found her. Yu Jiang took a deep breath, relieved. As for daily life in the village, she recounted, "If I failed to perform my chores, I would be beaten, often receiving scant food yet being compelled to work extensively, and nonetheless, some kind elderly villagers treated me quite well. At tea times, I find myself utterly famished. Hence, they would offer me some steamed buns and bread." Yuan quietly recounted the hardships endured by the original owner over the years, even sharing the harrowing incident when she nearly drowned in the lake. Yu Jiang listened across from her, and with each word she uttered, he felt as though his heart were being tightly squeezed by another's hand, causing a painful numbness. Why couldn't he have found his sister sooner? If only he had arrived here earlier to locate her, she would not have had to suffer so much. He felt utterly useless. Brother, Yu Yuan reached out to pull Yu Jiang closer, but it's alright. I have managed to survive all these years. It's just that the recent circumstances have not been favorable, so I contemplated finding a way to leave this place. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiang gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Fear not, for I have found you, dear sister. Once we resolve matters here, I shall take you home. They are truly insufferable. I will address this issue, ensuring that they receive the harshest legal penalties. There will be no leniency." Yu Jiang seethed with rage upon learning of the couple's actions against his sister, grappling with both guilt for not finding her sooner and the urgency to rectify the situation. Yu Yuan nodded, her expression well managed. This was precisely what she desired. Justice served upon them, ensuring they faced appropriate punishment without any leniency. Here comes the food. Time had slipped away, and the restaurant was now empty save for the two of them. Although the owner had not overheard their conversation, he quickly brought out the dishes upon noticing their sorrowful demeanor. "Try this." Yu Jiang placed the finest piece of meat into Yu Yuan's bowl. "All these dishes are quite delectable. Savor them well, and whatever you fancy, I shall take you to enjoy it." After their meal, he added, "I will take you to the mall for a stroll and buy you a few new outfits. Then, you can stay with me at the guest house. Once we sort out matters here, we shall depart." Yu Jiang thought that since he had finally found his sister, there was no need for her to endure further hardships. Additionally, during his phone call earlier, their father had mentioned that once confirmed, they should bring her home promptly. No need. Yu Yuan shook her head. "There is no rush. I have clothes to wear, and I wish to return home. There must be others at home, and it may not be safe for you to stay alone. You should stay at the guest house for now, and if you need to retrieve anything later, I will accompany you back." Yu Jiang was determined not to let Yu Yuan out of his sight. What if someone else took advantage of her? Hearing his words, Yu Yuan laughed. "Brother, worry not, I'm not so easily bullied anymore. Ever since I reported them, they haven't dared to bother me again. They have been apprehended, and now there is only a younger brother at home, engrossed in his studies, and an elder brother, but neither poses a threat. They cannot defeat me." Yu Yuan touched her nose, recalling how they had underestimated her strength over the years. In truth, she had secretly learned quite a few skills. By revealing this now, she could later showcase her abilities at home without raising suspicion. Yu Jiang gazed at Yu Yuan's face, proud to see a child of the Yu family. "Once you return, you can stay home every day and do as you please. Wouldn't that make me a sloth? Even if you become lazy, it matters not. You may rest and recuperate at home. Even if you never work a day in your life, your brother and parents can provide for you." Yu Jiang spoke from the heart. After all, Yu Yuan had endured so much suffering outside for years, and there was truly no need for her to work or do anything. Upon her return, their family would care for her. "Ha!" Yu Yuan chuckled twice, and the two of them finished their meal amidst light-hearted banter. Once the meal was concluded, the evening had grown late, since Yu Yuan expressed her desire to return home. Yu Jiang did not object. "Let me escort you back. After I see you home, I shall return to handle matters here." He provided her with the address of the guest house, adding, "If you need anything, just come find me." "Alright." Both were sufficiently satiated, and as they conversed on their way back, Yu Jiang accompanied her to the village. The village was dotted with fields stretching endlessly, though the mountains retained a gentle green hue. The living conditions here were evidently poor. His sister had endured so much suffering living in this place for so many years. "I live over there." Standing at the village entrance, Yu Yuan pointed to a nearby house. Yu Jiang nodded in acknowledgement. "Brother, you should head back now. I can manage on my own. They cannot overpower me." Yu Yuan reassured him once more, prompting Yu Jiang to finally nod and turn to leave. As Yu Yuan and Yu Jiang appeared in the village, many villagers noticed them. Initially, they intended to greet them, but upon observing Yu Jiang's extraordinary demeanor, they hesitated. After watching him depart, a swarm of villagers gathered around. Earlier, when the police had arrived, they had taken Wang Suihua and Yu Yuan away. Now, why was she returning with this unfamiliar man? "Where is Wang Suihua, Yu area? Who was that person who brought you back?" Yes, he seems rather imposing. Is he someone you know? Is he someone you are acquainted with? Or perhaps your suitor?" As they followed Yu Yuan towards her home, they peppered her with questions, feeling quite pleased with herself today. Yu Yuan had not anticipated not only sending Wang Suihua and Zhao Jianlin away but also finding the original owner's family, thus she allowed them to trail behind without intending to respond. After a few minutes, as they prepared to leave without a reply, Zhao Dahai and Zhao Xiaofeng came charging towards them angrily. "Yu area, we heard the police came and took both you and our mother away. What on earth is going on? I've heard someone reported your parents for human trafficking. Who reported them? What did you find out?" Why are you the only one who returned? Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Dahai spoke in unison. Of course, it was I who reported them. Chapter 23. What is wrong with me reporting their involvement in human trafficking? Yuan responded matter-of-factly. What is wrong with me reporting them? I was bought by them. How dare you report them, you ingrate? Zhao Xiaofeng, taken aback, began to scold her. How can you do this? Our parents provided for you. How can you turn around and report them, sending them away? You are truly despicable. Upon hearing this news, our family was frantic. How can you remain so calm? Do you have no conscience? Zhao Xiaofeng took a step forward, her eyes reddened with indignation. Yuan looked at their expressions and let out a cold laugh. The reason they have not returned is that they are still being interrogated at the police station. Why can't they come back? Obviously, it is because they have committed vile acts. Zhao Xiaofeng's chest heaved with anger as Zhao Dahai stepped forward. How could you do this? This is the behavior of a true ingrate. Our parents raised you. How could you? Zhao Dahai feigned an expression of deep sorrow. However, he and Zhao Xiaofeng had not realized the implication of Yuan's statement. They were unaware that she had been bought, thus, they continued to cast blame upon her. Listening to their accusations, Yuan scoffed disdainfully. If they had not committed such acts, how could they be wrongfully accused? Only those who have done wrong deserve punishment. They participated in human trafficking, yet you still defend them and label me the ingrate. I believe it is you two who fail to see the truth. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Dahai exchanged glances. Slowly processing what she had said, they began to realize that their parents had indeed committed a grave offense. Zhao Xiaofeng, a college student, understood the severity of human trafficking. His mind quickly turned, and observing the surrounding villagers, he immediately resorted to moral coercion. Though you were bought by our parents, they have raised you all these years. Haven't they? If they had not brought you home, who knows where you might have ended up, perhaps starving to death. Even if they made you work, they still provided you with food, raising you to this point. Had you been sold to another family, the abuse you would have suffered could have been far worse. Zhao Xiaofeng, quick-witted, articulated his reasoning well. Your parents have done you a favor, you should not act in this manner. The villagers had been observing quietly, and when Yuan had previously avoided answering who the man was, they had felt displeased. Now, hearing Zhao Xiaofeng's words, they were swayed, feeling there was some truth to his argument. Arya, your brother speaks truthfully. Although Suehua may not be a good person, she raised you, you cannot turn against her. In our rural community, we value that deeply. She has at least given you the chance to survive. Even if her treatment was average. I have heard that some children who were sold have suffered inhumane abuse, and many have perished before reaching your age. A few villagers were persuaded to speak a few words in support of Yuan. Upon hearing their words, Yuan scoffed, exclaiming that it was because they were unaware of the true circumstances. It was they who initially provided the traffickers with money, requesting a daughter, which led the traffickers to abduct me. Furthermore, it was only after the traffickers confirmed that they wanted me that I was taken. Had they not sought out that trafficker, I would not have been abducted. They are not only buyers but also complicit in the crime of child trafficking. They are guilty of two offenses. In essence, they encouraged the traffickers to abduct me. They are the true masterminds behind this entire situation. Yuan's voice resonated loudly, causing the crowd to exchange glances. Her words indeed held a semblance of truth. It seemed reasonable. The couple from Suehua's family truly lacked humanity. If they desired a child, why not adopt one instead of seeking out traffickers? The main issue was that when they approached the trafficker, Arya had not yet been sold. It was their desire that prompted the abduction. Indeed, Arya has suffered greatly. The murmurs around her shifted in tone, and Zhao Xiaofeng observed the crowd beginning to side with Yuan. Feeling increasingly discontent. If this continued, would there be no one left to speak on their behalf? Absolutely not. Zhao Dahai furrowed his brows, visibly anxious, yet Yuan's words seemed to carry some weight, leaving him at a loss for a counterargument. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Xiaofeng finally devised an alternative retort. Well, he said defiantly, perhaps your original family was simply too impoverished to care about you. You may not have fared any better with your biological parents. My parents brought you here to rescue you from that wretched family. They did raise you after all, and I believe you should be grateful. Upon hearing this, Yuan was genuinely amused by Zhao Xiaofeng's audacity. She stepped forward, and Zhao Xiaofeng recalled the time she had intimidated them with an axe, causing him to feel a twinge of fear. What are you planning to do? Zhao Xiaofeng stammered, trembling slightly. Yuan met his gaze with a scornful laugh. And what of you? You stand here condemning me solely because Wang Suehua has been apprehended, leaving you without access to the funds you sought. The money you borrowed was entrusted to her. Now that she is gone, you are left in the dark. Why are you not concerned? Zhao Xiaofeng's heart sank at her words, as if he had encountered a ghost. How did she know? He did care for Zhao Jianlin and Wang Suihua, but his greater concern lay with the money borrowed previously that some was secured from relatives in a distant village. And it was to be repaid now that the person was arrested. He had no idea where the money was, nor how he would manage in school. Moreover, he could not allow Yuan to act as she pleased. If his parents were apprehended, his academic record would undoubtedly bear a stain. From every angle Zhao Xiaofeng realized that this situation held no benefit for him. You speak nonsense. I am not like that. I simply believe my parents raised you, and you have no reason to act this way. You are heartless, they nurtured you, and the food they provided, was it not meant for you? Zhao Xiaofeng pleaded. Attempting to persuade the crowd to forget Yuan's previous statements, the villagers wavered like reeds in the wind. Xiaofeng's argument did hold some merit. Perhaps Arya's prior family truly did not cherish her. In this day and age, there were many who neglected daughters. Indeed, I had heard tales of a village where families burdened by multiple daughters would send some away unable to afford their upkeep, as daughters were deemed of little use. Listening to the villagers' comments, Yuan chuckled coldly within. Was this all they could utter? Just moments ago, they believed her words, but now they shifted their allegiance to Zhao Xiaofeng, proving themselves to be nothing short of fickle. Did Zhao Xiaofeng intend to use this against her? Very well, he was overestimating his influence. The individual who had returned her earlier, as everyone had witnessed, was a soldier and her biological brother. As Yuan spoke, the crowd gasped in astonishment, exchanging incredulous looks. They had hesitated to approach him earlier, intimidated by his commanding presence, yet now they were left in disbelief at her revelation. Had she truly found her kin? Zhao Xiaofeng, despite not having seen the soldier, could discern the villagers' expressions. Their astonishment indicated that the man was indeed remarkable. Yuan disregarded Zhao Xiaofeng and continued addressing the villagers. My brother is here on a mission and learned of the trafficking situation, which led him to investigate. Who would have thought he would serendipitously find me? I have been a victim of abduction for so many years. I have an elder sister, and we are twins. My brother is a soldier, and my family is relatively well off. Had I not been trafficked, I would have grown up in a loving environment, if not as a cherished heiress, then certainly as the beloved daughter of a middle-class family. My life would not have been so dire. After all, my sister is adored at home. How could I have fared poorly? As she spoke, Yuan pinched herself, tears streaming down her cheeks. Had they not insisted on acquiring a girl, I would not have been ensnared by traffickers. They offered money. How could the traffickers resist? Once they were tempted, they would seek to abduct children, and if not me, then certainly another. I was destined to grow up surrounded by love. And yet Wang Suihua has ruined everything. She has incited others to commit wrongdoing. She herself is far from innocent. For years, have you not witnessed how she treated me? Do you not know how much labor I was forced to undertake daily? Chapter 24 Yuan, I intend to remain here until they are sentenced. Upon uttering this, the villagers took a moment to reflect. It was indeed the case. Wang Suihua had initially provided the money, prompting others to engage in child trafficking. Had she not intervened, Yuan likely would not have been sold. Moreover, over the years, the villagers had observed how Wang Suihua treated Yuan, receiving the smallest portions of food and being tasked with the most laborious chores. Whenever there was the slightest infraction, Wang Suihua would resort to violence against Yuan. Just recently, the house had been robbed, and she overheard them plotting to sell her to anyone willing to pay. Regardless of age or disability, as long as they could fetch a high price, they intended to sell her to exchange for bride price, so that Zhao Xiaofeng could attend school. Zhao Xiaofeng's academic performance was indeed commendable. Yet he was undeniably a parasite on his family. Furthermore, as he reproached her, had he ever considered her perspective? Just because he was educated, did that grant him the right to bully others? Did it entitle him to insult her? As Yuan spoke, her voice grew increasingly pitiful. Was it merely an act? She was adept at it. A few sobs could easily garner the sympathy of those around her. Her intent was clear: to ensure that Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Dahai would not lead comfortable lives in the future. Zhao Dahai was no saint either. He may appear honest and simple, but when he witnessed the original owner being mercilessly beaten, he did not utter a single word of protest. Now, he had the audacity to join Zhao Xiaofeng in condemning the original owner. What pretense? As long as Yuan spoke out today, the villagers would regard them with disdain. Wang Suihua and Zhao Jianlin would undoubtedly face justice, and both would receive appropriate punishment. As Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Dahai must also endure hardship. Otherwise, what had the original owner suffered through all these years? Since Yuan had arrived and inhabited her body, she would seek vengeance. Otherwise, she could have simply remained at the inn. She had nothing to keep her here and had no desire to return. But for the sake of retribution, she had to confront them. These two believed they could act as if nothing had happened. Did they not realize the heinous nature of their parents' actions? Let them remain in the village, subjected to the scorn of others, and witness how well they fared. Initially, the villagers swayed like reeds in the wind, alternating between believing Yuan Yuan and Zhao Xiaofeng. However, after hearing Yuan Yuan's words, their hearts softened. They had recognized the man's imposing demeanor. He undeniably belonged to a wealthy family. As a soldier, his bearing suggested he held some rank. To raise such a remarkable child, his family must be quite well off, not to mention Yuan Yuan's claim of having a twin sister. Indeed, if she had not been trafficked, she would have likely enjoyed a prosperous life. Wang Suhua and her husband were truly inhumane. If they desired children, why not adopt instead of resorting to purchasing one? Yu Yuan was not entirely wrong in her assertions. Were it not for the intentions of those two to acquire a child, how could the traffickers have possibly resorted to abduction? Xiaofeng, your remarks are indeed misplaced. Having entered university, one would expect you to possess a greater understanding of principles. It is inappropriate to speak of your sister in such a manner. Your parents have committed crimes and must face the consequences they deserve. There were murmurs among the villagers, and Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Dahai exchanged glances, their tempers flaring. What is going on? Zhao Guoshuan's voice rang out from the side. Upon seeing the village head, everyone hastily dispersed. If there is nothing amiss, you should return home. Don't you need to tend to the fields tomorrow? After Zhao Guoshuan spoke, the villagers departed, feeling that his inquiry as village head was reasonable. Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Dahai wished to linger. But upon Zhao Guoshuan's gaze upon them, they felt a flush of embarrassment and could only turn away. Once everyone had left, Zhao Guoshuan turned to Yu Yuan and asked, Arya, what transpired? The matter has already been resolved. They have confessed I was indeed purchased by them, and they are implicated in human trafficking as well as abduction. By sheer coincidence, I found my relatives. It was my brother who brought me back just now. Yu Yuan recounted the details of her encounter at the police station. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guoshuan sighed with relief, admiration evident on his face. You are truly remarkable, young lady. Come to my home for dinner this afternoon. Your aunt has been longing to see you. Yu Yuan, aware of Zhao Guoshuan and Wang Guilan's kindness towards her, responded courteously, No, I've already dined with my brother in town. As soon as Yu Yuan finished speaking, Zhao Guoshuan interjected, Since you have located your relatives, does that mean you will be leaving? Indeed, Zhao Guoshuan pursed his lips, secretly wishing for Yu Yuan to assist in assessing his mother's condition. His mother's health had improved significantly. Yet he hoped Yu Yuan could identify any lingering concerns. I will visit tomorrow morning to converse with your aunt and allow grandmother to examine her health. I will note any necessary precautions and provide you with the prescription. The medications previously administered were for treatment. This time, they would be for recuperation, addressing the urgent needs of Grandma Zhao, whose health had suffered in her youth and could not be restored overnight. After Yu Yuan spoke, Zhao Guoshuan nodded excitedly, expressing his gratitude. That will be a great help. It's no trouble at all. After exchanging a few more words, Yu Yuan turned to leave, and Zhao Guoshuan, watching her retreating figure, felt a tumult of emotions. Upon returning home, Zhao Guoshuan recounted the events to Wang Guilan. Upon hearing the news, Wang Guilan was exhilarated, exclaiming, That is splendid. I was worried about what would happen to that girl after she left. I never imagined she would unwittingly find her true family. Finding her family is indeed the best outcome. I am genuinely happy for her. It is appalling that Wang Suihua and Zhao Jianlin, those heartless wretches, would engage in such despicable acts. Wang Guilan berated them while feeling joy for Yu Yuan, then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meat stew, assisting the elderly lady to join them for dinner. The elderly lady appeared much revitalized and inquired why Yu Yuan had not come today. Zhao Guoshuan briefly explained, and the elderly lady, having weathered many storms, exhaled deeply, acknowledging that Yu Yuan must come from a good family to possess such strength. Both Wang Guilan and Zhao Guoshuan nodded in agreement. The elderly lady then added, This girl possesses remarkable medical skills. She has healed me and helped Guilan regain her health. Since we cannot assist her directly, we should prepare some provisions for her. Medical treatment does require financial resources. The elderly lady was astute, and upon making this suggestion, Zhao Guoshuan and Wang Guilan exchanged glances, each contemplating their own thoughts. Meanwhile, upon returning, Yu Yuan was met with the fierce gazes of Zhao Dahai and Zhao Xiaofeng standing at the doorway, glaring at her as if she were a remorseless enemy. Yu Yuan ignored them, casually picking up a stone nearby. Causing the two to instinctively step aside, they unanimously deemed Yu Yuan to be deranged, particularly Zhao Dahai, who, having been struck by her previously, felt a phantom pain whenever he saw her wield an object. Yu Yuan's strength had left him with lingering soreness. Why do you insist on returning here? Have you not found your relatives? Did you not reunite with your brother? Why do you still wish to sleep here? You should leave with your brother. Although Zhao Xiaofeng was too intimidated to pursue her, he still dared to shout from the courtyard. As Yu Yuan approached her room, she turned to regard him, appraising him from head to toe. Zhao Xiaofeng felt a chill run down his spine under her scrutinizing gaze. What are you looking at me for? He stammered, swallowing nervously and slowly backing away. Should this lunatic decide to strike him, he would flee and summon the neighbors. Do you wonder why I have returned? I am here to expose your family's true nature to the villagers, to reveal what kind of people you truly are. You and your entire family are despicable. Yu Yuan suddenly stepped forward, prompting Zhao Xiaofeng to retreat in fear, with Zhao Dahai mirroring his actions. After a few steps, Yu Yuan halted, crossing her arms and observing the two brothers squirming like frightened mice. A smirk playing on her lips. The nefarious deeds of Wang Suihua and Zhao Jianlin were already under scrutiny. Once verified, they would surely face imprisonment. I am determined to stay here until they are sentenced, Yu Yuan declared, flashing a captivating smile that made the brothers feel as though they had encountered a ghost. What are you afraid of? Zhao Xiaofeng stuttered. You. Despite their fear, Zhao Xiaofeng pointed an accusing finger at Yu Yuan. How can you do this? You would send your own parents to prison. If word gets out, you will be vilified. Do you not realize that there is still a chance for redemption? Zhao Xiaofeng was in a state of panic. Previously, it was Wang Suihua and Zhao Jianlin who had devised ways for him to attend school. If both were imprisoned, what would become of him? And once they were incarcerated, the school would surely find out. He would be labeled the child of criminals. What would he do then? There is no chance. Yu Yuan had no desire to engage in civil discourse with Zhao Xiaofeng. Of course, there is still a chance. Zhao Xiaofeng, seemingly unhinged, pressed on. If you go to the police and declare that nothing happened, if you withdraw your complaint, your parents will not face sentencing. Once they return, we can be a family again. Zhao Xiaofeng continued to indulge in fantasies, while Yu Yuan seized a nearby broom and swung it towards him. Though the broom did not strike Zhao Xiaofeng, the dust it kicked up assaulted their faces, causing both to cough violently. Let me make this clear. Should you dare to come before me again with your incessant prattle, do not expect me to show any courtesy. With that, Yu Yuan discarded the broom aside. Uninterested in hearing Zhao Xiaofeng's nonsensical pleas, her return was solely to tarnish their family's reputation, awaiting a resolution. Otherwise, who would willingly reside in this wretched place? Observing Yu Yuan retreat into the house, Zhao Dahai and Zhao Xiaofeng concluded their coughing fit and began to curse her. What shall we do? What shall we do? Despite having received an education, Zhao Xiaofeng resembled a fool, pacing anxiously at the prospect of his parents facing imprisonment. Zhao Dahai, too, felt a pang of anxiety. Yu Yuan's refusal to allow them near her door only heightened his frustration. What a thankless wretch! She is determined to ruin her own parents, he raged. What a waste of effort in raising her! Both of them continued to curse Yu Yuan before locking the door and retreating into their space. Inside, he drank some spiritual spring water, which he could continue to consume, as it was beneficial for one's health. Additionally, he prepared some meat from previously hunted game and planted the spiritual herbs and rare medicinal plants he had gathered in his land. The soil was unremarkable, akin to that outside, but he watered the plants daily with the spiritual spring water, which had remarkable effects on health and accelerated plant growth. Once he had finished tending to these tasks, Yu Yuan retrieved her medical texts to pass the time. Recently she discovered that her space had undergone some changes. It was no longer just a storage area with spiritual spring water. To her surprise, it now boasted a library and a small shop. In the library, she could find any book she desired, while the shop stocked all necessary items, even allowing her to exchange currency for the coins of this era. Yu Yuan was thrilled by the newfound capabilities of her space. She visits the space almost every evening, seeking out medical books to peruse, some of which she had previously stored, while others are from the library within the space. Over here, nothing has transpired with Yu Yuan, while after returning from the village, Yu Jiyang made a trip to the police station, instructing the chief to ensure that this matter is handled appropriately. Aside from these affairs, he also inquired whether they had engaged in any other misdeeds. Regardless of their past wrongdoings, it is imperative to investigate thoroughly and ensure both of them face sentencing. Yu Jiyang's words were resolute, causing even the chief to swallow hard. After listening, may I inquire, Deputy Team Leader, what is the situation here? The chief sensed something was amiss, although he was merely the police chief of a small county. He had encountered numerous individuals throughout his career. During the day, upon reviewing the interrogation records, Yu Jiyang had hurriedly departed, and now he returned, reiterating the necessity of properly addressing this matter. While conversing with him, Yu Jiang had mentioned that his heightened concern for this case arose from the fact that he too had a sister abducted by human traffickers, thus he could not bear to witness such occurrences. Sister, the chief quickly grasped the implication. Could it be that the young girl encountered today is the very sister who had been missing for so many years? This girl is indeed my sister, who was taken from me. After her abduction, she endured immense suffering in their household. Upon hearing Yu Jiang's revelation, the chief instantly comprehended its significance. I will assign my subordinates to investigate this matter and provide you. Deputy team leader, with a prompt resolution. Yu Jiang remained silent, then turned to leave, preparing to return to the guesthouse in the capital. After receiving a phone call, Yu Weidong's heart raced with excitement. If only he weren't so swamped with work. He would have considered visiting the county where his son was located. Given what his son had said, it must be true there are so few children who resemble their eldest daughter, and the ages align as well. Their abduction experiences coincide perfectly. It must be their long-lost youngest daughter. It must be. Commander, you still have a meeting to attend. What do you think? A nearby guard reminded him, prompting Yu Weidong to glance at his watch. There was still an hour and a half until the end of the workday, so he could manage to hold a meeting. Quickly gather everyone for a meeting. After instructing, he made his way to the conference room. The guard promptly went to summon the attendees, who were gathered to discuss the training plan for the upcoming quarter. Once everyone had arrived, Yu Weidong inquired about their plans. The subordinates were apprehensive, sensing that the commander seemed eager to return home this afternoon. However, they never speculated on his thoughts. After reflecting on this, they immediately began reporting their upcoming training plans. Each individual presented a very reasonable training plan. After listening, Yu Weidong nodded in approval, holding a brief meeting to remind them not to neglect their training. With only 10 minutes remaining until 6 o'clock, Yu Weidong stood up and said, "Proceed as I previously instructed." With that, he was the first to rise, gathering his notes and heading to the military hospital. Standing at the entrance of the military hospital, he soon spotted a mother and daughter exiting, chatting, and laughing. As soon as Yu Jiqing emerged, she noticed Yu Weidong standing off in the distance and tugged at her mother Gu Wanjing's hand. "Is that Dad?" Gu Wanjing looked up and indeed saw Yu Weidong. "It truly is your father. The sun is setting in the west, and he is actually waiting for us at the military hospital. How strange." Yu Jiqing found it hard to believe, and Gu Wanjing felt the same. Yu Weidong had always been a busy man, especially dealing with matters within the military district. At times, he would be occupied until the wee hours of the morning, hardly finding the time to seek them out. Even during family dinners, he could be called away by a phone call. He was quite busy. Could it be that he has something important to discuss with us? Yu Jiqing sensed something unusual about her father and speculated. Gu Wanjing nodded, quickening her pace. "It must be, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the time to find us. Let us go see what he has to say." Yu Jiqing also hastened her steps. As they approached, Yu Weidong, noticing how slowly they were moving, lightly complained, "Why are you so slow when you see me here?" "Dad," Yu Jiqing called out, "typically you are so busy. Why are you here at this hour? You must have something to tell us, right?" "Yes." Yu Weidong watched as his wife stepped forward, lowering his voice. "Today I received a call from Jiang. He mentioned encountering a girl in the small county where he is recuperating, who bears a striking resemblance to Jiqing." Chapter 26. "Have we really found your sister?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Gu Wanjing nearly lost her balance, her legs trembling as she stepped forward to grasp Yu Weidong's hand tightly. "You're not joking with me, are you?" "How could I joke about this? I resolved all matters within the military promptly to convey this news to you." As Yu Jiqing and Gu Wanjing reflected on Yu Weidong's words, both became exceedingly excited, each grabbing one of his hands. "Has your brother called yet? What did he say?" "With his capabilities, he should have clarified the origins of that girl by now, right? Let us head home." Jiang said he would call later. The implication of him calling later suggests that he is likely able to confirm whether the girl who resembles Yu Jiqing is indeed his sister. On the way home, Gu Wanjing's hand continued to tremble, and even Yu Jiqing wore a radiant smile, tears brimming in her eyes. After all these years, they had never given up the search for their sister. And as fate would have it, they had finally found the sister they had lost for so long. Upon returning home, they should have had dinner, but the three of them were too preoccupied, merely eating a little. Soon when Jiang calls, he must be at the family compound. "Let us head over and wait for him." Gu Wanjing, the deputy director of the military hospital, usually composed and collected in her dealings, lost all semblance of calm this afternoon, as it involved her long-lost youngest daughter. "Where is Jiang now? Is it far from us?" In addition to wanting to answer the call, Gu Wanjing also pondered whether she should see for herself. Let us see what he says when we receive the call. Jiang is quite far from us, and it would take 3 days and 2 nights by train to get there. Yu Weidong had considered going personally. But he couldn't break away from military duties, and Gu Wanjing was likely too occupied as well. Rather than taking the train for several days, it would be better for Yu Jiang to bring her back sooner. Allowing them to meet earlier, Yu Jiqing sensed Gu Wanjing's anxiety and reached out to support her. Let us wait for brother's call and confirm everything first, as the three of them spoke. They made their way to the family compound, where they could receive the call. They settled in, conversing, while many passers-by greeted them, and they merely acknowledged them, keeping their focus on the phone. As soon as it rang, they would rush over. After waiting for more than half an hour, Gu Wanjing was growing impatient. Since Jiang called from somewhere today, why not call in directly? Even Yu Jiqing felt a sense of urgency. She was usually very composed at the military hospital, as she was a chief surgeon with extensive surgical experience, where emotional displays were absolutely unacceptable. Yet today, she found herself restless. Was the information from Yu Jiang accurate? Over the years, they had come across several individuals resembling their younger sister, only to ultimately discover they were not the one. Would this time be yet another false hope? Yu Jiqing took a deep breath. Clasping her hands together, still hoping that this time, the person they found was indeed her biological sister. After all, they were twins, bound by blood. In her dreams, she often recalled the times when the two sisters were together, only to be haunted by the memory of her sister being taken away on a train. Just as the three were lost in thought, the phone suddenly rang. Is it for me, Yu Weidong? Disregarding everything else, dashed over. The soldier answering the call nodded yes. Upon hearing this, Yu Weidong promptly beckoned Yu Jiqing and Gu Wanjing to join him, and the three approached the phone, where they indeed heard Yu Jiang's voice. Is it true? Have you really found your sister? Has it been confirmed? Three different voices exclaimed simultaneously. At this moment, Yu Jiang had just returned to the guest house, feeling it was necessary to inform his parents. We found her. Everything matches perfectly, even the words spoken by her adoptive parents at the time align. She looks remarkably like Xiao Chang. Yu Jiang briefly explained the situation, and the three on the other end were ecstatic. Gu Wanjing was on the verge of tears, gripping the phone tightly. If that is the case, then hurry and bring your sister back. No, Gu Wanjing finished speaking and shook her head. What kind of people were her adoptive parents? Had he endured considerable suffering over there? You should let her rest for a few days. The train journey takes several days. Upon hearing these words, Yu Jiang pursed his lips. Ultimately, he recounted the circumstances of Yu Yuan's adoptive parents. And on the other end came the furious voice of Yu Weidong, expressing disbelief at their outrageous behavior. Had you not urged the police to thoroughly investigate this matter, they must be held accountable. Yu Jiang assured him that he would attend to this matter. Then, make sure to spend quality time with your sister and treat her to some delightful food and fun activities. Gu Wanqing's heart shattered at the thought of her little daughter who had been abducted, suffering so greatly. Hearing this, Yu Jiqing took the phone, asking, "What did you talk about with your sister today? Do you know what she likes? Let me know in advance so I can prepare everything before she returns." Yu Jiang blinked, caught off guard. Noticing the silence on the other end, Yu Jiqing raised her voice. "Yu Jiang, please don't tell me you didn't ask her anything." Yu Jiang felt somewhat embarrassed, admitting, "I didn't ask much. I merely inquired how my sister had been over the years. I'll gather more information when we meet tomorrow or the day after." After this, Yu Jiqing scoffed. "Once you gather the information, call the military hospital to find me and inform me of her preferences directly." Gu Wanqing and Yu Weidong nodded in agreement, urging Yu Jiang to ensure he made that call first. Resolve matters over there, and once settled, bring your sister back as soon as possible. We will prepare her room and await her homecoming, Yu Jiang promised. I will not let those two get away. I will pressure the police to see if they are still engaging in any illicit activities, ensuring they receive a lengthy sentence. After chatting for a while and confirming they had indeed found their long-lost daughter, Gu Wanqing wept tears of joy. After hanging up, she grasped Yu Weidong's hand, which trembled with emotion. After so many years of uncertainty, they had finally found her. This was indeed the truth. Let us go home and discuss this. On their way back, they contemplated their current living situation in the crowded family quarters. They had their own house outside, and they planned to prepare a room for Yu Yuan there. Each of the three held their own thoughts. While this family was exhilarated, Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Dehai spent the night sleepless. In her space, Yu Yuan studied medical texts for several hours. Feeling fatigued, she took a bath with spiritual spring water before comfortably falling asleep. A few days prior, she had worried about Wang Chuihua causing trouble, but tonight she felt at ease. The timid Zhao Dehai and Zhao Xiaofeng would never dare to bother her. After a restful night, the next morning, Yu Yuan visited the village chief. She checked Zhao Lao Tai Tai's pulse and wrote 2 prescriptions. If simmered for 3 days and taken, they could then prepare the remaining formula, which would require about 3 months of simmering. The latter prescription was for nourishing the body, and the herbs were not expensive. I will also gather some for you online, just follow my instructions for simmering. After Yuan finished speaking, Wang Guilan accepted the prescriptions, thanking her. Thank you, Arya. She then pulled out an envelope, initially intended as an introduction letter, but now it would serve as payment for her medical services. The money inside was modest, but it was our token of gratitude. When Yuan saw the envelope, she immediately shook her head, stating that even without an introduction letter from Uncle Zhao, she was willing to treat the elderly lady. Besides, during her time treating Zhao Lao Tai, and had generously provided her meals, often including meat, as a way to nourish her. Yuan was also someone who appreciated kindness to and the original owner's memories. While Zhao Guosun and Wang Guilan had not significantly aided her, they had never added to her misfortunes. Whenever they learned of Wang Guihua's mistreatment of her, Zhao Guosun would intervene, showing a considerable amount of goodwill towards her. No, you have gathered herbs for us and provided prescriptions. Even our health has improved. You must accept this. Wang Guilan grasped Yuan's hand, her eyes misty. We never imagined you endured such great hardships. Had we known you were abducted, we would never have permitted her to treat you this way. We learned too late. Even though you have found your family and we hear your original family was well off, you should still accept this money. Wouldn't it be better for you to have some funds on hand? Wang Guilan presented a lengthy rationale, yet Yuan remained steadfast in her refusal. Ultimately, Zhao Guosun interjected decisively, let us consider this as us purchasing the herbs from you. Alright, the herbs we find outside are subpar, and the ones from the town are expensive. If you gather the herbs for us, we'll pay you. We won't need to pay for your medical services. Zhao Guosun shifted his approach. Upon hearing this, Yuan understood his intention and felt both amused and exasperated. Observing their insistence, she finally tucked the envelope into her pocket. Then I will make a trip to the mountain. I will come back here the day before I leave. For now, you can start simmering the herbs I provided. Having said this, Yuan took their basket and departed. Since they insisted on compensating her, she would provide them with the corresponding herbs and surprise them a little. As she left, Wang Guilan wiped away her tears. Reflecting on how understanding Yuan was, having learned genuine skills, she kept a low profile. Over the years she had truly suffered, and Wang Guilan hoped that once Yuan returned to her family, she would lead a happy life. Zhao Guosun sighed nearby, lamenting how few children like Yuan remained in the world. In the following 2 days, Yuan remained at home, occasionally making brief trips to the mountain, but for only an hour or 2 each time, unbeknownst to the villagers. Meanwhile, Zhao Dahai and Zhao Xiaofeng took an early bus to the county to inquire at the police station. However, upon returning in the afternoon, they were dejected. No one had provided them with any useful information. They had wasted an entire day at the police station. The police stated that once the matter was clarified, they would reach a conclusion. Upon returning and seeing the lights on in Yuan's house, Zhao Xiaofeng exclaimed, some people are truly frightening. Despite everything, they raised him for so many years, and now they want to send their adoptive parents to prison. Indeed, how heartless. Zhao Dahai chimed in. Why Yuan opened the window and tossed something out. The two were startled. Zhao Arya, have you lost your mind? After spending the day outside the police station with only a bowl of noodles for sustenance, Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Dahai were famished and shocked by her actions. Their anger was palpable. Hearing their scolding, Yuan leisurely opened her door, holding an axe and smiling. What did you just say? With a beaming smile on her face, she made them feel a chill run down their spines, prompting them to shake their heads and hastily retreat to their rooms. After returning, Zhao Xiaofeng tossed and turned in bed. They had not encountered Wang Chuihua and Zhao Jinlin, implying they had no knowledge of where the family's money was hidden. Not if they didn't know where the borrowed funds were, would they starve? It seemed they would have to borrow more. Should a sentence be imposed, they would have to visit the prison. The more he pondered this, the more distressed Zhao Xiaofeng became. Another day passed, and Yuan made another trip to the mountain, gathering all the herbs she needed, sufficient for 3 to 4 months. In addition to the herbs she found, she also took some from her space to replace them, ensuring that they would be better for the elderly lady and Wang Guilan's health. It was her way of compensating them for their warmth during her final days there. Once she had everything ready, she took a few wild rabbits she had previously caught from her space and placed them in her basket. These rabbits remained fresh, as if just hunted. After placing 2 rabbits and 2 lingji mushrooms in her basket, Yuan intended to visit the town to gather information. If matters were resolved, She would deliver the basket to Zhao Guosun's home before departing. However, before she could inquire in town, the news reached her. The police arrived in a car, driving directly into the village and stopping at the entrance of Yu Yuan's home. Upon seeing the police vehicle, the villagers flocked over, eager not to miss any juicy gossip. With Wang Chuihua's notorious reputation and their prior knowledge of her and Zhao Jianlin's actions from Yu Yuan. Who wouldn't want to know the final outcome? The villagers gathered, and upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Dahai and Zhao Xiaofeng rushed out of their house. Seeing the police made them anxious. Could it be that their parents were truly being sentenced? As they observed their parents remaining in the vehicle, a profound sense of despair enveloped the two individuals. The police produced the sentencing documents, revealing that Wang Suihua and Yang Jianlin were implicated in human trafficking, serving as the masterminds of abduction. Following the factual accounts they provided, we verified their actions, uncovering the grim reality of their abuse towards the children they had purchased. With multiple offenses taken into account, they were sentenced to a total of 8 years in prison. Upon hearing the police officer's words, Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Dahai recoiled as though struck by lightning, their faces betraying sheer shock. How could this be? No, absolutely impossible. The officers, noticing the expressions of the two, recalled Wang Suihua and Yang Jianlin. Under the urging of Yu Jiang and their superior, the case was processed with remarkable swiftness, and the two offered a brief account of the details surrounding the transaction involving Yu Yuan. When asked if they had committed any further misdeeds, they both shook their heads in unison, fully aware that any additional revelations would seal their fate. As long as they remained silent, they believed they could escape further repercussions. Their lips were tightly sealed, yet the severity of their actions could not be overlooked, especially with the constant pressure from higher authorities, leading to the 8-year sentence, which was already the maximum duration permissible without breaching principles. Yu Yuan stood at the doorway, overhearing the ruling. It seemed the rapid resolution of the case was indeed linked to Yu Jiang's absence in recent days. He had done his utmost. The police remembered how terrified Wang Suihua and Yang Jianlin were upon learning of their 8-year sentence, pleading for leniency as they grasped the officer's hands, exclaiming, "Didn't the police say that as long as we confess, our punishment could be reduced? Why then are we sentenced for so long? We have children to care for. Can you not lessen our sentence?" The officers remained silent, executing their duties according to the gravity of the case. Although there was undeniable pressure from above, the actions of these two individuals were inexcusable. Witnessing the officers' indifference, Wang Suihua erupted in a tirade. My son is a university student destined for greatness. If he achieves success, I will ensure that you all pay for this. Infuriated, she threatened, "You've made an enemy of us. Just wait and see." The police loathed such brazen threats, especially after the sentencing had been pronounced. With parents like them incarcerated, what future could their son possibly have? They seemed to take pride in their situation. 8 years, a span that could lead to drastic changes. By then, they would be unrecognizable. Uncertain if they would even survive in prison. After the sentencing, the police ceased to concern themselves with them, disregarding their protests and proceeding to detain them. Here is the sentencing document. You may read it for yourselves. Observing the lack of reaction from the individuals before him, the officer shook his head in resignation. It was one thing to have unreasonable parents, but to have a son equally inept was truly remarkable. Zhao Xiaofeng stood in a daze for a considerable time, uttering nothing, yet ultimately glanced at the sentencing document. He could read, recognizing each character, yet when strung together, his mind buzzed. His parents had indeed committed a crime. To be sentenced to 8 years, what a grave offense that must entail. It was quite clear, they had not only purchased a child but had also incited others to engage in abductions and subsequently abused the child. The cumulative severity of these offenses was undeniable, yet he still felt the sentence was excessively lengthy. While there was some merit to that belief, it was irrelevant to them, merely an opportunity to observe the unfolding drama. Without Wang Suihua stirring the pot, life in our village might improve significantly. Indeed, those who commit evil shall face their own reckoning, the villagers murmured amongst themselves, and the police turned to Zhao Xiaofeng, inquiring, "You are the offspring of Wang Suihua and Yang Jianlin, are you not?" Zhao Xiaofeng, still in shock, was jolted back to reality by the officer's statement. "Why such a lengthy sentence? I recall a case of human trafficking where the offender received only 3 years. His eyes widened. "Officer, is there an error here? Why such a severe sentence?" Zhao Dahai, equally anxious, chimed in, though his limited education rendered him at a loss for words. The police, observing their bewilderment, responded with exasperation, "Are you suggesting we arbitrarily pass sentences?" The villagers, overhearing this, quietly speculated on the audacity displayed by Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Dahai in questioning the police. "We do not mean it that way. We merely wonder if..." Zhao Xiaofeng attempted to explain. But the officer had already reclaimed the sentencing document, stating, "They are being punished for multiple offenses. You, as an educated individual, should comprehend that. We need not elaborate further, we are merely here to inform you. They will be incarcerated in our facility, with visitation granted in 2 weeks, conducting their duties professionally," the police officer proceeded as Yu Yuan emerged from the room. Zhao Xiaofeng, a tempest of shock and anger, glared at Yu Yuan. "Are you pleased now? Mom and Dad have been sentenced." Chapter 28. I found your message to take back. Mom and Dad are thrilled. Do not speak to me of parents. I have no such figures. Had they not given money to the traffickers, I would still be with my biological parents. Yu Yuan disregarded Zhao Xiaofeng's vitriol, and after inquiring with the police officer, she felt a wave of elation. "Officer, could you kindly wait a moment? I need to step out briefly, and then I will accompany you back to the county." Having conveyed what needed to be said, Yu Yuan felt it was time to depart. With the resolution of the matter and the sentencing of Wang Suhua and Yang Jianlin, she wished to leave without delay. Zhao Xiaofeng, witnessing Yu Yuan's radiant smile, seethed with rage. "What else do you intend to do? You've already ruined my parents, now you're heading to the county to cause more trouble. How much longer do you intend to stir the pot?" Yu Yuan, rolling her eyes at Zhao Xiaofeng's words, retorted, "Do you suffer from a persecution complex? I merely wish to leave. I want to reunite with my biological brother. The matter has been resolved, and they have received their just punishment. I wish to return to my roots. Do you understand?" Yu Yuan found herself exasperated by Zhao Xiaofeng's incessant questioning. His intellect, despite his education, seemed clouded, perhaps rendered foolish by his studies. What did she mean by just punishment? Had she not reported them, would this have transpired? It was he who had caused this chaos. "You're the one who caused this. Aren't you capable of violence? Why don't you act on it?" Zhao Xiaofeng, emboldened by the presence of the police, charged towards her. Zhao Dahai joined in. Yu Yuan quickly positioned herself behind the police officer, declaring, "Officer, did you see that? They bully me at home and falsely accuse me. As a weak woman, how could I possibly harm them?" Hearing this, the officer stepped forward. "If you two continue this commotion, we would not hesitate to take you both back to the station for questioning." Upon hearing the officer's words, Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Dahai instantly deflated, their bravado vanishing. "Very well, officer, we will await you at the village entrance." With their silence restored, the officer turned to Yu Yuan and Zhao Xiaofeng, gritting his teeth, glared at her, seething with the desire to strike her down. "Since you wish to leave, do not take a single item from our home. You are the root cause of our misfortune." His eyes blazed with fury as Yu Yuan rolled her eyes. "What would I even take? There is nothing of value." She then casually picked up a nearby basket, declaring, "This does not belong to your family. Behold, this is the village chief's basket. I borrowed it a few days ago and now intend to return it." Before departing with the police, after bidding the police farewell, Yu Yuan set off with the basket. Not far along her path, she encountered Zhao Guoshu and Uncle Zhao. Yu Yuan greeted him with a smile. "I was just about to look for you. This basket is filled with medicinal herbs, all prepared for you. You can brew them directly using the methods I instructed." Zhao Guoshuan accepted the basket, retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket. "Had it not been for your aunt's reminder, I would have forgotten. I was so focused on giving you the envelope that I neglected to provide your identification. This is the proof I obtained early this morning. With this, you need not worry about anything once you leave." Zhao Guoshuan had been prompted by Wang Guilin the previous night and had hurried to the county early that morning to secure it. Yu Yuan lightly tapped her forehead, realizing she had completely forgotten about the necessity of identification. Previously, she had only considered the introduction letter. Later, she felt she no longer needed it, yet identification was indeed essential to prove she was a child who had been abducted and needed to return home. The document bore the official seal of the county office. After reading it, Yu Yuan silently expressed her gratitude to Uncle Zhao, instructing him to take the backpack back, as she intended to depart directly with the police. "Why are you being so polite with me, girl?" Zhao Guoshuan replied, shouldering the backpack, which felt somewhat heavy. However, he reasoned that it was normal for medicinal herbs to carry a bit of dirt. "Goodbye, Uncle Zhao. Please convey my regards to Auntie and tell her to take good care of her health, not to overexert herself, and to drink the medicine I prepared for her." Zhao Guoshuan nodded, and Yu Yuan noticed the police arriving, informing them that her backpack had been returned. "Then let us depart." The police officer called to Yu Yuan and Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Dahai had nearly been driven to despair moments earlier. Now, watching Yu Yuan walk away, they were stomping their feet in frustration at home. As Yu Yuan left with the police, the villagers buzzed with chatter. They were astonished that the situation had unfolded in such a manner. Wang Suhua and Zhao Jianlin, who had committed numerous misdeeds over the years, were indeed deserving of this outcome. Zhao Jianlin, often throwing tantrums, believed his education made him superior, when in reality, he was nothing of the sort. Let it go, since the police have already rendered their judgment, it no longer concerns us, we can simply listen, one villager remarked. Indeed, there is no need to dwell on it, the villagers spoke loudly. And Zhao Guoshuan sighed. After learning of the 8-year sentence, he felt indifferent and urged everyone to refrain from discussing the matter further before heading directly home. Upon returning, he handed the medicinal herbs to Wang Guilan, who had already left, telling him to take his medicine diligently. You really must take care of your health and not let it deteriorate like our mothers. After saying this, Zhao Guoshuan entered the house. Wang Guilan placed the backpack on the ground and began sorting the herbs as instructed by Yu Yuanyuan. In the bottom of the backpack, she discovered a lingji mushroom and 2 freshly hunted rabbits. The bloodstains still not dried. This sight tightened her heart, and she felt a twinge of discomfort. When Zhao Guoshuan emerged and saw her distress, he hurried over to inquire, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Guilan brought the backpack closer. "Look at this child." She knew we had given her money. She couldn't refuse, so she brought us these. Lingji and rabbits were not easy to come by, and Yu Yuanyuan had indeed gifted them quite a lot. The two fell silent. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanyuan, accompanied by the police, headed to the county. As she left, she didn't glance back, showing no attachment to the village. Presumably, the original owner felt the same. At the moment of completely departing from the village, a wave of relief washed over her. Surely, the original owner's lingering attachment had dissipated as well. Arriving in the county, she followed the location previously provided by Yu Jiang and reached the guesthouse. Yu Jiang, having just prepared himself, intended to fetch his sister after hearing about Wang Suhua and Zhao Jianlin's sentencing. He planned to bring her back to stay for a couple of days, treat her to some good food, buy her new clothes, and then take her home. Since yesterday, their parents and younger sister had been calling in turns, urging her to bring Yu Yuanyuan back as soon as possible. Just as she finished tidying her appearance and descended the stairs, she stepped out of the guesthouse to find Yu Yuanyuan standing across the street. Yu Jiang felt a surge of excitement. Yu Yuanyuan beamed at him. "Brother, I'm here. I was just about to look for you, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." Yu Jiang quickened his pace. "Now that everything is resolved, you must have heard about it, right?" Yu Yuanyuan nodded. "I'm aware of the situation. The police visited the village, and I came to the county with them. I also obtained my identification from the village head, who came to the county early this morning to stamp it." After showing the identification, Yu Jiang smiled. "I was worried about how to get you an identification, but it seems my sister is quite resourceful." Hearing this, Yu Yuanyuan felt a smile tug at her lips, realizing the gratifying sensation of being praised. "Everyone at home already knows about you. Do you wish to return?" Yu Jiang asked softly, concerned that Yu Yuanyuan might feel unwanted and resist going home. Seeing her silence, he quickly clarified, "We have always been searching for you, but it was like finding a needle in a haystack. Now that we've finally located you, everyone at home is thrilled and eagerly awaiting your return." Yu Yuanyuan understood Yu Jiang's urgency to explain, "I do want to go home and then I'll go buy train tickets. By the way, do you need to go home to pack your things? Or did you bring anything with you?" As he spoke, he glanced around. Yu Yuanyuan tugged at the corners of her mouth. "I have nothing to bring. We can leave directly." Her home had been thoroughly searched. The night before, while Zhao Dahai and Zhao Xiaofeng were sound asleep, she had taken a stroll and discovered the money Wang Suihua had hidden in a corner. It seemed to be borrowed from distant relatives by Zhao Jianlin and Zhao Xiaofeng. Without hesitation, she took it for herself. She wanted to make their lives difficult, otherwise, how could she justify the original owner's past suffering? Upon hearing that Yu Yuanyuan had no luggage, Yu Jiang felt a pang of sorrow. "Come on," he said, stepping forward to grasp her hand. "Let us first go buy train tickets. Afterward, if we have time, we can get a few things." "All right." Yu Yuanyuan followed Yu Jiang as they hailed a vehicle by the roadside. The train station was quite far, and they arrived after approximately half an hour. Once at the station, Yu Jiang asked Yu Yuanyuan to hand over her identification while he queued to purchase 2 train tickets. The train to the capital would not depart until evening, leaving them an entire day to spare. "Since we have time, let us grab something to eat, and I'll take you to buy some clothes," Yu Jiang suggested, noting the train would be crowded and the weather hot, and the journey to the capital would take 3 days and 2 nights. "You'll surely be uncomfortable wearing the same clothes the whole time." Yu Jiang's thoughtful consideration prompted Yu Yuanyuan to agree. She realized she had nothing, so it would be wise to buy a few items. "Good," she affirmed. Yu Jiang led her to a nearby eatery where they enjoyed a steaming bowl of noodles. As they ate, he excitedly recounted, "You won't believe it, when I brought news of finding you back home, our parents were overjoyed." As Yu Yuan savored her noodles, she recalled the descriptions of her parents from the original text but still asked, "Brother, could you tell me more about Mom and Dad, and about my sister too? I only remember playing with her as a child, and we looked quite alike, but after so many years, those memories have faded. I can't recall what Mom and Dad look like anymore." Yu Yuan lowered her head, distractedly eating her noodles, which made Yu Jiang's heart ache even more, noticing her bowl was nearly empty. He called to the owner, "Please bring us another serving, along with a chicken leg and an egg." Startled, Yu Yuan looked up, No, I can't eat any more noodles, then just the chicken leg and the egg." The owner nodded and rushed to prepare. Yu Yuan didn't refuse. After Yu Jiang finished his noodles, he watched as she enjoyed the chicken leg. As for our dad, he is a commander in the army. Quite busy with work, but he is definitely a doting father. You know my name, right? I'm Yu Jiang, and your sister's name is Yu Jiqing. Yu Jiang elaborated on their parents' professions. They both have their jobs, but they are eagerly anticipating your return. They've already decided to spend quality time with you when you come back. Our mother is quite remarkable. She is now the deputy director of the military hospital. Yu Jiang animatedly shared details about their family, and Yu Yuan nodded in agreement. After finishing her chicken leg and egg, she followed Yu Jiang to the clothing store. On the way, she considered her situation. Although her brother was a deputy regiment commander with a decent salary, he was still quite young and had limited savings. He would eventually need to marry and set aside money for his future wife. Perhaps I should opt for less expensive clothing. Once we reach the capital, I can find ways to earn money and buy better things for myself later, she thought. After all, it was only necessary to change clothes on the train. With this resolution, Yu Yuan arrived at the clothing store and quickly selected a few ordinary garments. I'm done. I'll take these. Yu Yuan had excellent eyesight and could easily spot the price tags on the clothes. Yu Jiang hadn't thought much of it and let her choose, but now he furrowed his brow upon seeing her selections. Why are you picking these clothes? The quality looks quite poor. The living conditions of Yu Jiang's family were quite satisfactory. During her childhood, the food, clothing, and necessities were all of excellent quality, allowing her to discern the difference between good and bad and no need. Yu Yuan genuinely did not perceive these items as cheap. I think the quality is acceptable. As long as they are wearable, it suffices. Don't spend too extravagantly. You'll need to save for your future bride. Inadvertently, he had spoken his heartfelt truth. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiang was both amused and exasperated, realizing he was concerned about such matters. You needn't worry about my marriage. There is still ample time. A warmth blossomed in Yu Jiang's heart, touched that her younger sister was so considerate of her. Just those few over there. He immediately spotted several garments hanging in the corner, notably high and clearly made of good material. Take them down for us to see. As soon as Yu Jiang spoke, the young salesgirl officially removed all the clothes from the rack. Moments ago, she had assumed this person was Yu Yuan's partner. Unwilling to spend money on her, only to discover he was her brother. Moreover, it was Yu Yuan who had thoughtfully chosen the more affordable items for her brother's sake, considering he needed to save for his future spouse. It appeared she had misjudged him. He was indeed a good brother. Once the garments were brought down, they revealed attractive styles: 2 skirts, a jacket, and a pair of trousers, all crafted from high-quality fabric, albeit at a correspondingly high price. Upon seeing the price tags, Yu Yuan felt a pang of regret. Perhaps we should pass on these. I'll select 2 other pieces. While the fabric of these 2 garments was undeniably fine, each piece cost 5 to 6 yuan. Yu Yuan still felt it was somewhat extravagant, especially considering how hard it was to earn money in this era, particularly in a small county where prices were generally low. We'll take these few. Please help my sister choose some daily necessities for the train. Select some other items as well. I'll pay for everything, just choose the best. Yu Jiang instructed the young girl to prepare. The girl swiftly gathered all the items, including a complete set of underwear, shoes, and socks. They exited with their arms laden with bags. Once outside, Yu Yuan gazed at the bundles in her brother's hands with a look of concern. Wondering if they had purchased too much. I recall there are some delightful snacks here. I've saved a little money and wish to buy some local specialties for Mom and Dad. This small county indeed boasted some delectable treats, and Yu Yuan still had a bit of money left from what she had previously received from Wang Chuihua. You needn't spend your own. Yu Jiang genuinely felt his sister was incredibly sensible. Your return will be the greatest gift to them. I'll go buy them. Brother, wait here for a moment, Yu Yuan exclaimed, darting towards a nearby snack shop. She selected a few suitable treats, avoiding anything too expensive, primarily aiming to express her affection. Now that she had successfully reunited with her brother, she felt the importance of maintaining good relations with her family. After purchasing the snacks, Yu Yuan handed the beautifully packaged treats to Yu Zhiyang. "This is for you, brother. You must not have tasted these yet, right? I haven't tried them either. Let us discover the flavor of the best snacks together." With a mischievous smile, Yu Yuan opened the packaging and took a bite. The snacks of this era were far superior to those of later generations. The outer crust of the small cakes was crispy and flaky. And with one bite, the flavor was delightful. Observing his sister savoring the treat, Yu Zhiyang felt a deep sense of discomfort, realizing he would have to wait until their departure to taste the local specialties. Wang Chuihua and her cohorts were truly insufferable. How had they treated the children in the past? Had Yu Yuan not been abducted, she would surely have been cherished in their family and led a prosperous life. Yet, after being taken away and brought here, "Brother, you must try it too. It truly tastes wonderful," Yu Yuan urged. Yu Zhiyang obliged, taking a bite as they walked and conversed. In addition to clothing and snacks, they had also purchased some dried provisions for the train journey. Given the high prices of food on the train, every bit saved was appreciated. Watching his sister navigate the shopping with such adeptness, Yu Zhiyang felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Ultimately, he accompanied her to complete their shopping before heading to the train station. Prior to boarding, Yu Zhiyang bought boiled corn and peanuts. After showing their tickets and boarding the train, the two settled into their seats, and he retrieved the food. "It's still warm. Let us eat some," Yu Zhiyang proclaimed as he brought out the peanuts and corn. Upon seeing this, Yu Yuan couldn't help but smile, pulling out her own peanuts from her pocket. "I was hoping we could enjoy something warm once we boarded. It seems we are quite in sync." Hearing this, Yu Zhiyang chuckled heartily. "Then let us feast together." The siblings relished a considerable amount of peanuts and corn before tidying up and discarding the refuse. Their train was scheduled for the evening, and by the time they finished their snack, it was already late. This journey marked the second station after the initial battle, so the train was not overly crowded yet. However, many would gradually board throughout the night and into the following morning. Yu Zhiyang had traveled by train before, often returning after completing missions, so he had some experience. "You should rest for a bit. When you wake up, I'll take my turn to sleep. We can alternate, as the crowd is large and our belongings are plentiful." The train was a melting pot of humanity, filled with all manner of individuals, from thieves to traffickers, and others with dubious intentions. Yu Zhiyang could not afford any missteps for his sister, thus he encouraged Yu Yuan to sleep first. "Alright, I'll sleep now. When I wake it will be your turn, brother." Yu Yuan nodded and slowly pulled aside the small curtain to enter. Chapter 30. How can one sleep through such noise? Due to the lengthy journey back to the capital, Yu Zhiyang had purchased sleeper tickets, although the beds were somewhat cramped and uncomfortable. They were still manageable for Yu Yuan. Once she lay down, fatigue overtook her, and despite the discomfort she soon fell asleep. But Yu Zhiyang sat beside her, watching his sister drift off, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Earlier that day, he had called home. Their parents and Yu Zhiqing were all aware of his intention to bring Yu Yuan back. The entire family eagerly awaited her return. The longer Yu Zhiyang spent with his sister, the more he felt a pang of protectiveness towards her. Certain revelations could not be altered overnight. Although Yu Yuan had shared much, he could hardly believe her grievances were so minimal. Her decision to report directly to the police must have stemmed from countless injustices endured at home, driving her to such desperation. Sitting there, Yu Zhiyang resolved to protect his sister diligently and to compensate her doubly for the hardships she had faced. This little girl, even before returning home, she was already fretting about his future marriage. She cared so deeply for every member of their family. How could they not care for her in return? Yu Yuan had slept longer than expected. Upon seeing she had not awakened, and with the carriage sparsely populated, Yu Zhiyang, feeling quite fatigued himself, leaned against the wall and dozed off the next morning. Yu Yuan awoke to the clamor of the train carriage. Rubbing her head, she slowly sat up as Yu Zhiyang brought over a cup of hot water. "Have some warm water first. Soon we can eat our provisions." Yu Yuan pulled back the curtain and glanced out the window, astonished to find daylight streaming and indicating she had slept the entire night. "I'm so sorry, brother." A look of guilt crossed Yu Yuan's face. "I didn't realize I had slept through the night. I'll keep watch over you during the day. No need to worry." Yu Zhiyang handed her the water cup. "There are times when I have to undertake missions and go nights without sleep. I've grown accustomed to it. Besides, I managed to catch a bit of rest here last night. Drink up quickly. We'll soon arrive at the next station, and many more passengers will board." he urged, prompting Yu Yuan to rise hastily and head to the restroom. The train station was considerably busier than the previous night. With many seats already occupied, passengers of all kinds filled the space, and as Yu Yuan made her way to the restroom, she even spotted a chicken flapping its wings in another carriage. Provoking a chorus of complaints from the onlookers, however, this was simply the nature of train travel. After using the restroom, Yu Yuan returned just in time for the next station, where a flood of new passengers surged in. She gulped down a large mouthful of water, only to be met with a cacophony of voices. "Move aside, you stepped on my foot. Where can I move? There are people in front of me." "Why don't you ask those in front to let you through? If you can't get them to move, don't come complaining to me. I can't move. Can you hold your things a little tighter? You're about to ruin my clothes. This is madness." A multitude of voices clamored, with some cursing as they pushed forward and others cautiously navigating through the throng. Some resorted to standard Mandarin to express their frustrations, while others unleashed a torrent of insults in their local dialects. The boarding time lasted only 20-odd minutes, and even as the train began to move, the carriage remained loud. Yu Zhiyang retrieved their provisions, and their small compartment of 4 beds was already filled. Across from them sat a young couple. 2 individuals squeezed in, and upon spotting Yu Yuan and Yu Zhiyang, they greeted them with cheerful smiles before settling into their seats. Yu Zhiyang and Yu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, while the 2 newcomers continued to munch on their dry rations. The conditions aboard the train were far from ideal. They could only partake in the leftover flatbreads and cold steamed buns purchased the previous day. Indeed, the fare was quite unpalatable. Yu Zhiyang glanced back at Yu Yuan, reassuring himself that they would soon enjoy a proper meal once they returned home. The hardships of train travel demanded perseverance. Hearing Yu Zhiyang's words, Yu Yuan shook her head. "It's quite alright. As long as we can fill our stomachs, nothing else matters." She truly felt no discomfort. Her past experiences had instilled in her a profound appreciation for food. Thus, in this era where even meals were a concern, she believed frugality was essential. However, she adhered to a principle: save where necessary, spend where appropriate. She had borrowed 110 yuan from Wang Chuihua, and as she departed, she discreetly took a bit more, estimating around 60 yuan in total. The reason for borrowing such a sum was to bring some home for household expenses, while leaving the remainder for Zhao Xiaofeng to use for schooling. Little did she know, Yu Yuan had delivered it. If Wang Chuihua and Zhao Jianlin were to find out, they would surely be furious, yet, it was meant to be. They must face their retribution. Besides this, she possessed a small amount of change from an envelope given to her by Wang Guilan and Zhao Guosun. She retrieved it, counting 10 yuan. Though not extravagant, it was still a thoughtful gesture. Previously she had spent a bit on snacks, but it amounted to merely 3 or 4 yuan. The intent was primarily symbolic. If she were to purchase lavishly, it would inevitably raise their suspicions. As long as we have enough to eat, she reassured herself. Yu Zhiyang had similar thoughts. Accustomed as he was to subsisting on rations during missions, he had long adjusted to such circumstances, yet his heart ached for Yu Yuan. Not a moment passed without concern for her well-being. How had this little girl endured living in such a cannibalistic household for so many years? "Where are you headed?" The young couple across from them settled into their seats and greeted Yu Yuan and Yu Zhiyang. "We're off to the capital." In the bustling train station, where both good and ill-intentioned individuals mingled, exchanging a few words posed no problem. The young couple's eyes brightened at this revelation. "We are also headed to the capital. I've heard it's quite expansive. Is this true?" "Indeed," Yu Zhiyang replied casually. The young couple seemed to sense their reluctance to engage further and refrained from probing deeper. They too produced their rations and consumed a bit before heading off to fetch water and visit the restroom. "Would you like to know what the capital is like?" After spending a night on the train, with a couple more days of travel ahead, Yu Zhiyang thought it would be a pleasant diversion to share insights about the capital with his sister. Yes, in her previous life, Yu Yuan had been an exemplary doctor, yet her demanding career had prevented her from exploring particularly large cities. She had devoted all her energy to medical research. Neglecting such experiences, she possessed a vague awareness of the changes and reforms in various major cities, but her knowledge was limited. The capital and the metropolis must have undergone rapid development by now. She mused, "The capital is our nation's heart," a fact Yu Zhiyang elaborated as he gazed out the window at the fleeting scenery. "The capital is quite large. My father and I are stationed at the same military district, and there are many delightful attractions." Yu Zhiyang had intended to elaborate further, but as he spoke, he sensed something amiss and sheepishly turned to smile at Yu Yuan. "What is wrong?" "Brother," Yu Yuan was captivated by his words, the tales he shared were new to her and utterly fascinating. I suddenly realized that since I enlisted a few years ago, I haven't had a chance to truly enjoy myself. So much of what I'm sharing are merely childhood memories and experiences. He felt a bit embarrassed after listening. Yu Yuan chuckled heartily. What's wrong with that? Your childhood is also my childhood. I want to hear more. Alright, I'll share. The sibling duo engaged in lively conversation, enjoying each other's company. After a while, Yu Yuan excused herself to fetch water. I'll go. Let me go, Yu Zhiyang insisted. Grasping his cup. Yu Yuan beamed. I'll join you. It's no trouble. The water station is quite close. I wish to explore a bit. It's my first time on a train. The water station and restroom were not in the same direction. As Yu Yuan had just visited the restroom. Yu Zhiyang glanced back, noting that they were not far from the water source, and cautioned her, if anything seems amiss, call for me immediately. Understood, Yu Yuan nodded, her heart warmed by the concern. Carrying her cup, she made her way over, glancing around when she spotted a middle-aged woman cradling a child. Such scenes were common on long-distance trains, filled with people traveling for work, visiting relatives, or reuniting with family. Yet, what struck Yu Yuan as odd was that the middle-aged woman appeared quite ordinary, while the child she held was dressed splendidly. The child, clearly a boy, seemed to be sound asleep. Yu Yuan mused, how can he sleep so soundly amidst all this noise? Chapter 31, Observation. The middle-aged woman seemed oblivious as she gazed out the window, occasionally closing her eyes for a brief nap. Yu Yuan stole a few more glances, her curiosity piqued. After fetching her water, Yu Zhiyang invited her to sit down, and they resumed their conversation. In the preceding days, it had been primarily Yu Yuan speaking while Yu Zhiyang listened, but today the roles had reversed. He regaled her with tales of his childhood and his perceptions of the capital, prompting Yu Yuan to erupt in laughter from time to time. Observing the joy on his sister's face filled Yu Zhiyang's heart with happiness. Her ability to laugh openly signified a willingness to embrace life, and he felt hopeful that their family would flourish together. As the morning wore on, with everyone engaged in lively conversation, the time slipped by. After some chatting and resting, they occasionally shared some dried fruit and candied treats they had purchased the day before. When the conversation started to wind down, Yu Yuan mentioned her need to visit the restroom. Passing by, she caught sight of the middle-aged woman once more. Yu Yuan blinked, sensing something was amiss. Hadn't the woman been near the water station earlier? Why was she now seated here? As she approached, she overheard the woman pass the child to her husband, who sat nearby. The child remained still, sprawled across the man's lap, who casually shielded the child with one hand while eating with the other, seemingly indifferent. Yet, Yu Yuan felt something was off. She had previously seen the child asleep, and now, after 2 or 3 hours, he was still in the same state. The train station was bustling with people, and amidst the noise, Yu Yuan was jostled by a standing passenger. My apologies, the man exclaimed. Yu Yuan shook her head, indicating she bore no ill will. In such a clamor, it was remarkable that the boy remained undisturbed, and she noted the difference in attire between the child and the middle-aged couple. While many parents made sacrifices to provide for their children, this couple did not appear to fit that mold, especially the man. He should have been cradling the child carefully, yet he did not, merely resting one hand on him while the other was preoccupied with food, his demeanor careless. This struck Yu Yuan as peculiar, prompting her to observe them closely before proceeding to the restroom. There was a queue at the restroom, and as she waited, the middle-aged woman behind her stifled a yawn. Yu Yuan squinted, and soon it was her turn. As she entered, she contemplated sharing her suspicions with her brother. Upon exiting, she brushed past the middle-aged woman, who was suddenly bumped by someone. What the woman exclaimed, glaring at her. Yu Yuan turned to the person responsible. Why did you push me? It was an accident. I swear, I must have dozed off. It was a middle-aged man who had inadvertently jostled her. Yu Yuan could only shake her head at the woman she had been observing, murmuring an apology. The woman scrutinized Yu Yuan with disdain, and she returned to her seat, where the young couple was now absent. She quickly tugged at Yu Zhiyang's sleeve. Brother, I've noticed something unusual. After she briefly recounted her observations, Yu Zhiyang's expression shifted. Continuing her analysis, she remarked, from the moment I first saw them, I felt something was off. The boy was dressed exceedingly well, while the couple appeared quite ordinary. Logically, even if they wished to provide for their child, they wouldn't leap several social strata to the best conditions. Moreover, I passed by them twice, and the child remained asleep throughout with the train's noise. How could he not stir? What if they had drugged him? What if that couple were actually human traffickers? As Yu Yuan voiced her suspicions, Yu Zhiyang acknowledged the validity of her concerns. Better safe than sorry, he replied. Yu Ziyang pressed her lips together, expressing her disdain for human traffickers. You wait here, I will go find the train staff. Alright. Yu Yuan settled into her seat as Yu Ziyang strode towards the restroom, where she indeed spotted a middle-aged woman and man. A child lay in their arms, seemingly asleep, but something felt amiss. No matter how they shifted, the child remained unresponsive. Yu Ziyang had heard stories over the past 2 years about the methods employed by traffickers, who would first drug the child before boarding the train, subsequently whisking them away to another city, drastically reducing the chances of reunion with their parents. In this day and age, human traffickers were alarmingly prevalent. Some families, having given birth to several daughters, sought to sell their unwanted children, naturally requiring buyers. Others, like Wang Suhua and her associates, received substantial sums to confirm whether the buyers desired a boy or a girl before proceeding with abduction. Regardless of the circumstances, Yu Ziyang harbored zero tolerance for traffickers. Were it not for them, Yu Yuan would not have endured years of suffering away from her family. Every trafficker deserves death. Yu Ziyang thought fiercely as she advanced, soon reaching the area where the staff congregated. Upon noticing her, a staff member warmly inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" To facilitate the matter, Yu Ziyang promptly produced her identification. "I suspect that a middle-aged couple in our carriage is involved in human trafficking and I hope for your cooperation." Upon seeing her credentials, the staff member immediately took her seriously, explaining, "We have passed by them several times, and the child has yet to awaken. Their attire appears mismatched. I suggest we change into plain clothes and investigate." Besides confirming their identities as traffickers, it was crucial to ascertain whether they had accomplices. Leaving no one unaccounted for, Yu Yuan's words garnered significant attention, prompting them to summon the train conductor. After hearing the situation, the conductor instructed his subordinates to assist, dispatching 2 plainclothes officers to accompany him. As the trio approached, they immediately spotted the half-asleep middle-aged couple, wedged into a small corner with the child in their arms. Occasionally, they would switch the child to a different position. Just then, they encountered a chatty elderly woman who settled across from them. The woman was laden with bags filled with various canned fruits and trinkets, creating a racket as she unpacked. The middle-aged man, initially asleep, opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion. Spotting the elderly lady, he couldn't help but scold, "Can't you keep it down? Why bring so much stuff?" "Because I want to," retorted the elderly woman, unyielding. The middle-aged man donned the hat from his clothing, curling up in the corner while the woman rubbed her aching hands and adjusted the child. The elderly lady, still cheerful, remarked, "Your child is dressed well and sleeps soundly." Upon hearing this, the couple immediately became alert. The man removed his hat and grumbled, "What do you mean, old lady? Isn't it good that the child sleeps? Traveling by train is torturous. It's not the first time for you, is it?" The elderly woman shot back, "I say your child sleeps well and is well dressed. Why are you getting upset? Isn't it normal for children to be dressed well? My grandson is dressed in the finest clothes." The elderly woman continued speaking, but the middle-aged man chose to ignore her, and the woman shot him a glare, prompting silence between them. Yu Ziyang returned to his seat, and Yu Yuan immediately inquired, "What happened?" "Their accomplices have infiltrated the situation. I'll keep watch here. If they confirm there's no one else involved, they will notify me. We need to determine where they plan to disembark, so we can apprehend them at the previous station." Yu Ziyang relayed this to the officers, emphasizing the need for stealth to avoid alerting the traffickers. Yu Yuan anxiously gazed into the distance, concerned for the child's family, who must be frantic over the abduction. How can these traffickers be so heartless? For a mere pittance, they would sever the bond between flesh and blood. Yu Yuan couldn't help but vent her frustration, which further infuriated Yu Ziyang. Indeed, were it not for these traffickers, you wouldn't have suffered outside your home for so many years. Yu Ziyang gritted his teeth. Yu Yuan sighed, acknowledging that those desiring sons or daughters bore responsibility as well. These are their own children, whether boy or girl. Why not just raise them properly? Why force such demands? If there were no buyers, traffickers would have no reason to exist. Yu Ziyang nodded, impressed by his sister's sharp intellect. Truly, she is a daughter of the Yu family. 2 plainclothes officers conducted their observations, and before the young couple returned to Yu Yuan and Yu Ziyang, they briefed them on their findings. They had traced the couple's tickets, revealing that they had approximately 3 hours until their stop, meaning they would disembark in the afternoon. "I will cooperate with you then," Yu Ziyang affirmed, given the crowd on the train. He wanted to remain vigilant in case the couple had ulterior motives. "Thank you, comrade," the officers replied gratefully. The officers returned to their posts, while others gathered to inquire about the situation. "Indeed, we have been circling around for an hour, And the child still hasn't woken up. The chatty elderly lady kept asking why the child was still asleep, wanting to give them something to eat, which made them anxious, however, after observing for quite some time. We found no one else aside from the couple, so they likely have no accomplices. We've coordinated with the officer earlier, and he will assist us. Upon learning this, everyone began to prepare. Yu Yuan and Yu Zhiyang remained particularly vigilant. Noticing the couple still cradling the child without other movements. As noon approached, they had a light meal, and after finishing, Yu Zhiyang took a brief nap, only to awaken as afternoon neared. As the train came to a halt, Yu Zhiyang quickly stood and moved toward the couple, fearing they might sense something amiss and flee. The middle-aged couple anxiously scanned the departing and arriving passengers, oblivious to any danger. Finally, the irritable elderly woman departed, allowing Yu Yuan an opportunity to investigate. As she approached, she overheard the middle-aged woman complaining while brushing dust off the child's clothes, "That old lady talks too much, she's driving me crazy. Never mind, we'll be home soon and can finally rest." While their words seemed innocuous, Yu Yuan absorbed every detail and related to Yu Zhiyang. He smirked inwardly, recognizing that after a day on the train, the child had yet to awaken. These two were undoubtedly traffickers. The stop was brief, lasting only about 10 minutes, with the next station being the couple's final destination. Yu Yuan speculated that they intended to sell the abducted child in the city they were about to reach. The two cities were quite distant, requiring half a day's travel by train. Given the era's lack of advanced communication and absence of paternity tests or fingerprinting, the odds of locating a missing child were alarmingly slim. This explained the prevalence of reunion shows in her time, showcasing children abducted in their youth finally finding their parents. As the train began to move, the two officers exchanged glances with Yu Zhiyang. Signaling their readiness to apprehend the couple, they approached from the restroom's direction while Yu Zhiyang advanced from another angle. "Excuse me, may you please stand up?" Officer Chen Jing addressed the couple, who were still in a daze, preoccupied with their plans after disembarking. Upon hearing the officer's command, they stood without hesitation. Just as one officer reached for the man, he suddenly sprang into action, evading the officer's grasp like a slippery eel. He dashed forward, while the woman, hindered by the child in her arms, struggled to keep pace. An officer seized her arm, pulling her back and securing her, while another rushed to take the child. As the woman was apprehended, she cast a glance at the man's fleeing figure, momentarily elated, until Yu Zhiyang lunged forward, blocking the man's path. "Where do you think you're going?" Yu Yuan smiled faintly as the man intended to retaliate before fleeing. But to his surprise, Yu Zhiyang swiftly overpowered him, pinning him to the ground. Though the man possessed some skills, he was no match for Yu Zhiyang's military training. The man struggled momentarily, but Yu Zhiyang firmly secured his wrist, pushing him forward in a textbook manner of apprehending a suspect. The other passengers, initially startled, now watched in shock as the scene unfolded. "What on earth is happening? This is terrifying. I too. Suddenly this person rushed over. Could it be that he intends to flee? I have long wanted to mention this. Didn't you notice that the child they are holding has not cried once? We arrived yesterday afternoon, and this morning they boarded the train. Up until now, the child has remained silent. Surely he must have been drugged. So, does that mean they are human traffickers?" The passengers in the train began to speculate. Yu Zhiyang took the man over to meet the train police. "Thank you, comrade." A few more train police officers arrived to assist, and Yu Zhiyang handed over the person he had apprehended to them. "At the next station, we will escort them to the nearby police station for investigation and help find the child's family." After the train police spoke, Yu Zhiyang nodded, finalized the matter with them, and returned to his own carriage. They were already being interrogated. The two were most likely human traffickers, and many had witnessed the scene but dared not speak up. Just after Yu Zhiyang finished speaking with Yu Yuan, the young couple across from them returned. The young couple had also been amidst the crowd and had seen Yu Zhiyang's actions. As they entered, the young man smiled and asked, "You are also a soldier, aren't you?" Also, a hint of confusion flickered in the eyes of Yu Yuan and Yu Zhiyang before they exchanged smiles with the young man. My brother is also serving in the capital. We came here to join him. The man explained his thoughts. "Life at home has been tough, so I wanted to bring my wife along to enlist." Yu Zhiyang nodded. Serving the country is indeed a noble endeavor, albeit fraught with risks and challenges. I understand that, which is why my wife is with me. No matter what we encounter in the future, as long as we are together, fear will be diminished. The man smiled bashfully, and Yu Yuan, upon hearing this, silently approved in her heart. Perhaps it was because they were also heading to the capital, combined with the man's intention to enlist, that they exchanged a few more words throughout the journey. Soon, they arrived at the next station. As Yu Jiang exited, he noticed that the train police had indeed taken the individuals outside. As he disembarked, the police approached him. Comrade, thanks to your astute observation, it turns out they are indeed traffickers. And they have abducted more than one child. This is not their first offense. Chapter 33. The room filled with gifts collected over the years. They had just taken those individuals away. After a few casual questions, the middle-aged woman began to weep. It turned out they were not a couple, merely accomplices. I found it strange, primarily because my sister made the discovery. As Yu Jiang finished speaking, the train police chuckled. Your sister is quite the clever girl indeed. Upon hearing others praise his sister, Yu Jiang felt a swell of pride. The middle-aged couple and the child were brought down, and as soon as the man spotted Yu Jiang, he began to curse. You bastard, what does this have to do with you? Why meddle in my affairs? Yu Jiang remained unfazed by the man's tirade. Silence, the police bellowed, and within 2 minutes, they had taken the child and the traffickers into custody. The police assured that they would thoroughly investigate the matter and reunite the young boy with his family. Once the situation was mostly resolved, the train continued its journey. Yu Jiang returned and praised Yu Yuan. Sister, you truly are remarkable. They are indeed traffickers, and they have abducted more than one child. Hearing this, Yu Yuan took a deep breath, murmuring, their parents must be very anxious, right, if they have abducted more than one child. It means that multiple families have lost their loved ones. They have been forcibly separated from their families, never to reunite. As she spoke, Yu Yuan clenched her fists, determined to conduct a thorough interrogation to uncover every detail. They must not be allowed to escape justice. Yu Jiang understood why his sister was so agitated and gently patted her back. They will be dealt with appropriately. Yu Yuan gazed out the window at the scenery, hoping that the young boy could swiftly return to his parents. The siblings nodded in agreement. The remainder of the journey passed uneventfully. They chatted for a while, had some food, and then drifted off to sleep. The young couple across from them, sharing the same destination, expressed their admiration for Yu Jiang upon learning he was a soldier. They exchanged a few more words and shared some sauces and snacks they had brought along. After 3 days and 2 nights on the train, they finally arrived in the capital on the afternoon of the 4th day. As they disembarked, passengers streamed out of the train. Yu Jiang grasped Yu Yuan's hand, stating, the capital is our destination, and there are many people here. Let us wait a moment before we exit. Yu Yuan nodded in agreement. After a brief wait for the crowd to thin, they leisurely stepped off the train, unhurried while others rushed by. Once outside the station, Yu Yuan was greeted by the bustling scene with numerous vendors selling food. This era is characterized by rapid personal economic development, with many individuals relying on small stalls to earn a living. However, even in this time, those running stalls could still make a decent income, which should not be underestimated, since running a stall incurs minimal costs and there are no city management officials to hinder them. As long as their skills are good, their profits can be substantial. Let us go, brother, let me treat you to a steaming bowl of noodles. Despite carrying a lot of items, Yu Jiang's strength enabled him to manage everything with one hand while holding Yu Yuan's hand with the other. After a brief exploration, they settled at a noodle stall. After sitting down, Yu Jiang leaned closer to Yu Yuan, whispering, after wandering around, this is the only place that still emits a hint of meaty aroma, which suggests quality ingredients. Surprised, Yu Yuan blinked. I didn't expect you to notice that. Of course, we must conduct thorough reconnaissance. We cannot overlook any information. Yu Yuan chuckled upon hearing this, and Yu Jiang called out to the busy proprietress, please serve us 2 bowls of noodles. Would you prefer braised beef noodles or meat sauce noodles? Braised beef noodles, and if you have braised beef, please include a bowl of that as well. After 3 days of eating dry rations on the train, their stomachs were growling with hunger. They were long overdue for some nourishing food. A steaming bowl of noodles would surely be comforting. Alright, the proprietress swiftly cooked the noodles and soon presented 2 bowls of braised beef noodles, along with a bowl of beef. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and Yu Yuan could not resist the temptation. Yu Jiang quickly handed her the chopsticks, urging, eat quickly. I can barely eat after these 2 days. Initially, they had planned to buy some food on the train, but the offerings were unappetizing and overpriced. They had no choice but to endure. After tasting the beef noodles, Yu Yuan gave her brother a thumbs up. Delicious. After sharing a few words, they began to eat. Yu Jiang added some braised beef to her bowl, saying, make sure to eat well. We still have a bit of journey ahead. Yu Yuan nodded and reciprocated by adding some to Yu Jiang's bowl. The siblings enjoyed their meal heartily. After finishing a bowl of braised beef noodles, They felt satisfied, and Yu Jiang rubbed his belly, relieved. This train ride was unbearable. Previously, during his missions, he had traveled by passenger car, switching between cities for apprehension tasks. Although he had ridden trains before, he had never experienced such a long journey. It was indeed a relief. They had subsisted on hard bread and steamed buns on the train, accompanied only by hot water, and later consumed the soybean paste brought by the young couple. Yet, they still felt unsatisfied, and now the beef noodles had truly improved their comfort. "Should I get you another bowl of hot soup?" the proprietress approached, noticing them. "A bit more should make you feel better, in this era." The broth was not made from high-quality stocks but rather from fresh meat and bones. The proprietress, while speaking, served each of them a bowl. The soup released a tantalizing fragrance, and by now the stall had emptied out. The proprietress smiled. "Every passenger who disembarks from the train wishes for a bowl of noodles, so I always serve a bowl of soup. It's more comforting." "What brings you here?" The proprietress was very amiable. And upon hearing her, Yu Jiang smiled. "I am bringing my sister home. Home is wonderful." The proprietress did not grasp the deeper meaning behind his words, but Yu Jiang, after saying this, took a hearty sip of the clear soup. "Thank you, proprietress." The middle-aged woman nearby chuckled, and Yu Yuanyuan finished her soup as well. The two siblings hailed a cab. On their way back, Yu Jiang explained to Yu Yuanyuan, "For the time being, we will be staying in the family quarters. Although the house is a bit small, it is sufficient for us." Their family had been allotted a relatively spacious place at the military hospital, with each person having their own room, all partitioned at the time. "Your room still exists. Aside from the military, we also have a house outside. I will take you to see our new home sometime, but today, let us first visit the family quarters to see Dad." Upon hearing these words, Yu Yuanyuan nodded thoughtfully. The journey back would take approximately an hour, a testament to the vastness of the imperial capital. The military district was somewhat distant, which meant the family compound was also a bit far. Thus, in the future, this vehicle would be the one to take. On the way back, whenever they passed relevant buildings or items that might be needed in the future, Yu Jiang would point them out. Yu Yuanyuan diligently noted every detail, and at last, they arrived at the family compound. Yu Jiang set down the luggage he was carrying, stating, "I will take your identification to the guard for registration. When Dad returns tonight, we will bring your identification to finalize your residency here." Yu Yuanyuan nodded in understanding, and after a few minutes, Yu Jiang called her over. "Come here, we are home. This is my sister. She can come and go freely here." After Yu Yuanyuan approached, Yu Jiang exchanged pleasantries with the guard. The guard nodded, and as they entered, one of them remarked, "Is this the younger sister who has been missing for years?" "It seems so. This story has been circulating in the military. Did you not know?" "I was aware, but I had heard the child had been lost for over a decade. I thought she would never be found." "Finding her is certainly a good thing. The commander will surely be delighted." "Indeed, it's astonishing that so many lost children have been found. How fortunate." Yu Jiang led Yu Yuanyuan inside, introducing her along the way. "Our family is quite large, and the Fen residence is relatively spacious, so it may feel a bit distant." As Yu Yuanyuan listened to the explanations, she soon spotted their house, which was indeed the largest among them. It was considerably bigger than the others and featured an independent courtyard, along with a series of apartment buildings. Given the size of their family, living in those buildings was less than ideal. Hence their choice to reside in the courtyard. Yu Jiang, concerned that Yu Yuanyuan might feel out of place, offered an explanation. Upon returning home, they found the house still relatively empty, noticing the look of confusion on Yu Yuanyuan's face. Yu Jiang quickly clarified, "I called ahead. They were thrilled to hear you were coming back, but they are all quite busy and couldn't be here to welcome you. Dad has a meeting, and Xiaoqing just left for her night shift. We just missed her. Mom has an important surgery today." Their family had not anticipated this situation, but it had been pre-arranged and could not be altered. To alleviate any worries Yu Yuanyuan might have, Yu Jiang provided further explanations. "It's alright, I understand they are all exceptional individuals, very much in demand. We will simply await their return. They will be back shortly. Let me first show you your room." Yu Jiang explained that their parents and Xiaoqing were not dismissive of Yu Yuanyuan, but simply too busy to take time off. He led her to see her room. Yes, the courtyard was quite expansive. And Yu Jiang guided her through the living room, showcasing each family member's room. "This room is yours. It has remained intact all this time." As he spoke, he opened the door, revealing a space that had not changed at all. However, after his return phone call, everything had been tidied up, and the room had been cleaned thoroughly. Despite the years of her absence, every year on Children's Day and her birthday, they had continued to buy her gifts, which were all placed in this room. Chapter 34. To be cherished is such a feeling. We have never ceased our search for you. We always believed that one day we would bring you back. They had never given up hope. Fortunately, the heavens do not forsake those who strive earnestly, and they had finally found her. Looking at the room filled with a variety of gifts, Yuan felt her eyes moisten slightly. In her previous life, she had been an orphan, abandoned in an orphanage, enduring many hardships. She understood that only through education could she alter her destiny, and thus she pursued her studies with tenacity. She worked diligently, never pausing for rest or play. Heaven rewards every diligent soul. Through her efforts, her academic performance excelled, enabling her to skip grades. Consequently, she completed her studies ahead of her peers and gained admission to medical school. Smoothly entering a hospital, yet, upon her arrival, her youth led others to doubt her reliability as a doctor, making her path more arduous than that of her colleagues. Due to her age, she was not afforded many opportunities, and she had to rely on overtime to prove her worth. Finally, she was given a chance to showcase her exceptional abilities, and after much toil, she began to earn the recognition of her peers and superiors. However, just as she felt she was on the verge of breakthrough, she tragically succumbed to exhaustion. Upon realizing her death, Yuan was bewildered. How could her life have ended so tragically, having been abandoned as a child? She had finally achieved some success through her own efforts, only to face such a sudden demise. All those late nights and relentless work seemed futile. Was she destined never to enjoy the fruits of her labor? This is why, after inhabiting the original owner's body, she felt profound sympathy for her. The original owner had endured immense suffering. She had believed that being found would usher in a better life. Yet just a day after her return, she had met with a fatal accident. Their fates appeared eerily similar. Having been an orphan in her past life, devoid of familial affection, she approached Yu Jiang's kindness with trepidation. Deep within, she was a sensitive soul. Taking a deep breath, Yuan slowly moved to sit down. This room boasted the best lighting. Although not large, it was warmly adorned. Every year, we have preserved your gifts and cleaned the room once a year. Knowing you were returning, Mom and Xiaoqing tidied it up in advance. They asked me about your preferences, but I was uncertain, so they prepared a few items for you to see if you like them. Yu Jiang spoke while Yuan sat on the bed. The bed linens were newly changed, featuring a lovely blue floral pattern, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The distant curtains were green, and the entire room was decorated in a refreshing manner. With everyday essentials placed on the table, Yuan walked over to the carpet and began to unwrap the stacked gift boxes one by one. The first box bore a label indicating it was a gift for her first birthday. Inside was a beautiful pair of hairpins, a splendid gift indeed for a child 2 decades ago. In the original owner's memories, this gift was given by her parents, and she had kept it in this box. She had been abducted at the age of 5 or 6, which was why she skipped over some unpackaged boxes, directly opening those that were wrapped. The unwrapped boxes contained birthday gifts she had previously opened. Upon unveiling one, seeing the delightful trinkets within made her eyes well with tears. Some were delicate little toys, while others were charming dresses. Each birthday gift was prepared with great care, even containing notes addressed to her. The moment she read those notes, her tears flowed uncontrollably as she sat there, quietly sobbing. Yu Jiang remained silent, patiently waiting nearby, gazing at the intricate gifts. Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Here, for the first time, she felt the warmth of familial affection. Having relatives was indeed a beautiful experience, and everyone genuinely cared for her. Although there had been no grand welcome at home, this quiet gesture filled her heart with warmth. The room was brimming with gifts, and as Yu Jiang waited by the door, she unwrapped them one by one, the outside world seeming oblivious to her tears. Yuan reflected on the descriptions in the original text. In the story, the original owner was not a particularly significant character, merely mentioned in passing. Yet, despite this, the protagonist, who was the original owner's sister, often lamented how much better it would have been if the original owner had not perished in an accident shortly after being reunited with her family. Hence, Yuan believed she could indeed find happiness within this family. She would carry forward the regrets of her past life and those of the original owner, living her life to the fullest. She would build a harmonious relationship with her parents and honor the memory of the original owner in her own untimely demise. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Yuan could not help but weep. Yu Jiang, noticing her distress, hurriedly approached and gently patted her back, a hint of urgency in his tone. Please, don't open anymore. I guess that you dislike these gifts, if they do not please you. That is alright, these were all prepared for you every year during your childhood. If you don't like them, I can take you shopping another day to choose what you prefer. How does that sound? Fearing that Yuan was upset by the gifts, Yu Jiang hurried to reassure her. Yuan shook her head, carefully placing the items back in their boxes as if they were treasures. taking her time to organize them. It's just that no one has ever treated me this way. It's not that I dislike them, I've simply never received gifts before, so it's a bit overwhelming. Whether in a past life or as the original occupant of Wang Suewo's home, neither individual had ever received such an abundance of gifts, thus, her tears were not born of sorrow or dislike, but rather of profound emotion. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiang paused in his tidying, his hands momentarily still. For many years, Yu Yuan had not received gifts, primarily due to the actions of Wang Suehua and her family. The girl, cherished in their palms, had been subjected to mistreatment in another's household. Each time Yu Jiang reflected on these matters, a wave of anger surged within him, fueling a desire for vengeance. Alright, from now on, you shall receive gifts every year. In the eyes of my parents and me, you will always be a child. After speaking, Yu Jiang gently patted Yu Yuan's back, prompting her to lean against her brother's shoulder. They lingered in the room for a while, as sunlight streamed through the window, and the wind caressed the curtains, casting warmth upon them. Yu Yuan felt a comforting warmth envelop her. Suddenly, she recalled her past life as an orphan, abandoned in her infancy and later taken to an orphanage, where she often sat alone in a corner. Eventually, the matron of the orphanage took her hand and led her to a sunlit space, advising her that if she preferred solitude, she could sit there, basking in the warmth of the sun. Apart from her studies, she spent her remaining time in the sunlight, cradling her knees and quietly absorbing the gentle rays that warmed her. Let us tidy up. Brother, help me, she playfully pouted. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiang felt a wave of relief. As long as she could still playfully pout, it signified that Yu Yuan was not as troubled as before and perhaps still cherished their welcoming ceremony. As he tidied up, he conversed with her. First, take a few days to rest, there is no rush. You can familiarize yourself with your surroundings and take your time. Don't overexert yourself. His words conveyed his own thoughts and also represented their parents' sentiments. Yu Yuan gathered her belongings, and Yu Jiang assisted her in standing, opening the wardrobe to reveal clothes purchased by Xiao Qing for her. These are everyday necessities bought by mother, and the food is from father. While the room was small, every item held significance. They didn't buy you shoes as they were unaware of your size. They only got you some slippers. In a couple of days, I will take you shopping. As I still have 2 days off, typically reserved in the military, Yu Jiang displayed boundless patience toward his sister. Although she had cried earlier, the sight of these gifts stirred her emotions anew. To be cherished felt like this, a warmth that enveloped her entirely. Her family standing behind her felt akin to possessing everything, as if she could face the world without fear. Yu Jiang accompanied Yu Yuan as they circled the room, eventually returning to the living room. I truly adore that room, Yu Yuan exclaimed, allowing a sigh of relief to escape Yu Jiang's heart. Chapter 35, Meeting Mother. I have never encountered such a beautiful room, filled with an array of gifts. I absolutely love it. As she spoke, Yu Yuan began unpacking the snacks she had brought. Despite the heat, the dry treats had remained intact, and she intended to set them aside for when their parents returned, allowing them to indulge in a taste. Observing his sister's actions, Yu Jiang felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. He berated Wang Suhua and Zhao Jianlin once more, believing their 8-year sentence to be far too lenient. They ought to receive a punishment of 10 or even 20 years, or better yet, the death penalty, for the years of torment inflicted upon his sister. She, the youngest child in the family, should have been nurtured in love. Yet after being abducted, she had developed such cautious behavior, striving for perfection to avoid displeasing others. Yet this was her home, filled with her family. Despite appearing so understanding and careful, Yu Jiang inhaled deeply and sat beside her to assist in the tidying. Meanwhile, Yu Weidong had been attending meetings for 2 consecutive days, and with just half an hour remaining in today's session, he felt a sense of urgency. This meeting was held externally and revolved around critical matters. He noted that they were merely exchanging pleasantries before concluding. Yu Weidong glanced at his watch, feeling anxious as he occasionally checked the time. His friend, sitting nearby, remarked, I remember you were never this eager to return home. Why the rush today? These individuals were comrades from his youth, and their camaraderie was strong. Yu Weidong did not hide his urgency. I must return home. As you know, I once had a little daughter, the twin of Xiao Qing. She has been found. A glimmer of excitement shone in his expression as he shared the news, prompting his old comrade's eyes to widen in disbelief. Really, you found her? Would I jest about such a thing? After Yu Weidong spoke, their superior concluded his remarks. Now, I hope everyone can follow my instructions. Once the commanding officer finished speaking, everyone stood to salute. Thank you all for your hard work. This meeting has been lengthy, so please take the time to rest when you return home. Meeting adjourned. With those words, Yu Weidong hastily gathered his belongings and rushed outside. His superior, who had been his platoon leader in his youth, noticed Yu Weidong's haste and called out, "Old Yu, why the rush today? Aren't you usually keen on reminiscing?" While they maintained a superior-subordinate relationship during meetings, they were friends outside of work. "I genuinely have no time today." Yu Weidong's smile was difficult to conceal, prompting his former platoon leader to tease him. Could it be your daughter's birthday? Those familiar with Yu Weidong knew him to be quite fond of his daughters, treating them and his wife with great affection. Their family was remarkable, with two serving in the military and the other two achieving success in a military hospital. Such a family was indeed rare. "They say every family has a black sheep, yet theirs had none. You have misjudged. My long-lost daughter has been found. I must be off," Yu Weidong declared, hastening away. Upon reaching the outside, he instructed the guard to hurry the car home. His former superior was left momentarily stunned. He recalled the time when Yu Weidong's child had been abducted, plunging the family into despair. Upon learning of the incident, their superiors had granted them a period of leave to help them cope. After some time, they slowly began to recover, yet for years, they never ceased searching for their little girl. Whenever the topic arose, Yu Weidong's smile would vanish. Now, to hear that she had been found brought a smile to his superior's face as well. Indeed, it was a joyous occasion. It was no wonder Yu Weidong was in such a hurry to return home. He couldn't help but wonder where his daughter had been found and how difficult her life must have been since her abduction. The old superior sighed inwardly. During previous meetings, law enforcement had mentioned that they had intensified their efforts to monitor human traffickers, yet many children continued to go missing. Such criminals were truly despicable. As Yu Weidong rushed home, he passed by a quaint old shop and instructed the guard to stop the car. The aroma of roasted duck wafted through the air, and he thought to bring one home for his little girl. Certain she would adore it, he disembarked and made his way to the old sign of the roast duck shop. After acquiring the duck, even the guard couldn't suppress a sniff of the delightful fragrance. Indeed, the guard, having recently learned of their commander's daughter's return, observed the smile lighting up Yu Weidong's face. That he gently inquired, "Commander, should we pick up your wife on the way?" "No need, she has a major surgery today. She'll return home once it's complete." As Yu Weidong settled into the back seat, he had initially planned to take a day off, but the call he received had only just concluded, and he had barely bought his daughter some gifts before being summoned for a 2-day meeting. He wondered if she would feel disheartened upon arriving home to find them absent. "Hurry, let us get back quickly," he urged the guard to accelerate. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Gu Wanqing was also busy. Today marked a significant surgery scheduled days in advance, with the patient being wheeled into the operating room at 9 in the morning. She was operating alongside two experienced surgeons, with an outstanding talent who had studied abroad providing guidance. The complexity of the surgery warranted the presence of numerous doctors and nurses for observation. Although she was slated for the evening shift, she arrived 2 hours early to observe the procedure. The more she watched, the more surgeries she performed, the greater her experience became. This would undoubtedly make future surgeries feel far more seamless. After 6 or 7 hours, the last stitch was completed, and the guiding physician let out a sigh of relief. With no fluctuations on the monitors, smiles finally broke across the faces of those present. "This was indeed the longest surgery I've ever participated in." The head of surgery removed his mask, acknowledging, "It was you, Xiaolu, who truly excelled. Your guidance has imparted us with new surgical experiences." Indeed, Xiaolu is truly a remarkable talent who has returned from overseas studies. "Quite splendid indeed. Now that the surgery has been successfully completed, let us escort the patient out. Doctors, please feel free to take a well-deserved break and enjoy a meal. Your hard work today is greatly appreciated." Gu Wanqing, not only the vice president but also an exceptionally skilled physician, has saved countless lives in her youth and has even accompanied Yu Weidong to the battlefield after the tumultuous times of war. They experienced a few years of tranquility, albeit not without their share of chaotic events. At long last, things have improved, though it is all a result of the hardships endured in the past. Life before having children was truly indescribable. Fortunately, circumstances gradually improved after the arrival of the children, granting them a better quality of life. The doctors, upon hearing this, exchanged pleasantries with Gu Wanqing before heading out to rest and eat. After managing all the affairs at hand and transferring today's surgical patients to the intensive care unit, she intended to take a brief respite in her office before heading straight home. Her youngest daughter was arriving by train today. Initially, she had contemplated picking her up, but given the major surgery she had performed, she had no choice but to set her daughter aside for the moment and prioritize her professional duties. This was her vocation and mission, one that she could not forsake. When Yu Jiqing arrived, she brought food for Gu Wanqing, suggesting, "Please eat a little and take a moment to rest before you head home." I shall forego the meal, Gu Wanqing replied. I had breakfast this morning and am not particularly hungry now. I will rest for a few minutes and check on the patient we just transferred. I will head home first. You can return later. Eager to return home, Gu Wanqing decided against further rest. Rising to seek out the other doctors who had assisted with the surgeries, she briefed the on-call physician regarding the patient's condition, emphasizing the need for constant vigilance, as only after tonight would they truly be out of the danger zone. Vice President, you should head home now, they urged. You've been busy since this morning, and we heard you have matters at home. Please, let us handle the remaining tasks. Although they were unaware of the specifics, they could see that Gu Wanqing had been exceedingly occupied these past few days, prompting them to encourage her to leave early. I entrust the rest to you all. Gu Wanqing expressed her gratitude before promptly changing clothes and bidding farewell to Yu Jiqing, hastily departing from the military hospital, with her bag slung over her shoulder. She rushed to the family quarters, just in time to see Yu Weidong alighting from the vehicle. Old Yu, Gu Wanqing called out, waving her hand. While Yu Weidong awaited her at the entrance, and together they made their way inside. The little one must be anxiously awaiting us, he remarked. How is it that we have been so busy? In a couple of days, we must carve out some time to take a proper break and spend quality time with her. As they conversed, they quickened their pace. Inside, Yu Yuanyuan and Yu Zhiyang were engaged in conversation on the sofa, reminiscing about amusing childhood anecdotes. Upon hearing commotion at the door, Yu Zhiyang quickly stood, a look of joy illuminating his face. It must be our parents returning. Upon confirmation of their arrival, Yu Yuanyuan, feeling a bit nervous, adjusted her clothing. Gu Wanqing and Yu Weidong hurried inside, and as Yu Yuanyuan approached the door, Gu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. Clutching her bag tightly, tears began to flow freely as she stepped forward, her heart swelling with emotion. You look just like your sister, she exclaimed, her voice choked with tears. My dear child, you have endured so much hardship all these years. Now that you are home, I will make it up to you. Gu Wanqing's voice trembled with emotion as she enveloped Yu Yuanyuan in a warm embrace. The two held each other tightly, and Gu Wanqing was filled with an overwhelming certainty that her son had indeed found their youngest daughter. The resemblance to her eldest daughter was uncanny. Although they shared a striking similarity, Yu Yuanyuan appeared much thinner, her complexion somewhat sallow, presenting the unmistakable signs of malnutrition. It was to be expected. Yu Zhiyang had mentioned previously that she had not fared well in her former household. Now that she was back, they would ensure she received the care she so desperately needed. You are my daughter, without a doubt, there can be no mistake. Gu Wanqing's voice was thick with emotion. And behind her, Yu Weidong felt a surge of sentiment as well, that he too wanted to weep, having searched for so long to find their lost daughter, yet he stifled his tears, bearing the weight of being the pillar of the family. As Yu Yuanyuan sobbed in her mother's embrace, feeling a profound connection, she managed to choke out, Mom. Chapter 36. A heart-wrenching beauty. The moment those words escaped her lips, Gu Wanqing could no longer hold back her tears. Weeping loudly as she clutched Yu Yuanyuan. Yu Zhiyang and Yu Weidong exchanged a glance, both turning away simultaneously, quietly wiping away the tears that streamed from their eyes. They had longed for this day for many years. Initially believing they might never find their long-lost daughter. To their astonishment, she had truly been found. Following Yu Yuanyuan's disappearance, they had mourned for an extended period. Although they had gradually healed, a lingering discomfort remained in their hearts, akin to a thorn embedded within. And now that thorn had finally been removed, and the family was reunited. All right, let us go inside and continue our conversation, Yu Weidong said, drying his eyes before stepping forward to gently usher his wife and daughter along. Yu Yuanyuan nodded, wiping her own tears, and took her mother's hand as they entered the house. I bought some snacks for you, which I found quite delicious. My brother and I have already tried them, and I hope you will enjoy them too. As they looked at the assortment of treats on the table, Gu Wanqing felt her emotions welling up again, taking a deep breath to suppress her tears. She grasped Yu Yuanyuan's hands, saying, Your sister is working the night shift, so she may return a bit later, likely around 10 o'clock. Please don't hold it against her, she is quite busy as well. Each of us has eagerly awaited your return. Seeing the glistening tears in her mother's eyes, Yu Yuanyuan embraced her once more, feeling a warmth that was unfamiliar yet comforting. In her previous life, when the orphanage director took them out for outings, they often heard other children sing, Only Mother is Good in This World. It was a beautiful song that they had learned, yet the concept of a mother remained abstract to her. Upon entering school, she learned from her textbooks that mothers are gentle, kind, and the most beautiful people in the world. However, she had never seen her mother and could not fathom what that meant. After starting her career, she struggled alone at the hospital, hoping that if she persevered through the hardships, she would eventually gain recognition and appreciation, leading to a better life. During her time at the hospital, several nurses slightly older than her would often invite her out for meals, bringing dishes prepared by their mothers that featured unique recipes. Although they shared a friendly rapport, Yuan found it difficult to relate to the feeling of having a mother, as she had never experienced it. Now, having received what she had longed for in this life, she cherished it deeply. Despite being a mere supporting character in her own narrative, she felt no resentment. This was sufficient to mend the regrets of her past. "Let us sample the snacks," Yu Zhiyang suggested, handing some to their parents. "These are special treats my sister bought, saved from her earnings over the years." Upon hearing this, Yu Weidong and Gu Wanqing eagerly tasted the snacks, finding them delightful. "What else did you bring back?" As they enjoyed the treats, Yu Zhiyang suddenly caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. It was then that Yu Weidong, having just remembered, exclaimed, "I bought a roast duck. The aroma is irresistible. I purchased it from our favorite old establishment." Holding the roast duck aloft with excitement, he added, "This afternoon our little one must savor it." Yuan nodded, smiling at her father, sweetly calling out, "Daddy da." Yu Weidong responded, carrying the roast duck into the kitchen, tears of joy streaming down his face. Their daughter had finally returned, and his wife would no longer suffer restless nights haunted by nightmares. The twins were finally together again, completing the family. "Let me prepare dinner. You and Mom can spend time with your sister." Yuan offered, eager to help. Though they lacked a grand feast, they could enjoy a simple meal together. "We can save the elaborate dining for another day." "Very well," Yu Weidong agreed, settling down beside Yuan. Both engaging her in conversation. Understanding her brother was busy preparing dinner, she stood up, saying, "I'll go help." "There's no need, let your brother handle it." Gu Wanqing gently pulled Yuan to sit beside her, holding her hand tightly as she gazed at her with tear-filled eyes. "Tell me about your life over there. How have you been?" "Let us not dwell on that now, we haven't even eaten yet. We can discuss it later." "Have you had a chance to see your new room? Do you like it?" Yu Weidong interjected, redirecting the conversation. "It was too soon to delve into the past. I love it. Thank you, Dad and Mom, for decorating my room so beautifully." Yuan's keen eyes discerned that each item within the abode was meticulously selected, a reflection of the family's heartfelt intentions towards her. How could she possibly harbor any discontent? "It is enough to simply be cherished." "We did not purchase shoes for you, as we were unaware of your size." Gu Wanqing gazed sorrowfully at her frail daughter, assuring her that in due time her parents would take her shopping and compensate her for all that had been lacking in the past. "Mom and Dad owe me nothing. Please do not be disheartened. It was not you who abandoned me, but rather, I was taken by human traffickers." Yuan consoled them. "I have seen the gifts within the house, and I know that you, along with my siblings, have always kept me in your thoughts. That alone is the greatest form of restitution. Being remembered is the true source of my happiness." Upon hearing these words, Gu Wanqing and Yu Weidong felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow, yet they continued to converse warmly with Yuan. "We have never forgotten you. We have always been searching for you. It is just that, Mom, I truly feel no sorrow. I have returned to this home and sensed the sincerity of everyone's affection. I am genuinely happy. So there is no need for you to console me." Yuan embraced Gu Wanqing's shoulder. "Mother, please do not feel too distressed. I am back now, and that is the most important thing." After hearing these words, Gu Wanqing's tears fell silently. "Oh, my daughter, how remarkably understanding you are." The three of them engaged in conversation while Yu Zhiyang busied himself in the kitchen. Soon, the aroma of the meal wafted through the air as Yu Zhiyang brought out the dishes. Exclaiming, "Dinner is served, let us eat and chat," Yuan stepped forward to assist, and the family gathered around the dining table. Although Yu Zhiyang's culinary skills left much to be desired, and the food was rather ordinary, she savored every bite. After all, this was a meal prepared by her brother. Even if the taste was lacking, it was a sentiment from a loved one. "My cooking isn't the best. Please bear with it," Yu Zhiyang said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he ate his own dish. Gu Wanqing nodded in agreement. "Yes, everyone in our family can cook, but your brother's skills are indeed subpar, and we are all quite average. Tomorrow, let your brother take you out to dine at a nice restaurant," Gu Wanqing instructed, while Yu Weidong added, "Be sure to take your sister to enjoy the local specialties and show her around. And perhaps buy her a few things." "There is no need, Dad. I have more than enough. You have already provided me with plenty." Truly, there is no need for any extravagance, with the clothes and various daily necessities in her room. Yuan felt that even if they lasted a year, it would be no issue. Moreover, the garments were durable and abundant, far exceeding what she had owned in her previous life. "Your father and I have prepared things for you." And even Xiaoqing has bought you new clothes. How could I, as your brother, fall behind? Yu Jiyang winked. Yu Wanjing placed meat into Yu Yuan's bowl. Rest assured, spending this little money for you is no burden for your brother. Yu Yuan nodded in acceptance. Typically, whoever returns home first is responsible for dinner. If we all have to work in a few days, and you find yourself hungry, you can prepare something for yourself, and we will cook for you upon our return. Gu Wanjing merely wanted to introduce Yu Yuan to the household's daily routine, given that their jobs kept them quite busy. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan pondered for a moment. In truth, she could manage the household meals. Considering her cooking skills were quite commendable. In her previous life, as an orphan with no support, she had always been frugal after starting work, believing that having money was essential to meet her needs. Little did she know that just as she began to save, she gained recognition from her superiors, only to have everything come to a halt. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would have spent while earning rather than hoarding, which ultimately proved futile. To save money, she had prepared nearly every meal herself. Initially, her cooking was rather unpalatable, but she gradually learned by following recipes, diligently preparing her meals each day. Remarkably, her culinary skills improved over time. Later, with the addition of a spatial dimension, she practiced her cooking there, occasionally using spiritual water to enhance her dishes, which turned out delicious and beneficial for her health. However, Yu Yuan kept this to herself, contemplating the idea of rising early the next morning to prepare breakfast for everyone. How have you been these past years? Gu Wanjing inquired for the second time. And this time, Yu Weidong refrained from interjecting, acknowledging that some matters must be confronted. Mom, let us eat first. The past is behind us, isn't it? We should not dwell on bygone events, but rather look forward. Yu Yuan resolutely avoided discussing the past, while Yu Jiyang, unable to bear it any longer, laid bare the actions of Wang Suhua and Zhao Jianlin. As Yu Jiyang recounted their misdeeds, Yu Weidong and Gu Wanjing's anger only intensified. How could they be so cruel? Our precious child suffered such indignities at their hands. Yu Weidong inhaled deeply, while Gu Wanjing, equally agitated, pressed her hand to her temple. They are not only wicked but possess such darkness in their hearts. It is all right now that you have returned. Your father and I will make amends and ensure you are never subjected to anyone's cruelty again. While their anger was palpable, Wang Suihua and Zhao Jianlin had already reached a settlement. Having endured enough torment during their 8 years in prison, Yu Wanjing and Yu Weidong redirected their focus entirely to their daughter. Why? Yu Jiyang slowly clenched his fists. 8 years, is it? After 8 years? We shall devise a plan. Once they have been out for a while, we will see to it that they are incarcerated once more. They must pay the price for their actions. Do they think this is the end? No, this matter is far from over. The family conversed cheerfully, reminiscing about gifts from their childhood, with Gu Wanjing and Yu Weidong recalling how Yu Jiyang had once purchased gifts for his sister. When Yu Yuan learned that the large-headed doll was a gift from Yu Jiyang, she erupted into laughter, yet she could not help but think, during her time in the county, the outfits her brother had bought seemed quite acceptable. How could his aesthetic be so lacking? That large-headed doll was truly amusing. As Yu Yuan unwrapped the gifts, her initial sentiment of gratitude turned into barely suppressed laughter upon seeing it, so hideous it brought tears to her eyes. Chapter 37, The Original Protagonist, Sister, Golden Supporter. I have such a vivid memory of that large-headed doll. How could the color scheme be so atrocious? Yu Yuan chuckled, exasperated, while Yu Jiyang felt a wave of embarrassment. In an attempt to salvage his dignity, he straightened up and declared, "Is it really that ugly? I don't think so." In truth, he also found it rather unsightly, as the doll was garishly colorful. However, during his childhood, he had considered it quite beautiful. Not only did Yu Yuan possess one, but even Yu Jiqing had one. Childhood tastes often differ from those of adulthood. The family shared laughter, enjoying their meal and conversing. And once they finished, they cleared the table together. Earlier, while serving dinner, Yu Jiyang had set aside a portion for Yu Jiqing. As time drew near, Gu Wanjing, while ushering Yu Yuan towards the door, remarked, "Your sister should be returning soon." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan felt a surge of anticipation, for her sister was the leading lady of this tale. Although she often appeared aloof, her heart was warm, a classic case of being outwardly cold yet inwardly passionate. She possessed an exquisite beauty and was an exceptionally skilled doctor, coming from a well-to-do family, making her an undeniable force from the very beginning. After all, which protagonist lacks her own talents? Moreover, Yu Yuan recalled that the book had mentioned her sister also possessed a spatial dimension. However, its capabilities were not as expansive as her own, containing only resources pertaining to medicine, primarily focused on medical knowledge. It served as a quintessential medical space, filled with numerous texts on medical practice. Yet, due to the limitations of this era and the absence of technology, many of the texts were beyond her sister's comprehension, which was one of her many frustrations. Suddenly footsteps could be heard at the door. And Gu Wanjing leapt up in excitement. A tall, slender girl entered, and Yu Yuan recognized her sister immediately. At first glance, it felt as though she were gazing into a mirror, truly strikingly similar however, upon her arrival in the original protagonist's body. She had already noticed their identical appearances, which had surprised her immensely. How could we look so alike, she thought, but considering the potential connections, she refrained from dwelling on it upon her arrival in the original body. The only difference between her and the original protagonist was that the latter was somewhat frilier, while she was more curvaceous. Despite being born in an orphanage, she had excelled academically and earned numerous accolades. Never hesitating to splurge on food rather than on clothing, having experienced hunger in her youth, she never deprived herself in that regard. Throughout her life, she had pursued a career in medicine, avoiding the typical dieting trends that many girls followed. Her figure was thus perfectly proportioned to in this era. The original protagonist was slightly underweight, with a sallow complexion, although she had replenished some of her vitality through a period of consuming spiritual water. It would take time for her to fully recover, and now that they had met, it was akin to gazing into a mirror, a reflection of her past self meeting her sister, in this life. She appeared rather too slender. Yu Jiqing gazed at her sister, momentarily stunned. Her sister seemed pale, petite, and exceedingly frail, with her bones visibly protruding. It is likely that she endured considerable suffering in her original family and faced malnutrition, which ultimately led to her current state. Although there was little expression on Yu Jiqing's face, her heart ached profoundly. Sister, Yuan knew that despite Yu Jiqing's seemingly aloof demeanor, she genuinely cherished her as a sister. The book had described this bond even after the original character's tragic accident. Upon returning home, Yu Jiqing continued to remember her, visiting her grave annually with offerings of flowers. She had never forgotten her sister. When Yuan called out, Yu Jiqing could no longer hold back and stepped forward to grasp her hand, murmuring, "It's all right, you're back now, our family is finally reunited. Wow, I never expected someone so seemingly indifferent could be so warm." To lighten the atmosphere, Yu Jiang playfully teased Yu Jiqing as usual. Yu Jiqing shot her a stern glare. "Do you really think you resemble an older brother? That's all right, as long as you see me as an older sister." "I'll strive to be a good brother," Yu Jiang replied nonchalantly. Yuan gently tugged Yu Jiqing's hand, inviting her to sit and share the snacks she had brought. "Quickly, go prepare a meal for your sister," Gu Wanjing urged, observing the warm interaction between the sisters, nudging Yu Jiang towards the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Yu Jiang noticed the dishes she had prepared earlier had cooled, so she thoughtfully reheated them before serving. As the family gathered around, chatting and laughing, she occasionally glanced back at them, uncertain what captivating topic had sparked such joy in Yuan, whose radiant smile illuminated her face. Yu Jiqing felt her previously hollow heart finally fill. Learning of Yuan's past hardships, Yu Jiqing felt a pang of sympathy. "Sister, I've seen the gifts you bought me, and I adore them." "Thank you, dear sister," Yuan suddenly spoke, catching Yu Jiqing off guard. Yet the joy in her heart was undeniable. As long as you like them. After responding, Yu Jiqing quickly turned her head, still feeling a tinge of nervousness. In truth, while shopping, she had worried whether Yuan would appreciate her choices. Now hearing her sister express delight filled Yu Jiqing with happiness, inspiring her to consider purchasing more gifts in the future. Observing Yu Jiqing's reaction, Yuan secretly chuckled. The aloof and cool heroine was, after all, her sister, which meant that her future would undoubtedly be smoother, as she could lean on her. How wonderful! Yuan mused that being a supporting character had its perks. The heroine's golden touch lay in her abilities. Albeit somewhat constrained, perhaps she could devise a plan for her sister. But this thought was fleeting. Soon, Yu Jiqing finished her meal, and the family sat together. Just as they settled, Yu Jiang couldn't help but reflect aloud. "In the past, whenever we heard someone resembled you, we would rush to check, just in case it was you. We have long awaited the day of family reunion, and to think we have finally reached it." Upon hearing Yu Jiang's words, Yu Weidong and Gu Wanjing nodded in agreement. They had always held the same sentiment, and this long-awaited day had indeed come. After discussing various topics, Yu Jiqing pondered for a moment before gently inquiring, "Did you attend school over there? Upon your return, do you have any thoughts?" As soon as she posed the question, she noticed a hint of confusion among the others, prompting her to clarify. "What I mean is, I'm concerned about my sister feeling bored, so I wanted to ask if there is anything she wishes to pursue. I can assist." Chapter 38. Yuan renamed Yuan of course. The initial priority is to rest well for a while. Yu Jiqing harbored no ill intentions, she merely wished to inquire about her sister's plans. She believed that one must rely on oneself for everything. If her sister didn't have any particular skills, she could simply relax at home, as their family would support her. It was merely a casual conversation. Yu Yuan reflected on her previous profession. Both her sister and mother had worked in military hospitals. She had even treated old Madame Zhao before. After a few seconds of thought, she spoke. Although I never attended school in the countryside, I have been quietly learning. They thought it unnecessary for a girl like me to receive an education, so I could only read my younger brother's textbooks. He excelled academically, and my adoptive parents invested considerable effort into him, buying him many books, which I secretly borrowed to read. My brother was studying medicine, and I picked up quite a bit from him. While I cannot prove my qualifications, I do possess a modicum of medical knowledge. Previously, there had been an old man in the village, and Yu Yuan had employed the same trick she used to deceive Zhao Guoxuan. When she first arrived in the village, she was in tatters and he had asked for food. Although I had little to offer, I went home to fetch him a steamed bun, feeling pity for him. He began visiting often and taught me some basic knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. For minor ailments, I can manage a bit. Yu Yuan believed it was the perfect moment to share this. She had previously spoken with Yu Jiang about it. Henceforth, regardless of how she behaved, they would not harbor excessive doubts, merely attributing her knowledge to previous learning, especially since the Yu family inherently possessed a hereditary talent for medicine. Really, that's incredible. You must have inherited our mother's gift, so even with minimal learning, you possess some skill, Yu Jiqing exclaimed, moved. You must have endured so much hardship over the years. Yu Jiqing had not anticipated that Yu Yuan would express such sentiments. Did this mean they could work in the same hospital? She felt a surge of excitement. Yu Jiang, observing Yu Jiqing's typically stoic demeanor now softened with compassion and excitement, shook her head in exasperation. Yet she too shared in the exhilaration. Once she returned to the military, she would undoubtedly share the news with everyone. Her long-lost sister had finally been found. Certainly, you must have inherited that talent. You are a skilled surgeon in the military hospital, and your mother is remarkable. Your sister must be equally talented, Yu Weidong praised enthusiastically. Yu Jiang rolled her eyes. Can we test your knowledge? Gu Wanjing gently inquired. Still concerned that Yu Yuan might feel uncomfortable with such scrutiny, anyone would feel uneasy under such treatment upon returning home. Yet who was Yu Yuan? For someone who had never experienced familial affection in her previous life, this time, as long as she could sit with her family, discussing anything was a joy. Sure, Yu Yuan nodded, and Yu Jiqing exchanged glances with Gu Wanjing. Together, they posed some fundamental medical questions. Yu Yuan considered each question for a few seconds before articulating the correct answers, even expanding on some treatment methods. Is this a combination of traditional and Western medicine? Yu Jiqing noted the distinction, and Gu Wanjing quickly caught on. Yu Yuan nodded. Yes, my previous teacher in traditional medicine taught me that everything has its own principles. Anything applicable can be integrated. Upon hearing this, both Yu Jiqing and Gu Wanjing were utterly astonished. After posing a few more questions, although Yu Jiang and Yu Weidong did not comprehend the content, they could tell from Yu Yuan's eloquence that the sister they had found was truly exceptional. After addressing the foundational inquiries, Yu Jiqing deliberately asked a slightly more challenging question. Yu Yuan pondered for over a minute. And just as Yu Jiqing suggested she could forego the answer if it was too difficult, she confidently articulated the correct approach. You are truly remarkable, Yu Jiqing exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Tightly grasping Yu Yuan's hand. To have learned to such an extent under such harsh conditions. You are extraordinary. A radiant smile spread across Yu Yuan's face as she relished the compliments. Some of it is my own contemplation. I feared I might have erred, she chuckled shyly. Yu Jiqing shook her head. You did not err. Everyone has different perspectives, yet the final results are correct. Have you considered pursuing a career as a doctor? I've heard that both mother and sister are exceptional doctors. I aspire to be one too. If I could become a doctor, I would be as formidable as them, Yu Yuan declared proudly, her head held high. Observing her endearing pride, the family couldn't help but burst into laughter. If you truly wish to pursue this, you can rest for a while, and I will bring you some books later. You can take the exams at the military hospital. As long as you pass, you can become an intern doctor, gradually advancing to become an outstanding physician. Upon hearing Yu Jiqing's words, Yu Yuan quickly agreed, having been a doctor in her past life. There was nothing wrong with pursuing that path again in this life. After discussing these matters, they shifted to other topics. Yu Jiqing learned how her adoptive parents had treated Yu Yuan, filling her with sympathy for her sister. Regarding your name, Yu Weidong began, your true name is Yu Ziyuan, and if you dislike this name, we can change it. Since your identification has been restored, tomorrow I shall send your brother to help you obtain a new identification. Registering you under our household name earlier, Yu Weidong had examined Yu Yuan's identification, which bore the name Zhao Area. In their family, she was cherished as Yuan, yet in another household, she had become merely Area. A child casually subject to mistreatment, Yu Weidong had long been wishing to express his thoughts, yet he hesitated, fearing he might touch upon sensitive topics. At this moment, he could no longer contain himself. Father, may I be called Yu Yuan? The name Yu Yuan had belonged to her in a previous life. She yearned for the freedom of a fish swimming in water, and the liberty of a kite soaring in the sky. Naturally, she did not wish to be a fish trapped in a net, nor a kite tethered by strings. She desired to be unrestrained and carefree. As Yu Yuan observed the gazes of those around her, she found delight in the repetition of the syllables in Yuan. She felt that being called by this name for 2 lifetimes would be quite wonderful, yet she couldn't openly express the sentiment. So she resorted to an awkward excuse. Chapter 39. After longing for so many years, my child has finally returned. Of course, that's perfectly fine. Yuan sounds lovely, it rolls off the tongue effortlessly, let it be decided. With the matter of the name settled, and seeing that the hour was drawing near, Gu Wanqing suggested they retire for the night. As they prepared to sleep, Gu Wanqing and Yu Jiqing accompanied Yu Yuan into her room. The sheets and duvet we selected for you are all brand new, there are additional options in the wardrobe, we picked out some we thought you might like. If you don't fancy them, just let brother take you to choose again. Yu Jiqing and Gu Wanqing had gone to the market, washed everything upon their return, and neatly placed it all in the wardrobe. The curtains were chosen by father. He said green is refreshing, this wardrobe is made of wood, and next time I will bring you a lace tablecloth to enhance its appearance. Although Yu Jiqing often appeared aloof, she was remarkably patient with Yu Yuan. While Gu Wanqing inquired about various little details, regardless of what Yu Yuan asked, they responded promptly, showing no signs of impatience. Yu Yuan felt a profound warmth envelop her, observing the harmonious interaction between the sisters. Gu Wanqing greeted Yu Yuan and Yu Jiqing before stepping out, allowing the twins a moment to converse. After all, they were twins, born simultaneously from her womb, how could they not share a bond? Yu Weidong nodded, having just glanced at Yu Yuan's identification. He had entrusted all family documents to Yu Jiang, who would promptly handle Yu Yuan's identification in the morning, with the proof provided by Zhao Guoxuan. Along with their identities in the prior report, everything would align seamlessly, allowing her identity to be established swiftly. Henceforth, Yu Yuan would be cherished like a precious gem in the hands of the Yu family. No longer the Zhao area. Once Gu Wanqing left, Yu Jiqing shared some details about daily life with Yu Yuan, speaking cautiously, wary of touching upon her self-esteem, as living in such circumstances had not been her choice. I've picked out a few sets of pajamas for you. I wasn't certain of your color preferences, so I brought several options. Which one do you like? Yu Jiqing retrieved items from the drawer. Stating girls need to take care of their skin, I prepared these for you. If you don't know how to use them, just ask me. Make sure to eat nutritious food. We need to restore your health quickly. Look at your pale little face. Yu Jiqing's meticulous instructions were overheard by Yu Jiang as he passed by, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. His usually indifferent sister appeared transformed today. Attending to every detail, they often exchanged playful banter at home, but now she beamed radiantly at her returning sister. Yu Yuan surveyed the array of pajamas in the wardrobe, each more adorable than the last. Had this been in her previous life, she would have deemed them childish. However, in this life, they had been specially prepared by her sister, and she chose a light blue set. Thank you, sister. I adore all these colors. After all, the original owner had never worn such a variety of pajamas, having spent the year in old clothes that were patched up when torn. In her past life, she had been rather indifferent to clothing and daily necessities, living a rather rough existence. Now, with someone placing such importance upon these matters, she couldn't help but feel elated. Alright, make sure to rest early, and let me, Mom, and Dad know if you need anything. After Yu Jiqing had said all she needed, Yu Yuan took her pajamas to wash up, and that night, as she lay in bed, she felt a comforting warmth. How wonderful! Was it possible that heaven, sensing the hardships she endured in her past life, granted her this opportunity to rectify the original owner's misfortunes? Her regret was of being an orphan, never having experienced familial love. The original owner's regret was of not returning home sooner, missing out on quality time with her parents and siblings. Now, both could find closure. Perhaps it was because she felt genuinely comfortable as the room exuded warmth, and her pajamas were cozy, that Yu Yuan closed her eyes and soon drifted off to sleep. As the occupants outside noted the silence within, Yu Jiqing sighed, "We should compensate Yuan more. Her previous years were far too harsh." Upon her words, everyone nodded in agreement, then turned their attention to Yu Jiang, who stood nearby. "What are you looking at me for? Tomorrow, not only must you handle your sister's household registration, but you should also take her out for a stroll, treat her to delightful meals, and buy her clothes and things she fancies." All right, Yu Jiang replied helplessly. "You've all said this many times. Even if you hadn't, I would still do it. I've yet to show any appreciation as her brother. You know that." Yu Jiqing and Yu Jiang exchanged playful banter once more, while Gu Wanqing and Yu Weidong urged them to return to their rooms to sleep. The two lay in bed, with Gu Wanqing staring at the ceiling, marveling that the dream of reunion had truly come to fruition. "After all these years of longing, my child has finally returned. Surely everything will be better now. It won't be so painful anymore." As Yu Weidong spoke, he embraced his wife, feeling blessed that their youngest daughter had returned, and she even possessed some talents of her own. Their future days would surely thrive. Gu Wanqing nodded in agreement. For the family, this day was indeed the most joyous, and consequently, they all slept soundly. The following day, Yu Weidong was the first to rise. After he got up, others gradually followed suit. Typically, they would hastily prepare a simple meal before heading to work, but as he passed the kitchen, he was startled by some commotion inside. Approaching the kitchen door, he was astonished to find Yu Yuan already bustling about. Yuan, upon seeing her preparing breakfast, Yu Weidong hurried inside. Stop, quickly step outside, let Dad handle this." Yu Weidong busied himself, chiding, "Why aren't you resting properly in your room? We can take care of these chores, you should relax." "Dad," Yu Yuan grasped Yu Weidong's arm, "I meant to tell you yesterday that I can take charge of cooking for the family from now on." Their conversation in the kitchen caught the attention of Gu Wanqing and Yu Jiqing, who quickly approached. Upon seeing Yu Yuan tied in an apron, they urged her to step back. "We'll handle it. We can grab something quick before heading to work." "You shouldn't be doing this." Both Gu Wanqing and Yu Jiqing wanted Yu Yuan to rest well. How could they allow her to toil so early in the morning? Chapter 40. Yu Yuan's culinary skills. "Mom, sister, and Dad, please step out." Yu Yuan chuckled. "Let me prepare a meal for you. I assure you my cooking skills are quite commendable. You can taste it this morning." The three stood in place, momentarily at a loss for words. "Dad, could you help me with the bowls?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Weidong hurriedly fetched the bowls, while Gu Wanqing and Yu Jiqing were urged to wash up. Just as breakfast was being served, Yu Jiang returned. He had a habit of jogging each morning, and today, he entered holding some fried dough sticks from outside. As he started to say, "Mom and Dad," his words caught in his throat upon seeing the porridge and fried eggs on the table. "What, you made this? Hurry and eat, brother," Yu Yuan exclaimed, presenting the side dishes she had prepared to accompany the porridge. "Everyone, come and try." The family felt somewhat embarrassed, yet Yu Yuan's enthusiasm was infectious, prompting them to gather around. Gu Wanqing served each of them a bowl of porridge, urging, "Go on, savor the breakfast our Yuan made. Enjoy it." With a smile, she encouraged them to taste a spoonful. While Yu Yuan had simmered a delicate lean meat porridge using ingredients sourced from the kitchen, enhanced with spring water. After the first sip, they found the flavor exquisite. "This is incredibly delicious," Yu Jiqing exclaimed. "How did you develop such skill?" Yuan. Both Gu Wanqing and Yu Jiqing praised her simultaneously. Their family was indeed quite capable, but they had a weakness when it came to cooking. Their meals were typically edible, yet lacked flavor. They were astonished at how delightful the lean meat porridge was, devoid of any unpleasant meat taste, instead offering a subtle sweetness. These seemingly contradictory flavors blended harmoniously, invigorating their spirits. While Yu Yuan watched them enjoy the meal with delight, her heart brimming with joy. In her past life, she had learned to cook to save money, ensuring she could eat well under limited circumstances. It was also due to her childhood as an orphan, often going hungry, that upon growing up and acquiring wealth, she felt compelled not to waste food. By cooking for herself, she could preserve the exquisite flavors of the ingredients. Little did she anticipate that this skill would prove invaluable. With the enhancement of the spiritual spring water, the meals she prepared were not only more delectable but also beneficial for her health. In a fleeting remark, Yu Yuan lowered her head to sip the congee, and her heart felt as though it had been tightly grasped. It was evident that Yu Yuan's culinary prowess stemmed from the years of exploitation she endured in her previous household. The family remained silent, yet Yu Yuan observed them relishing the food with smiles, and she cheerfully declared, "I intended to mention this yesterday afternoon. From now on, I shall take on the responsibility of cooking." Until I secure a formal job, I will prepare meals for everyone so you can enjoy them upon your return. Yu Yuan cherished the act of cooking, especially for her beloved family. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanqing paused for a few seconds, then hurriedly nodded and finished her bowl of congee. Alright. After saying this, she entered her room and emerged with some money. Yu Yuan stared at her hand in astonishment. Mom, what is this? Oh, Gu Wanqing grasped Yu Yuan's hand, pressing the money into her palm. Did you not say that you would cook before finding a job? You will need money to buy ingredients. This little amount is for your groceries. Once it runs out, be sure to let me know. This money is from your father, your sister, and me, intended as your pocket money. Have your brother take you out to buy more things. If there's anything you desire, go ahead and purchase it. Although they had prepared some items for Yu Yuan, they were unsure of her preferences, so each of the three contributed a bit of money for her to buy things. I can take her shopping too. Yu Jiang raised his head from his bowl. I also want to take my sister to buy some things, otherwise it seems as though I am neglecting her. If you buy things for your sister, doesn't she deserve some money too? Are you going to let her go out without any? Gu Wanqing reprimanded her son sternly, causing Yu Jiang to promptly close his mouth. Over the years, he had saved quite a bit of money himself and planned to give some to his sister when they returned home. Yu Yuan actually wanted to decline, but upon seeing the expressions on Gu Wanqing and Yu Jiqing's faces, she accepted the other envelope. Then I will be relying on you. Yu Wanqing patted Yu Yuan's hand, to which she shook her head. I truly enjoy cooking. As they spoke, everyone finished their breakfast. Yu Weidong contentedly rubbed his belly, exclaiming, Yuan's culinary skills are truly exceptional. I used to think your mother's cooking was the finest among us, but it seems our Yuan is the true champion. With a cheerful smile, Yu Weidong added, have your brother take you out to buy clothes, food, and other delights. We will head off to work now. Very well. After agreeing, Gu Wanqing and the others departed. The three of them set out together. Yu Weidong went to the military, while Gu Wanqing and Yu Jiqing headed towards the military hospital, still reflecting on Yu Yuan's cooking from that morning. Yu Jiqing had returned late the previous day and had not heard Yu Jiang's remarks. Gu Wanqing briefly summarized the situation. Yu Jiqing's hand suddenly clenched. Although her face bore no visible emotion, she felt an overwhelming sorrow for Yu Yuan. How could they have been so cruel? If it weren't for her sister's cleverness, she would have been subjected to terrible mistreatment. Gu Wanqing sighed. I never imagined that she could learn and thrive in such harsh conditions, even mastering medicine. When I heard you mention she might inherit my traits, my heart truly ached. What kind of suffering did she endure over there? You have no idea. Gu Wanqing tightened her grip on Yu Jiqing's hand. Last night, when I remarked on her hardships, she actually comforted me instead. If only she had been with us, she could have been a carefree little princess. How was she forced to become so mature under those conditions? The more Gu Wanqing thought about it, the more distressed she became. She had refrained from voicing these sentiments the night before, but walking alongside her eldest daughter today made it impossible to restrain her emotions. Yu Wanqing pressed her lips together. We shall make amends for her in the future. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Yu Jiqing finally expressed this thought, to which Gu Wanqing patted her hand without saying a word, and the mother and daughter pair entered the hospital together. Yu Yuan and Yu Jiang tidied up the house before preparing to go out. Chapter 41. Congratulations, finally reunited as a family. First, let us register your household, then we can buy you some clothes. We'll grab a bite to eat, and in the afternoon, we'll buy groceries and prepare dinner. Alright, this schedule will fill an entire day perfectly. Today, we'll take Yu Yuan to familiarize herself with the surroundings. Buy her some clothes and items she likes, and perhaps tomorrow or the day after we can take her out for some fun. This way, the 3-day holiday will be well spent. Yu Jiang led Yu Yuan outside and, not far from home, they encountered some familiar faces in the family compound. Jiang, is this young lady your girlfriend? One aunt inquired casually, to which Yu Jiang quickly shook his head, before she could respond. Another sister-in-law gazed at Yu Yuan's face for a few seconds, exclaiming, don't you think this girl looks remarkably like Jiqing? Just a bit taller or shorter, a little thinner or plumper. With this observation, everyone suddenly realized that Yu Yuan bore a striking resemblance to Yu Jiqing. They recalled that many years ago, Gu Wanqing and Yu Weidong had indeed given birth to a pair of twin daughters, only to lose one. The two had played in the compound during their childhood. Could this be Xiaoqing's sister? One aunt pondered aloud. Upon realizing this, Yu Jiang nodded while embracing Yu Yuan's shoulders. Yes, we have finally found our sister who has been lost for so many years. Hearing this, one of the aunts stepped forward, taking Yu Yuan's hand and gently patting it. We have finally brought her back. Your mother nearly cried blind when she learned you were missing. Yu Yuan sensed the warmth radiating from the aunt and nodded appreciatively. It is good to be back, truly good to be back. The aunt continued to hold Yu Yuan's hand and spoke a few more words. Are you planning to take your sister out shopping? After finishing her sentence, everyone shifted their gaze to Yu Jiang. Indeed. Yu Jiang replied cheerfully, his mouth curving into a wide smile. My sister has just returned. I must take her out to buy some things. We won't keep the ants any longer. We must be on our way. The ants nodded and waved them off. Watching the siblings depart, the several ants who had encountered them began to discuss among themselves. Didn't we hear they found her before? But when Yu Jiang returned, he brought nothing back. I heard he only thought she resembled someone. At that time, they had felt hopeful, yet who could have predicted it would turn out like this? This time, how could there be any mistake? We can all see she looks just like Jiqing. Indeed, the group fell silent. Yu Jiang led Yu Yuan outside, and the two of them hopped into a vehicle and headed straight to the registration office. Come on, let us go. Yu Jiang felt immense joy in his heart. Once they registered her household, it would be as if his sister had truly returned. Upon entering, Yu Jiang's unique status allowed him to present his identification and be attended to by a designated staff member. The young lady handling their case paused momentarily upon seeing all the documents they presented. Having processed similar cases before, she understood that Yu Yuan had been abducted and was now found. Throughout the entire procedure, she remained silent, handing back all the documents once everything was completed. It's all done, comrade, all done. Yu Jiang picked up the documents and showed them to Yu Yuan. You are truly back now. You need never worry again, we will make it up to you. For the past few days, Yu Yuan had been hearing her family express this sentiment, and as she gazed at the familiar name printed on the document alongside her family, tears began to uncontrollably cascade from her eyes. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Yu Jiang quickly patted her shoulder. Yu Yuan shook her head. I have long awaited this day. I never expected it would actually come to fruition. You now have a family. Congratulations, congratulations, the family is finally reunited. The young lady who had just assisted them smiled at them, and both Yu Jiang and Yu Yuan returned her smile in gratitude. After exiting the office, Yu Yuan clutched the documents tightly, unwilling to let go. Yuan, you truly suffered greatly before it. Come on, brother will take you shopping. Let us not dwell on sad thoughts here. Yu Jiang, being his carefree self, spoke whatever came to mind. Though he appeared laid back, once he entered the military and undertook a mission, he was quite serious. Brother, why don't you tell me some amusing stories from the military? They made their way from the office, traversing a stretch of road, and the two of them decided to walk while engaging in conversation. Yu Yuan was eager to learn more about Yu Jiang and what kind of person he was in the military. Previously on the train, due to the crowd, she hadn't had the chance to inquire. As for me, Yu Jiang pondered for a moment, I tend to be quite serious in the army. I rarely converse with others. Only engaging when training concludes or when everyone is thoroughly relaxed. After all, I serve as a soldier, defending my homeland. In the preceding years, during missions, he had spent an entire year away from home, with most of his time spent outdoors. The reason he was currently in that city was due to a minor injury, limiting him to simple tasks. Yu Yuan was aware of this and had previously asked if he had recovered from his injury. Yu Jiang stated that it was not serious, he had merely sustained a scrape on his hand, and he even showed her the scar, which had already scabbed over. With that, Yu Yuan ceased her inquiries. The two continued their conversation as they arrived at a large shopping mall. Brother, are there no other places to buy clothes besides here? Yu Yuan remarked, noticing the exorbitant prices at the mall, which deterred her from making a purchase. We typically buy our clothes from the stores within the mall. If you find anything appealing, you might as well take a look. Observing Yu Yuan's hesitation, Yu Jiang gently took her hand and led her inside. The grandeur of the mall was indeed a stark contrast to the outside. This era was marked by department stores. Upon entering, they were greeted by a plethora of shops, each offering an array of goods. Yu Yuan noticed many elderly individuals perusing the aisles, with several aunties haggling with the shopkeepers. They can actually negotiate prices. Yu Yuan's eyes widened, if haggling was indeed an option. She felt quite at home, having spent her previous life bartering in the market with the elderly. Chapter 42, The Art of Haggling. Brother's heart aches. The ability to negotiate implied the possibility of saving a bit of money, which eased Yu Yuan's anxious heart just a tad. Over there, while Yu Yuan contemplated this, Yu Jiang had already pulled her into a shop. As they entered, he pointed to a garment hanging above. exclaiming, "Take that down for my sister to try on." Yu Yuan, captivated by a blue shirt at the entrance, did not notice Yu Jiyang's actions. The shirt was crafted from fine material, adorned with a bow that could be tied at the chest. In a delicate sky blue hue. Yu Yuan had always favored this color in her past life, envisioning it paired with a white skirt, which would undoubtedly look splendid. As Yu Jiyang instructed the salesgirl to retrieve the shirt he had in mind. He turned to find his sister fixated on the blue shirt. He stroked his chin, muttering to himself that the blue shirt was nothing special, even less appealing than the one in his hand. However, noticing that his sister seemed entranced by the item was a first for him. He called over the salesgirl, "Bring that blue shirt as well." The salesgirl complied, and Yu Yuan felt the fabric. Acknowledging its quality, Yuan, "Come over and try this on," Yu Jiyang called loudly. Yu Yuan turned to see him holding a shocking shade of pink. Upon seeing the color, her heart nearly stopped. Is he out of his mind? "This is terrifying, Yuan," Yu Jiyang observed her stunned expression. "The salesgirl has brought the blue shirt. Try this one first, and then you can try the blue one." No, Yu Yuan hastily shook her head in refusal. If she dared to wear that pink monstrosity, she would undoubtedly be the most flamboyant person on the street. Her brother truly had the aesthetic sense of a straight man, yet she pondered, if he indeed had such taste, then why had he chosen several decent outfits for her during their time in the county? Those pieces were either solid colors or had subtle floral patterns, though the fabric wasn't as exquisite as what they had here. The styles were still quite appealing. "This outfit is lovely. You must try it," Yu Jiyang insisted, even demonstrating how it might look on her. The earlier salesgirl had lowered her head, noting that this particular piece had been hanging in their store for quite some time without a buyer. Primarily due to its horrendous color, however, another middle-aged woman, upon seeing Yu Jiyang showcasing the shirt to Yu Yuan, eagerly approached them, exclaiming, "This outfit is gorgeous. It's one of our best sellers." Yu Yuan rolled her eyes at this comment. Having just witnessed the salesgirl stifling her laughter, that woman was utterly irresponsible. To sell this shirt, she would say anything. "See, even this lady says it looks good. You should try it on quickly." Yu Jiyang was confident in his taste, believing that with all the colorful outfits adorning the street, his sister would undoubtedly look beautiful in the pink attire. Yu Yuan shook her head, watching as the salesgirl handed her the blue shirt. She decided, "I'll give this one a try instead." As Yu Yuan hurried away, Yu Jiyang turned to the woman, asking, "Is this shirt not appealing? I think this color is quite nice. Honestly, you might not need to consult your sister. A brother like you is rare, why not simply pay for her?" the woman suggested. Yu Jiyang found her reasoning quite sound. Perhaps Yu Yuan simply thought the shirt was too expensive, considering it was displayed prominently. "Then let's set it aside." Yu Jiyang handed the shirt to the woman, who was nearly beaming with excitement, while the salesgirl discreetly shook her head. The woman was always like this, aggressively pushing sales, only to face complaints later when customers returned after trying on their purchases, leading to arguments almost daily. Yu Yuan emerged from the fitting room in the blue shirt, feeling satisfied, and chose a white skirt to match. She had seen the clothes that Yu Jiyang had purchased for her, which were all lovely, albeit slightly loose, requiring her to gain a bit more weight before they would fit perfectly. She decided to buy 2 outfits for herself. After selecting her garments, she also picked out 2 pairs of shoes, opting for both flats and leather shoes. This time, Yu Jiyang's choices were commendable, as both the black and white shoes looked fantastic. Yu Yuan felt torn between which pair to choose. For matching with clothes, the white ones were undoubtedly more versatile, but the black ones were more practical. "I'll take both. Wrap them up for me." Yu Jiyang exuded his dominant aura as he approached the cashier before Yu Yuan could voice her opinion. "We've bought so much. Shouldn't there be a discount?" "Indeed, a discount can be arranged," the salesgirl replied with a slight smile. Although they were employed by the store owner, there was a baseline price set. The more they sold, the better, but if a customer bought multiple items, they could offer a slight reduction, otherwise it would be detrimental if no one made a purchase at all. "How much can we reduce it?" Yu Yuan inquired. The salesgirl responded, "That will depend on the final total after we have rung everything up." "What about this shirt?" Yu Yuan picked up the blue shirt. "This blue shirt and that skirt together cost 10 yuan. As soon as the salesgirl answered, a smile spread across Yu Yuan's face. "Can you make it cheaper? We've bought so many clothes." The total was calculated, and there was room for negotiation. Yu Yuan took the lead in haggling, not just for the clothes, but also for the shoes. A set priced at 10 yuan had been negotiated down by 2 yuan, and the shoes had also seen a reduction of 2 yuan. Watching Yu Yuan haggle fervently, Yu Jiyang felt neither irritation nor frustration. Instead, his heart ached. What kind of difficult life had she led that even when purchasing something she liked, She had to negotiate incessantly. After an exhausting round of bargaining, the woman finally relented, and the total for all the clothes was reduced by 6 yuan. Asu Yuan surveyed her selected items. The woman picked up the pink shirt again and saying, "You should take this, it's your brother's gift." "Absolutely not." Yuan promptly shoved the pink shirt back. "Brother, weren't you supposed to buy me clothes I like?" "I don't want this one." Chapter 43. Brother spends a fortune. Yuan's heart bleeds. That ghastly shade of pink was not only hideous but also costly. Yuan had inadvertently caught sight of the price tag. It was a staggering 18 yuan. With that amount, an average family could purchase groceries for an entire month. Why on earth would anyone buy such an ugly shirt? "This is your brother's heartfelt gesture," the salesgirl insisted, though she claimed not to like it. She secretly found it quite appealing. After all, the shirt was rather charming. The woman continued to persuade, but upon seeing her sister's expression, Yu Jiang pondered for a moment and decided, "Then let's forgo it. I'll settle the payment for the earlier items." With that, he stepped forward. Yuan hastily retrieved her wallet, exclaiming, "Let me pay for it." Yu Jiang shot her a stern look. "Put that away, this is a gift from your brother. You mustn't pay, otherwise, it would be disrespectful to me." Hearing this, Yuan could only silently tuck her wallet back into her pocket, realizing her brother truly embodied the qualities of a domineering figure. In her past life, she had admired those overbearing CEOs who doted on their younger sisters. "I never expected to have such an elder brother." Yu Jiang quickly settled the payment, and the little girl beside him appeared quite pleased. While the elderly woman nearby sighed heavily as she hung up a Barbie pink dress, truly lacking in vision. How could such a beautiful garment remain unsold? The elderly woman's complaint reached Yuan's ears just as she and Yu Jiang exited the clothing store. Prompting a slight smile from her. If the woman truly cherished it, she could purchase it for her daughter. If not, she could always wear it herself. After uttering this, Yuan departed. Yu Jiang observed from behind. And upon hearing her words, the elderly woman's expression darkened instantly as he realized just how hideous the clothes he had chosen were. Though he still did not perceive them as ugly, the realization prompted him to shake his head. Indeed, his sister was quite remarkable, skilled at selecting outfits and adept at bargaining. Having completed their shopping, the time was right for Yu Jiang, following their parents' instructions, to treat his sister to a delicious meal. They entered a restaurant they often frequented. "Boss, bring us a few of your signature dishes," Yu Jiang declared with lavish generosity, adding, "and a serving of your clear chicken soup." Observing the plethora of dishes Yu Jiang had ordered, Yuan hastily interjected, "Brother, we won't finish all this." "No worries, I have a hearty appetite." Hearing this familiar phrase, Yuan smiled warmly. She truly felt enveloped in warmth. Since returning home, every family member had shown concern for her, paying attention to her emotions. Yet, while her heart swelled with warmth, Yuan deemed it necessary to save her brother some money. "Brother, let us just have these 2 dishes, plus 1 soup." Yuan leaned in discreetly, whispering in Yu Jiang's ear, "I can cook all of this. Later, we can buy ingredients, and I'll prepare it for you. I promise it will taste even better." To avoid tarnishing the owner's reputation, Yuan spoke softly. After pondering for a moment, Yu Jiang ultimately decided to remove a few dishes from the order. "That's more like it." Yuan chuckled. She gazed out the window while Yu Jiang admired her features. Despite having been separated from him for so many years, she had not changed one bit. The more he reflected, the more he felt that his sister was truly the finest girl in the world. Before long, the braised pork ribs and stir-fried potatoes with green peppers were served, and the two relished their meal heartily. "What does my brother like to eat? Let us go buy some ingredients." They had gathered everything they needed, from head to toe, shoes and daily necessities. After a stroll through the department store, they had acquired all they desired, leaving their purchases at the mall to retrieve later. Perfect. During their meal, Yuan recounted amusing stories from her childhood, all drawn from the original owner's memories. Regardless of the circumstances, she had taken possession of the original owner's body to relish this familial bond. Thus she shared her childhood joys with Yu Jiang. He listened intently and, upon finishing, offered her a piece of rib, saying, "Eat up." Yuan chuckled, and they both ate swiftly. After their meal, Yu Jiang tugged Yuan back to the department store. "Why are we still shopping?" Yuan asked, her face contorted in concern. "Haven tea, we already gathered all the essentials. There is still plenty of clothing. My sister has bought me many. If they continued to buy, they would surely have more than they could use, which would amount to a waste of money, a notion Yuan wished to avoid. "I'm taking you to buy something nice." The things I bought earlier hardly cost anything, replied Yu Zhiyang, stubbornly dragging her into the department store. The top floor was dedicated to jewelry. Upon seeing the jewelry store, Yu Yuan guessed her brother's intentions and quickly pulled him back. Shaking her head, we really don't need to buy anything, brother. I have no interest in such trinkets. I prefer cooking and studying medicine. I plan to work at the military hospital in the future. Yu Yuan attempted to reason with Yu Zhiyang, explaining that adorning oneself with such ostentatious items was not ideal. Please, don't waste your money on me. I truly don't like them. But I haven't bought you a welcome gift yet, Yu Zhiyang insisted, gripping her hand to guide her inside. What I purchased for you were merely daily necessities. As your brother, it's my duty to buy you something. Yu Yuan found herself being pulled inside against her will. While Yu Zhiyang surveyed the store, his gaze landing on a delicate necklace. While Yu Yuan resolutely refused to try it on or even look at it. Although jewelry was being sold in this era, the prices remained quite steep, often ranging from 10 to 20 yuan for a single piece, with better items exceeding 100 yuan. Having familiarized herself with the cost of living in this era, Yu Yuan realized that a sum exceeding 100 yuan could cover basic living expenses for an entire year if one were frugal. She could not afford to squander it. Then I'll take this one too, Yu Zhiyang declared grandly, reaching for his money. While Yu Yuan clutched his hand tightly, pleading, brother, let us not buy anything. Really, in her previous life, Yu Yuan had never been fond of jewelry. As wearing it served little purpose, let us skip this. If you insist on buying me something, let us get a watch instead, Yu Yuan attempted to persuade him, but before she could finish, the salesgirl had already packaged everything. While Yu Zhiyang promptly paid, observing the 3 boxes being placed into a bag made her heart ache. Her brother, Yu Yuan feigned a stomp and a pout. But Yu Zhiyang wrapped an arm around her shoulder. You've just returned home. I must buy you a welcome gift. I received a bonus for my outstanding performance on this mission. So I bought one for Xiao Chang and Mom too. Chapter 44. Don't worry, no one can bully me, you 3 will all have one. Are you still upset? Yu Zhiyang clarified. While Yu Yuan blinked, realizing that all 3 of them would receive gifts. However, the thought of Yu Zhiyang spending nearly 100 yuan on 3 necklaces left her feeling quite distressed. Honestly, you only need to buy for Mom and sister. I truly have no use for these items. Enough of that, let us go, Yu Zhiyang insisted, continuing to pull her along, playfully teasing her the entire way down. Once they had collected their purchases, Yu Zhiyang sought an excuse to head back upstairs. When they descended again, everything seemed normal, and Yu Yuan did not give it much thought. With their shopping complete, the 2 were ready to buy groceries. The vegetable market stretched along a long street, offering a variety of fresh produce cultivated by local villagers. And, how much for these potatoes? 20 cents, that seems a bit pricey. Could you lower the price? Upon hearing Yu Yuan haggle, the elderly woman immediately engaged in a discussion with her. Meanwhile, Yu Zhiyang went to purchase a fish, and upon returning, he found Yu Yuan negotiating with the vendor. After a lengthy negotiation, they managed to lower the price by 5 cents, which delighted Yu Yuan as she eagerly gathered potatoes. She then moved on to buy other vegetables, bargaining with each vendor. Yu Zhiyang initially considered intervening, but seeing Yu Yuan's joyful demeanor, chose to remain silent. Trailing behind her, they purchased a chicken, a fish, some pork ribs, and a selection of common vegetables. While Yu Yuan ensured they bought everything their sister and mother would enjoy, as well as some favorites for their father. I'll make a note of your preferences, and when I go shopping I'll ensure to get the dishes you all loved. I'll find various ways to cook for you, she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the thought of cooking. While Yu Zhiyang felt a pang of sympathy but refrained from commenting further. After finishing their grocery shopping, they prepared to head home. Today was quite fruitful, Yu Yuan exclaimed, carrying the bags of groceries of this afternoon. I'll prepare a lovely meal for you all. While Yu Zhiyang followed closely behind his sister, feeling quite pleased, they took a bus back to the compound, arriving just as the clock struck 3. This was the perfect time for the wives in the family compound to gather under the large tree for a chat. The morning had been filled with cooking and caring for children, and by midday, the children were typically awake and ready to socialize. Earlier that morning, 2 military wives had seen Yu Zhiyang and Yu Yuan, and they were currently discussing this encounter. Wang Jing has had a truly difficult time. She lost her child for so many years, yet they've been reunited, which is the most joyous news. I completely agree. Gradually life will improve. Whether or not she truly is their daughter remains to be seen. After all these years, it's remarkable they could find her. Perhaps once they reunite. One of the wives, gazing upward, was mid-sentence when she spotted Yu Zhiyang and Yu Yuan approaching. They overheard her words. The reason the military wife had made such a statement was that she had not seen what Yu Yuan looked like, even though the other wives had remarked that Yu Yuan resembled Yu Jiqing very closely. Without witnessing it firsthand, who would believe such claims? Moreover, given that they were conversing openly, they felt free to speak their minds. Who would have thought they would run into the very person they were discussing? And both Yu Yuan and Yu Zhiyang had heard it at why Yu Yuan maintained a neutral expression, yet Yu Zhiyang clearly appeared displeased, fixing his gaze on the military wife as they approached. The lady in question, Yu Zhiyang, was not her usual cheerful self. Her countenance suddenly turned frosty. I respect you as an elder, hence I refrain from uttering any harsh words, but should you dare to speak ill of my sister again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Upon uttering these words, Yu Zhiyang noticed that the lady intended to retort, but someone beside her tugged at her sleeve. After all, one ought to consider whom they are addressing. The Yu family commands considerable influence. The patriarch serves as a division commander in the military, while his son has ascended to the position of deputy regiment commander, all achieved through sheer merit. Among the other two individuals, one is a leading surgeon at a military hospital, and the other holds the position of deputy director. In such a household, it would be nearly impossible to find another of equal stature within the compound. Thus, few dare to offend them, as the general sentiment is that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. This is my sister, the twin born alongside Xiao Cheng. We have expended countless years to finally reunite with her, and I desire no one to utter unkind words that might distress her. After Yu Zhiyang's declaration, one of the ladies promptly stepped in as a peacemaker. Yu Zhiyang, please do not take offense. She merely speaks thoughtlessly without any ill intent. Your sister does indeed bear a striking resemblance to Xiao Qing. They are undoubtedly twins, and this we wholeheartedly believe. It was simply a misunderstanding due to not seeing her this morning. So please do not be upset. We shall refrain from such remarks in the future. No one has ever doubted that Yu Yuan does not resemble Yu Jiqing. Upon hearing these conciliatory words, the previously antagonistic lady lowered her head, promising to cease her provocations. Acknowledging their words, Yu Zhiyang beckoned Yu Yuan to depart from that place. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you in our absence, do not hesitate to stand your ground. I will always be your steadfast support, and you need never worry about being wronged. Such incidents may be frequent, considering Yu Yuan has just returned from outside, and some may attempt to take advantage of her lack of experience. Yu Yuan, with a playful smile, replied, do not worry, brother, I have grown up now. No one can bully me. Rest assured, at any time I shall always have your back. As Yu Zhiyang spoke, he affectionately ruffled Yu Yuan's hair. While walking home, Yu Yuan pondered how, in many novels from her past life, every female protagonist had a doting older brother. Having such a brother truly felt like the greatest fortune in the world. Elated on her way home, she prepared to cook. Upon her arrival, Yu Zhiyang pulled Yu Yuan back, asserting that it was still too early to cook. They had ample time, as it was only around 5 o'clock. And their parents would not return until 6. After considering the day's menu, Yu Yuan nodded. Then I shall chop the chicken first and start stewing it, preparing a chicken stew, braised ribs, and a few other dishes. Realizing it might be inappropriate given the scarcity of families able to afford meat nowadays, she added, perhaps I should set aside the ribs. We can have them tomorrow instead. As she attempted to get to work, Yu Zhiyang pulled her back, insisting she sit on the sofa. With a serious demeanor, he said, can you not take a moment to rest? You have been out all day and must be weary. Attend to organizing your clothes while I handle the chicken. Fear not, I want to do it in secret, he added, bemused by Yu Yuan's expression. There is no comparison between your culinary skills and mine. If I attempted to cook by stealth, would it even be edible? Yu Yuan laughed. Watching him enter the kitchen, she poured herself a glass of water and took the items she had purchased into her room. She had bought quite a lot today, methodically taking out each pair of shoes and placing them on the nearby shelf, then hanging up her clothes. On the adjacent cabinet were new garments purchased by Yu Jiqing. Each piece was made from exquisite fabric, clearly expensive. However, Yu Jiqing had misjudged her size, so they were slightly large, but she could wear them if she gained a little weight. As Yu Yuan organized her belongings, she stumbled upon a delicate little box. She had no recollection of purchasing it. However, Yu Zhiyang had insisted on acquiring 3 necklaces, and she had been unable to refuse. Those necklaces still lay on the table outside. Curiously, she opened the small box to find an exquisite lady's watch inside. Oh my, she exclaimed, quickly closing the box and rushing to the kitchen to find Yu Zhiyang. Yu Zhiyang had already chopped the chicken they had brought home. Preparing to step out of the kitchen when he spotted Yu Yuan entering. Yuan Yuan, is there anything else you need me to do? Well, brother, you actually bought a watch. Yu Yuan recalled having mentioned that rather than purchasing jewelry, it would be better to buy a watch. He had merely made a passing comment. Having already bought the necklaces, she never imagined he would also procure a watch. It was likely during their trip to fetch items when Yu Jiang mentioned needing to head upstairs for a moment. Yu Yuan had completely overlooked it. All of these are for you, keep them, Yu Jiang urged, pushing the box toward her. After working for so many years, I have earned a few bonuses while executing my duties. Once you start working, you can buy me a watch in return, alright? Noticing the discomfort in Yu Yuan's expression, he quickly reassured her, brother merely wishes to shower you with kindness, to make up for the time lost. Yu Yuan could no longer contain herself and squatted in the kitchen, sobbing uncontrollably. Yu Jiang, flustered, rushed to console her. Please do not cry, I promise not to buy you anything next time if that is your wish. However, I must still get you gifts. You are my sister, after all. Who else would I spend my money on? Yu Jiang, like a restless ant on a hot pan, paced back and forth, while Yu Yuan, initially feeling disheartened, could not help but chuckle at his antics. Brother, you are genuinely amusing. Do you behave this way in the military as well? Yu Yuan wiped her tears and stood up. Yu Jiang smiled at her, finally relieved. Why do you cry so easily? Are you a crybaby? I am simply overwhelmed with emotion. I have never experienced such kindness before. Everyone has been so good to me that I find it hard to cope. Hence my tears. Nonetheless, it is wonderful. Your kindness will be reciprocated. I shall prepare delicious meals for you all. After uttering these words, Yu Yuan tucked the box into her pocket, declaring, once I secure a job, I shall buy gifts for dad, mom, brother, and sister. Hearing this, Yu Jiang smiled in return. After Yu Yuan processed the chicken, rinsing it with clean water, she added her desired seasonings to the hot oil. Once the spices were fragrant, she tossed in the chicken to saute it further, knowing that stir-frying the meat would enhance its flavor. As the chicken neared completion, noticing that Yu Jiang was no longer in the kitchen, Yu Yuan swiftly retrieved some spiritual spring water from her space and poured it into the pot. Once the water boiled, she skimmed off the foam before covering the pot to let it simmer. During the cooking process, she deliberately added a few mushrooms she had foraged from the mountains previously. These mushrooms, cultivated in her space, were known for their exquisite flavor, and they would surely enhance the aroma of the chicken broth. In any case, today she had procured an abundance of spices and vegetables, ensuring that Yu Jiang would remain oblivious to the specifics of her purchases. There would be no chance of revealing her secret. It was still too early to begin cooking, so Yu Yuan simply set the chicken broth to simmer while the siblings conversed in the living room. After a while, observing the empty courtyard, Yu Yuan suggested, how about we plant some scallions and garlic in the yard? How do we go about planting them? Yu Yuan believed the yard was quite tidy, envisioning flowers on the left and some scallions and garlic on the right. Upon hearing Yu Jiang's inquiry, she elaborated on her thoughts. Are you implying that you wish to grow something? Yu Yuan nodded. Yu Jiang led her to the back of their house, through a door that opened to a large vegetable plot. Upon seeing this expanse of land, Yu Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. We can plant here, and perhaps flowers in the front yard. As she spoke, she felt an urge to get started. Does every household have such land? Why not plant some vegetables? Yu Yuan asked, recalling her past life in the orphanage where they had to cultivate their own vegetables due to a lack of resources. They needed to grow food to sustain the orphanage. Otherwise, the expenses would become overwhelming, forcing many children to leave with nowhere to go. Yu Jiang sighed, gazing at the plot with a hint of resignation. We wish we could, but it is not merely due to our busy schedules. For reasons unknown, our family's crops never thrive. What? Yu Yuan struggled to comprehend Yu Jiang's meaning. We have attempted to cultivate vegetables several times, but each endeavor has either yielded no growth or resulted in failure. They had tried planting seedlings and sowing seeds, yet to no avail. Leave it to me, Yu Yuan declared, patting her chest with determination, a radiant smile adorning her face as she swiftly busied herself. She worked diligently on the land, and Yu Jiang joined her. After they completed their tasks, they rummaged through the house for any leftover seeds from previous planting attempts. Yu Jiang felt a bit fatigued. While Yu Yuan remained industriously occupied observing the smile gracing her face, he discerned her evident delight. He could only acquiesce to her bustling presence. Once she had completed her tasks, Yu Yuan went to steam the rice before returning to her endeavors. Chapter 46. Only I can bully my sister. Should anyone else dare, I shall defeat them. After scattering the vegetable seeds and watering them, Yu Yuan clapped her hands in satisfaction, declaring, now that this is settled, We shall soon have fresh vegetables to enjoy. Yuan is truly remarkable, Yu Zhiyang praised, giving her a thumbs up. Yuan beamed with joy, and as the time approached, she proceeded to the front to prepare dinner. As Yu Zhiyang surveyed the neatly arranged vegetable garden, a wave of bittersweet emotions washed over him. The ease with which Yuan executed these tasks was not merely a testament to her acquired skills. It likely stemmed from countless repetitions in their previous home, although it was true that if Yuan had not been lost, she might not have lived the life of a privileged young lady. At least she would not have endured such hardships. The items purchased today were his responsibility as an elder brother to procure for his sister, yet it was Yuan who felt profoundly moved. With a sigh, Yu Zhiyang joined her in her efforts. Meanwhile, Gu Wanjing and Yu Zhiqing finished their shifts and hurried home. They happened to encounter Yue Dong at the entrance of their residential compound. "I thought you usually returned home around 6 o'clock. Why are you back so early today?" Gu Wanjing inquired, to which Yue Dong replied with a smile, "Of course, it's to return and check on Yuan. I wonder if that rascal has sorted out his sister's household registration." As they walked home, Yue Dong continued, "I heard from some people that they saw Ji Yang taking his newly found sister out shopping today. They bought quite a lot. Congratulations, after all these years, you have finally reunited with your child. It seems that perseverance pays off." They chimed in, "Indeed, we were all so pained to see you suffer during those years." Despising that human trafficker, they echoed. Ji Yuanjing sensed something amiss in their words. After a moment's hesitation, she adjusted her small bag slung over her shoulder and stated, "We haven't yet informed everyone about Yuan's return. Perhaps when we have some free time, we can invite everyone over for a meal. As Yuan will be living in the compound, we hope the elder sisters will look out for her. If anyone dares to bully my Yuan, please let us know." Although Gu Wanjing spoke with a smile, an air of seriousness enveloped her. After enduring so many years of suffering, now that she is home, "We must make amends. Typically, we avoid conflicts, but if Yuan is mistreated, we shall certainly not stand idly by," Yue Dong added, his hands clasped behind his back, reflecting a serious demeanor upon hearing this. Everyone quickly smiled in agreement. After concluding their conversation, the family of three headed home. On the way back, Gu Wanjing pondered for a while and decided that on a convenient weekend, they would take Yuan out for a meal. The following weekend, when the entire family was free, they would invite some close acquaintances to celebrate Yuan's return, ensuring that everyone knew how much they valued her. Otherwise, too many would gossip behind their backs. Initially, they thought such a celebration unnecessary, believing that since Yuan had returned, they would naturally compensate her and treat her well. However, after hearing the comments from the military spouses, Gu Wanjing felt it was imperative. The spouses in the compound hailed from various regions, each with their customs, perspectives, and ideologies. Since they resolved to treat Yuan well, they must ensure she does not face any harm in this regard. It was essential to take action, otherwise some might think their lack of a celebratory gathering indicated a lack of welcome for Yuan, leading to her being bullied in the shadows. Although Yuan was not the type to be easily oppressed, prolonged exposure to derogatory remarks would undoubtedly affect her spirits. After all the hardships she endured before being found, it would be unacceptable for her to suffer again upon her return. "I share the same sentiment," Yue Dong remarked, hands clasped behind his back. "Old friends have inquired about Yuan's return, and I have been honest with them. Then let us set aside some time to celebrate with old friends," he suggested. "Good." The three of them concluded their discussions and returned home. Upon pushing open the door, they were greeted by the delightful aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. Could it be that Yuan is cooking? They exchanged glances and hurried inside, discovering Yuan busily working in the kitchen, clad in an apron, while Yu Zhiyang assisted her. The sibling duo appeared quite harmonious. Yu Zhiqing observed Yu Zhiyang, noting that the two of them usually engaged in banter, exchanging jabs at one another. She was surprised to see him displaying such patience. However, it made sense, having suffered so much outside, he, as her elder brother, must comfort and protect her. If he continued to spar with her as he did with himself, he would surely need to face the consequences, though Yu Zhiyang might not be easily defeated. He would certainly retaliate, for he would never strike her. Despite his often sharp tongue, as an elder brother, he had never faltered in his support during her times of need, just like in their childhood. Their relationship was fraught with bickering. Every encounter would erupt into a chaotic dispute. Yue Dong and Gu Wanjing were left speechless, pondering that the two might have been adversaries in a past life. Even Yu Zhiqing felt that Yu Zhiyang was not a good brother, recalling a day when she sneaked out to play, only to be bullied by older kids and returned home in tears. Gu Wanjing and Yue Dong, both busy with work, had not encountered anyone until they heard about Yu Zhiyang's confrontation with those older kids. Furious, he sought out the group and, in his childhood ferocity, managed to defeat them all. Upon learning of this, Gu Wanjing and Yu Zhiyang scolded him, but he defiantly retorted, "Who told them to bully my sister? My sister can only be bullied by me. If anyone else dares to, I'll take them down." Gu Wanjing and Yue Dong exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. As Gu Wanjing applied antiseptic to his wounds, he winced, hopping around the room like a monkey performing tricks. Recalling that incident, Yu Zhiqing couldn't help but smile faintly. Yuan, Gu Wanjing entered the kitchen. "You've just returned. We could have cooked dinner ourselves." Yuan turned, grinning. "Mom, you needn't worry about me. I genuinely enjoy cooking, and besides, I can prepare meals for you all. I am your brother, not your younger sibling. Today, since my brother took me out to eat, I noticed how exorbitantly priced the dishes were. I can just as easily make them for you." Yuan chuckled, sensing her mother's concern. "The food outside is quite expensive, and who knows how it's prepared. My cooking is both healthy and safe. And my culinary skills are excellent." She winked, recalling how her father had brought home a roast duck. "I think it tasted quite delightful, and I would like to experiment with it. Perhaps we can build a small oven in the backyard with some bricks." At this, Gu Wanjing widened her eyes. "You can even do that." Indeed, she could. During her time in the orphanage, she had learned many life skills. The orphanage director had advised them to prepare for independence once they left. Thus, everyone had put in significant effort to learn. Additionally, she had learned numerous cooking techniques from her phone and had observed others cooking. The library in her space even cataloged specific recipes, detailing cooking times and methods meticulously. Yuan smiled, turning back to the stove. "I've seen others do it and thought that one day, when I have the means, I could cook for myself," fearing that Gu Wanjing might overthink things. She quickly called for them to fetch bowls and chopsticks. "I only made breakfast this morning, but I'll prepare a splendid dinner for you all this afternoon. Mom and Dad can compare my dishes to those from restaurants." Yuan beamed, and although her family felt a pang of sorrow, they appreciated her intentions and helped set the table. In no time, a feast was laid out on the table outside, and the family gathered around. "And now, this is what life is about. Previously, every time we returned, we merely threw something together to eat. It hardly felt like living," Yu Zhiyang remarked. Yu Zhiqing shot him a glance. "Let us not forget that one afternoon you returned exceptionally early, and we had nothing to eat when we got home." At a loss for words, Yu Zhiyang opted for silence. Yuan redirected the conversation, urging them to try the braised pork ribs. "Wow!" After just a bite, Yue Dong exclaimed, "These braised ribs are absolutely delicious." Yuan, your culinary skills are truly impressive." The others echoed his sentiments, savoring the dish. "Fantastic. In the past, I had dined at the state-owned Grand Hotel, and at that time I believed the chef's skills were quite commendable. To my surprise, Yuan have surpassed that excellence." As soon as Yu Zhiyang finished speaking, Gu Wanqing, seated across from her, nodded in agreement, noting that it was indeed the very place we often frequented for purchases. "Truly, Yuan's culinary prowess far exceeds theirs. I had never prepared much meat before. I simply thought this method would be delicious, and I learned a few techniques from the ants in the village." To mask her inexperience, Yuan added a couple of remarks, which prompted Gu Wanqing to pass her some braised pork ribs, encouraging her to indulge and buy whatever meat she fancied. "Since you are the one cooking today, let us dine out this Saturday afternoon at your brother's favorite restaurant. Their flavors are quite delightful. They have several specialties that you are sure to enjoy. After we dine out this week, we should host a meal for our close relatives and friends to officially announce your return home." Upon hearing Gu Wanqing's words, Yue Dong turned to Yu Zhiyang and inquired, "Is your sister's identity settled?" "It is," Yu Zhiyang replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Yue Dong joined Gu Wanqing in discussing their future plans. Yuan felt that dining out was unnecessary, asserting, "This is a celebration for our family to honor your return. Please, do not exert yourself." Gu Wanqing looked at Yuan, saying, "We were exceedingly busy yesterday, yet the compensations owed to you must still be fulfilled." After pondering for a moment, Yuan did not refuse. "From now on, let us dine out less frequently. Whatever our parents and siblings wish to eat, I shall prepare for you." Yuan beamed with joy, relishing her current life. After entering the hospital in her previous life, a single thought consumed her: to strive harder for a better future. Who would have thought that before accumulating much wealth, her life would be cut short? In this life, she intends to act within her means, to enhance her existence within the confines of reality, and to savor familial bonds. Seeing Yuan acquiesce, the family nodded in cheerful agreement. "Now, do try this," she urged. "Sister, have some soup." I've simmered this chicken broth with a touch of medicinal herbs, so it may have a faint herbal aroma, yet it is beneficial for the body. It is quite palatable. The herbal flavor is subtle, complemented by the aroma of the chicken broth. Yu Zhiqing engaged Yuan Yuan in a discussion about the traditional Chinese medicine ingredients, observing the sisters engrossed in their conversation. Gu Wanqing and Yu Weidong exchanged pleased glances. The harmonious rapport between the sisters was indeed heartwarming. Mother, you two should indulge in more soup, Yuan Yuan cheerfully suggested, rising to serve them each a bowl. The family relished the meal, and after dining, they settled on the sofa to converse. Yu Zhiyang gave a thumbs up, reclining on the couch. I can hardly recall the last time I enjoyed such delectable dishes. Yuan Yuan, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. The family extolled Yuan Yuan's talents. They then discussed the items purchased that day, with Yu Zhiyang producing the necklaces he had bought for the three of them. Well, you do have a semblance of conscience, Yu Zhiqing remarked, genuinely pleased, though her words carried a teasing tone. Yu Zhiyang rolled his eyes, replying, could you not be a bit more obedient like Yuan Yuan? I am your brother? Not your younger sibling. Who cares? Yu Zhiqing retorted. Does it matter if you are my brother or my younger brother? The two engaged in their playful banter, while Yuan Yuan interjected, sister, would you accompany me for a stroll outside when you have the time? I do not wish to shop. I simply want to walk and chat with you. Yuan Yuan smiled brightly, and Yu Zhiqing, seeing her radiant expression, felt a flicker of joy in her heart. All right, oh dear, just when Yuan Yuan managed to shift the topic. Yu Zhiyang chimed in with jealousy. Who would have thought that the usually aloof person would be willing to go out? As long as that person is not you, it is fine, of course. I must accompany my sister for a walk. Have you ever considered why she only wishes for me and not for you? The two never relented in their playful exchanges. Ji Wanqing held Yuan Yuan's hand, reassuring her, Yuan Yuan, just get used to it. They have always been this way, and it is certainly not a reflection on you. Chapter 48. The handsome man with the little girl. Yuan Yuan nodded, trusting her words. Some individuals simply enjoy bantering, yet their affection remains intact. As soon as Yuan Yuan finished speaking, Yu Zhiqing and Yu Zhiyang simultaneously turned away, unwilling to meet each other's gaze. The three of them laughed heartily. After conversing in the living room for a while, they each retreated to rest. Yuan Yuan sat in the warmth of the house, admiring the exquisite decorations, her gaze drifting to two small boxes on the table. One contained a gold necklace, while the other held a watch. In Yu Zhiyang's words, the necklace was a gift for her. If she chose not to wear it, it could be set aside, as gold is expected to appreciate in value. Yuan Yuan was taken aback by Yu Zhiyang's foresight. Indeed, in later years, gold would indeed multiply in worth. In these times, having some wealth to accumulate would be a blessing. After sitting for a while, Yuan Yuan ventured into her space. That night, neither Yu Zhiyang nor Yu Zhiqing could find rest. Yuan Yuan's demeanor consistently tugged at their hearts, and they resolved to compensate her as much as they could. Above all, they must ensure she does not entertain any notions of not coming back. In the subsequent 2 days, Yuan Yuan took charge of the household meals. The following day, Yu Zhiyang took Yuan Yuan for a stroll to a nearby park. They had initially intended to visit renowned attractions in universities, but time proved insufficient, and they returned home to prepare dinner. On the third morning, coinciding with Friday, Yu Zhiyang was to rejoin his unit, returning to command his subordinates in training while finalizing the report for the task they had recently completed. Rising early, they enjoyed a steaming breakfast. Yuan Yuan had prepared congee and deep-fried dough sticks for them that morning. Previously, he would leave for work on an empty stomach, but this past week, he had been well fed. Yu Weidong remarked, these past 2 days, I no longer arrive at meetings with a grumbling stomach. Everyone even teases me about it. Are your colleagues not surprised? Not at all. I simply tell them my little daughter prepared it, and they all envy my good fortune. The soldiers in the unit often expressed such sentiments. Upon learning that his younger daughter had returned, nearly all his old friends would inquire about her. Yu Weidong, being a father who loved to boast, previously took pride in his eldest daughter's accomplishments. Now, he delighted in showcasing his youngest daughter's culinary skills. Whenever he boasted of his daughter, others felt a twinge of envy. Some would ask about Yu Zhiyang, to which Yu Weidong would simply respond, what is there to boast about regarding my son? If he does not measure up, I would simply toss him out or send him packing. Others would inquire what would happen if his daughter were not as exceptional. Why Yu Weidong would merely smile and reply, if she lacks such remarkable abilities, so be it. As long as she does not engage in wrongdoing and possesses good character. It matters not if she never earns great wealth. I, as her father, can support her for life. After he spoke, everyone present nodded in agreement. I, too, have been experiencing the same. The entire unit knows my sister has returned and they inquire about her well-being. Yu Zhiyang's enthusiasm lingered long after he returned to the unit, sharing the news with his close acquaintances. Upon learning of his sister's return, they were quite pleased. Soon, many began to inquire about her, asking if she had a partner. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhiyang glared at the individual, directly questioning, "Are you looking for a fight? How dare you think of my sister?" His sister had just returned home, and these rascals were already plotting. He would have to drag them to the arena for a proper scuffle. It was utterly unacceptable for these people to have their eyes on his sister so soon after her return. "Alright, enough of this. Let us finish breakfast and head to work." Ji Yuanqing concluded, offering Yuan Yuan a few reminders, urging her not to confine herself indoors but to venture out occasionally. "Tomorrow afternoon, we shall dine out together." After Gu Wanqing spoke, Yuan Yuan nodded in agreement. As Yu Zhiqing prepared to leave, she informed Yuan Yuan that she would bring back some relevant books from the hospital that afternoon. "Alright, thank you, sister." Upon hearing Yuan Yuan's response, Yu Zhiqing exited the house, her thoughts lingering on her sister as she made her way to the hospital. Usually, while working at the hospital, she seldom pondered trivial matters, but recently, whenever she found a moment of respite, her thoughts would drift to her sister at home. Would she be bored? Today, she could bring back some books to help her sister get acquainted, as perhaps she might even consider taking an exam to work alongside them at the hospital in the future. Before long, a day had passed, and the next morning, as Gu Wanqing prepared to leave, she reiterated her instructions to Yuan Yuan, advising her not to cook that afternoon. "Alright, mother, you need not worry." Yuan Yuan would not oppose Gu Wanqing. Since they planned to eat out to celebrate her return, she would graciously accept. Occasionally changing flavors was quite acceptable. Moreover, the family wished to commemorate her homecoming, so she could not refuse. This afternoon, with everyone available, they returned home for lunch and, after changing clothes, set out. "Shall we visit the park near that restaurant?" With a suggestion from Yu Zhiyang, everyone promptly made their way to the park. Upon arrival, Yuan Yuan immediately noticed a plethora of street performers showcasing their talents. She had never witnessed such a spectacle before, so she eagerly approached to watch. Ji Yuanqing and Yu Zhiyang followed suit, joining her in this delightful pastime before embarking on a leisurely stroll through the park. This park, reminiscent of bygone eras, still retains some architectural styles of the past, exuding a charming sense of nostalgia. Yuan Yuan observed many students laughing and chatting as they meandered through the park, with Yu Zhiqing and herself each linking arms with Gu Wanqing. In her dreams, she had often envisioned this scene, once believing she would never reunite with Yuan Yuan in this lifetime. Gu Wanqing, gazing at the distant lake, felt a wave of sentiment wash over her as Yu Zhiqing and Yuan Yuan simultaneously patted her hand, as if they shared a silent understanding. "Now it's wonderful, both of you are here with me." With a heartfelt sigh, the family continued their stroll, linking arms with Gu Wanqing on either side. Yu Zhiyang and Yu Weiguo walked ahead, occasionally glancing into the distance, one pointing while conversing with the other. Everything appeared tranquil and idyllic. When mealtime approached, they arrived at a respectable restaurant. After everyone ordered their favorite dishes, they handed the menu to Yuan Yuan. To her surprise, there were several dishes she had yet to experience, and she decided to order a few. "Since we have the opportunity to dine out, let us indulge in some drinks to celebrate," suggested Yu Zhiyang, promptly ordering walnuts before passing the menu back. Ji Yuanqing and the others engaged in conversation as the waiter began to serve their meals, feeling the urge to visit the restroom. Yuan Yuan inquired about its location. After receiving directions, she prepared to go when Yu Zhiqing offered, "Would you like me to accompany you?" "No, sister, I can manage on my own. I'll be back shortly," replied Yuan Yuan. With that, Yu Zhiqing fell silent, and Yuan Yuan headed toward the restroom. Upon entering, just as she turned on the faucet, she heard a small plaintive voice from afar. "No, Daddy, I'm scared to go alone." Instinctively, Yuan Yuan turned to glance back. Upon seeing the two individuals in the distance, she paused for a few seconds, not because she recognized them, but due to their strikingly high attractiveness. Such beauty was rare. Even in her past life, one would expect it only from a superstar. The man stood tall and robust, with a chiseled face that seemed divinely sculpted, his prominent brow and well-defined nose adding to his allure. Yuan Yuan speculated that he might possess an impressive physique, perhaps even an 8-pack. The little girl beside him was even more adorable, clad in a pink dress with two playful pigtails, her cherubic face radiating charm even from a side profile. Yuan Yuan found her exceptionally lovely, a stark contrast to the rugged looks of most children of this era, who were often less refined. Despite the angle, she could see the girl's rosy lips and pearly teeth, perfectly delicate. Chapter 49. That little girl resembles her mother quite a bit, doesn't she? "I don't," the little girl was pleading with the man. "Daddy, please go with me. I'm scared I might fall." The man frowned, clearly torn. It was inappropriate to take his daughter into the men's restroom, yet he couldn't enter the women's either. Reflecting on the old-fashioned squad toilets of this time, Yuan understood the little girl's fear. Those toilets were indeed daunting for a child to navigate alone. As she pondered this, she finished washing her hands and turned around to find the man approaching her. "Excuse me, miss. My daughter needs to use the restroom, but I'm unable to take her into the women's. And I can't bring her to the men's. Would you kindly escort her?" The man's face was filled with a palpable sense of distress. Why Yuan instinctively hesitated. What if something went wrong while she was responsible for the child? Given the height of the toilet, there was a real risk of the little one falling in, and she didn't want to be entangled in any trouble. "Pretty sister," before Yuan could decline, the little girl tugged at her sleeve, her eyes glistening with urgency. "Please help me, I can't hold it any longer. I don't want to wet my pants." Despite her reluctance to intervene, Yuan felt a tug at her heartstrings upon seeing the child's watery eyes. "Sister," the little girl implored again, pulling at her sleeve. After a brief internal struggle, Yuan decided, "All right, I'll take you." It was indeed unsafe for such a small child to navigate that kind of toilet alone, especially without a guardian. Upon hearing this, the little girl nodded enthusiastically, wrapping her arms around Yuan's neck and beaming with joy. Yuan carried the little girl to the restroom, and once she was finished, she helped her wash her hands. "Thank you, pretty sister. Are you here to eat too?" The little girl smiled brightly at Yuan, whose heart melted at the sight. How was such a child raised? Even someone who wasn't particularly fond of children found this little one irresistibly adorable. "Yes," Yuan replied succinctly as they turned to find the man waiting nearby. His gaze swept over Yuan's face before he nodded. "Thank you, miss. You're welcome." Yuan smiled and turned to leave. Upon returning to her seat, both Yu Jiang and Yu Jiqing looked surprised. "Where have you been? We were about to come find you." They were understandably concerned given that Yuan had only recently returned and the area had its share of unsavory characters. "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine," she reassured them with a gentle smile. "I merely assisted a child with a little matter." As she spoke, the final dish arrived at their table, with no one dwelling further on her absence. Guan Jing offered Yuan her favorite dish, saying, Yuan, you should try this. It has a unique flavor." Yuan nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, the little girl walked up to her father, pouting as she complained. "It's all because you didn't marry, Daddy. I don't even have a mommy, and going to the restroom is so inconvenient." The man felt a thrum of guilt at her words. Was it truly his fault for not marrying? His daughter was far too astute for her age. All right, now that you've finished, let us head back," he said, taking her hand as they walked away. On their way back, the man couldn't help but glance down at his daughter's face. He was struck by how much the woman who had helped them resembled his little girl. There was a slight similarity that he couldn't shake. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. As he carried his daughter back, a middle-aged man in the distance called out, "Han Shang, come here. It's almost time to eat." In the distance, alongside the middle-aged man, stood a little boy, the son of Fu Wenze, who possessed sharp features and a tall stature, still retaining a youthful vigor despite his age. The chubby-cheeked boy, a twin to the little girl, hurriedly dashed to his father's side. "Just now, when I went to the restroom with Daddy, he wouldn't take me, so I asked a pretty sister to help me." Leaning closer to the boy, the little girl whispered conspiratorially, "I looked in the mirror, and I think I look a bit like that pretty sister." After pondering for a moment, the older boy ruffled his sister's hair, replying like a little adult, "That's normal. Some people just look alike." "Really?" the younger one mused, stroking her chin, "but I feel like that pretty sister and I look very similar. She gives off a warm vibe." "That could be because she is beautiful," the older boy remarked, understanding his sister's penchant for those with striking looks. Perhaps it was because she found the pretty sister so charming that she felt a kinship with her. After all, the little girl believed herself to be the most adorable child in the world, yet, he reminded himself, she was indeed his sister, the most precious girl in existence, unmatched by anyone. As they conversed, Fu Hansheng briefly recounted the situation to Fu Wenze, sighing as he watched the waiter serve their meals. Fu Wenze remarked, "You really ought to consider finding a wife, just like today. If your mother had joined us, it wouldn't have been such a hassle for you when the little one needed to use the restroom, right? It would be much better for De Bao and Er Bao to have someone looking after them." As Fu Wenze finished speaking, Fu Hansheng silently picked up the bowls and chopsticks to serve the two children, uttering not a word, nearly dishing out rice and vegetables for them. Fu Wenze sighed. He understood his son's thoughts, yet the two children could not remain motherless forever. What would become of them without a mother's care? Chapter 50. Once schemed against, Fu Wenze contemplated offering some advice. But upon seeing the displeased expression on his son's face, he ultimately chose silence. Meanwhile, Fu Hansheng recalled a person upon hearing his father's words, Xiao Lu, the daughter of his parents' friends. As both families noticed that their children were of similar ages, they often arranged gatherings for meals and socializing. Fu Hansheng sensed Xiao Lu's interest in him, yet he felt indifferent towards women, focusing solely on his military ambitions, which resulted in him treating her with a certain aloofness. Xiao Lu was a doctor at the military hospital. Shortly after they became acquainted, she was dispatched on a mission. During Fu Hansheng's team's operation, several comrades were injured, prompting a request for support from the military hospital. And among the responders was Xiao Lu. Upon her arrival, she diligently tended to the wounded soldiers, but with 2 enemy agents still at large, they had to withdraw and recuperate in a nearby small town. The injured brothers rested there while Fu Hansheng and the uninjured continued their pursuit of the enemy agents. Fortunately, they had insight into the escape routes of the agents and managed to apprehend them within 2 days. After capturing the agents, they requested reinforcements from their superiors to escort the captives back and to retrieve the recuperating brothers from the small town. When Fu Hansheng arrived to fetch them, the brothers were nearly recovered and planned to leave the following morning. That night, they all shared a meal together, with the atmosphere filled with cheer, and one comrade even poured him a cup of hot tea. As they were comrades, Fu Hansheng thought little of it. However, as they prepared to depart, he began to feel a sense of unease, his body ablaze with heat and his mind muddled. It suddenly dawned on him that something was amiss. Yet by then it was too late. He lost all memory thereafter. The next morning, he awoke in a daze, the room in disarray. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Lu was tearfully insisting that they had been intimate the previous night and that he must take responsibility. Fu Hansheng was taken aback. He never anticipated Xiao Lu would resort to such manipulative tactics to secure a relationship with him. It was utterly repugnant. After a heated argument, Xiao Lu was no longer the gentle and kind person he had known but a hysterical figure demanding that Fu Hansheng marry her. The realization that he had awakened in a state of undress made him suspect the validity of her claims. However, he loathed such despicable methods. Following their fierce exchange, Xiao Lu left him with an ultimatum: if he did not take responsibility, she would escalate the matter. He returned to his unit, contemplating how to resolve the situation when his superiors announced a highly perilous mission requiring volunteers. This mission would last over a year. Nearly a year and a half before returning, upon hearing this news, he promptly went to the commander's office and took on the mission. It was urgent, and scarcely had he accepted it when orders were issued for immediate departure. Fu Hansheng, wishing to avoid confronting the issue at hand, left without even packing his belongings. Xiao Lu had initially hoped that this incident would lead to a natural progression towards marriage. However, she was blindsided by the news of Fu Hansheng's impending year-long mission. She informed Fu Hansheng's parents, who were both taken aback, yet given the circumstances, they had no choice but to accept it. The families, having a cordial relationship, agreed that upon Fu Hansheng's return, they would allow the two to marry. Assuring Xiao Lu they would ensure he took responsibility. Afterward, Xiao Lu vanished from sight. Fu Wanze and his wife chose not to dwell on the matter, quietly awaiting their son's return. Fu Hansheng believed that after a year-long mission, he would return to find some changes. However, just as he returned, submitted his mission report, and rested at home, Xiao Lu appeared at his door, not alone but accompanied by a pair of twins. Upon seeing the twins, Fu Hansheng was astonished, but he suppressed his reaction. Before he could speak, Xiao Lu announced, "Look at these 2 children, they are your offspring." Her words indeed shocked Fu Hansheng, yet upon seeing their faces, he had already surmised some truth. Thus, he merely pursed his lips in silence. However, Xiao Lu pressed on, "After that incident last year, I became pregnant. I initially did not want the children, but upon discovering I was carrying twins, I decided to keep them. Now that you are back, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? These are our children, Fu family children." Fu Hansheng was undeniably taken aback by this revelation. The resemblance between the children and himself was apparent, leading him to nod in acknowledgement. "I can acknowledge the children, but I have no intention of marrying you." "What?" Xiao Lu nearly exploded at his words. Fu Hansheng, "Have you lost your mind? I am the mother of these children. If you wish to acknowledge them, you must marry me." Xiao Lu was furious. How could he say he would only recognize the children and not her? What was the point of her elaborate scheme if he did not want her? "If you refuse to marry me, I will have no choice but to take legal action. I will accuse you of rape. You've ruined my life." Xiao Lu glared at him. "You've just returned from a successful mission and are likely up for a promotion. Surely you wouldn't want this scandal to surface and jeopardize that opportunity, would you? Your father is a commander. If this matter escalates, both of you will suffer the consequences. It will tarnish your family's reputation." Are you truly willing to leave me with no choice but to take action? She directed the twins to play nearby and stepped closer to Fu Hanqing. If this scandal comes to light, I can assure you, not only will you lose your promotion, but you may also find it impossible to remain in the military. After all, this is quite the disgrace. As Fu Hanqing listened to Qiao Lu's loud proclamations, her despondent expression only intensified his disdain for her. Chapter 51, Coercing Marriage with Children. Initially, their families had dined together due to their amicable relationship, yet he never anticipated her to be so cunning. Did you even hear what I said? Qiao Lu, noticing his silence, shouted, don't you dare remain mute. Even if you say nothing, I will pursue this matter. You must provide me with an explanation. Fu Hanqing remained unfazed by her shouting and simply turned to enter the house. Previously she had always appeared gentle, but now he saw her true nature when things escalated into chaos. It was utterly laughable. Qiao Lu felt frustrated as he walked away, intent on following him inside. However, just as she reached the doorway, Fu Hanqing emerged, blocking her path and preventing her from stepping further. He held a file bag in his hand. You haven't forgotten what happened, have you? You thought no one knew about your actions back then? He continued, whether it was the favors you granted that brother or your promise to his mother regarding medical treatment, I am fully aware. You had me drugged, hoping to manipulate me into a relationship. This was all your scheme. Fu Hanqing thrust the file bag towards her, containing the urgent notes he had hastily compiled with his closest comrade to investigate the matter upon his return. Just yesterday afternoon, after submitting his mission report, he had met with that comrade, who provided him with the findings. Each detail corroborated that everything was orchestrated by Qiao Lu. You deliberately drugged me. This entire scheme was your design. You now wish to turn the tables. While I cannot accuse you of anything else, I can certainly charge you with indecency. In any case, I possess evidence to substantiate my claims. What do you have? Fu Hanqing's expression darkened. Even without these two children, I would not consider marrying you, let alone after you devised such a scheme against me. Do you truly believe that making this scandal public will hinder my future promotions? People may jest about how I was tricked, but that does not equate to me assaulting you. Qiao Lu examined the contents of the file bag, realizing it indeed provided proof that she had orchestrated everything. No, her mind raced through various scenarios. After a moment's contemplation, she gritted her teeth. All right, I will take a step back for now. However, you cannot simply abandon our children. As I said, I will acknowledge the children. The words of Fu Hanqing illustrate that, although Qiao Lu harbored a sense of unwillingness in her heart, clenching her fists tightly only to release them repeatedly, she still nodded in feigned bitterness, saying, all right, as long as you accept the child. It was indeed my fault from the beginning, so I shall not disturb you any longer. After uttering these words, Qiao Lu cast a glance at the two children and departed. As if devoid of any emotional attachment, from that day forth, she assumed the responsibility of raising the two children. Despite her promise not to intrude, she frequently seized opportunities to visit under the guise of checking on the kids, appearing at their door every couple of days, each visit stretching into lengthy stays while feigning affection for the children. Fu Hanqing's aversion towards Qiao Lu had reached its zenith. Even if he were to marry and find a mother for the two children, he would never consider marrying such a vile woman. He feared that should she enter their family, she might imbue the children with her undesirable qualities. This situation weighed heavily on Fu Wanzi, who felt a persistent guilt, for it was he and his wife who had initially endeavored to bring the two together. Unaware of Qiao Lu's true nature, following the incident, her parents also altered their demeanor. No longer as amicable as before, instead, they began to frequently probe into their affairs, inquiring about the timing of a marriage. Of the relationship between the two families gradually soured. They had initially met through small business dealings. Thanks to his wife now, Dad. Fu Hanqing interrupted Fu Wanzi, you needn't concern yourself with that. These matters are of no relevance to you. The past is behind us, and having the two children is quite satisfactory. Despite Fu Hanqing's typically cold demeanor, a softness enveloped his expression when he beheld the children. Observing the second child with food adorning the corners of her mouth, he tenderly wiped it away with a tissue. The second child immediately beamed, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, thank you, Daddy, you're the best. This was a phrase the second child often uttered, and each time Fu Hanqing heard it, his heart swelled with joy. Though Qiao Lu was far from virtuous, these two children were undeniably endearing. Since you have no desire to marry Qiao Lu, perhaps I could inquire with some of my comrades if they know of any suitable women for you to meet? Fu Wanzi suggested, cautious not to suggest any friends of his own. Upon hearing this, Fu Hanqing contemplated for a moment. Indeed, remaining unmarried did not seem ideal, and the children appeared to require care very well. As soon as Fu Hanqing agreed, he straightened, insisting that any potential suitor must be informed of his circumstances. he had 2 children, and there must be no deceit involved. Fu Wanze, hearing this, could only roll his eyes. Would I be the type to deceive? Such matters should be made clear from the outset. I would never conceal anything. In the past, Xiao Lu had been unaware of the family backgrounds involved, nor the true nature of the child. Thus, he hesitated to seek out any acquaintances, preferring instead the reliability of his comrades. He had some old comrades with whom he maintained good relations, and if any suitable young women were available, he could certainly make introductions. Naturally, he would be forthright about his circumstances, only proceeding if there was genuine interest. Grandpa, you must try this, it's absolutely delicious. Just as Fu Wanze finished speaking, the eldest child offered him a piece of chicken. He instantly smiled. All right, you two eat as well. Upon hearing his words, both children looked up and grinned. Yes, Grandpa, we will eat more. This is truly delightful. Can we invite Grandma next time so she can enjoy it too? The little girl, full of mischief, was well understood by Fu Hansheng, who knew her thoughts all too well. He ruffled her hair and, with a resigned expression, said, All right, since we know our second treasure loves this dish, how about your father and grandparents take you here more often? The 2 children nodded vigorously. Fu Wanze observed the scene with a sense of joy. His son had never been particularly talkative, yet since the arrival of the 2 children, he had become quite loquacious. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanyuan sampled the dishes at the restaurant, finding the flavors quite exquisite. Her own culinary skills had improved considerably over time, thanks to her previous experiences, coupled with the use of fresh ingredients and the exceptional local spring water. However, the flavors crafted by the restaurant's chef were undeniably remarkable. Yuanyuan, have you tried the signature dish here? I have, and it is delightful. Yu Yuanyuan offered high praise, while Yu Zhixing, mid-bite, propped her chin in her hand and remarked, Why do I have the strange impression that my sister's cooking is still superior? Though the food here was good, it lacked the freshness of her sister's dishes, especially the soup she prepared. They had ordered a lamb broth, yet it paled in comparison to the flavor of the soup Yu Yuanyuan crafted. Perhaps it was a matter of cooking time, she thought, shifting the topic. Sister, what type of meat do you enjoy? I can bring some back for you to make soup. The sisters delved into a lively discussion on this topic. Observing their spirited exchange, Yu Jiang leaned toward Yu Weidong and whispered, I've never seen Xiaoqing so chatty before. That's because you two have been bickering since childhood. You both have been bantering since you were kids. Being twins born from the same womb, it's only natural they would have plenty to discuss. Yu Weidong's remarks were rather loud, prompting Yu Jiang to shoot him a fierce glare. All right, Gu Wanjing interjected as a peacemaker. Let's refrain from such talk. Let us raise our glasses instead, substituting drinks for wine, to celebrate Yuanyuan's full return to our family. Hearing this, Yu Yuanyuan felt tears welling in her eyes, overwhelmed by emotion. If only she had experienced such moments in her previous life. Alas, she had departed this world without ever knowing who her parents were. She had no understanding of why she had ended up in an orphanage. Was it due to being abducted or abandoned by her parents? This question had always been a thorn in her heart. Although she had been told she was an orphan since she could comprehend, she had longed for a family, for parents, and even for siblings. All right, it's just wonderful to be back. Each utterance was met with raised glasses clinking together, filling Yu Yuanyuan's heart with sweetness akin to honey. Sampling each dish, laughter echoed as they shared stories of the past and hopes for the future. I brought back the books you wanted. You can read them at home, and feel free to ask me if anything is unclear. Why Yu Zhiying genuinely cherished her sister Yu Yuanyuan's great, after their meal. As night began to fall, they decided to stroll outside before heading home. Just as they reached the entrance, a familiar laugh rang out. Old Yu, you're here too. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yu Weidong turned to see Fu Wanze. Old Fu, you're here as well. Yu Yuanyuan and the others followed suit, turning to find the man they had seen outside the restroom earlier, alongside the spirited little girl. Beside the little girl stood a young boy, both of similar stature, resembling a pair of twins. Upon seeing these 2 children, an odd sensation washed over Yu Yuanyuan, a fleeting sense of familiarity. Hansheng, even Yu Jiang, standing behind Yu Yuanyuan, stepped forward to greet the man. Yuanyuan, allow me to introduce my comrade. He is my closest partner, and we share a strong bond, both serving as deputy battalion commanders. Fu Hansheng, Yu Jiang beamed as he made the introduction. After introducing Fu Hansheng, he nudged his sister. See, I told you my long-lost sister would be found. This is Yu Yuanyuan. Isn't my sister beautiful? Yu Jiang, like his father, took great pride in boasting about his sister. Fu Hansheng glanced at Yu Yuanyuan after hearing this. Your sister assisted me earlier. She accompanied the little girl to the restroom. I was unaware of that. Why Yu Jiang, invigorated by this revelation, exclaimed, So you two have quite the connection. Great. Yu Yuanyuan felt speechless, while Yu Zhiying rolled her eyes at the exchange. Yu Jiyang was accustomed to this, having a naturally congenial relationship with Fu Hanqing. Afterward, he threw an arm around Fu Hanqing's shoulder, asking, "Did you bring the kids out for a meal today?" "Yes, this is my sister. If you ever see anyone bullying her in the courtyard, make sure to stand up for her," Yu Jiyang called out, and Fu Hanqing nodded in response. "Pretty sister." The little girl recognized Yu Yuan and approached with a bright smile. Tugging at her sleeve, "Thank you for taking me to the restroom. This is my brother. We're twins," the little girl, with a bright smile, introduced. Brother, this is the beautiful sister who just took me to the restroom. Isn't she exceptionally lovely?" Today, Yu Yuan had adorned herself in a charming white floral dress, which the original owner had never worn before, with her hair casually cascading down her back, exuding an aura of gentle grace. De Bao approached, seriously appraising Yu Yuan, then feigned a mature demeanor. "Indeed, she is very beautiful. Thank you, pretty sister, for taking my sister to the restroom." Observing the delightful antics of the duo, Yu Yuan found herself both amused and bemused. The little girl turned to her grandfather, who was engaged in conversation with them, then tugged at Yu Yuan's hand, asking, "Is the pretty sister also from the family compound?" Yu Yuan nodded. "We are also from the family compound." "Where do you live, pretty sister? Can we come to visit you?" The adorableness of the little girl, combined with the familiarity of their families, dispelled any reluctance Yu Yuan might have had, as she smiled and nodded. "Sure, you can come visit me anytime." Chapter 53. The little granddaughter of the Fu family resembles you two quite a bit in your childhood, previously unaware of the connection between their families. Now that the conversation had ventured this far, Yu Yuan certainly wouldn't deny the two charming little girls any longer. "When we come to visit you, we will bring delicious treats. Thank you for taking my sister to the restroom." De Bao earnestly added. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan found them irresistibly adorable. In her past life, her aversion to children stemmed from the fact that many families had only one child, leading to an overindulgence that turned them into little terrors. She recalled a time shortly after she had entered the hospital when she attended to a middle-aged woman who had a boy of about 10 years old. This boy was the quintessential mischievous child, often causing chaos. On one occasion, while she was treating his mother, he dashed over and knocked her down. Not only did she fall, but the boy also tumbled to the ground, before she could utter a word. His mother unleashed a torrent of abuse upon her, even threatening to file a complaint. When the director arrived, he scolded her without discerning the facts, leaving her feeling utterly wronged. It was only when someone recounted the true events of that day that the director believed her. However, the mother and son had already discharged themselves from the hospital, and Yu Yuan received no apology. From that moment on, she harbored a strong dislike for unruly children, a sentiment that persisted into this lifetime. Yet, the two little ones before her were simply too adorable, especially De Bao, who, though appearing nearly 3 or 4 years old, carried himself with the seriousness of a little old man, which Yu Yuan found rather amusing. "What are your names?" For the first time, Yu Yuan showed interest in children, bending down slightly to gently touch the little girl's face. "I am Fu Zhizhi. I am Fu Zhozhou." The two eagerly shared their names. And upon hearing them, Yu Yuan nodded, pleasantly surprised by how melodious their names were. Mirroring her own names that are repetitive have a certain charm, and particularly with these two, Zhizhi and Zhozhou, they flowed beautifully. "Well, it is a pleasure to meet you." Observing Fu Zhozhou's demeanor, which resembled that of a little adult, she extended her hand. Fu Zhozhou blinked, taken aback that Yu Yuan would speak to him in such a manner. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly reached out his hand. "Hello." As the two engaged in their self-introductions, Yu Jiqing could not help but smile at the sight. She had not anticipated her sister would exhibit such adorableness. However, considering that Yu Yuan had previously been busy with work, she rarely had the opportunity to relax, and today, she had truly let go. "Pretty sister, you were so nice. I like you so much." When Fu Zhizhi smiled, her eyes formed crescent moons. Yu Yuan found her utterly delightful and playfully ruffled her hair. Fu Zhizhi, grinning, allowed the playful gesture, feeling a sense of warmth when Yu Yuan touched her face. Yuan, come over and greet your Uncle Fu." Over there, Yu Weidong had finished conversing with Fu Wanze and called Yu Yuan over to say hello, allowing them to become better acquainted. After chatting with the two little ones, Yu Yuan made her way over. Spotting her, Fu Wanze greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Yuan. Hey, this little girl looks just like Xiaoqin, just a bit slimmer. You must eat more to gain strength. Come to Uncle's house for a meal sometime. Your aunt cooks wonderfully. You should come and try." Fu Wanze offered a polite remark, to which Yu Weidong eagerly chimed in, boasting about his daughter. "Old Fu, I know your wife is a great cook." But my little girl's culinary skills are exceptional too. You must come over for a meal. Oh, Fu Wanzi felt relaxed around his old friend and quickly teased, I didn't know Yuan was this talented. Your aunt hasn't been home lately. When she returns, you should have a cooking showdown. Yuan quickly shook her head, humbly insisting, no, it's just some simple home cooking, but if you have time, you are welcome to dine at our home. Sure. While they conversed, Fu Hancheng's gaze shifted from Yuan's face. He truly believed that Yuan bore a strong resemblance to Herbo. Was it merely a coincidence? Zhou Zhiji. Gu Wanjing approached, smiling as she greeted the two little ones, who sweetly called her Grandma Gu. Here are some candies for you. She produced a handful of fruit candies from her pocket, and the two gleefully accepted them, expressing their gratitude once more. These two little ones have grown quite a bit since the last time we met, Gu Wanjing remarked with a hint of nostalgia. The residents of the compound were somewhat aware of Fu Hanqing's circumstances. These two children had indeed endured hardships, yet they grew up surrounded by kindness and exhibited no bad habits. Demonstrating politeness and decorum, they would not engage in mischief or bully other children, so the military wives in the compound treated them quite well. We shall take a stroll over there first. We will head back later. After exchanging pleasantries, the two families parted ways. Yuan and her companions wandered into the nearby department store, purchasing some snacks and fruits since they had already acquired all they needed. In this era, few people were particular about food, resulting in a lesser consumption of fruits compared to later times, especially given the high prices. After completing their purchases, they headed home. On the way back, Gu Wanjing couldn't help but reflect on Fu Zhiji. I think that little granddaughter of the Fu family resembles you two quite a bit when you were children. Memories of the two girls in their childhood resurfaced in her mind. Yuan and Yu Jiqing exchanged astonished glances. Were we really that cute when we were little? Yuan blinked, and Gu Wanjing nodded affirmatively. You two were indeed very adorable. Today, when I saw Zhiji, it reminded me of you both. You truly resemble each other. When you two were young, Gu Wanjing recalled with a smile, you were just like two little mischief makers, even teaming up to bully your brother. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiqing and Yuan widened their eyes in disbelief. They had little recollection of such events. Had they truly been such bullies? You two actually bullied me. Yu Zhiyang, who was driving, overheard the conversation and couldn't help but grimace, contemplating how he would get back at them for their past mischief. Chapter 54. Yuan. Suddenly, I remember, I had a child before. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Jiqing and Yuan simultaneously glared at him. Though he couldn't see them, he had a rearview mirror, and through it, he caught sight of the incredulous expressions on his two sisters' faces, which made him promptly shut his mouth in defeat. He dared not provoke them. After all, it was a well-established alliance against him. As for bullying his sisters, that was absolutely forbidden. Yu Weidong would surely not let him off lightly. Yu Weidong wasn't one to hit his daughters, but he had a reputation for being quite harsh on his son. Watching her brother squirm, Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yu Jiqing clenched her fists in indignation. Yu Zhiyang, focused on the road ahead, couldn't resist rolling his eyes, recalling how just a few years ago, she had bullied him. Whenever he said something she didn't like, she would threaten him with her fists. Yuan now recounted past events to Yu Zhiyang and the others with a sense of detachment, almost excitedly asking, really sister, was that really the case? Yes, he replied, your sister was quite stubborn as a child, and she hasn't changed much since. I remember one year, your brother said something to her, and she locked him outside, leaving him waiting until we returned home. And there was another time when your brother said something that made your sister cry, and he punished himself by not eating. As Gu Wanjing reminisced about their childhood, Yuan laughed heartily. Yu Zhiyang found himself feeling rather embarrassed. Even Yu Jiqing felt a bit awkward, realizing that she appeared quite domineering at home. Who would have thought that her older siblings were so amusing back then? Yuan burst into laughter, and both YZHQing and YZHYing exchanged a glance in the rearview mirror. Moments ago, they had felt rather bashful, but seeing their younger sister's joy alleviated their discomfort. Their mother had always been unfair. If only I were a twin too, with a twin brother, how wonderful it would be. Then I wouldn't be so easily bullied. Upon hearing these words, GW New Jerseying shot him a fierce glare. You should just stop right there. I practically raised you, you little rascal, and I often wished I could toss you out. YZHYing stuck out his tongue. They all knew GW New Jerseying's words were contradictory. What kind of mother would disdain her own child? Alright, I won't say any more. YZHYing, ever the life of the party, lightened the mood. Dinner had been a bit late today, and after a stroll outside, It was time for bed, everyone washed up and headed off to sleep. Yun lay in bed, savoring the beauty of recent days, a smile unconsciously curling her lips as she pulled the blanket closer. Her heart brimming with joy as she drifted into slumber. She had expected a peaceful night's rest, but to her surprise, she dreamt a vivid dream. It was a collection of fragmented memories from the past. To her astonishment, she dreamt of the original owner, heavily pregnant, laboring in WCU, whose home. The dream enveloped her completely, intertwining emotions within her, leaving her feeling exceptionally complex. She watched the original owner, burdened by her large belly, as she toiled in the fields and fetched water, even bustling in the kitchen for hours before she could sit down for a sip of water. Just as she finally settled down, WCU's sharp voice pierced through the air. "What are you doing here? Do you think you deserve a break? Hurry up and get back to work, or you'll starve. Do you understand?" The shrill tone made even Yun shiver. It was unclear how long such days continued. Suddenly, the scene shifted to another place. She didn't know where the original owner was, only that she was carrying a bucket of water when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. With her prominent belly, she collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony, and Yun felt as though her heart had been viciously torn open. Even in her dreams, she felt a profound ache in her chest, as if it were being wrenched apart. The scene shifted once more, revealing the original owner lying in a hospital bed, drenched in sweat. Trembling from the pain, her hands clutched the nearby railing tightly as she cried out, the agony rendering her senseless. Soon after, she was taken to the delivery room to give birth. It was uncertain how much time had passed when Yun suddenly awoke. Sitting upright, her hand instinctively pressing against her chest, she glanced out the window. Dawn had yet to break. Gasping for breath, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, the images in her mind jolting her fully awake. Before she had awakened, the scene had lingered on the sound of a baby's cries. The child wailed, and the doctor's words were a blur. She only saw the corners of the original owner's mouth curve faintly before her eyes fluttered shut. The exertion of childbirth having drained her completely, thus, the original owner remained oblivious to whether the child was a boy or a girl. She didn't linger in bed but instead rose to pour herself a glass of water. Returning to sit on the edge of her bed, holding the cup in a daze, how could she have dreamt of the original owner's childbirth memories? After pondering for a while, Yun finally recalled. When WCU and YngNLN had been taken to the police station, she had been too preoccupied with the authorities questioning Yng about her own situation to remember the child. The original owner's memories did contain some fragments regarding childbirth, yet they were scant, and she herself was unaware of the child's gender. This was quite troubling. The reason Yun had forgotten was that she was neither the one pregnant nor the one giving birth. And thus the pain didn't imprint itself in her memory, and now that she thought about it, perhaps having seen those two children at FHNSH's home had triggered these memories? Yun clasped her hands together. If she were to address this matter, she would need to confide in her family. It was essential to articulate this situation clearly, perhaps that would lead to a resolution. For now she could only share it with Yng. Taking a deep breath, she contemplated these matters, drank another glass of warm water, and felt slightly more at ease before attempting to sleep again. For several consecutive days, her family had not rested. Yun prepared breakfast for them in the mornings and perused the books Yzhqing had brought from the hospital during lunch. Before she knew it, the next weekend arrived, and Ywiding was set to attend a meeting at another military district, while Yzhqing and GW New Jersey were scheduled to assist with an important surgery. Only Yzhying had the weekend off, so they urged him to take Yun out for a stroll and enjoy some good food. On Saturday morning, after breakfast, they set off immediately. Yzhying had yet to return from his run. Yun waited for him. When Yzhying returned, he found Yun sitting at the dining table. Lost in thought ruffling her hair, he washed his hands and sat down. "Why aren't you eating breakfast with Mom and Dad? Were you waiting for me?" "Of course, I was waiting for my brother to eat together." The moment Yun finished her sentence, Yzhying beamed with delight, clearly pleased that his sister thought so highly of him that no, to be precise, it's Yun. "Who is the best?" Yun smiled radiantly as she handed Yzhying the prepared breakfast. After they finished eating, she finally spoke up. "Brother, I remembered something important that I want to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Yzhying turned around and sat back down in his chair. He had intended to change clothes to take Yun out. "I had a dream last night and suddenly recalled that I had given birth before." As Yun intertwined her hands, she spoke with a serene expression. Chapter 55. This revelation is truly remarkable. Yzhying's eyes widened in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Struggling to process her words, Yun patiently allowed him to digest the information before placing her hands on the table, though her heart raced slightly. If my sister has given birth, it indicates she must have been married. Why had she never mentioned this before? Who was her partner? Surely it couldn't be some scoundrel who deceived my sister, if that were the case. Once I get to the bottom of this, even if I have to take leave, I will return to that city and find that man. I will dig 3 feet into the ground to uncover him. I will not let anyone bully my sister. Who is that man? Did he deceive you? The thought of his young sister being tricked into giving birth ignited a furious blaze within Yzhying. I wasn't married. Yzhying. You weren't even married. Which scoundrel has the audacity to bully my sister like this? If I catch him, I'll make sure he pays dearly. Yun contemplated for a moment, recounting the memories of the original owner. It was all because of that scoundrel Zho Xiaving that the original owner ended up giving birth. Zho Xiaving was a good student, but beyond that, he had no redeeming qualities. He had committed numerous wrongs while believing himself to be cultured. In reality, he was nothing but a fraud. As Yun recounted the past, Yzhying's grip tightened. By the end of her story, he slammed his hand on the table. He sprang to his feet. They had truly gone too far. How could they treat you this way? Why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known that Zho Xiaving was such a person, I would never have let him off the hook. He deserves to be severely punished. Yzhying had initially thought it was merely Wing Cu Hu and Yang Gnln who had been involved in trafficking his sister. But he was astounded to learn that their son was equally despicable. They had done something so heinous to his sister. Moreover, after the sister had given birth, they had taken her child away. How could that family be so vile? Yzhying's fury reached a boiling point. Yun hesitated, lowering her head to respond. Perhaps it was because that period had been too painful. And the experience of childbirth had deeply traumatized her, leading to her selective amnesia regarding that memory. The night we had dinner last week, for reasons unknown, I dreamed of giving birth, and that's when I remembered I needed to tell you. Why didn't you mention this to me a few days ago? Yzhying was quite shocked. Yun bit her lip. I didn't say anything earlier because I saw everyone was busy. So I decided to wait until you had time to share this today. Observing his sister's downcast expression, Yzhying inferred that she must have forgotten due to the overwhelming pain she had endured. Since she had recalled it now, this matter needed to be addressed. If it was his sister's child, it would be his niece or nephew. Leave this matter to me. I have the number of the director over there. I will call back and inquire. Let us see if we can extract any useful information from Wing Cu Hu and Yang Gnln. After saying this, Yzhying placed his hands on the table. Unsure of how to comfort his sister, it was only after a prolonged silence that he finally spoke. Shouldn't we tell Mom and Dad, and Xiaoqing? After all, this is Yun's situation. And Yzhying trusted that she had her reasons for confiding in him first. Yun contemplated for a moment, nodding slightly. This matter should indeed be addressed, for the original owner is already 23 years of age. In this era, being single would undoubtedly cause concern among her family. The current lack of urgency stems from her recent return, as she is still unfamiliar with her surroundings, and her family has no desire to hastily arrange a match for her. However, this does not imply that they will not consider it in the future. From her readings, even her elder siblings occasionally engage in blind dates. Given her circumstances, would it not be unfair to involve others in such a situation? It would be prudent to clarify her intentions from the outset. If Yu Jiyang were to undertake this matter, the best course of action would be to locate the child. Should she succeed in bringing the child back, she could inform her parents that she has no intention of marrying, wishing instead to raise the child. Her parents would likely understand. If she manages to find the child, she could say that she married in the countryside and had a child. But the father has since passed away. Would that be acceptable? Although Yu Jiyang felt sorrow for her sister's plight, a faint smile tugged at her lips upon hearing this suggestion. This reasoning is indeed splendid. If she were to express her reluctance to marry during family gatherings or community events, others might view her as peculiar, given the conservative mindset of the people in this era, who believe that reaching a certain age necessitates marriage and the establishment of a new family. Deviating from societal norms would be considered foolish. However, claiming to be a widow whose beloved husband has died, and expressing concern that a stepfather may not care for her child adequately, would resonate more with the people of this time than simply stating her disinterest in marriage. I will make the call now, Yu Jiyang declared, tidying her belongings in preparation to leave. I will step outside to make the call and then return to take you out for a stroll. With that, she departed, and Yu Yuan nodded in agreement. The rationale she had just presented was rooted in the belief that a widow would be more readily accepted than an unwed mother. As society tends to feel pity for widows, while unwed mothers face scrutiny and judgment, which could bring shame to their parents, since her family is affluent and she plans to work in the future. Seeking a partner seems unnecessary. If she can indeed reclaim the child, she would raise him or her without issue, yet, her primary focus upon arriving in this world was to escape the treacherous environment of her former family. Coupled with the painful memories of childbirth, which dulled her recollection of these events, astonishingly, she had nearly forgotten about it. Such matters would be stigmatized even in their 21st century, let alone in this society. If she were to go on a blind date and face disdain, it would be better to clarify her situation now and choose to live independently. She refuses to settle, having reached this conclusion. Yu Yuan felt a sense of relief. Chapter 56. Where could she have a child? She has never been married. On his way to make the call, Yu Jiang was consumed with fury, his fists clenched and then relaxed. Before Yu Yuan had mentioned this issue, he had believed everything was resolved. He had not anticipated such complications. Following Wang Suhua, Zhao Jianlin also failed to speak the truth, and their youngest son was utterly despicable. He decided to call back and request assistance from the director to ascertain the situation. Once he uncovers any useful information, he will take action. He must resolve this issue, as he would inevitably return to that city for future assignments. When he arrives, he will not spare Zhao Xiaofeng. What does it matter if he is educated? What does it matter if he possesses knowledge? Such attributes do not excuse the heinous acts he has committed. Causing others such suffering, their entire family are accomplices. How could anyone aid their child in concealing the truth to such an extent? Yu Jiang hurried towards the phone booth, retrieving a small notebook from his pocket, where he had noted the police station's number during his last visit. Upon dialing the number again, a young police officer answered. Yu Jiang identified himself, and the officer paused for a few seconds before promptly summoning the senior officer who had previously handled the case. Since my sister and I left, I have learned some new information. Could you assist me in further questioning? Yu Jiang briefly relayed the situation. The senior officer's brows furrowed immediately. Initially, he had believed that the couple had merely abducted Yu Yuan. And while they had received an 8-year sentence, it was somewhat lenient given their crimes. However, the revelation that they had also sold Yu Yuan's child was utterly revolting. Rest assured, we will expedite our investigation into this matter, the senior officer assured before hanging up. Turning around, he encountered the director. Recalling the director's previous demeanor towards Yu Jiang, the senior officer recounted the events. We must swiftly bring them in for further questioning. This matter cannot be taken lightly, as that young comrade is the son of a commander. The director had gathered some information during this time and was momentarily taken aback upon learning the details. Fortunately, during Yu Jiang's last visit, he had treated the personnel with respect. If we recover the child, does that not mean we are reclaiming the commander's daughter? An overly talkative junior officer interjected. The director shot him a fierce glare. Hurry and attend to this matter. Since the higher-ups had made inquiries, the police station director urged the senior officer to proceed with the questioning. Following their sentencing, Wang Suihua and Zhao Jianlin had initially reacted with outrage. Unable to fathom that purchasing a child would result in an 8-year prison term, their commotion had been so disruptive that the police warned them that further disturbances would lead to extended sentences. Consequently, they settled down, realizing that continuing their outbursts could result in a 10 or 12-year sentence, which was unacceptable. Lacking education, they were unaware that once a case was adjudicated, the outcome was largely final unless they committed further offenses. However, they were sufficiently intimidated to serve their time without further incident. After some time, they found the conditions tolerable, not dissimilar to home, as their daily tasks were easy and they were provided meals. Their primary concern was their 2 sons, and nothing else. Gradually, they became accustomed to their new lives. One day, while working, a voice called out from a distance, Wang Suihua, Zhao Jianlin. Upon hearing the name, the pair exchanged glances. Wang Suihua's lips curled into a smile, brimming with excitement. Could it be that our sons have come to see us? Indeed, it's quite possible. We have been here for 2 or 3 weeks now. If they haven't come to visit, that would be strange, especially since Xiaofeng is supposed to be attending school. He hasn't even been informed about where we hid the money, Wang Suihua reasoned. They truly believed that it was Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Dehai come to visit, and they hurried towards the police officer. Is someone here to see us? Is it our sons? They asked eagerly. The young officer assigned to escort them remained silent, thinking to himself how utterly despicable they were. Initially, Yu Yuan's abduction was bad enough, but to subsequently sell the child she bore was an atrocious act. What kind of wickedness is this? It is said that those who commit such heinous acts will face dire consequences when it comes to their own offspring. The officers led the couple back without uttering a word, and they felt a sense of unease. Upon their return, they were ushered into the interrogation room. The couple was utterly bewildered. "Comrades of the police, what is happening? We haven't done anything wrong. We've been diligent in our work these past few days," they protested desperately. The young officer remained silent until the senior officer arrived, at which point he took his place beside them. Just as the couple was about to plead their case, the senior officer leaned forward, placing his hand on the table, and asked, "Now let us be honest, did you sell Zhao Aria's child?" Upon hearing this, their eyelids flickered. After their initial sentencing, they had been questioned about any other misdeeds, and they had feigned ignorance regarding the sale of the child. They assumed that since Yu Yuan had not mentioned it, there would be no repercussions. Glancing at Yu Yuan, they believed she would enjoy a good life upon returning home, rendering the child's existence inconsequential. Perhaps she even wished for the two children to be a burden to her. As the conversation turned to this topic once more, they were taken aback. "What child? She has no children. She has never been married." Wang Suihua stammered, unable to meet the senior officer's gaze, her eyes darting nervously. They could not afford to admit their involvement. They had already committed an offense by paying the trafficker, leading to Yu Yuan's abduction. Having been sentenced to 8 years, if they were to confess to selling Yu Yuan's child, would they not face additional years in prison? Indeed, what child? She has never married, so how could she have a child? "Comrades of the police, you must have misunderstood something and come to find us," they stammered. "We have always been honest and upright individuals, and we merely sought to adopt a child. Who could have known?" The couple was interrogated simultaneously, leading them to unify their statements, resolutely refusing to divulge any information. Chapter 57. She should have given birth to a son. If they choose not to speak, then they shall be assigned to a more arduous location to toil for a period of time. Regardless, we shall persist in our investigation. If we unearth the truth first, a more arduous place? Wang Suihua recalled, with a sense of foreboding, the most grueling location she had previously heard about, akin to the farms of your coldly arid labor with an abundance of tasks, where one would find themselves underfed and inadequately clothed. Such work was typically reserved for those condemned to a lifetime of imprisonment. Surely she and Zhao Jianlin would not share the same fate, would they? Wang Suihua swallowed hard. "We have gathered certain intelligence. This is an opportunity for both of you to acknowledge your mistakes. Must we resort to the same tactics as before?" The officer expertly gauged their thoughts, though typically lacking in cleverness at this moment. Their minds were somewhat clearer. Regrettably, it proved to be of little consequence. The two of them felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Since they were already aware, why not speak candidly? Zhao Jianlin was paralyzed with fear. "What if? I have no idea. This matter does not concern me greatly. It was my wife who made prior arrangements. The buyer took the child away immediately after birth. I have never laid eyes on the infant." Zhao Jianlin could no longer conceal the truth, divulging everything he knew. Wang Suihua, listening nearby, was infuriated. "This had nothing to do with me. It was not I who orchestrated this. A beautiful woman approached me, expressing her desire for a child. She sought me out before Arya even gave birth, offering a considerable sum, and although I did not know her, she insisted on the child in Arya's womb. The moment the child was born, she came to claim him." The two nearly erupted into a quarrel within the interrogation room. The officer rapped his knuckles on the table. "Enough." Only then did they restrain themselves. The officer continued his inquiries. "So, this individual had premeditated intentions and had been monitoring you for some time. Do you have knowledge of their origins, any distinguishing features, given that the situation had come to light?" It was imperative to clarify the details. The individuals on the other side, Yu Jiyang and his associates, were likely waiting for news regarding the child. "I truly do not know. I have never encountered him. But he appeared to be from a large city, dressed quite well." Wang Suihua recalled, furrowing her brow for an extended moment. The woman had a mole on her lower right jaw, but beyond that, there was nothing particularly notable about her. She resembled many others. "What else can you provide?" The officer pressed further, but Wang Suihua's information ceased at that point. She could divulge no more. The woman had approached them well in advance, approximately a week before Arya was due, arranging for the child to be taken immediately upon birth. After Wang Suihua received her payment, she acted as though the incident had never transpired, allowing Zhao Arya to remain hospitalized for 2 days before taking her home due to insufficient recovery after childbirth and subsequent labor. Zhao Arya's health had deteriorated significantly. After concluding a phone call, Yu Jiyang returned home, taking Yu Yuan for a brief outing. They purchased some snacks and ingredients, preparing to cook a delightful meal in the afternoon. I shall check to see if there are any updates on their end. If there is news, it is better to inform our parents sooner rather than later. Yu Jiang believed it prudent to disclose the information at the earliest opportunity. Yu Yuan shared this sentiment, urging Yu Jiang to make the call while she headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Typically, her cooking was quite elaborate, but not overly complicated, being the weekend. She decided to create something special for her parents to enjoy. Yu Yuan planned to pan-fry a small pork chop, whip up a stir-fried chicken dish, and complement it with 2 light vegetable sides and potato balls. Having returned home a week or two prior, Yu Yuan had discerned each family member's preferences, crafting their favorite dishes each afternoon with creative variety. Last week, she had managed to avoid repetition in her menu, earning the admiration of all. Naturally, Gu Wanjing and Yu Jiqing encouraged Yu Yuan to take time for herself and not to overexert. On days when she felt disinclined to cook, she should simply relax. They were more than willing to take on the task themselves. In the kitchen, as Yu Yuan prepared the meal, she organized the necessary seasonings and poured the Lingquan water into the family's large jar. Having completed these tasks, she was poised to begin cooking when Yu Jiang returned. Upon seeing him, Yu Yuan added a splash of water to the pan, covered it with a lid, and stepped out to greet him. "How did it go, brother?" Yu Jiang settled into a chair at the dining table, hands clasped together. "I have instructed them to inquire about this information as thoroughly as possible." Wang Suohua mentioned a woman with a mole on her lower right jaw, rumored to be wealthy, who paid 300 for the child. They have never seen the child. Wang Suohua stated that the woman expressed her intent to purchase the child a week before the delivery, settling the payment on the day of birth when the child was promptly taken away. Upon receiving this response, Yu Jiang could hardly believe it, repeating the question several times to his interlocutor, who consistently provided the same answer, leaving them at a loss for further leads. Yu Yuan initially thought she might have misremembered, believing Wang Suohua and Zhao Jianlin would possess some knowledge, but she was taken aback by the unexpected revelation. Yet, it was plausible. In this day and age, many individuals sought to buy children, although the original owner's memories did not clarify whether she had given birth to a son or daughter. Upon hearing Yu Jiang mention Wang Suohua's confession and that the child was sold for 300, she instinctively felt it had to be a son. After all, in this era, sons were deemed more valuable, as most families preferred sons over daughters. Perceiving the latter as a financial burden, the woman must have deduced the child's gender early on, perhaps based on traditional beliefs. Yu Yuan mused, considering the old adage that many from previous generations could accurately predict a child's gender simply by observing the shape of the mother's belly. They had already stated they would continue to pursue this matter, but whether they would unearth any further details remained uncertain. After extracting this information, they pressed for more, even attempting to fabricate responses. But Wang Suohua remained resolute, stating only that the child had been sold, and beyond that, she could not provide further insight. Yu Jiang, after articulating these thoughts, clasped his hands together, sensing the complexity of the situation. Wang Suohua only knew that the child had been sold for 300 yuan and that a woman with a mole on her lower right jaw had taken the child away. Was this not akin to saying nothing at all? In a world so vast, there were innumerable wealthy individuals, and countless women bore moles on their lower right jaws. If they were to search under such criteria, would it not be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? Yu Yuan shook her head in exasperation. Yu Jiang, perceiving her distress, gently took her hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I have already instructed them to continue their inquiries. I will inform you of any developments at the earliest opportunity." Chapter 58. Yu Yuan, I gave birth to a child back home. Yu Yuan nodded, sighing, as she returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. In the afternoon, Gu Wanjing and Yu Jiqing had just entered the door when they caught a whiff of the delicious aromas wafting from the kitchen. I rushed home as soon as I finished work. My colleagues inquired why I was hurrying back, and I told them it was to enjoy your cooking. With smiles plastered on their faces, they entered the kitchen, where Yu Yuan had already completed the meal. And Yu Jiqing washed her hands to help serve the dishes. "Jiang, did you take your sister out for some fun today?" The first question out of Yu Jiqing's mouth as she began to serve the food was directed at Yu Jiang. "We went out. We strolled around for a bit, bought some fruit, and picked up a few vegetables. This afternoon, I will prepare a delicious meal for all of you." After Yu Yuan responded, she set the dishes on the table. And as the family washed their hands and took their seats, Yu Weidong returned home. "It smells so good. It seems our Yuan has outdone herself again. This morning, I took 2 pancakes to the army." And coincidentally, Lao Su had not eaten breakfast, so I gave him one. He remarked, Yuan Yuan, your pancakes are truly delicious. Yu Weidong chuckled as he washed his hands and joined the family at the dining table. Upon seeing the feast before them, the family members all gave a thumbs up in approval. To avoid disrupting their dining experience, Yuan Yuan exchanged a glance with Yu Jiang, signaling him to refrain from speaking. We can discuss it after dinner. The entire family relished Yuan Yuan's culinary skills, and consequently, everyone indulged to the point of feeling quite full. After wiping her mouth with a napkin, Yu Jiqing stood and began pacing around the room. Lamenting that she should not have eaten so much. Even as a doctor, she ought to take better care of herself and not overindulge. Observing Yu Jiqing's antics, Yuan Yuan couldn't help but smile. She pulled her sister over to sit beside her, taking her hand and gently massaging it. After a few moments, Yu Jiqing stood and paced a few more times, her face lighting up with delight. You truly have a gift, Yuan Yuan. I feel so much better already. You must have worked incredibly hard to learn all of this. Yu Jiqing, while possessing some knowledge of acupressure, always felt that Yuan Yuan's technique was remarkably skilled. As though she had practiced on countless individuals before, the relief she felt after the massage was unparalleled. It was not too difficult, really. Initially, I struggled to grasp the concepts, but with time I became more adept and frequently experimented on myself. Yuan Yuan chuckled, glancing at her family gathered around. With her hands clasped together, she felt a slight flutter of nerves. Mom and Dad, I have something to tell you. As soon as Yuan Yuan spoke, all eyes turned to her, including Yu Jiqing, who pulled up a chair to sit down. Noting Yuan Yuan's serious expression, they sensed the gravity of the matter at hand. I gave birth to a child back home. Upon the utterance of these words, the room fell silent, as if struck by a bomb. Everyone stared at her in stunned disbelief. Ultimately, it was Yu Jiang who could no longer bear the situation. He spoke up and recounted the entire sequence of events. As he spoke, the expressions on his family's faces were grim. It wasn't until he had clarified the matter that Yu Weidong pressed one hand against the table, not striking it heavily, yet his raised veins were visibly apparent. Yu Wanqing and Yu Jiqing also wore troubled expressions, their hearts aching for Yuan Yuan, as they had not anticipated the extent of her suffering. They had been excessively cruel. It was absolutely unacceptable to let them off lightly. After uncovering this matter, they needed to ensure that further investigations were conducted, and if any issues arose, they should face increased penalties. 8 years was truly too lenient. They had not only abducted their daughter but had also subjected her to years of mistreatment and even sold her child. Tomorrow, I will personally make a phone call to demand a thorough investigation. If they were involved in human trafficking and subsequently sold Yuan Yuan's child, it would demonstrate their malicious intent. If it is proven that they willfully engaged in human trafficking and have shown no remorse, the punishment this time will certainly exceed 8 years and will undoubtedly be extended. Previously, the family had thought that the impending punishment was bearable. Who could have known they would commit such outrageous acts? Yuan Yuan, while seething with anger, was also deeply concerned for her daughter. She sat beside her, taking her hand. You foolish child, why didn't you tell me when you returned? Yuan Yuan repeated her earlier sentiment, stating that she had not considered this matter upon her return, as certain memories had been forgotten. In medical terms, it is acknowledged that when an individual experiences significant trauma or distress, they may selectively forget certain memories. Gu Wanqing said nothing further, merely holding Yuan Yuan's hand, tears streaming silently down her face. Their daughter, who deserved a joyful life, had endured so much suffering outside, and even her own flesh and blood had been sold. Where was their son studying? Yu Weidong resolved to start with Zhao Xiaofeng, ensuring that none who had bullied his daughter would escape unscathed. Yuan Yuan disclosed Zhao Xiaofeng's school, and she was no saint. Zhao Xiaofeng had caused the original victim such harm. She could not simply overlook this. What she desired was for that entire family to be condemned to a life of misery. Yu Wanqing was still deeply affected. And Yu Jiqing, sitting across from her in a subdued tone, inquired, after you gave birth, did they immediately call you back to work? Tomorrow, come to the hospital to see me. I will arrange some checkups. We need to ensure your health is restored. If you haven't fully recovered, we will take our time. The earlier question was unnecessary. It was evident that Wang Suihua and the others were insufferable, and they must have forced her to return to work right after childbirth. Noni's sister, I've managed to recover quite well on my own. For the past 2 years, I've been drinking herbal medicine. Yuan Yuan assured them, stating that she had consumed ample spiritual water and was now nearly restored. A bit more time would ensure her complete recovery without further issues. Go ahead, Gu Wanqing nodded in agreement. Get a checkup. Your sister and I will feel more at ease. Do not overexert yourself, and try to study less. We will discuss your future at the military hospital later. For now, focus on recuperating at home for a year or two. Previously, they had been unaware of these matters, and upon hearing that Yu Yuan had medical skills, they had felt encouraged, thinking she could learn more and work at the military hospital in the future. Now, hearing all these developments, both Yu Jiqing and Gu Wanqing shared the same sentiment: she must prioritize her health at home. You need not worry about cooking, we will return in the afternoon to handle it. Just rest well at home. Chapter 59. They claimed she only bore a son, preventing her from living well. Just the thought of Yu Yuan being taken away to work after childbirth filled them with heartache. As doctors, they understood that childbirth was profoundly taxing on a woman's body. While Yu Yuan had not fully recuperated before being summoned back to work, her health must have been in dire straits. Yet she was merely putting on a brave front. While Yu Jiang, listening quietly, clenched his fists, and after a moment, he spoke. I'll take care of the cooking, you can teach me, and I'll surely learn to make delicious meals. If it weren't for the tasks at hand, Yu Jiang would have returned home relatively early. He had usually been the one to cook. It's all right, Mom and Dad, and you too, brother and sister, you truly need not worry about me. Yu Yuan quickly shook her head, insisting, I'm actually doing quite well. I've been taking care of myself for a long time, and cooking is no issue, just let me handle it. I find it rather boring to stay at home without doing anything. After saying a few more words, she ultimately decided to cook, but there would be no other chores for her, nor would she need to rush to the military hospital. Take care of your health. We will discuss this matter again once we have news from your brother. Yu Yuan nodded. The family, filled with anger, coaxed her to sleep, while they all settled in the living room. Tomorrow, I'll personally make a phone call to ensure they uncover the truth. At the very least, we need to know whether the child is a boy or a girl, so we can locate them. They all felt that the other family deserved to suffer, when the time came. They would visit the military hospital and request assistance from Director Lu to help locate someone at that school. Zhao Xiaofeng, so young, had committed such despicable acts. He would surely face retribution. Yu Weidong was no pushover. Having held his position for several years, he had risen step by step and possessed a few tricks up his sleeve. He would not abuse his power to oppress others, but he was determined to seek justice for his daughter. After all the suffering she had endured, it was the duty of a father to stand up for her. I will handle this matter. As they deliberated, Gu Wanqing and Yu Jiqing clasped hands, their hearts aching at the thought of Yu Yuan's past mistreatment. A wave of pain surged through them. How could this happen? Gu Wanqing tightly gripped her elder daughter's hand. How could they treat our daughter this way? Normally a composed and resilient woman, she could no longer hold back her emotions. While Yu Jiqing remained silent, equally affected. The conversation outside was audible to Yu Yuan within the room, warming her heart. She longed to step out and comfort Gu Wanqing. Yet she feared that her presence might only deepen her mother's sorrow. She listened as they spoke for a while until Yu Weidong eventually coaxed everyone to return to their rooms for the night. Yu Jiqing rose from the sofa, looking toward Yu Jiang in the distance. Our family has never committed any wrongdoing, yet others treat us this way. As her brother, if you cannot seek justice for your sister, then you may as well stop calling yourself a brother and refer to me as sister. After Yu Jiqing left for her room, Yu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Yu Jiang scoffed in response. Of course, as her brother, I will ensure Yu Yuan's grievances are addressed. In the afternoon, he took the call and, upon learning of the situation, insisted on continuing the interrogations. The next couple of days would see Wang Suhua and Zhao Jianlin enduring hardships during their questioning, until they revealed the true circumstances. While Yu Jiang remained skeptical that they were unaware of anything, the authorities had begun investigating the matter as well. Over the next 2 days, Wang Suhua and Zhao Jianlin were subjected to relentless interrogation. Confined to separate small rooms, constantly swapped out by various interrogators, all asking the same questions. Even during mealtimes, they remained inside, needing to request permission to use the restroom, and were granted only a brief respite at night before the interrogation resumed at dawn. Within just 2 days, they appeared thoroughly worn down, yet, curiously, they possessed only limited knowledge, which was somewhat accurate. During a shared meal, they whispered to one another, that deceitful girl must be trying to reclaim her child. She is the reason our family has suffered so. If that is the case, she shouldn't expect to find her child. Wang Suhua gritted her teeth, and Zhao Jianlin sneered, I know nothing, I'm just as unfortunate as you. Are you suggesting we inform her that she had a daughter? If she wants to find her child, we should tell her she had a son. As for what he looks like, we have no idea. She has caused our family so much suffering, we must ensure she remains separated from her child. If she had twins, finding just one should suffice for her to be pleased, thinking she was reunited with her biological parents and would live happily ever after. Ha, Wang Suihua spat dismissively. That ungrateful girl shows no appreciation for how we raised her. Why should we divulge that she had twins? Just say she had a son, the rest is none of our concern. As sons are more valuable, it's perfectly normal for someone to pay 300 yuan to buy one. As for the rest, even if it meant our demise, we wouldn't know. After all, once she gave birth, the child was taken away, and we don't even know who bought the child. Wang Suihua has been incessantly chattering here, while Zhao Jianlin, who has been listening beside her, is increasingly irritated. He has not participated in this matter at all. Yet for the past 2 days, he has been subjected to relentless questioning. Stop your incessant prattle. Wang Suihua glared fiercely at Zhao Jianlin, exclaiming, if it weren't for your utter foolishness leading to our entrapment, we would not be confined here. Did you not spend that 300 yuan back then? Do not feign innocence. You certainly spent half of it. After selling the child, they returned to buy Zhao Jianlin some items and gave Zhao Xiaofeng a sum of money. Saving the remainder, Zhao Jianlin merely scoffed. He did not completely disregard the matter. As the two quarreled, the police took them away for further questioning. Have you come up with anything? Speak up to help her find her child. Doing so may even reduce your sentence, otherwise, the old officer threatened. Wang Suihua retorted defiantly, I have already said all I need to. We only know she gave birth to a son and that the person who bought the child came from a big city. Dressed well and wealthy, with a mole on his lower right chin. Chapter 60, an announcement, their child has been found. No matter how much you insist, we only know this much. We truly have no idea where the child has been taken. If you must continue to question us in this manner, then go ahead. Upon hearing that Yuan had given birth to a son, the old officer considered it a piece of useful information. But any further inquiries would likely yield similar results. Ultimately, all this information had to be relayed to Yu Jiyang. During dinner that evening, Yu Jiyang shared these developments with his family, compiling all the statements from the last few days. She gave birth to a son, but what if this child bears no resemblance to our Yuan? There are many women with a mole on their lower right chin, and we do not even know which city she hails from. What if she is not from the capital? They discussed briefly, and everyone felt that locating this child would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yuan shared this sentiment. Since they claimed that the person who purchased the child was quite affluent, it indicated an extraordinary family background, making the search indeed challenging. Yuan reflected on her own situation. Her being found was primarily due to her identical twin sister. As they looked almost indistinguishable, however, what if this child does not resemble her at all? Yuan realized the hope was slim. It's likely we won't be able to find the child. Nevertheless, we shall strive to seek out the truth. If we can find the child, we will, and if not, there is nothing more we can do. With a sigh, she lamented, Wang Suihua and her family are truly despicable. Do not worry, Yuan, we shall find you. And you will undoubtedly find your child in due time. Our family will support you. Gu Wanjing, sitting beside Yuan, wrapped her arm around her shoulders, allowing her to lean against her. You have endured far too much suffering. The heavens will surely favor you. The family sat in silence, and Yu Jiyang resolved to seek out the truth. Wherever his tasks may lead him, he would inquire. Meanwhile, Wang Suihua and Zhao Jianlin, after revealing that Yuan had given birth to a son, were not subjected to the same torment as before. The following day, Wang Suihua felt quite pleased. See, as long as we tell them this, they will be preoccupied with finding the child, leaving us no time for trouble. Wang Suihua felt quite gratified, unaware that in a few days, their prison terms would be extended by 2 years. Upon hearing this news, Wang Suihua and Zhao Jianlin were initially alarmed but soon regained their composure. Life in prison was not unbearable. They had food and clothing, and the work was light. Once their youngest son graduated from university and secured a job, he would surely send them some provisions. Did Yuan think that threatening them would compel them to confess? They had already divulged all they knew. There was nothing more to say. Their hopes rested solely on Zhao Xiaofeng, believing that their son would someday rescue them. This matter was temporarily set aside, and Yuan went for a checkup at the military hospital, where her health was confirmed to be quite satisfactory. Is this truly the daughter of Vice Director Gu? The examining doctor handed her the report, assuring her, rest assured, her health is good. She is slightly weak but can recover with proper nourishment. Perhaps we should consult old Lin for some traditional Chinese medicine? Western medicine works quickly, but traditional medicine is best for replenishing the body. Yuan shook her head. No need, I have prepared some medicinal meals for myself. I will manage that for now and return for another checkup in a while. Oh, the examining doctor was somewhat surprised, and Gu Wanjing explained, she has learned some traditional Chinese medicine techniques in the past, so she understands a bit. I heard that not long ago, Jiqing asked for a number of books. Was it for your daughter? Indeed, Gu Wanjing replied succinctly. Hearing that Yu Yuan intended to take an exam at the military hospital in the future excited the female doctor. Wonderful, your mother and sister are both successful doctors. I am sure you will be as well. Do your best. We look forward to your arrival at the hospital. Yu Yuan nodded, determined to take her leave, having confirmed with Yu Jiqing that she was well before returning home. The following day was the weekend. Coincidentally, the entire family was free, and they bought some groceries to prepare a meal. In the afternoon, they invited a few close friends over to celebrate the return of their youngest daughter. Friends of Yu Weidong and some from the hospital were present, and Yu Jiang also invited people. He had initially wanted to invite Fu Hanqing and the others, but he had urgent tasks to attend to, and the two children were taken to another city by their mother, so they could not join this time. There were numerous acquaintances, though not everyone was invited. 2 tables were set up at home to announce that their child had been found. Congratulations, no one expected that after so many years the child could be found. Shouldn't we have been invited for a meal earlier? Old friends joked warmly. Yu Weidong nodded, it should have been done long ago. I have been too busy with matters, which is why it has been postponed until now. There are many gossipers in the compound. We thought it best to hold a small banquet and inform everyone that our daughter has been found. Yuan has suffered greatly outside. We do not wish for others to gossip about her in the future. Everyone, please enjoy your meal. Gu Wanjing's insistence stemmed from having heard some rumors in the compound, where people claimed that Yu Yuan was inferior to Yu Jiqing. Some even remarked that since Yu Yuan was found, no banquet was held, nor were close friends invited to visit, questioning the girl's worth. Unable to swallow her pride, Gu Wanjing promptly organized the gathering. Those who attended offered their blessings, and the news spread throughout the compound. Many brought gifts, and the chatter subsided. You should speak less. The reason they did not hold a banquet is that they are too busy. It is best not to offend Dr. Gu and Dr. Yu. They are formidable figures at the hospital. Indeed, their family works so hard. We should not gossip behind their backs. I often see their youngest daughter going grocery shopping. She does not seem like a bad child at all. The atmosphere in the compound fell silent. Yu Yuan was called over by Yu Weidong to greet the uncles at the table, each offering her a red envelope as a symbol of goodwill. You need not be shy. You and Xiaoqin hold the same place in our hearts. We are all old comrades with your father. Chapter 61. She will bear her own child. Exactly. When you were lost, your father was despondent, and your mother wept inconsolably. It was no easy feat to find you again. Make sure to visit us whenever you have the chance. Yes, do come and play at our house. Your aunt adores young girls, but unfortunately, we only had 2 sons. The guests' demeanor towards Yu Yuan was warm, as they were all close friends. Yu Jiang also tended to his circle of friends. My sister is your sister, you must look after her. Of course. Yu Yuan, like a cherished star, walked among the crowd in her beautiful attire, holding several large red envelopes. Upon learning that she had prepared the meal, everyone was astonished and praised her, with some expressing a desire to learn her culinary skills in the future. If Yuan ever seeks employment, she can come to me, one of the old friends responsible for managing support for military spouses, remarked. Gu Wanjing smiled gently upon hearing this, taking Yu Yuan's hand and patting it. This girl seems to have inherited my abilities. She has even learned some medicine. Yu Weidong and I plan to have her take the exam at the military hospital. The crowd gasped in surprise, followed by a chorus of praises. The small banquet brought joy to all, and Yu Weidong's face glowed with happiness. After the meal, the guests departed, leaving with cheerful exchanges with Yu Yuan. The family tidied up for a while, feeling exhausted from the day's events, and soon retreated to their rooms for rest. Lying in bed, Yu Yuan felt as though she were in a dream. She took all the red envelopes she had received and placed them on the cabinet, intending to give them to Gu Wanjing the following day. The next day, the family went out for a stroll again, and Yu Yuan handed the red envelopes to Gu Wanjing, who merely stuffed them back into her cabinet. These are from those uncles and aunts because they like you. Why give them back to me? During these past 2 days, the family had indeed enjoyed a delightful respite. Meanwhile, it was a Sunday afternoon, and Xiao Lu was walking down the street with some items in hand. She planned to visit Fu Hanqing and the children. She had wanted to come a couple of days prior, but upon hearing that Fu Hanqing was on a mission, she decided to wait until he returned this morning. Although she had been a bit busy, she felt it necessary to make the trip, especially since she had heard that his family was actively seeking a match for him. Despite knowing Fu Hanqing had 2 children, many were still eager to pursue him, drawn by his handsome appearance and affluent background. As a vice-captain, he was well off, and with a father who was a commander and a wealthy mother who wouldn't want to seize such an opportunity. She had been plotting this for years and could not afford to let it slip away. She had sacrificed a great deal for this endeavor. Before long, she arrived at Fu Hanqing's doorstep, where she could already hear the cheerful laughter of the two children. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Xiao Lu entered without hesitation. After all, she was the children's biological mother. Hearing the door open, the family turned in unison to look. Upon seeing Xiao Lu, Fu Hanqing's mother, Qi Yuemei, couldn't help but scowl. Here comes that woman again, dressed in a pale white long dress and carrying gifts. Qi Yuemei had no desire to see her. She had once thought the girl quite striking, even finding a certain charm in the mole on her chin. With a little effort in her appearance, she could be considered a uniquely beautiful woman, exuding an indescribable allure. Since the two families were acquainted and the children's ages were suitable, there had been hopes of matchmaking. Who would have imagined that after being rejected by her son, she would plot against him in such a manner? How could a young lady be so calculating? The more Qi Yuemei thought about it, the more nauseated she felt. Xiao Lu entered with a bright smile, casually tucking her long hair behind her ear. Greeting Qi Yuemei, Auntie. Qi Yuemei, unwilling to engage, simply took her ingredients to the kitchen, having visited numerous times. Xiao Lu was well aware that Qi Yuemei disapproved of her. However, she bore no ill will and glanced around for Fu Hanqing, only to find he was not present. She then approached the two children in the corner. Upon seeing her, the children appeared frightened. Moments before her arrival, they had been quite joyful, but now they were at a loss for words. Darling Bao Bao, what's wrong? Mommy is here to see you, come here quickly. I've brought you some delicious treats. Xiao Lu feigned a loving expression as she greeted them. The two little ones exchanged glances, hesitating for a long moment before slowly approaching her, observing the sluggish manner of the smaller one. Xiao Lu couldn't help but curse under her breath. These two ungrateful children were impossible to warm up to. Every time she visited, she brought them delightful snacks and toys, yet they remained distant, as if they were strangers. As the children approached, she suppressed her growing anger, remembering that Qi Yuemei was still busy in the kitchen. Deliberately adopting a caring demeanor, she ruffled the elder child's hair, saying, "These are gifts from Mommy, and I've even bought you new clothes." The children remained silent, with the elder one even dodging her touch. "Got it, thank you," he politely replied, taking his sister's hand and retreating to play with their toys. The elder child pondered over a complex puzzle while the younger one watched, occasionally asking questions. Xiao Lu set her belongings down on a nearby chair, pushing her anger aside. "I mustn't lose my temper," she reminded herself. "These two children are my ticket into the Fu family. I must rely on them to gain entry. Their current reluctance is merely a temporary phase. Soon, she would fully integrate into this family, and she wouldn't need to cultivate a bond with these two. She would have her own child." As for Qi Yuemei, it mattered little if she disapproved now. Once she was within the household, she would have to smile and accept her. Xiao Lu approached, eager to engage the children in play, hoping to inquire about the puzzle. Yet, as she drew near, the children completely ignored her. Upon mentioning the puzzle, they promptly switched to another toy. Watching their dismissive behavior ignited her fury. "They truly are ungrateful," she thought. "Given everything I provided for them, bringing them close to their biological father, they should be grateful. How dare they treat me with such indifference?" Qi Yuemei, observing from the kitchen, felt no inclination to intervene. She feigned ignorance, seeing through Xiao Lu's facade. Her visits were clearly motivated by her interest in her son. Despite her claims of coming to see the children, the more she observed, the less she believed Xiao Lu was genuinely the children's mother. Yet, the children bore a striking resemblance to Fu Hanqing as they were, almost as if they were molded from the same mold as him in his youth. But these thoughts remained unvoiced in her mind. Fuming, Xiao Lu was about to find a place to sit when Fu Hanqing returned from outside. Upon seeing him, she quickly adopted a shy demeanor. Before she could utter a word, Fu Hanqing's expression darkened as he caught sight of her. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, his tone icy. Xiao Lu, following closely behind, replied, "I came to see the children and bring them some things. I heard you were on a mission. Are you hurt?" She feigned concern, believing it might soften his heart. However, Fu Hanqing curtly responded, "I'm fine, and now that you've seen the children, you should leave." Xiao Lu felt her frustration boiling over, but she couldn't show it on her face. "Children need their mother," she pressed, "when I'm not busy with work. I can care for them. Please give me this opportunity. I miss them dearly." She resorted to using the children as a shield, adopting a pitiful expression. Upon hearing this, the elder child widened his eyes and quickly shielded his sister. No, I can take care of my sister. We have an auntie at home to help." The auntie referred to the domestic help they hired, as Qi Yuemei often had her own commitments outside the home. Having someone to care for the children was essential. Today, Qi Yuemei's presence had allowed that aunt to leave. They claimed it was a relative helping out, otherwise it would be seen as a sign of capitalism. In truth, everyone knew that many families had numerous children and responsibilities, and military wives often sought assistance from family friends for household chores. Hearing this, Xiao Lu felt utterly exasperated. Not only did the family not welcome her, but even the children were turning their backs on her. Do these kids truly have no feelings for their so-called mother? She wondered, feigning innocence as she pleaded, Bao Bao, Mommy only wants you to be back with your father. I would never abandon you, please don't treat me like this, okay? The two children turned away, saying nothing as they resumed playing with their toys. Fu Hansheng ignored Xiao Lu's pleas, focusing on household chores. Xiao Lu followed him, trying to be attentive, but he only offered her the bare minimum in response, fueling her inner rage. Why should he treat me this way? She thought bitterly. Does he truly believe we had a relationship only to abandon me afterward? Despite her frustration, Xiao Lu reminded herself of her true purpose for coming to date. I heard you're going on a blind date, is that true? She inquired. Yes, Fu Hansheng answered without hesitation, causing Xiao Lu to panic slightly. She clenched her fingers, striving to maintain her composure, yet, the thought of a stepmother potentially mistreating the children filled her with dread. If you're looking to get married, why not marry me instead? Xiao Lu persisted. Fu, I know I was wrong before for plotting against you. I hope you can forgive me. Isn't it better for us to be together and raise the children? She spoke earnestly, believing her words might touch his heart. However, upon mentioning their past, Fu Hanqing's anger became palpable. He whirled around, glaring at her as if she were his adversary. I will say this one last time, do not harbor any intentions toward me. I will never marry you. Xiao Lu's indignation boiled within her, yet she chose to focus on the children. Pretending to wipe away tears, she said, I'm only worried about what might happen if you marry another woman. A stepmother may mistreat the children and make them suffer. After all, they are flesh of my flesh. How could I bear to see them bullied? Upon hearing these words, Fu Hansheng let out a cold snort. His gaze towards the two children softening somewhat. With my presence, even if I were to find a stepmother for the children, I would ensure they endure no hardships. You need not concern yourself with that. Since you have entrusted the children to me, I suggest you focus on managing your own affairs. This statement left Xiao Luya feeling vexed. Why should it be so, after going through such great lengths to bring the two children back? How could he simply walk away without a second thought? Consider my feelings as well. Though she feigned extreme grievance, Fu Hansheng was disinclined to indulge her. Turning on his heel and departing, Xiao Lu glanced at Qi Yueme, who was already at the table eating with utensils, and chose not to continue looking at Fu Hansheng but instead went inside to assist. Qi Yueme, aware that her son did not favor Xiao Lu, casually remarked as she walked to the kitchen, I apologize, but today I Haven Tea prepared an extra meal for another person. Her implication was clear, she intended to send Xiao Lu away. Knowing her son's aversion towards her, rather than allowing someone to linger and exacerbate her son's troubles, it was better to have them leave. She held no fondness for Xiao Lu either. The two children remained in the courtyard, their spirits subdued, no longer as lively as before. Auntie, Xiao Lu attempted to speak cheerfully, but Qi Yueme emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, saying, you must have come straight from work. And I assume you haven't eaten yet. You should hurry home for a meal. We truly haven't prepared enough for another person. Qi Yueme's words left no room for Xiao Lu to linger. If she did not depart now, it would be quite embarrassing for her. Gritting her teeth, she stepped outside, deliberately greeting the two children. Big treasure, second treasure, Mommy is leaving now. Your grandmother hasn't made food for Mommy, so I must return home to eat. I'll come back to play with you another day. Her intent was clear. She hoped the children would protest, compelling her to stay for a meal and foster a bond with Fu Hansheng, while subtly indicating that their grandmother was not a kind person. However, to her dismay, the children remained engrossed in their toys, not uttering a word, nor even glancing in her direction. Chapter 63, You need not be so understanding at this point. Xiao Lu could no longer hold her ground. As she exited, she began to mutter angrily. She felt Qi Yueme lacked any semblance of courtesy, unceremoniously dismissing her at mealtime. Such behavior was unthinkable, and she was taken aback by the audacity. The two children, too, were utterly useless. Here she was bearing the title of their biological mother, yet they treated her with such indifference. Where had things gone awry? Just wait, once I discover a way into the Fu family, none of you will escape unscathed. If you refuse to assist me, then do not expect to receive my goodwill in the future. As she made her way home, her complaints persisted amidst her grievances. A new idea struck her. If only she could destroy the evidence of the drugging she had previously orchestrated for Fu Hansheng, then she could compel him to marry her. After all, if he refused, she could accuse him of rape, and for the sake of his career and his parents' reputations, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. It was imperative to pursue this avenue. Unfortunately, she had no knowledge of where that evidence was hidden. and her relationship with the two children was tenuous at best, making it exceedingly difficult to locate the evidence. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanyuan was oblivious to these machinations after discussing the matter of Wang Tsuhua and her associates. The family, while acknowledging the slim chances of locating the children, nonetheless decided to send someone to inquire about the situation in the village where Yu Yuanyuan once resided. In addition to visiting the village, they would also check with the maternity hospital to see if they could glean any useful information. As the family deliberated, Gu Wanjing sighed, pondering whether the child had lost the chance for a good family or a bad one after being taken by that woman. Regardless, the child remained innocent and was still Yu Yuanyuan's offspring, sharing a blood bond with them. If the child, like Yu Yuanyuan, had been sold to an undesirable family, would they not endure a miserable existence? It seemed unlikely. As Yu Jiyang interjected, they sold the child for 300 yuan. Surely there can't be many who would pay that price for a child. We must remain optimistic, hoping that the child was sold to a wealthy family. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanyuan felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. After discussing the matter for a while, she excused herself, seeking solace in her room. Gazing out at the moonlit night, she caught sight of Qi Yuemei sitting on the carpet, and a swirl of chaotic thoughts invaded her mind. In her past life, she had been an orphan, a child cast aside by her parents, and even in death, she had remained unaware of her biological parents' identities. The original owner of this life had also been abducted, suffering through over a decade of hardship. The child born from the original owner, although sold to another, likely faced an equally distressing existence. Perhaps they would never meet their biological parents in this lifetime. With this realization, Yu Yuanyuan felt an urgent desire to find that child. May I come in? A voice suddenly called from the doorway. It was Yu Jiqing. Come in, Yu Yuanyuan replied, suppressing her emotions. As Yu Jiqing entered, she noticed her sister seated on the carpet and gently approached, removing her shoes to sit beside her. There's something troubling you? Yu Jiqing inquired softly. If there is anything you don't wish to share with our brother or parents, you can confide in me. I am here to listen. Being her sister, Yu Jiqing's demeanor shifted from indifference to warmth. It is not that I feel unwell, I'm just contemplating whether the child might end up like me, enduring years of hardship or growing up without ever knowing their biological parents. Why must my fate be so tragic? As Yu Yuanyuan voiced these thoughts, she spoke on behalf of the original owner. Despite having a good family, she had been abducted as a child, leading to a life of unimaginable sorrow. Was the fate of those in the story truly so lamentable? It is not your fault, those people are simply too wicked, Yu Jiqing reassured her, surprised by her sister's thoughts as she shifted closer. Do not dwell on it. I have often thought how fortunate it would be if I were the one abducted, for then I could endure those trials in your stead. Yu Jiqing grasped Yu Yuanyuan's hand firmly. The warmth she had never felt in her previous life now enveloped her deeply. Hearing this, Yu Yuanyuan quickly shook her head. I am merely lamenting the injustice of fate, not blaming you, dear sister. As your sister, I naturally wish to shield you from hardship and do as much for you as I can. Why? Yu Jiqing's sincerity pierced Yu Yuanyuan's heart, causing her to feel an unexpected pang of emotion. She reached out, embracing her sister and resting her head upon her shoulder, weeping uncontrollably. In her tears, Yu Yuanyuan was unaware of what she cried for. It felt as though all the grievances of the original owner and her past life were pouring out. Throughout her weeping, Yu Jiqing remained silent, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yu Yuanyuan finally regained her composure, her eyes red as she lifted her head from her sister's shoulder. I am sorry, sister, I've stained your clothes with my tears from the day you returned. We have all felt your suffering, our family is pained for you, and we hope you can freely express your emotions. Yu Jiqing replied, her lips pressed together. Whether it's our parents, brother, or I, we all wish you would yell at us or throw a tantrum, or at the very least, have a good cry, yet after your return. You haven't done any of that. Instead, you've selflessly comforted both me and our mother, cooking for us like a cheerful spirit. We feel so heartbroken for you. We know you are keeping your pain bottled up to spare us worry. Why must you be so understanding? These words from Yu Jiqing made Yu Yuanyuan want to cry again, her eyes feeling swollen, yet it seemed she had already cried dry aside from the discomfort in her eyes. Tears would not come forth. You need not be so understanding, Yu Jiqing said, taking Yu Yuanyuan's hand and wrapping an arm around her shoulder as they both gazed out at Qi Yuemei. You have a brother, a sister, and our parents. Why must you carry such burdens alone? The implication was clear, those around her were present to support her, and there was no need for her to shoulder so much responsibility alone. Chapter 64. It is unlikely for one to remain so resilient after enduring such great injustice, sister. After a cathartic cry, Yu Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief wash over her. The things she had longed for in her past life were now hers. She had also received the love and care of her newfound family. Moving forward, she would honor the original owner's legacy by living well in this world, treating her family with kindness. The two sisters exchanged tender words before Yu Yuan was gently coaxed into sleep. Sister, as I'm being comforted, I truly feel like a child, Yu Yuan remarked with a smile as she gazed at Yu Jiqing. Sleep asleep, are you not just a child? Yu Jiqing replied tenderly, smoothing the covers, but we are twins. We were born on the same day. Yu Yuan teased Yu Jiqing playfully, while Yu Jiqing donned a serious expression. Her face taut. Despite sharing the same birthday, she declared herself the elder sister, having emerged a few minutes earlier. Now, quickly go to sleep. Yu Yuan nodded, pulling the blanket over herself, perhaps demonstrating all the grievances she harbored within. And soon drifted off to slumber. The others outside remained awake, quickly rising upon seeing Yu Jiqing, eager to inquire about the happenings inside the room they had intended to enter, especially Gu Wanjing, who had been pacing at the door, but ultimately refrained from pushing the door open. It was evident that she had suffered greatly, having wept for an extended period. While Yu Jiqing settled onto the sofa, under normal circumstances, one would have found it impossible to remain so steadfast after such substantial grievances. Yet she had managed remarkably well indeed. Gu Wanjing's voice choked as she spoke, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. To be abused from a young age, to be manipulated by others, to have a child only for it to be sold, and to be forced to work before even completing the confinement period. How could anyone endure such a fate? The thought of it pained her deeply. Why Yu Jiqing comforted her, after a good cry. Gu Wanjing felt considerably better. Why don't you have a good cry too, Mom? Upon hearing this, Gu Wanjing stifled her tears, looking up in disbelief. Suddenly, Yu Weidong and Yu Jiang burst into laughter. All right, she's had her moment. She should have released all her pent-up emotions now. From here on out, let us focus on finding that child, and let the rest take care of itself. If she wishes to go to the military hospital, I shall discuss the upcoming examination schedule with her. If she prefers to rest, then let her rest. Ultimately, everything would be contingent upon Yu Yuan's desires. The family finally felt at ease, retreating to their respective rooms for the night. The following morning, as they awoke, the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen greeted them. They exchanged smiles and ventured into the kitchen to lend a hand. Equipped with bowls and chopsticks, Yu Yuan served the pork rib noodles she had prepared. We have some leftover ribs from yesterday, so today we shall enjoy the pork rib noodles. With a cheerful demeanor, Yu Yuan ladled noodles for everyone, while Yu Jiqing extended her hand to assist with the condiments. By the way, sister, when is the next examination at the military hospital? As she savored her noodles, Yu Yuan inquired of Yu Jiqing. The next examination is in 3 months, Yu Jiqing replied after finishing her bowl of noodles. Having devoured every last morsel, including the soup, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Having wiped her mouth with a tissue, she then earnestly relayed the examination details to Yu Yuan. The college entrance examination has only recently been reinstated, so currently there are no educational prerequisites for entering the military hospital. You merely need to register and take the exam in 3 months. When participating in the exam, you must clearly decide which department you wish to choose, and then take the exam corresponding to that department. If you succeed, you will start as an intern doctor. While Yu Yuan was already aware of these details, she recalled the year the college entrance examination was reinstated, which imposed no restrictions on age or prior education. Consequently, that year's candidates were quite varied. In a GE. As the years progressed, restrictions began to tighten, making the present time quite opportune for taking the exam. It would be advantageous for you to take the exam now, as the limitations are still relatively lenient. Yu Jiqing articulated the situation clearly, and Yu Yuan nodded. I was merely contemplating taking the exam next time. Hence I inquired about the timeline. 3 months should suffice. The medical knowledge Yu Yuan had acquired in her previous life remained vividly etched in her memory, not to mention that she had nearly finished reviewing the books Yu Jiqing had brought back recently. The spiritual spring water in their space possessed remarkable properties. Not only could it heal internal ailments, but it also enhanced one's acuity. Even their memory had improved significantly. Should you encounter anything unclear, feel free to ask me or mother. As Yu Jiqing glanced at the time, she casually took an egg from the table, preparing to head off to work. Observing the bowl, she noted only 3 eggs remained. You just ate one, and now you've taken another of mine, Yu Jiang retorted, bewildered. I recall you never used to like eggs. The two were natural adversaries, always exchanging banter. Mind your own business. I simply find the tea eggs Yu Yuan makes to be exceptionally delicious, so I wanted an extra. Given your robust physique, why do you need an egg? Isn't this bowl of pork rib noodles sufficient for you? Just look at the pile of ribs before you. After speaking, Yu Jiqing huffed and tucked the egg into her pocket, bidding farewell to Gu Wanjing. Mom, I'm heading out. Gu Wanjing, who was on the evening shift and wouldn't leave until noon, could accompany Yu Yuan to buy groceries in the morning. Mom, did you hear her? Yu Jiang attempted to complain to Gu Wanjing, but both she and Yu Weidong feigned ignorance. After finishing breakfast, Yu Weidong stood, casually pocketing another egg. Thank you, Yu Yuan, for preparing breakfast for us. I'm off to work now. I'll return in the evening. With that, he grabbed his coat from the nearby rack and exited. Yu Jiang shot a pointed glance at Gu Wanjing. Mom must take a stance on this. After collecting the used bowls, Gu Wanjing addressed Yu Yuan. This morning, I will accompany you to buy groceries. What would you like? Let's buy a chicken to make soup, or perhaps some fish, to help nourish your body. Gu Wanjing pretended not to hear, exacerbating Yu Jiang's frustration. Mom, upon witnessing Yu Jiang's irritation, Gu Wanjing chuckled heartily, pushing 2 eggs from her bowl towards him. Here, you can have mine and your sister's. Alright, you can take them. Brother, I thought you would be full from the pork rib noodles, so I only boiled a few. Yu Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. She had merely boiled a few tea eggs while preparing the noodles. Chapter 65. Are Yu Yuan is the most remarkable mom. You always do this. Aren't you afraid I might turn into a bad influence? Yu Jiang pouted. Gu Wanjing stuffed the eggs into his pocket and handed him his coat. Enough of your chatter. Your father left 10 minutes ago, and you're still here. Off you go. Alright, content. Yu Jiang took the coat and patted the eggs in his pocket before departing with a smile. Observing his departure, Yu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Gu Wanjing sighed. Your brother and sister are always like this. They are natural adversaries. Thankfully, you don't argue with your brother, otherwise I fear my head would explode. With banter and laughter, Gu Wanjing entered the kitchen while Yu Yuan attempted to wash the dishes. Gu Wanjing insisted she take a break, suggesting she either rest or sit in the yard to read in the sun. You've already made us breakfast. Surely it wouldn't hurt for me to wash a few dishes. Gu Wanjing would not permit Yu Yuan into the kitchen, forcing her to concede and retreat to the yard with a book to sunbathe. While basking in the sunlight and reading, she would occasionally lay the book over her face, rocking gently in the chair. Gu Wanjing tidied up the house and fetched a basket, and the two set off to buy groceries. On their way, they encountered several military wives who had previously spread rumors. Ever since Gu Wanjing and Yu Weidong hosted a welcoming banquet for Yu Yuan upon her return, the gossip in the compound had significantly diminished. This morning, upon seeing Gu Wanjing with her young daughter, familiar faces greeted them. Wanjing, are you out grocery shopping too? Yes, Gu Wanjing replied. Just as his sister approached cheerfully, carrying a basket, she attempted to pull Yu Yuan closer. But Yu Yuan deftly evaded her grasp. Yu Yuan recognized this sister as one of the previous gossips, not someone to be trifled with. After evading her, the military wife's expression stiffened. She had not expected Yu Yuan to dodge her hand. If you wish to speak, speak. No need for unnecessary physical contact. My daughter isn't accustomed to it. Gu Wanjing observed the group, fully aware of their intentions. I merely intended to apologize for my previous words. Why must you be so relentless? Feigning innocence, the military wife replied. I was just, we don't let things slide easily. Yet you still approached. Suddenly, Yu Yuan interjected. We are well within our rights. Why should we let you off the hook? Aunt, you spoke out of turn and offered no apology, yet you wish to resolve matters by pulling others in. Do you think this is like a puppy tugging at its owner's pant leg to resolve issues? Yu Yuan's words caused the military wife's face to flush crimson, and the others nearby stifled their laughter. Why Yu Yuan, we shouldn't speak like that. If she comes seeking reconciliation, we can simply ignore her. Who told her to speak so carelessly? Right, the mother and daughter duo, united in their wit, left the military wife fuming as they walked away. The others followed suit, as they typically refrained from saying anything harsh, prompting Gu Wanjing to remain unbothered. So your name is Yu Yuan. What a lovely name. I remember it was once Yu Yuan, wasn't it? Yes, I recall it was called that when you were little. Who would have thought? You've truly returned. Wanjing, you will have a good life from now on. Please don't take to heart the gossip that circulated recently. They didn't mean any harm. For some innocuous individuals, Gu Wanjing and Yu Yuan were still willing to engage in conversation with them. On their way, someone mentioned that their household was filled with the enticing aroma of home-cooked meals every day, indeed. I even inquired who was responsible for the cooking. Could it be that Yuan was preparing meals at home? It must be Yuan, right? I recall that your family's culinary skills are rather average. Gu Wanjing, ever proud of her daughter, beamed at the compliments. Yes, it's Yuan who cooks for us, otherwise how could our meals be so delectable? Yuan's culinary prowess is truly remarkable. This morning, we were planning to buy some ingredients to cook. With this topic, Gu Wanqing's demeanor brightened, and everyone began to praise her. Yu Yuan responded to their inquiries. And when asked if she had any tips for cooking, she simply shared a few helpful pointers. How should one prepare braised lamb? Why is it that every time the lamb turns out to have such a strong flavor? Upon hearing one sister-in-law's question, others gathered around eager to learn how to eliminate the gamey taste of lamb. Sometimes they would grow weary of pork and opt for lamb or beef, but the strong flavor of lamb could be quite overwhelming. One military wife believed that Yu Yuan, being such a skilled cook, would certainly have the answer. Thus she inquired, "You can soak the lamb in cold water, changing the water every few hours, for 2 to 3 days. This will reduce the gamey taste. However, that takes too long. You can add a bit of white radish while blanching the lamb, poke a few holes in the radish and cook it with the lamb in cold water, allowing the radish to absorb the gaminess. Once blanched, simply discard the radish." Yu Yuan shared several effective methods in succession, and the sisters-in-law couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Yu Yuan remained modest, recalling how in her previous life, many people would simply search for cooking tips on their phones. Here, however, it was different. When it came to preparing ordinary dishes, many could manage quite well, as daily cooking honed their skills. Yet, when it came to meat, few could excel, as most people in this era could not afford to eat meat regularly, purchasing it only occasionally. Therefore, when they bought meat, they would take care to prepare it well, even savoring the broth, as it was good for their health. Lamb was slightly less expensive, but if not cooked properly, it became a source of frustration. Hearing Yu Yuan's tips for reducing the gamey flavor excited everyone. Yuan, you are truly impressive. Indeed, your method is something most people would not know." Listening to the military wives praise her daughter filled Gu Wanqing's heart with joy. Of course, our Yuan is the best, Gu Wanqing exclaimed, her spirits soaring, and Yu Yuan, seeing her mother's delight, stepped forward to take her hand. Chapter 66. My daughter is not here to suffer. Mom, what do you want to eat this morning? Just as they arrived at the market, Gu Wanqing spotted a large basin in front of an old man, brimming with lively fish. Yuan, how about we have fish? Yu Yuan, having not eaten fish in a while and quite fond of it, agreed to buy 2. The mother and daughter approached to fish, while the military wives who had accompanied them began to disperse. What was the point of that gossiping? It was quite amusing. She thought she could simply make small talk. Not realizing that the mother and daughter were in perfect harmony, one of the sisters-in-law lowered her voice. I feel that this Yuan, who just returned, is no ordinary girl, having endured so much hardship outside and possessing such culinary skills. She certainly won't let anyone bully her. After all, she was the child of their esteemed family. How could she be lacking? Did you not see who her brother and parents are? Indeed, a family of excellence. Just the other day, my husband remarked on the delightful aroma wafting from their home, asking if it was Yunjing who was cooking. Yunjing does cook well, but compared to Yuan, she falls short. I passed by their home the other day, and it smelled divine. I thought someone had learned to cook from them. None of their family members were easy to bully. Let us maintain a good relationship with them and avoid any unnecessary trouble. Absolutely. As they chatted, Yuan and Gu Wanqing selected 2 large fish. What flavor do you prefer, Mom? After choosing the fish, Yuan wanted to ask Gu Wanqing about their flavor preferences, so she could prepare something with a stronger taste. I enjoy a spicy and numbing flavor, Gu Wanqing said, patting Yuan's hand, but your sister seems to dislike it. She rarely eats spicy food. Your dad and brother are fine with anything. They eat whatever we do, they are not picky. After Gu Wanqing finished speaking, Yuan went to purchase the remaining seasonings, cilantro, chile, and the like. Once they had gathered everything, their basket was full, and they headed home together. On the way back, they chatted and laughed. Upon entering the compound, they noticed many people engaged in conversation, most of whom were military wives friendly with Gu Wanqing, though they had not been invited to dinner previously. They bore no resentment, as those who were invited were primarily military leaders. They understood the dynamics at play. Thus, when they approached Yuan, each wore a smile, and some even slipped her a few candies. On the way home, if you encounter any harsh words while out, just retort directly, with your brother backing you up. You needn't worry about anything else. Gu Wanqing was very pleased with Yuan's performance that morning. As Yuan entered the house, she playfully stuck out her tongue. I thought Mom might be angry. I felt that my behavior seemed quite impolite. What good is politeness if you suffer? The important thing is that you stand your ground. My daughter is not here to be wronged. Besides, you did nothing wrong. They were the ones gossiping first. We, who are in the right, have no fear. After finishing her encouraging words with a smile, she entered the kitchen to prepare the ingredients while Yuan put away the items given by the sisters-in-law into the drawer. Among them were red envelopes received during the banquet, which she had yet to open. Shaking her head, Yu Yuan cast aside her thoughts and went to the kitchen to cook, since it was just the two of them for breakfast. Yu Yuan simply prepared a fragrant braised chicken rice. After stir-frying the chicken, she placed it atop the rice, allowing the sauce to meld with the grains, creating an irresistibly delicious dish. Ji Yuanqing hardly had time to speak. Finishing an entire bowl of braised chicken rice and giving Yu Yuan a thumbs up. Yuan's skills are unparalleled. She could open a restaurant and have a full house. Hearing this, Yu Yuan laughed heartily. After the meal, Gu Wanqing took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Yu Yuan settled in the yard with a book, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Ji Yuanqing watched her daughter, who not only was well behaved but also eager to improve. And her heart swelled with sweetness. She went inside to tidy her clothes, and the two continued their respective tasks. Yu Yuan cherished such peaceful days. When she grew tired of reading, she would help Gu Wanqing with chores. In the afternoon, as Gu Wanqing had to leave for a night shift at the hospital, Yu Yuan prepared some spicy fish early. Having finished all the seasonings, she knew this dish was best served immediately after cooking to retain its tenderness. She prepared a portion for Gu Wanqing and complemented it with other dishes. As Gu Wanqing savored the spicy fish, she nodded in approval. Yuan, your skills truly leave me speechless. I am at a loss for words to praise your cooking. We only dined at a restaurant once, which was quite memorable, but when we returned, it had closed down. I never expected your dish to taste even better than theirs, though the fish was spicy. It did not cause heartburn. As a doctor, Gu Wanqing was aware that consuming too many chilies was not advisable, yet she indulged herself. Once finished, Yu Yuan served her some vegetables. Ji Yuanqing left for the hospital feeling satisfied. After tidying up the house, Yu Yuan noted that it was almost time for dinner. Yu Jiang and Yu Weidong returned together, while Yu Jiqing arrived slightly later upon seeing the spicy fish on the table. She blinked in surprise. Yu Jiang washed his hands and approached ready to eat when he noticed Yu Jiqing's astonished expression and realized that she was likely standing there because she disliked spicy food. He smirked. Looks like some people won't be able to enjoy this spicy fish tonight, but Dad and I are looking forward to it. The last time we had it was quite unforgettable. I am sure Mom will love it too, though some people are picky. Yu Jiang never missed a chance to tease Yu Jiqing, a tradition between the two siblings. Before Yu Jiqing could respond, Yu Yuan emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of light fish soup. Sister Yu Yan placed the fish soup down a bit hot. She tugged at her ear. I asked Mother, and since you are not particularly fond of spicy dishes, she prepared a light fish soup for you. The fish was sautéed over low heat, ensuring there was no fishy odor. Upon hearing this, Yuziking immediately brightened, crossing her arms and casting a challenging look at her brother Yuziang, who seemed to have celebrated a tad prematurely. Chapter 67. Another dream of the child. Yuyan, am I not your most beloved elder brother? Yuziang feigned displeasure, and Yuyan emerged from the kitchen with stir-fried green pepper and potato shreds. Does my brother not enjoy this? Observing the effort his sister put into the meal, coupled with his own fondness for green pepper and potato shreds, Yuziang found himself at a loss for words. Enough chatter. Yu Yan has prepared the meal, and you still dare to be picky. Fish Weidong emerged from the room, his words prompting both siblings to obediently settle at the table, after tasting the mildly spicy fish. Fish Weidong's eyes sparkled as he turned to his daughter, Xiaoqing. Why not give this fish a try? Your sister's cooking is far superior to what we have at restaurants. This piece is particularly good. It has no bones. He selected a prime piece of fish and pushed it towards Yuziking. Yuziking gazed at the floating peppers and Sichuan peppercorns in the pot, unable to suppress her saliva. If you dislike it, you need not eat. Everyone has different tastes, and I have already memorized yours, Yu Yan replied with a cheerful smile, as she too relished spicy fish. Witnessing everyone enjoying their meal brought Yuziking to a moment of indecision. She took a plate and gingerly picked up a piece of fish to taste. To her surprise, it was quite delightful, spicy and flavorful. Seeing Yuziking join in on the spicy fish, Yuziang poured some of the clear soup for himself. One cannot indulge alone. After finishing a hearty bowl of soup, Yuziang rubbed his belly, realizing he had gained weight recently. Yu Yan's cooking was simply delectable. Abstaining felt like a temptation. Then you shall be the one to clear the dishes, Fish Weidong proclaimed as he stood up, prompting Yu Yan and Yuziking to rise as well. The two intended to head to the courtyard to study, with Yu Yan seeking to inquire about certain knowledge from Yuziking. Though she could grasp it on her own, not asking would inevitably raise suspicions. With everyone occupied, Yuziang resigned himself to washing the dishes and tidying the table. Yu Yan spent her days cooking and doing household chores. occasionally studying or preparing special snacks for her family. This routine persisted for the next few days. After 2 days, the individuals sent back to gather information returned, but with no news. Many had forgotten the events of 2 years prior. And since Wang Suhua and Zhao Jianlin seldom brought Yu Yan back to the village, the villagers had little recollection. The hospital staff had changed significantly, with many newcomers who had no memory of the past. Hearing this, Yu Yan fell silent. It seemed that locating that little one would be truly challenging. However, it was not surprising given that she had been sold by Wang Suhua over 2 years ago, and the original owner had no memories. Not even of childbirth. Now Yu Yan questioned the authenticity of Wang Suhua's claim that the original owner had given birth to Ason. Do not fret, Yu Yan, we shall continue searching, perhaps we will indeed find something. They reassured her. Yes, do not be overly anxious. The family encouraged her, and Yu Yan sighed. The odds of recovery were minimal, thus she decided to let it be. In the future, if an opportunity arose, they could search again. Yu Yan relinquished the thought, although she sometimes worried whether the child would mirror her past self. The lack of leads rendered her powerless. Observing her family, they perceived her facade of strength. I truly feel nothing. The child was taken away immediately after birth, so I harbor no strong feelings. I merely thought it worth a search, Yu Yan hastily explained, acknowledging that attempting to find something akin to searching for a needle in a haystack meant she could only go with the flow. The expression of resignation in that phrase was palpable, yet it was unavoidable. Her family noted her apparent lack of distress and chose not to press further, yet, unbeknownst to Yu Yan, she believed she was indifferent to the child. Given that she had not given birth to him, who could have known that night she would dream of the child again? Not only did she dream of the child, but also of the agonizing scene of the original owner giving birth. That painful moment replaying incessantly in her mind. Consequently, the next day, while reading, Yu Yan felt a heaviness in her chest, discomfort enveloping her. Unable to focus on her reading, she turned to household chores, only to find herself reminded of the matter again. Thus, she decided to take a basket and step out to buy some meat. The vegetables she had planted in the backyard with Yueziyang had grown steadily, and she watered them daily with a bit of spiritual spring water. The vegetables thrived, and she only needed to purchase some meat and dry spices. As she crossed the threshold with her basket, Yu Yan noted she had left a bit late. Most of the military wives had already completed their shopping, and she encountered few people. Spotting fresh lamb at the market, she purchased a piece along with some beef ribs. The eggs looked good, so she also bought a few. Are you the daughter of Dr. Gu? A friendly woman greeted her while she was purchasing eggs. Yes, you are truly beautiful, resembling Dr.Gu quite a bit, a perfect blend of Dr.Gu and Colonel Yu, the woman remarked, adding 2 extra eggs to Yu Yan's purchase. Take these home and make some egg custard to nourish your body. These are homemade eggs, rich in nutrients. Yu Yan quickly waved her hands, attempting to decline the eggs. Please, do not be polite with me. If it weren't for Dr.Gu performing my surgery, I would not be standing here. The woman smiled slightly, and Yu Yan was genuinely taken aback by the kindness. The woman recounted her experience of having a mild ailment that could have been dire without surgery. Many doctors at the military hospital hesitated to operate, but Dr.Gu insisted on proceeding. Everyone thought it was a considerable risk, yet Dr.Gu had inquired about the woman's wishes. Your mother asked if I wanted to take a gamble with surgery or lie in bed for the rest of my life as a burden to my children. After pondering for a night, I chose to undergo the surgery. The operation was a resounding success, and she gradually recovered, now able to sell trinkets to supplement her household income. Your mother and sister are both exemplary doctors. Not only kind-hearted but also highly skilled, the woman praised Yu Yan's family, eliciting a beaming smile from her. Chapter 68, The Second Treasure. I want this sister to be our stepmother, Auntie, if you keep praising me. My tail might just soar to the heavens, then I shall graciously accept your eggs. Thank you, Auntie. Yu Yan acknowledged the woman's kindness and accepted the eggs, leaving behind some of her purchases as she departed. After shopping, Yu Yan returned home with her basket. From a distance, she spotted 2 little ones, and before she could react, they ran towards her, beaming. Sister Yu Yan. The first to call out was the second treasure. After his greeting, the first treasure pretended to be somewhat reserved, nodding earnestly at her each time. Yu Yan could not help but chuckle. What brings you here? While speaking, Yu Yan noticed someone approaching from afar. The individual looked quite attractive. Perhaps a bit older, yet still retaining an air of youthful beauty, reminiscent of a past beauty. Accompanying her was another person carrying a basket, likely assisting with chores. We're out shopping for groceries with Grandma. The second treasure answered, glancing over as Chiyueme approached with a smile. This is my grandma. Chiyueme, having seen the 2 little ones run ahead, was puzzled until she looked up to see Yu Yan. Her heart suddenly racing. Who is this young lady? she bears a resemblance to the second treasure. Not knowing, Chiyume inquired. The second treasure, being quite talkative and vivacious, readily introduced, "This is Sister Yu Yen, from Grandpa Fu's family. She looks just like Sister Ching." After the second treasure's explanation, Chiyume's memory was jogged. Just days prior, when she returned, Fu Wenze had mentioned a small gathering at the Yu family to celebrate the return of their long-lost daughter. The family had been busy, so no one attended, but Chiyume had been instructed to keep an eye out for Dr.Gu or the newly found girl, and to give her a red envelope if they crossed paths. The two little ones had also mentioned Yu Yan taking the second treasure to the restroom. "So you are the little daughter of Wan Qing, you have finally been found. Your mother has waited for this day with bated breath. The last time I was away, you took care of the two children, and I am grateful." Chiyume was also very gracious, to which Yuan quickly replied, "It's nothing, I adore Erbao, she is such a delightful little girl. Dabo is equally charming, their sibling bond is truly heartwarming." As Yuan spoke, Erbao ran over, tugging at her hand. "Sister Yuan, lately Dabo and I have been studying at home and haven't had the chance to play with you. Can we visit you in a couple of days when we have some free time?" Gently, Yuan caressed the heads of the two children. Erbao beamed brightly at her touch, while Dabo felt an inexplicable warmth. Despite usually disliking others touching his head, which he considered impolite, yet, when Yuan did it, he felt comforted instead. "We weren't present on the day your parents hosted the banquet. We should visit your home sometime soon," Chiyume said with a smile, engaging in light conversation with Yuan. Yuan found Chiyume quite interesting. She was attractive, had a gentle demeanor, and her laughter was infectious. Surely she must be the mother of that handsome man she had encountered the other day. With such striking looks, it was no surprise his mother was equally lovely. Their genes must be exceptional to have produced such adorable children. But what of the children's mother? Yuan shook her head. Realizing she was overthinking having discussed enough, it was time to take her leave. "Auntie, I shall be going now." She bid farewell. Dabo and Erbao waved to her, saying goodbye as well. Yuan walked at a leisurely pace. But just as they had parted ways, Erbao tugged at Chiyume's skirt, asking, "Grandma, is mommy going on blind dates to get married?" Chiyume, taken aback by the maturity of this little one, picked her up and playfully tapped her nose. "Why would you think that? I was wondering if Daddy were to go on blind dates, could he choose this beautiful sister?" Erbao earnestly suggested. "If someone is to find us a stepmother, I would want this sister to be our stepmother." Chiyume was momentarily speechless, astonished by Erbao's candidness. In the distance, Yuan had indeed walked quite a way but had not missed a word of their conversation. Almost stumbling, she quickly regained her balance and continued on her path. Pondering how it was preposterous to consider being a stepmother. Chiyume, upon hearing Erbao's words, glanced back at Yuan, reassured when she noticed nothing amiss, and then set Erbao down. "Such things must not be said. That young girl is still quite young," Erbao pouted. "But why not?" Unhappy, Chiyume recalled Yuan's background, being the sister of Yu Jiqing, with such a favorable family condition, how could she possibly consider being their stepmother? She bore a striking resemblance to Yu Jiqing, aside from being a tad darker, thinner, and shorter. With proper care, she would surely blossom into a standard beauty. Moreover, after so many years apart, Gu Wanjing and Yu Weidong had finally reunited with her. Undoubtedly showering their beloved daughter with all the affection in the world, there was no way she would marry their son, especially when he had two children, though her grandchildren were indeed adorable. The idea of her becoming a stepmother was utterly inconceivable. Sighing at the thought of her son's situation, Chiyume pondered how he intended to navigate this. Continuing as they were was unsustainable. Finding a suitable woman to marry him and help raise the children, who also possessed a good heart, seemed an arduous task. In this day and age, many have a pragmatic view, believing that becoming a stepmother may not yield any returns from the children. It would be more sensible to have their own children after marriage. If they married without having children, the woman would likely object. Shaking her head, Chiyume dismissed such thoughts, redirecting her attention to Yuan. Chapter 69. Must we always favor daughters over sons? She resolved to visit their home soon, as the relationship between their families was amicable, and it was appropriate to deliver a congratulatory gift to celebrate Gu Wanjing's family for finding their child. "Why couldn't it be that beautiful sister?" Erbao kept repeating, to which Dabo comforted her. It's all right, but brother, I truly like that sister from earlier," Erbao said, her eyes welling with tears, before Chiyume could offer comfort. Dabo interjected, "It's all Dad's fault. If he were more capable, he could surely have that beautiful sister as our mother." Chiyume stumbled slightly at this revelation, astonished by her clever grandchildren. After lunch, Chiyume watched the two children frolicking in the yard. Her heart heavy with concern, they had not disclosed to the outside world that the children belonged to Qiao Lu, but rather claimed them as their own. They explained that Fu Hansheng had previously been engaged but was delayed due to work, and the children's mother tragically passed away during childbirth. This was the only way to rationalize Fu Hansheng's fatherhood without a marriage. However, this was not a sustainable solution. While her grandchildren were undeniably charming, few young women were willing to become stepmothers, as she had suspected. Who would want to be a stepmother without having their own children? If a stepmother had her own child, the two siblings would undoubtedly have a difficult time. Although Fu Hansheng had recently agreed to go on blind dates, who could predict what kind of woman he would eventually marry? Qi Yueme felt increasingly troubled. Meanwhile, Yuan Yuan returned home and casually prepared a meal, only bringing out lamb later in the afternoon, crafting a lamb stew accompanied by 2 stir-fried vegetable dishes and a beef bone soup. The more she looked at it, the more satisfied she became. Shortly after setting the dishes on the table, the entire family returned home. They had developed a habit of returning quickly after work each day, relishing the chance to enjoy the meals prepared by Yuan Yuan, which they considered a great blessing. Upon seeing the lamb stew, their eyes lit up with excitement, as it was the first time they were having this dish. Previously, they had only eaten boiled lamb. The stew's broth was perfect for mixing with rice, and Yuan Yuan brought out her prepared condiments, suggesting that if anyone found the flavor lacking, they could add their preferred seasonings besides the lamb stew. There were fresh vegetables, all sourced from Yuan Yuan's garden. The produce was vibrant and grew swiftly, ready for harvest in about a week, leaving her with an abundance. Thus, Yuan Yuan had ceased planting for the time being, opting to enjoy the bounty first. This lamb dish is exquisite. It lacks any strong lamb flavor, and I adore this lamb rice, Yu Zhiyang exclaimed, his mouth smeared with oil. Ji Yuanjing shot an exasperated glance at her eldest son. Can you maintain some decorum while eating? You look nothing like family with such table manners. Yu Zhiyang looked around at the 5 of them, realizing he was the only one devouring his food with such zeal. But I'm at home. He saw no issue with his behavior, insisting, if I can't enjoy my meals properly at home, how will I manage later? If you continue this way, you certainly won't find a wife, she retorted, rolling her eyes. To her surprise, Yu Zhiyang was quite pleased with himself. Finishing his bowl, he went for a second helping while declaring, if I can't find a wife, I won't mind at all. What use is a wife? I have 2 sisters. I'll just stay home. Out if anyone bullies them, I'll deal with it. All the money I earn will go to my parents and sisters. Isn't that good enough? With a cheerful grin, Yu Zhiyang served himself another large bowl of rice, pressing it down with his spoon, and wolfed down another helping of stew, with his favorite condiments. Gu Wanjing was delighted. And paired with the crisp vegetables, the family felt quite satisfied. These vegetables taste even better than the ones we bought before. Where did you get them, Yuan Yuan? The family remarked, marveling at the freshness and subtle sweetness of the vegetables. Oh, I just bought them at the market. I can't quite recall the exact stall. While when the backyard produces its harvest, we'll no longer need to buy vegetables, Yuan Yuan replied, shifting the topic. Today, while I was out shopping, I ran into Aunt Qi Debo and Erba's grandmother. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanjing praised Yuan Yuan. Our Yuan Yuan is wonderful. The vegetables she brings home are so delicious, and she can even grow them. How impressive. That was me and my sister planting them. Mom, why don't you praise me too? Must we always favor daughters over sons? Yu Zhiyang interjected promptly. I may not have contributed, but I certainly endured hardships. Ji Yuanjing shot him a warning glare, and Yu Zhiyang promptly returned to his meal. She continued, our families have a decent relationship. It's nice to greet each other when we meet. Indeed. Fu Hansheng is my good brother. We have a strong bond from our time in the army. Both our fathers are commanders. Yuan Yuan nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal, she found herself with nothing to do, as Gu Wanjing had asked Yu Zhiyang to wash the dishes. Instead, she took a book and sought out Yu Zhiqing. Have you mastered these problems? Yu Zhiqing posed several questions to Yuan Yuan, discovering that she answered with remarkable fluency. Her eyes widened in astonishment. You are truly impressive. Tomorrow, I shall bring back 2 examination papers for you to tackle. I am merely somewhat anxious, which is why I dedicate considerable time to studying and have taken some notes, Yuan Yuan replied, retrieving her notebook. Upon perusing it, Yu Zhiqing noted the elegant handwriting and the neatness of the notes, prompting her to nod in approval, feeling an immense sense of pride. My sister is indeed clever and astute. In my childhood, I aspired to master the art of writing. A few close companions in the village would teach me whenever school commenced. I could write only a handful of characters, yet I practiced diligently over time. My penmanship improved remarkably. Yu Zhiqing, upon hearing this, affectionately patted Yuan Yuan's head. Sister understands the hardships you have endured. Now that you are back here, You need not worry, you can tell me anything you desire next week. When I receive my paycheck, I will take you all out for a meal. I have heard that a new restaurant has opened on Long Lin Street, which boasts a variety of delectable dishes. Shall we go and sample them? The sisters always conversed in a relaxed manner, and Yu Yuan nodded eagerly, wrapping her arms around Yu Jiqing's and leaning against her shoulder, playfully feigning a pout. Once I begin working and earn my own income, I will take you all out to dine as well. Chapter 70. Will brother face any dangers while on his mission? Yu Jiqing chuckled at this question. You needn't worry about that. Yu Yuan looked perplexed. Does sister think I won't earn any money? Observing her sister's confused expression, Yu Jiqing chuckled, her demeanor shifting from that of the formerly stoic doctor to one of warmth and lightness. That is not my intention at all, she replied, rising slowly from the carpet. Do you really think you need to treat us to a meal? The dishes you prepare for us are far superior to what we could find in a restaurant. When you eventually start working and receive your salary, you can take me to pick out some little trinkets. Yu Jiqing would not disappoint her sister's good intentions, assuring herself to choose more affordable items, as this would surely bring joy to Yu Yuan. Reflecting on her first paycheck, she remembered gifting Gu Wanjing a red scarf, buying a cup for Yu Weidong, and a pair of shoes for Yu Jiang. Although these purchases consumed 2/3 of her salary, leaving her with meager living expenses, the happiness she felt witnessing the joy on their faces made it worthwhile. If memory served her correctly, that very pair of shoes still lay untouched in Yu Jiang's closet. As Yu Jiang had put it, "This is the gift I bought with my first earnings. It must be preserved." When Yu Jiqing first learned of this, she was perplexed, urging him to wear them, promising to buy him a new pair when her next paycheck arrived, but he refused. Initially, Yu Jiqing thought her brother stubbornly obstinate for not wearing new shoes. However, she later came to understand his sentiment. All right. The sisters continued their pleasant conversation until darkness fell. The family did not venture out for a walk but instead sat in the living room chatting for a while before retreating to their respective rooms for the night. In the blink of an eye, another week passed, and it was mid-month, coinciding with the payday for both Gu Wanjing and Yu Jiqing. They decided to dine out as a family on Saturday. However, on Friday afternoon, Yu Weidong received notification of a meeting at the Superior Military District, while Yu Jiang was dispatched on a mission. Yu Jiang hurriedly departed, lacking the time to bid farewell, and it was Yu Weidong who instructed his aide to relay the message. Neither returned home that evening, leaving Yu Yuan to dine with her mother and sister. Will brother's mission be dangerous? She inquired, a note of concern in her voice. Fear not, while every mission carries inherent risks, they will take precautions to ensure their safety. Gu Wanjing, having come to terms with such matters, reflected on the years spent worrying for her husband in youth, and now for her son in old age. As soldiers, their duty is to safeguard the nation and obey the commands of their superiors. It is an unavoidable responsibility. Of course, she recognized the honor and pride in having both a husband and son serving in the military. Has brother been injured in the past? During dinner, the conversation lacked direction, prompting Yu Yuan to ask a few questions. Yes, he has. There was one particularly severe incident when he was stabbed twice, and he spent over a month in the hospital. Gu Wanjing sighed after sharing this, serving some food to Yu Yuan. Such occurrences are inevitable. Do not dwell on them too much. I have heard that this mission is not particularly perilous, though Gu Wanjing was uncertain. She felt compelled to comfort her younger daughter. Alright. Yu Yuan's emotions were complex as she finished her meal and proceeded with household chores, later reviewing her studies with Gu Wanjing and Yu Jiqing. A few days prior, Yu Jiqing had brought back examination papers, which Yu Yuan was capable of completing, yet she hesitated to write them all down, opting instead to tackle only a portion. Nevertheless, that portion was commendable, earning her sister's praise, which filled her with joy. In her previous life, she had only received compliments from the orphanage director and fellow children, followed by accolades from superiors after achieving success at work. However, she had never experienced heartfelt praise from family. Thus, whenever her family encouraged and complimented her, her smile would broaden. Though her brother and sister were absent, they had previously agreed to dine out together and go shopping. So the following morning, they enjoyed breakfast at home before setting out. Yu Jiqing strongly insisted that breakfast should not be overly extravagant, leading Yu Yuan to prepare a few steamed buns. However, the result was that both Gu Wanjing and Yu Jiqing ended up quite stuffed. Let us stroll around a bit more. Let's head to the park first. I was hoping to treat you both to something nice today. Yu Jiqing had not anticipated the small buns would be so filling. Yet each of them had eaten quite a few. Yu Yuan's cooking is truly irresistible. I recall when I brought lunch to the hospital, several young women were utterly captivated. Sometimes, when Gu Wanjing arrived at the hospital early, Yu Yuan Yuan would prepare some bento boxes for her or deliver meals. I remember one time while at work, I caught a whiff of a familiar aroma upon arrival. It turned out you were dining there. Mother, Yu Jiqing expressed with a hint of exasperation, while Yu Yuan linked arms with her mother and sister. Walking in between them, the family of three meandered through the park. Upon exiting, Gu Wanjing noticed a photography studio. How about we take a family photo the next time we're all together? After all these years, we still lack a complete family portrait. Each year during the new year, they would take a photo, always leaving a space for the next member of this year. At last, Yu Yuan would be included in their family photo. Sounds wonderful. Why Yu Yuan playfully tugged at her father and sister's hands, and they explored the vicinity before heading towards the renowned university district. Yu Yuan had yet to see a university in the capital during this season. The campus was somewhat older, lacking the grandeur of future establishments, yet it exuded a vibrant academic atmosphere. As they strolled, they observed numerous individuals engaged in conversation, most discussing academic matters, while some even read while walking. Regrettably, she lamented that had she arrived earlier, she might have participated in the entrance examinations here. Nevertheless, she found contentment in their current outing. After a morning of exploration, hunger struck, leading them to the new restaurant Yu Jiqing had mentioned. The establishment appeared promising, though the taste of the dishes remained uncertain. Yu Wanjing assessed the surroundings, noting the cleanliness and the distinct decor compared to previous establishments. They found a table by the window, perused the menu, and ordered a few special dishes: sauerkraut, loach, spicy fish, braised pork slices, and steamed ribs. Let us also get mapo tofu and cabbage soup. Yu Jiqing considered ordering another dish but was gently restrained by both Yu Yuan and Gu Wanjing, who shook their heads in unison. We won't finish such a quantity. There is no one to help us with leftovers. Chapter 71. You are rather stingy. If you continue this way, you may struggle to find a partner in the future. You know, in previous outings, they could order more since Yu Jiang had a hearty appetite. Today, however, without him, Yu Jiqing realized it prudent not to overorder, for wasting food was an unforgivable act. How about I take you and mother shopping for a piece of clothing later? Her salary was quite decent, and each payday, she felt inclined to purchase gifts for those around her while saving a portion for herself. She also set aside some to give to Gu Wanjing as living expenses, though currently it was directly bestowed upon Yu Yuan, as she was the one preparing meals for the family. No sooner had they placed their orders than Yu Yuan, preparing to fetch a glass of water, spotted Fu Hanqing seated at a table across the room. Just then, Gu Wanjing and Yu Jiqing caught sight of him and exchanged glances. Why is he dining alone? As Yu Yuan approached, Yu Jiqing had barely voiced her curiosity when a flamboyantly dressed woman entered through the door. Are you Fu Hanqing? The woman, having been facing away, turned around upon receiving his confirmation and took a seat across from him. The moment she turned around, not only Fu Hanqing but also Yu Yuan and her mother found themselves momentarily frozen in place. The woman's garish attire was one thing, but her dark complexion, prominent buck teeth, and a face riddled with acne were strikingly unexpected. Isn't this the person whom you may mentioned was to be set up on a blind date with Fu Hanqing? Could it be that this is indeed a matchmaking endeavor? Gu Wanjing swallowed hard, for that young lady was quite unappealing, to say the least. A blind date? Yu Yuan blinked in curiosity, casting her gaze towards that direction. The proprietor took their orders. Fu Hanqing truly wished to escape upon seeing the person, yet the blind date must proceed. Gritting his teeth, he took the menu, ordering 2 dishes for himself. You decide what else you would like to eat. Fu Hanqing endeavored to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, but when he could no longer bear the sight, he lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. The woman opposite him, upon glancing at the menu, promptly ordered 4 meat dishes. While placing her order, she scrutinized Fu Hanqing's expression as he spoke. After noticing his unwavering gaze, she burst into laughter. It seemed she was not overly frugal after all. To be frank, I am not entirely pleased with the fact that you have 2 children. After all, I am still an unmarried woman, yet to experience matrimony, this would be my first marriage. To step into the role of a stepmother poses quite a challenge. So your behavior will determine the outcome. The eyes of the 3 women, Yu Yuan and her mother, were nearly popping out of their heads. She was unwilling to take on the role of a stepmother. A sentiment that echoed among many young women. However, to initially express disdain for someone with 2 children was rather presumptuous. Such details should have been disclosed prior to the blind date. Nevertheless, Yu Yuan suspected that the introduction had glossed over the woman's appearance. The two simply did not seem compatible. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Li Erhuat. I have an older brother, a younger brother, and a younger sister. My siblings are still quite young. So should we marry, you must assist me in caring for them. Li Erhua spoke these words without reservation, leaving Yu Yuan astounded. In her previous life, she had heard colleagues at the hospital lament that blind dates could be exceedingly arduous, often leading to encounters with less than desirable individuals. This was unmistakably a case of a brotherly supporter. Yu Yuan grimaced, while Gu Wanjing and Yu Zhiqing, engrossed in the unfolding drama, refrained from questioning her further. Throughout the encounter, Fu Hansheng remained silent, occasionally sipping from his cup as he sat with his back to them. Yu Yuan could not see his face but sensed his utter disbelief. That is all I wish to convey. Just as Li Erhua finished her statement, the restaurant owner brought out the dishes. With 6 plates in total, 4 meat dishes and the 2 Fu Hansheng had ordered, there was ample food for 2. Following the serving, Li Erhua ceased her chatter and began to devour her meal with gusto, her manner of eating causing Yu Yuan and her mother to feel a wave of nausea. Although 2 dishes were also placed before them, they suddenly found themselves lacking in appetite. After Li Erhua had nearly cleared the table of meat, she finally paid some attention to her image. Wiping her mouth before gazing at Fu Hansheng, despite your 2 children, your financial situation seems quite stable, which could support our family. If we marry, I would like to have a child of my own as well. Given your resources, I expect all our dating expenses to be covered by you. You should take me out for shopping, dining, and to the movies. These are merely expectations, aren't they? Upon finishing her demands, Li Erhua casually picked up a toothpick to clean her teeth. If you fail to comply, I shall no longer entertain the idea of dating you. After she cleaned her teeth, Li Erhua was eager to continue eating. Fu Hansheng's patience seemed to reach its limit as he slammed his cup back onto the table. He felt that words could hardly express his sentiments. Likewise, Yu Yuan and her mother shared his sentiments. I am sorry, but we are not well suited. Though feeling exasperated, Fu Hansheng chose to respond with a polite apology. Upon hearing this, Li Erhua abruptly lifted her head, her expression sour. Are you reluctant to spend money? I merely ordered 4 dishes. If you are so stingy, why even bother with blind dates? You might as well give up on finding a wife for the rest of your life. The nearby audience, a watching ant, chuckled at the situation. If someone like you can seek a partner, why not this young man? His circumstances seem quite favorable. He is handsome, and though you ordered 4 meat dishes, he remains silent. Nowadays, merely having 1 meat dish per meal is already considered a luxury, and yet you ordered 4 right off the bat. You 2 are simply incompatible. As soon as the ant finished speaking, Li Erhua shot her a glare. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs, she berated the ant. The ant rolled her eyes, while Fu Hansheng found himself at a loss for words. You are so miserly, you may never find a partner. After all, you may be attractive and have a decent job, but you have 2 children. I would be stepping into the role of a stepmother. Li Erhua reiterated her sentiments. Chapter 72, Fu Hansheng. I prefer women with fair skin. Fu Hansheng took a deep breath. This was not merely a matter of money. To treat you to a meal costs only 10 yuan, and I can certainly afford that. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan thought Fu Hansheng quite affluent. In these times, most people earn nearly 20 to 30 yuan. Spending 10 yuan on a meal was indeed a privilege few could afford. She had not anticipated him to casually utter such a statement, indicating a comfortable background. Moreover, the individual who had accompanied Chi Yume that day must have been someone they had hired for assistance. Though they were colleagues, he maintained a respectful demeanor towards Chi Yume, an attitude not typical among casual relatives. True relatives would not exhibit such deference. They would generally take advantage of the situation. Furthermore, her brother had previously mentioned that this man was of equivalent standing to him. She recalled her brother's monthly salary, including various allowances, was around 150 to 200 yuan. For a man in the military, daily attire consisted of a uniform with occasional civilian wear. The military had a canteen, which covered lunch, while breakfast and dinner were dependent on personal choice. If one opted for the canteen, it was free, but if not, the expenses were minimal. Thus, he likely saved a considerable sum each month. What makes you think we are incompatible? Li Erhua pondered aloud. Fu Hansheng inhaled deeply, responding diplomatically, I apologize, but I prefer women with fair skin. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan nearly burst into laughter. Li Erhua's eyes widened, hands on her hips, adopting the stance of a shrew scolding onlookers. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am not fair or attractive enough? How dare you judge my appearance, especially as a soldier? I shall report you to the military. Li Erhua had no comprehension of what incompatibility entailed. In her eyes, she considered herself the most beautiful. If someone looked down on her, they must be blind. Moreover, this man had 2 children himself. Who was he to disdain her? Are you truly considering reporting me? Fu Hansheng asked with genuine curiosity. Why would I report you? What am I doing standing here? You uttered such disrespectful words to a woman. Do you find that amusing? How can you expect to find a partner with such behavior? If I do not report you to the military, I shall not bear the surname Li. Yuan was taken aback by Li Erhua's tenacity. Very well, I apologize for my earlier remarks. But I still prefer women with fairer skin. You are not my type, Fu Hansheng added, pausing briefly. As for your intention to report me, I will gladly provide you with the address and phone number. After delivering the military district's contact details, Fu Hansheng offered a faint smile. Li Erhua, incensed, pointed at him, initially intending to hurl insults but faltered as onlookers continued to chuckle, leaving her at a loss for words. Ultimately she stomped her foot in frustration and departed, observing Li Erhua storm off in a fit. Yuan stifled a laugh, glancing at her mother and sister, who also found humor in the situation. Meanwhile, Fu Hansheng sighed in resignation. He had sought assistance for a blind date but never anticipated such an encounter. Though he had 2 children, rendering his circumstances less than ideal, he would rather remain single than settle for such a match. He did not demand a partner of celestial beauty, but at the very least, he hoped for someone whose appearance would not ruin his appetite. Rising to settle the bill, he paid and turned to leave. Unaware that Yuan and her companions remained seated nearby. What a sensational event, Yuan exclaimed, while Guan Jing sighed. That poor child has truly faced hardships. Which matchmaker could have possibly found such a match? Even though he has 2 children, he should not have to settle for such a low-quality partner. After all, he is a young man who has already become a deputy regiment commander with a good family background. Even if the introduced women come from less affluent families, they should at least possess some decorum and politeness. Even Yu Jiqing found merit in her mother's words, due to the amicable relationship between Fu Hansheng and Yu Jiyang. They used to meet frequently, with the 2 families enjoying a good rapport. It is only natural that they are aware of each other's favorable circumstances, although managing 2 children may be somewhat of a hindrance. In this era, many families struggle to make ends meet. Marrying him would essentially mean a lifetime of financial security. Mother, what is the situation? Is it because his wife has passed away? Yuan, feeling a tinge of curiosity, sought to uncover the gossip. Yuan Jing and Yu Jiqing exchanged glances. Given the close ties between their families and the frequent meetings between Fu Hansheng and Yu Jiyang, they decided to share this matter with Yuan. Yuan had already met the 2 little ones. The tale circulating in the courtyard suggested that he once had a fiancée, but her duties led to a delay, which resulted in the tragic death of the children's mother during childbirth. Consequently, Fu Hansheng brought the 2 children home. Indeed, it has not been an easy journey for him. Upon hearing this version of events, Yuan felt sympathy for Fu Hansheng while also empathizing with his unfortunate lover, who lost her life in the process of bringing a child into the world. If Fu Hansheng were to find a stepmother who treated the children poorly, the deceased would surely feel heartbroken from the afterlife. The 2 little ones, so adorable and lively, indeed suggested that Fu Hansheng was caring for them quite well. Why Yuan thought the previous lady seemed somewhat oblivious, judging by her attire and the family members she mentioned. It was evident that her family's financial situation was not favorable. Marrying Fu Hansheng would undoubtedly elevate her living standards, although she would become a stepmother. Being a stepmother without worries over sustenance is far better than struggling in a biological family. The dishes were served. As soon as the owner brought the stir-fried dishes to the table, Yuan inhaled the aroma of pickled vegetables and loach, eagerly picking up her chopsticks to taste. This establishment, run by outsiders, featured some dishes that did not cater to the imperial capital's palate, as she had heard from her colleagues at the hospital. Yu Jiqing also sampled a couple of bites. While it may not quite measure up to the flavors Yuan prepared, it was still delicious compared to other restaurants. Having grown up in the imperial capital, they had dined out at numerous establishments, and the local cuisine had become somewhat monotonous. Occasionally changing their culinary experiences was quite refreshing. Chapter 73. Encouraging father to strive for promotion. Eat up. After their meal, they still had shopping to do. And Yuan temporarily set aside her thoughts. She merely felt that Fu Hansheng and his former lover were indeed unfortunate. With no further reflections, after leaving the restaurant, Fu Hansheng wandered aimlessly until he realized he had stumbled upon a market bustling with stalls. Noticing a nearby vendor selling beautiful hairpins, he approached the vendor. Spotting him, eagerly called out, suggesting he buy a hairpin for his wife or daughter, boasting that they were the latest styles. After glancing over the selections, Fu Hansheng chose a pair of pink clips adorned with 2 small flowers, imagining they would look delightful on his younger child. After making the purchase, he tucked the hairpins into his pocket and Recalling that his elder child had no gift, walked a bit further to find a stall specializing in toys. There he discovered a large red toy car, and after examining it, he paid and took both toys home. Upon returning, the two children rushed out to greet him at the sound of his arrival. The elder child spotted the car first, but before he could speak, the younger one dashed over, asking, "Did Daddy buy a car for brother?" "I bought you a hairpin." Fu Hanqing revealed the hairpin, and both children, thrilled with their gifts, began to bounce around the courtyard. "Daddy, are we getting a new mommy?" they asked. "You went on a blind date today." "Right, how did it go? Are we going to have a mommy soon?" Their eyes sparkled with hope. Fu Hanqing had always known they disliked their biological mother and would hide whenever she appeared. Yet he was surprised by their eagerness for a maternal figure. Initially reluctant to respond, he felt some truths should not be concealed from the children. Sighing, he explained, "The lady I met for the blind date today wasn't quite suitable. So you won't have a mommy for now." At his words, their faces fell instantly. "Why wasn't she suitable? What was wrong?" the elder child inquired. "If you worked harder, Daddy, and met more women, you wouldn't need to go on blind dates." The younger one pouted. Hearing this, Fu Hanqing couldn't help but chuckle as he hugged her, gently pinching her cheek. "Daddy is very busy. I have work and missions, so I don't have much time to meet many women." "But if you don't meet women, how will you find us a mommy? What about brother and me?" The younger child's logic was crystal clear, often leaving Fu Hanqing at a loss for words. To divert the conversation, Fu Hanqing asked the elder child about the toy car. After observing it for a moment, the elder child looked up and asked, "Daddy, can I see how it works? Can I take it apart?" "Sure," Fu Hanqing responded, relieved that their attention had shifted away from the subject of their mother. "I'll get you some tools." The elder child had always enjoyed dismantling toys, a passion that remained unchanged. Initially, he struggled to reassemble them after disassembly, leading to tears, but after Fu Hanqing's guidance, he learned how to manage it. Fu Hanqing retrieved the tools and began working on the toy car with the elder child. While the elder child's focus was redirected, the younger one, wearing the hairpin, found the activity uninteresting and squatted nearby to watch them. Eventually bored, her thoughts wandered back to the idea of having a mother. "If only we had a mommy, she would hold me while I sleep," she pouted, plopping down onto a nearby chair, her face clouded with disappointment. The elder child quickly set down the toy car to comfort his sister, insisting, "It's Daddy's fault. Don't be sad, little one. We will definitely have a beautiful mommy in the future." Fu Hanqing stood by, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He indeed felt a bit inadequate. Daddy will do his best. Just as he spoke, the younger child suddenly perked up, exclaiming, "I have a great candidate. If that beautiful sister could come and be our stepmother, it would be wonderful. We would definitely take good care of her and support her in her old age." Fu Hanqing was bewildered, wondering whom the younger child could possibly be referring to. Most families in their compound were already married with children. "It's that beautiful sister. I really like the one from Uncle Ji Yang's family. Yuan, I feel so comfortable around her, and I really like her. If only she could be our mommy," the younger child exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Fu Hanqing's heart skipped a beat. So it was Yuan. He had seen her, and she was indeed lovely, petite, and exuded a protective aura. Although she had only recently returned to her family after years of separation, her family's circumstances were quite favorable. No, that beautiful sister is far too well off. "She wouldn't be inclined to marry your father," Fu Hanqing replied, ruffling the younger child's hair, hoping to dissuade her from the idea. However, upon hearing this, she lowered her head, visibly disappointed. "It's all right, little one," the elder child quickly reassured his sister. "Daddy just needs to work hard and get promoted. Once Daddy becomes a regiment leader, maybe he'll have the chance to win over that beautiful sister." Upon hearing this, a flock of crows seemed to fly overhead for Fu Hanqing. Given Yuan's current circumstances, a mere regiment leader would not suffice. Her father was a commander, her mother the deputy director of a military hospital, and her elder brother was also a deputy commander. Likely on the verge of promotion. With such a distinguished family background, compounded by the fact that Yuan was a long-lost daughter, thoroughly cherished, how could he possibly compete, let alone the fact that he had children, which would truly place him at a disadvantage. Without children, perhaps, as a regiment leader, he might have had a fighting chance, but with two adorable children already in his life, whom he cherished dearly, it was all just wishful thinking. Fu Hanqing found himself in a state of distress, while Yuan and her mother had finished their meal and were preparing to indulge in a shopping spree. Chapter 74. Wearing this dress will make you feel like a fairy today. Whatever I wish to buy, you must not refuse me, not only because I received my paycheck, but also because the new year is approaching, with just over a month until the new year. Winter in the imperial capital is quite frigid, thus, Yu Jiqing wanted to purchase some items for Yuan. Gu Wanjing shared this sentiment, their previous shopping was in anticipation of Yu Yuan's return. And now that she had been back for nearly 2 months, it was time to treat her. Time flows swiftly. This year, they celebrate the new year together as a family, achieving a true sense of reunion. Naturally, some things cannot be skimped on. However, after some contemplation, Yu Yuan grasped the hand of Yu Jiqing and suggested, "Let us just buy a few things casually, sister, please don't buy anything too expensive. It is not easy for you to earn money, and working in the hospital is quite arduous." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiqing lifted her gaze to Yu Yuan's face. After a month of returning, Yu Yuan was no longer the same as when she first came back. She had gained a little weight, her skin had become slightly fairer, and her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, making her look much more appealing than when she first returned. She had also grown quite considerate. Since her arrival, she had spent her days at home, cooking, and doing household chores, making their lives the most comfortable they had experienced in a long time. As they were greeted with steaming meals each evening. Furthermore, Yu Yuan had memorized all their favorite dishes, ensuring that each meal featured a delightful mix. She even tended to the garden in the backyard and planted flowers in the front yard, transforming their home entirely with her return. And now, she felt for herself the difficulty of earning money and wanted to spend less. Why? Yu Jiqing felt a pang of emotion. How could she not be moved by her sister? With that, Yu Jiqing took Yu Yuan's hand and led her forward, while Gu Wanjing watched the sisters interact joyfully and followed them. The trio headed to a large shopping mall. Since the reform and opening up, the capital had developed rapidly, and by now, the mall was filled with many private enterprises selling beautiful clothing. From a distance, Yu Yuan spotted a down jacket. Upon seeing it, she blinked, though the style of the jacket was not as stunning as the previous lifetime. It was evidently warm. The store was bustling with people, yet not many emerged with purchases. To be precise, the ratio of those entering the store to those buying was disproportionate. Noticing this, Yu Yuan surmised that the prices were likely not suitable. She merely glanced at the jacket before shifting her gaze away, and the three of them entered a women's clothing store. After browsing around, they did not find anything suitable and proceeded to another shop. Yu Jiqing had a keen eye for fashion. Even in an era where many dressed carelessly, her attire was exquisitely refined. This was evident from the styles of the clothing she had purchased for Yu Yuan. Although they were slightly oversized since she had not been back to know her exact height and weight at the time, this was quite normal. On regular days, when she went to work, she would wear simple shirts paired with straight-leg trousers and mostly flat shoes, occasionally donning small leather shoes. Sometimes she would tie her hair in a ponytail, and other times she would casually twist it up, exuding a gentle demeanor. Yu Yuan had often marveled in her heart that her sister truly resembled a heroine from a novel. Utterly perfect. "I think the clothes in this store are quite nice," Yu Jiqing said, leading Yu Yuan inside. "Let us buy something for you first, and then for mom, okay?" Gu Wanjing chimed in with a smile. "Of course, that's no problem at all." As soon as they stepped inside, Yu Yuan's eyes were drawn to a long-sleeved floral dress displayed prominently. The neckline was adorned with a delicate lace trim, and it featured faint floral patterns exuding a fresh and elegant charm. The dress was quite thick, suitable for both spring and autumn, and she decided to buy a longer coat later. Yu Jiqing picked up the dress and wandered off to select more items. The floral dress paired with a cream-colored long coat significantly elevated Yu Yuan's aura. "That one looks lovely too." The clothing in this store was genuinely impressive. After Yu Yuan tried on one outfit, Yu Jiqing spotted another style and hurried over to grab it. In addition to the dress, she picked out 2 sets of casual wear and a cozy set of pajamas. "We don't need this, do we, sister?" Yu Yuan remarked, finding the pajamas charming, but the house was already quite warm and she could always retrieve items from her space for warmth. "I like this too, let us each have a set. And mom will buy them," Gu Wanjing interjected, pulling out her money to pay. Yu Jiqing could only let her mother buy the pajamas while she took care of the remaining purchases and led her mother to explore other options. Watching this unfold, Yu Yuan realized that just moments ago, they had casually spent nearly 100 yuan on 2 or 3 sets of clothes. Was she spending too extravagantly? While she pondered this, Yu Jiqing had already guided them into another store, where she selected a vibrant red coat for Gu Wanjing. Upon seeing the red coat, Gu Wanjing's eyes sparkled with delight, yet she shook her head, saying, "Let us not, this is a bit too ostentatious. It is not like you two are getting married. Why should I wear something so festive?" Gu Wanjing typically preferred understated colors such as light blue, pale gray, or cream, although she found the coat appealing. She was hesitant to try it. Yu Jiqing exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Yuan, and they understood each other's thoughts. Perhaps this was the innate bond of twin sisters. In perfect synchrony, they pulled Gu Wanjing over. one holding her hand while the other draped the coat over her shoulders. Mom, you look stunning in this coat. For the new year, one should dress a bit more festively. This coat suits you perfectly. Look, it even has a lovely golden button. The detail makes it even more beautiful. Indeed, the sisters praised her from the side, causing Gu Wanjing to feel slightly bashful. The shop owner smiled warmly. My dear, you truly have two wonderful daughters. This coat complements you beautifully, and it even has a belt to accentuate your waist. I genuinely believe you should buy it. Hearing the shop owner's words, Yu Yuan felt inclined to give her a thumbs up for her sincerity. In her previous life, when she went shopping, she would only hear shop owners and salespeople exaggerating about the clothes, making them seem as if they would transform someone into a celestial being. I'll take this coat. Please wrap it up for me, Yu Jiqing said without hesitation, handing the coat to the owner, who promptly packaged it. Yu Wanjing was about to say something, but Yu Jiqing had already settled the payment and was holding the bag. Let us go, Mom. Let us find you a pair of shoes, and we'll get your sister a couple of pairs too. With their purchases in hand, Yu Jiqing led them into a shoe store. Yu Yuan selected 2 pairs, including a pair of fuzzy slippers. She chose reasonably priced items, not wanting Yu Jiqing to spend too much. She picked a pair of flats and a pair of small leather shoes. The latter was a discontinued style, and the owner offered to sell it at a discount. After Yu Jiqing helped Gu Wanjing pick out her shoes, she bought herself 2 pairs as well. Upon noticing the shoes Yu Yuan had chosen, she furrowed her brow slightly. Those small leather shoes don't match the dress you just bought. Let us get that pair instead. Yu Jiqing pointed to the highest pair on the shelf. That pair was indeed stunning, adorned with 2 pearl-like embellishments that perfectly complemented her outfit. However, placed at the top, Yu Yuan could guess its price. I want this pair. The last time my brother took me shopping, he also got me small leather shoes. Yu Yuan shook her head, insisting, let us stick with this one, sister. We've already spent so much money today. Alright, then let us go with this pair. You go check how Mama's shoes fit. Yu Jiqing replied, and Yu Yuan nodded and walked over. Mom, how do you feel about these? I'm taking these 2 pairs. Good shoes are essential because I need them for walking. Yu Yuan, remember that since you've returned home, you are the cherished little princess of Dad, Mom, and your siblings. You don't need to be so cautious, nor should you constantly worry about saving money for us. We love you. After Gu Wanjing expressed this, Yu Jiqing had already finished paying. Let us go. Yu Jiqing handed over a pair of shoes, and when Yu Yuan saw that the most expensive pair had been packaged, she quickly took a look. The price was 39 yuan. She swallowed hard. That pair was rather pricey. Let us return it, she exclaimed, attempting to head inside, but Yu Jiqing pulled her back. I just told you, we've been searching for you all these years, and all we've thought about is compensating you for everything we owe you. Yu Yuan, please don't be polite with your sister and mother, alright? Reflecting on this, Yu Yuan remembered that she still had some money in her space, which she had taken from Wang Suihua. Additionally, there was some money given to her during the banquet from the military uncles and aunts. She had counted it once when she had the time. It added up to over 500 yuan. Those were all old friends of Gu Wanjing, as well as comrades of Yu Weidong, who had always known about Yu Yuan's abduction, contemplating the joy of having the child returned. It is only fitting to bestow a little extra in red envelopes as a gesture of comfort for Yu Yuan. However, upon opening the envelopes, she was taken aback, for each contained no less than 30 yuan, a sum equivalent to the salary of an individual from an ordinary household. Perhaps she should retrieve some money from her space later to buy gifts for her sister and mother. Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, Yu Yuan pondered whether purchasing them now might be inappropriate. Perhaps it would be better to wait until the new year, when she could draw from her space to find some treasures. Many items from her previous life were stored there, having been hoarded due to theft. Aside from food and drink, there were various daily necessities and small gifts. It could be said that this space held many delightful surprises. Having gathered a sufficient amount of items, the 3 of them found themselves laden with numerous bags. As they passed the second floor, Yu Jiqing's gaze was drawn to a distant shop. Let us go check that out. Before Yu Yuan could respond, she was pulled along, discovering it to be a store selling down jackets. Inside, an array of styles adorned the walls, with 2 striking pieces in white and black hanging at the top, long and reaching the knee, reminiscent of some rather elegant down jacket designs from later times. However, judging by their position, Yu Yuan surmised they must be quite expensive. The trio wandered through the store, and Gu Wanjing selected a short black jacket. She had heard that these jackets were extraordinarily comfortable, filled with duck down for warmth. This time, Mom's buying. Choose freely, she jested with her daughters, as Yu Jiqing had been the one footing the bill previously. Yu Wanjing intended to buy them both a quality down jacket and pick one for Yu Jiqing and Yu Weidong as well. Noting the necessity of warm clothing for winter, let us all get one first. If they prove comfortable, we can return for more later. After her words, Yu Jiqing led Yu Yuan to select their jackets. Yu Jiqing opted for a lighter one as she worked at the hospital and needed to wear a white coat over it. After perusing the selection, she couldn't find anything she felt suited Yu Yuan. "Madam, do you have anything more appealing?" she inquired of the shopkeeper. Noticing they had already chosen a few items, the shopkeeper paused before suggesting, "I have two more in different colors, would you like to see them?" "What colors?" The shopkeeper produced two long jackets, one gray with a fur collar, and the other a light blue, identical in style. "These are lovely, you sisters can choose which you prefer, forget about the one you just tried on." "Shaoqing, I still favor these two. You should both take one." Gu Wanjing approached, having already selected jackets for Yu Jiqing and Yu Weidong, both pure black and slightly longer, yet not excessively so, perfect for their military attire in winter. They can wear these when out and about, though they typically don their uniforms. Yu Yuan was quite resistant, recognizing the high price of the jackets and the substantial expenditure it would entail. Chapter 76, Shopping Spree. "I want the gray one, my sister will take the light blue." As they tried on the jackets, the fit was surprisingly pleasing, especially the light blue, which, paired with the fur collar, offered a unique charm. "We'll take these two, along with all these," Gu Wanjing declared, handing the garments over to the shopkeeper, who calculated the total. "These two are special editions, not typically available to the public. But since you're buying so much, I'll let you have them for 100. "Mom, this jacket is exorbitantly priced," Yu Yuan exclaimed, fully aware of the high cost of down jackets, even in the backrooms. She was astonished at the steep price of this one. "Young lady, all my garments are sourced from the south, and you know how difficult it is to obtain duck down. £1 is quite costly. Hence the high retail price. These are special editions, and most of the stock is already sold. The cheaper ones start at 30, with some going for 50. Then we'll take these." Gu Wanjing remained resolute. Looking at the numerous bags they carried, Yu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of love from her sister and mother. "It's just clothing, we don't buy often throughout the year." Their family of four had decent salaries, each with ample funds, making this purchase trivial. "Madam, since we've bought so much, could we perhaps get a discount? In this private shop, bargaining was certainly permissible. Of course, I can offer a slight reduction. Those three over there are 70. The shopkeeper's calculator beeped. "If those are 70, then let us say 80 for these." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper coughed violently, prompting Yu Jiqing to step forward. However, Gu Wanjing held her back, shaking her head. "You can negotiate. If you don't allow your sister to bargain, she'll surely regret it on the way home. This lot cannot be priced at 80, however, I'll give you 60 for those over there." Yu Yuan, familiar with the inflation of the era, deliberated before proposing. "What if those are priced at 50? That's not feasible. Let us settle on 60 for those and 85 for these." Yu Yuan engaged in negotiation for over 20 minutes. As more customers entered the shop, leading the shopkeeper to concede defeat. Each of Gu Wanjing's selected jackets was priced at 60 yuan, while the two Yu sisters' jackets totaled 90, a satisfactory reduction. The shopkeeper even gifted them several pairs of socks. As they exited the shop, Yu Yuan linked arms with Yu Jiqing's sister. "Will you be upset that I was haggling with the shopkeeper?" "Not at all." Yu Jiqing understood their mother's intentions and did not find Yu Yuan's playful tactics objectionable. The reason she and Gu Wanjing refrained from bargaining was their lack of skill in that arena. "Your negotiation saved us a pair of free socks each and saved a fair amount of money." "Come on," Gu Wanjing chimed in, "let us head over there for some groceries of this afternoon. We'll prepare a splendid meal." "You did great, Yu Yuan, haggling like that. Your sister and I are truly hopeless at it." With the money saved, they set out to buy meat. The three women truly acquired a plethora of items. And Yu Yuan remarked, "I feel like we could wear these clothes for an entire year. Every day we can don beautiful garments. Buy what you like, don't be frugal." They chatted merrily as they shopped, purchasing vegetables, snacks, and desserts until they were thoroughly satisfied and returned home. They disembarked from the vehicle at the family compound, and Yu Yuan still had a distance to walk home, where she might encounter others. "Dr. Gu, have you taken your two daughters shopping? You've bought so much." "Indeed, we hadn't seen you all day. Who knew you were out shopping? You've truly bought a great deal." Listening to the comments from the three military wives, Gu Wanjing remained stoic. "Haven't you heard that temperatures are set to drop in a couple of days? If the family lacks warm clothing, they will surely suffer." It was the perfect opportunity to buy thicker garments in preparation for the winter. Snow is bound to fall soon. In the capital, the timing of snowfall was unpredictable. It could occur at the beginning or middle of the month, or even later. Once the snow began, the chill would set in. I've indeed heard it's supposed to snow soon. I must retrieve last year's cotton jacket. Me too, me too. After all, we can't afford to buy an abundance of new clothes. Some comments were laced with sarcasm, but Gu Wanjing chose to ignore them as she returned home with her daughters. Such situations could easily be disregarded. With a faint smile, Gu Wanjing noted that upon their return, the sky had indeed darkened. To sister, what is it like here after it snows? In her previous life, Yu Yuan had not been in the capital or such a large city, thus she had never witnessed its snow. Yet she had heard tales of its beauty, especially when the snow blanketed the forbidden city. It is indeed beautiful when it snows, but it can be quite cold, which is why Mom bought us jackets. Yu Yuan gazed up at the sky with anticipation. I really enjoy watching snow. I've never seen it before. In the city where Wang Suhua resided, snow was a rarity, and Yu Yuan's previous location also experienced no snowfall. She was eagerly looking forward to it, particularly the first snow. What shall we eat this afternoon? How about we have noodles? Initially she had planned to prepare a grand feast, but Yu Yuan suggested waiting for Yu Weidong and Yu Jichong to return before dining. Thus, they set aside the ingredients purchased and decided to enjoy a simple noodle meal that afternoon, especially since they had relished delightful food earlier in the day. We bought beef today. How about I make sour soup beef noodles for Mom and sister? Yu Yuan smiled as she entered the kitchen, tying an apron around her waist. Sounds good. Whatever you choose to do, we shall partake in it. Gu Wanjing entered to lend a hand, while Yu Jiqing brought all the items she had purchased for Yu Yuan to her room and helped her organize them. The method for preparing sauerkraut beef noodles is rather straightforward, and before long Yu Yuan had sautéed the beef to perfection. After achieving that, she added her desired seasonings, and finally poured in the spiritual water she kept in the kitchen to braise the dish. Once it was nearly ready, she began boiling the noodles, and when they were cooked, she immersed them in the pot, then ladled a generous spoonful of sauerkraut beef atop of Chapter 77. Your brother is quite clever. A few additional seasonings complemented the dish, thus a fragrant bowl of noodles was born. Yu Yuan emerged from the kitchen with the noodles and called out to Gu Wanjing and Yu Jiqing. Another new noodle dish. Previously you made us cold noodles, mixed noodles, and now this. When Yu Jiang returns, I must tell him that we have savored yet another delightful noodle flavor, Yu Jiqing exclaimed, devouring the dish eagerly. Her fondness for the meals prepared by Yu Yuan had grown immensely, as she believed her sister's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Her sister was remarkable. Not only was she becoming increasingly beautiful, but she also possessed excellent cooking skills and, most importantly, medical knowledge. She was like a resilient vine thriving in the wilderness. If you mention this to your brother, I suspect he will cause a scene. Insisting that Yuan cook for him, Gu Wanjing chuckled after taking a couple of bites. If he dares to make such a request, we ought to give him a good thrashing. He certainly won't retaliate. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan was both amused and exasperated. It's alright. I know many recipes. In the future, I can prepare meals for you, sister, just to make Yu Jiang a tad envious. The three women chatted and laughed. And before long, nightfall arrived that evening. They tried on their newly purchased clothes and checked the warm items around the house before retiring to their respective rooms, lying in bed clad in warm pajamas. Yu Yuan felt a sweet smile creeping onto her lips, her heart brimming with joy. Everyone in this household treated her with such kindness, making up for the absence of parents in her previous life. Yu Yuan mused that she would undoubtedly find happiness in the future. The next day, as Yu Jiqing and Gu Wanjing prepared to head to work, Yu Yuan rose early to prepare breakfast for them. Once the weather turns colder, you need not worry about making us breakfast. We can manage with a light meal or even skip it, she stated. The chill had already begun to set in, and it was certain that snow would fall within the week. Yu Yuan shook her head, insisting that cooking was not an arduous task, and she could simply wear more layers. Besides, a hearty breakfast is essential for good health. Both mother and sister are doctors. Surely you understand. Gu Wanjing remained silent that day, and after finishing breakfast, they encouraged Yu Yuan to get some more rest. The new year is approaching, and exams are just around the corner. Make sure to review the books I brought back for you. And later on, do some practice papers to reinforce your knowledge. As Yu Yuan left, she offered a few reminders before retreating to her room to read under the covers. Upon seeing the note before her, her eyes welled with tears. She had declared that her sister was the best girl and the finest protagonist in any story, deserving of only the best, discovering a delightful surprise in the cabinet. Yu Yuan sat on her bed for a moment before rising to prepare breakfast. As she was alone that morning, she casually whipped up a bowl of noodles, planning to make something her sister loved in the afternoon. Of course, she wouldn't forget the other family members. With the new year approaching, after finishing the dishes, Yuan Yuan even began planning the menu for New Year's Eve. Her mother had mentioned going out for photographs, so the family would certainly venture out together to shop for ingredients and food. In her previous life, she was an orphan and had spent her childhood in an orphanage, celebrating the new year with the director and other children. Life in the orphanage had been dull and monotonous, yet it brought a glimmer of light to her childhood. After all, back then, the director would cook with them, and watching the little ones roll up their sleeves to help in the kitchen created a warm scene. Reflecting on those memories warmed Yuan Yuan's heart. Unfortunately, she was never adopted. Watching as other children were taken away while she remained in the corner, feeling abandoned, she had always believed herself to be inadequate. As she grew older, she realized that her lack of adoption stemmed from her not being sweet enough in demeanor, and others perceived her as quiet and perhaps even troubled. However, in hindsight, she was grateful for her perseverance in completing her university education and securing a position in a hospital. The days of struggle had been solitary, filled with meals eaten alone, sleeping alone, celebrating the new year alone, watching fireworks alone, and lighting firecrackers alone, though she approached these activities with a lack of enthusiasm. She still sought to infuse her solitary life with a touch of vibrancy. This life was different. The new year was imminent, and she could take family photos, wear new clothes, light firecrackers, and share a festive reunion meal. The more she contemplated these events, the more beautiful they became. Yuan Yuan sprang into action. In the afternoon, as her dishes were still cooking, she heard the sound of the door opening and turned to see Yu Weidong returning. Spotting her father, Yuan Yuan quickly finished the dishes, adding a splash of water and covering the pot to let it simmer before stepping out, wiping her oily hands on her clothes. She approached him with a smile. "Dad, you're back." Yu Weidong smiled and handed her the snacks he had brought. "We just attended a meeting at a military district far away, and they had these snacks, which are said to be a local specialty. I thought I'd bring some home for you all to try." Yuan Yuan, "Be sure to taste them and see if they're good." Yu Weidong often traveled to different places for meetings, sometimes for 2 or 3 days, and occasionally even a week. Yuan Yuan understood that certain limitations and dangers existed in this era, such as spies, although those in high positions did not directly engage in battle or capture criminals. They still had to formulate plans based on intelligence gathered. Life now was indeed more relaxed than before, yet spies continually sought ways to relay information from afar, betraying the nation while soldiers protected it. Since the treats were brought by her father, she decided to wait for her mother and siblings to return before enjoying them together. She couldn't help but worry for Yu Jiang, wondering when he would return from his mission. "Rest assured, your brother is quite clever. The mission he is on isn't particularly dangerous. He'll be back soon. You can have a little snack while waiting for dinner. I must head to my meeting now. The meeting is concluded, but we need to gather for further discussions. I'll change my clothes and come back to shower later." Yu Weidong had unfinished business, so he could not linger. Chapter 78. Yuan Yuan is truly impressive. "Dad, you haven't eaten yet, have you? It's getting late, and you're heading back to work without having a meal. Isn't that a bit unwise? We could bring food to the meeting. It's just a few old friends, and we could eat while discussing the meeting's outcomes. Don't worry, you all eat first, I'll grab something from the cafeteria later." Yu Weidong responded, walking into the room to change. Yuan Yuan pondered for a moment and realized the beef had finished simmering, along with the sauce she had prepared earlier. She combined them, placed the mixture in a thermal container, and soon enough, her father would have a meal ready to take with him. As Yu Weidong emerged in fresh clothes and quickly washed up, Yuan Yuan prepared the vegetables just as he was about to leave. She emerged with the food container. "Dad, take this meal with you. I prepared it just for you. There is no need. It's too much trouble." "It's no trouble at all. I've already done it for you. If you don't take it, you'll still have to get something to eat, right?" Yuan Yuan playfully tugged at Yu Weidong's hand. "Dad, you've likely not had a proper meal during the meeting. It pains me to think of you going hungry." Yu Weidong, being a devoted father, couldn't help but smile at her words. "All right, thank you, my sweet daughter." He instructed her to inform her mother and sister that he would return after the meeting. With that, Yu Weidong left, taking the meal with him, while Yuan Yuan continued her cooking. That afternoon, several old friends gathered to review the meeting, checking if there were any remaining issues in the military district and planning for the future. Besides him, there were also several old acquaintances, including Fu Wenze. They all gathered in the cafeteria to eat. The military district's meals were rather average, nothing compared to the delicious food they had at their own base. As they chatted, they opened their lunchboxes. As soon as Yu Weidong unveiled his daughter's carefully prepared meal, the delightful aroma of beef and sauce wafted through the air. One of his old friends looked up and exclaimed, Whose meal smells so good? I think I detected the scent of beef. I too. There are 5 of us in total, the 3 of whom have lifted their heads, and even Fu Wanza, who is seated beside Yu Weidong, has turned to look at him, his gaze shifting from Yu's face to his lunchbox. Old Yu, what delectable dish have you brought? The aroma is simply irresistible. The person across from him spoke first, and everyone rose in unison, only to discover that Yu Weidong's bowl contained beef. This braised beef, it looks like a delightful blend of beef and fermented soybean paste, but how can it smell so heavenly? Did we not agree to go to the cafeteria for a meal? You mentioned needing to return home. Did you bring food from there? Is this a meal prepared by your youngest daughter? A wave of astonishment washed over the group. Indeed, Yu Weidong chuckled at their expressions. Now everyone, please sit down, let us eat while we discuss a few matters. Once we finish, I still need to return home to accompany my wife and children. With this enticing aroma wafting around us, how can we possibly eat? One remarked. What do you have in those 2 boxes behind you? The lunchbox was composed of 4 layers. The first contained the beef stewed by Yu Yuan, who knew of Yu Weidong's fondness for fermented soybean paste, resulting in a delightful fusion of flavors. As Yu Weidong unveiled the other 2 layers under the watchful eyes of his companions. One held meatball soup, while the other contained vibrant green vegetables. Upon placing them on the table alongside the fragrant white rice, the eyes of those seated across widened in delight, unable to restrain their salivation. Stop staring, it's just something Yuan whipped up casually. Let us eat. I need to get home soon, Yu Weidong urged once more. Old Yu, your daughter Yuan is quite the culinary genius. She can create such delectable dishes with ease. Indeed, if you don't share some with us, we might just have to watch you eat. If it weren't for tomorrow's training schedule, I wouldn't even want to start today. Each person fervently clamored for a taste. And even Fu Wanza swallowed involuntarily, the aroma being simply too enticing. Then let us all share this meal, Yu Weidong generously declared. Our Yuan truly possesses talent. Not only can she prepare such fragrant dishes, but she has also inherited my wife's medical skills. Once the year passes, she should be ready to sit for the military hospital examination. Amongst old friends, Yu Weidong was unpretentious, placing the food in the center for everyone to partake. After tasting the beef, the other 4 inhaled sharply, one dramatically tilting his head back, eyes squinting as he savored the flavor. This culinary skill is extraordinary. Even if you don't pursue a career as a doctor at the military hospital, you would surely thrive as a chef, attracting a full house. Indeed, I was just thinking the same. Moreover, your Yuan is truly remarkable. After being bullied for so many years, she remains so resilient. This flavor is exquisite. When will you invite us over for another meal? If Yuan goes to the military hospital, that would be wonderful. We hope she succeeds, and you must invite us over for dinner then. Their hopes were fervently expressed. After finishing his meal, Fu Wanza gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Yuan is truly impressive. What sort of partner should we find for her? His casual remark elicited a shake of the head from Yu Weidong, who finished his rice, stating, Yuan has endured hardships for many years. Having just been reunited, my wife and I wish to keep her close for a while longer. Of course, we must be discerning in choosing a suitable partner. Preferably someone from our vicinity, so she can remain nearby. However, it ultimately depends on her own wishes. If she wishes to marry, then let it be. If not, a few more years won't hurt. After sharing these thoughts, Yu Weidong gathered his lunchbox, reminding everyone, we agreed to eat while holding a meeting. We're nearly done, so let us hurry and finish up. It's not as if you brought all this delicious food for nothing. They exchanged a few more light-hearted comments before finally convening for their meeting after the meal was consumed. In the afternoon, Yu Jiqing and Gu Wanqing returned, and Yuan informed them of Yu Weidong's arrival from the meeting. Your father is indeed quite busy. When we were young, we fought side by side on the battlefield. I treated the wounded while he devised strategies and plans. Chapter 79. If only you could treat me as kindly as you do your sister. Back then, we were so swamped. After settling in, they found little time to see one another, with gestures even questioning if they were truly married. Honestly, we felt it hardly resembled marriage back then, Gu Wanqing joked while reminiscing about her past with Yu Weidong. Yu Jiqing assisted Yuan in gathering the dishes. Is it true, Mom, that when you returned Dad was at a meeting, and when he came back, you were on the night shift? The lives of doctors and soldiers indeed made it challenging to meet, especially considering one was now a vice president and the other a division commander. It was indeed quite difficult due to the constant demands of daily affairs. In the past, it was quite hectic, but in recent years it has improved a bit. Aside from attending 1 or 2 meetings a month, your father now returns every afternoon, and I come back on time unless I have a night shift or an important event. As they conversed, the three of them had already set the dishes on the table, enjoying the meal prepared by Yu Yuanyuan. Gu Wancheng and Yu Jiqing both felt a profound sense of happiness. Sister, thank you for the gift you sent me. Yu Yuanyuan expressed her gratitude at the dining table. I really appreciate it. After hearing this, Yu Jiqing placed a piece of lean meat onto her plate, saying, "Silly girl, I'm your sister. It's my duty to take care of you. No need for thanks, but it is something I should say." Yu Yuanyuan beamed. "In any case, both my sister and parents treat me so well." "What about your brother? Does he not treat you well?" a voice called from the doorway, and Yu Yuanyuan looked up to see Yu Zhiyang entering, looking somewhat disheveled and weary, with a scruffy beard. It seemed that his recent mission had been quite arduous. "Brother." Yu Yuanyuan had a close relationship with Yu Zhiyang and immediately set down her chopsticks, emerging to embrace him. However, Yu Zhiyang took a step back. "No hugs, I'm rather dirty." Yu Yuanyuan shook her head. "I don't mind, I've missed you so much after not seeing you for several days." Why Yu Zhiyang still shook his head, retreating further with a brave smile. Gu Wanqing and Yu Jiqing exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. Simultaneously, they set down their chopsticks and approached. "Come sit over here," Gu Wanqing said with a frosty demeanor. Why Yu Zhiyang chuckled awkwardly. "I think I'll pass. I just want to eat and clean up a bit first." "Over here." Gu Wanqing raised her voice slightly, prompting Yu Zhiyang to finally comply and take a seat, all the while pouting. "Mom, could you not be so fierce? If only you could treat me like you do my sister." Yu Zhiyang feigned grievance. "Though I'm the eldest brother, I'm still your son," feeling a bit wronged. He looked at Gu Wanqing as she pulled a chair over to sit. "Where are you injured? Should I check myself?" Yu Yuanyuan listened in confusion, only to see her brother remove his jacket, revealing a white bandage wrapped around his left arm, with faint traces of blood seeping through it. "Just this." The Gu Wanqing examined the wound. "Which hospital treated you?" "At the large hospital in the city where we executed our mission. The bandaging was not a problem, just a scratch from the capture operation." Yu Zhiyang shrugged it off nonchalantly, seeing his sister's concern. Yu Yuanyuan felt a pang of worry before she could speak. Yu Jiqing crouched down before Yu Zhiyang, patting his right thigh. "Ouch." He reflexively yelped upon being touched. "Well, it seems we've discovered another injury." Yu Zhiyang could no longer conceal the truth and ultimately revealed all his wounds. In addition to the injury on his left arm, he had also sustained a scratch on his right thigh, extending to his ankle, along with a bump on the back of his head. While none of the injuries were severe, there were quite a few minor ones. "I assure you, these are all of them. I thought by the time I returned you would have finished your meal." He had overheard Yu Yuanyuan's conversation at the door and intended to sneak in unnoticed, but was caught by his mother and sisters. However, it was impossible to keep everything hidden, as he had to return home to change dressings at the military hospital where his mother and sister worked. "Brother," Yu Yuanyuan said, her eyes brimming with tears as she crouched in front of him, "how could you have sustained such serious injuries? What do you want to eat?" "I'll make it for you right now." Seeing her tearful expression, Yu Zhiyang reached out to stroke her head. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I've gotten used to getting hurt during missions. Remember the last time I picked you up? I had a minor injury then too." Alright, don't be upset. As long as it's your cooking, I'll love it. I've already bandaged myself. "It is no big deal. Can I eat now?" After speaking, Yu Zhiyang glanced at Gu Wanqing. "Alright, Yuanyuan, your brother often deals with such things. Your sister and I will rebandage him later. Let us eat first." Gu Wanqing and Yu Jiqing both realized that the injuries sustained this time were not too severe. They were merely superficial wounds that would heal with a few days of rest. Consequently, they were not overly anxious. Yu Yuanyuan, evidently witnessing Yu Zhiyang's multiple injuries for the first time, was especially careful during dinner, constantly glancing at him and serving him dishes and soup. "Tomorrow, I will prepare fish soup and chicken soup for you. You must recover quickly from your injuries," she declared, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had already planned the menu for the following day, intending to add a bit more spiritual spring water to the dishes, hoping to expedite her brother's recovery. "Indeed, it is you, dear sister, who treats me the best. Mother and Xiaoqing have become immune to my wounds. Every time I return, it is the same." Yu Zhiyang shrugged, only to receive a fierce glare from Gu Wanqing. "When you go out on missions, we always remind you to be cautious, yet you end up in this state every time," she admonished. "I don't know why it always turns out like this. I can evade capture, but somehow, I always end up getting hurt." Yu Zhiyang's voice faltered slightly as he spoke. Why Yu Yuanyuan suspected that his character made him cautious during captures, yet he did not pay enough attention to his own safety. Finally the family finished their meal, and they urged Yu Zhiyang to wash up and change his clothes. "If it's truly inconvenient, wait for your father to return, he can help you with it," Gu Wanqing shouted from the doorway. "It's fine, I can manage," Yu Zhiyang replied from the bathroom. Chapter 80. He was just being polite while Yu Jiang was washing up. Gu Wanqing and Yu Jiqing planned to go to the hospital to fetch some additional medicine for redressing his wounds. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan entered the kitchen, intending to prepare a nutritious soup for her brother so he could finally have a good night's sleep. The three of them went about their tasks, and when Yu Jiang emerged, he found the house empty. Drying his hair with a towel, his left arm was injured, but fortunately he could still move his right hand without issue. Yuan, he called, but received no response. He then shouted for his mother in Yu Jiqing, but still got no reply. What does this mean? I just washed up. Where has everyone gone? Just then, Yu Yuan returned from outside. Brother, you're done washing up. I went to buy some ingredients to make soup for you. I've heard a bit about traditional Chinese medicinal diet and would like to give it a try, hoping your wounds will heal swiftly, she said, re-entering the kitchen. Why Yu Jiang walked to the kitchen door, insisting, really, you don't have to. Yuan, I'm not that badly hurt. I must prepare a nourishing soup for you so that you can recover as soon as possible. It's not good for you to be injured so often. Yu Yuan busied herself in the kitchen, steam rising from the pot. While Yu Jiang watched from behind, feeling a bit emotional. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. While Yu Yuan also heard it shouldn't be mother and sister. They went to the military hospital to get medicine and plan to redress your wounds later. As she spoke, she went to open the door. I'll see who it is. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Fu Hansheng, tall and holding a bag brimming with fruit. He stammered, momentarily caught off guard upon seeing Yu Yuan. However, she quickly guessed his intention and opened the door wide. You're here to see my brother, right? He is inside. Please come in. Fu Hansheng nodded in acknowledgement and hurriedly stepped inside with his bag. I can't believe you came to visit me, Yu Jiang joked as soon as he saw Fu Hansheng. You wouldn't believe it, but I captured a few spies this time. I just came to check on you. Fu Hansheng was aware that Yu Jiang had brought items for him when he was injured, prompting him to visit this time. The moment he saw Yu Yuan, thoughts of De Bao and Er Bao's words echoed in his mind. The two little ones had repeatedly expressed their fondness for Yu Yuan, wishing she could be their mother. Though it was merely childish chatter, it lingered in his thoughts, and he even found himself imagining a scenario where they lived together. No, he chided himself, considering Yu Yuan's current status. Pursuing her would be quite a lofty ambition, and Yu Jiang would undoubtedly challenge him fiercely. Among the many topics Yu Jiang discussed about life outside the military, his sister was the most frequently mentioned. Many were curious, particularly the younger soldiers under his command, eager to know what Yu Jiang's sister looked like. In Yu Jiang's descriptions, she was as beautiful as a celestial being, possessing culinary skills and remarkable talent. Everyone wanted to meet her. I'll make you some tea, Yu Yuan announced as she busied herself in the kitchen. Moments later, she emerged with 2 cups of tea. You two chat, I'll check on the soup. Hearing the bubbling sound of her soup boiling, she hurried back in. How did the mission go this time? I remember you were always quite clever. How did you end up injured like this? Where are you hurt? Fu Hansheng's voice was deep, resonating even above the bubbling of the soup, somewhat magnetic. As her former colleagues had described, it was pleasantly deep, especially when he spoke. Yu Yuan shook her head, dismissing these thoughts, focusing instead on the pot, occasionally tasting the broth. She intended to ensure the soup was well prepared, planning to cook delicious meals for her brother over the next 3 days during his recovery. It's not serious, Yu Jiang feigned nonchalance. It happened during the capture. I was a bit careless. The target had some tricks up his sleeve, with knives hidden in his back and shoes. I dodged one, but not the other. In the end, I managed to subdue him. I'm just a bit scraped up. The commander suggested I rest at home for 2 or 3 days. His injuries were indeed minor. Just a painful cut on his thigh, making it difficult to walk. Then you should rest well. Leave the rest to me, Fu Hansheng replied succinctly. In the kitchen, Yu Yuan's soup had nearly finished cooking, and she ladled some into a bowl. Brother, your soup is ready, drink plenty. During your days at home, I'll prepare nourishing meals to help you recover quickly. The soup, crafted with spiritual spring water, medicinal herbs, and meat, carried a faint herbal aroma, not overpowering. For the medicinal dishes, it needed to be simmered longer to become thicker, ensuring the ingredients were delicious for better health benefits, with the enhancement of the spiritual spring water. Yu Yuan believed her brother would heal more rapidly. As she set the soup down, she stood beside Fu Hansheng, contemplating whether to serve him a bowl as well, but this was medicinal, thank you. Yuan, you're the best. Yu Jiang beamed at his sister, squinting with a smile before turning to Fu Hansheng. Would you like a bowl too? Have you eaten yet? I just got home a little while ago. The food isn't ready yet. Fu Hansheng's demeanor shifted slightly, unsure if he should stay or leave. Well then, why not stay and have something? I can ask my sister to warm up some dishes for you. Yu Jiang extended the invitation politely, considering the good relationship between their families and the camaraderie they shared as brothers. Arms to it wouldn't do to neglect a guest who hadn't eaten. But it was merely a formality. To his surprise, Fu Hansheng hesitated but ultimately nodded. Sure, the auntie at home just started cooking, and I am indeed quite hungry. Yu Jiang blinked, realizing he had merely been polite. Chapter 81. You were never the type to stay for dinner at others' homes. Then I'll go prepare some dishes. Yuan, feeling somewhat awkward but relieved to hear Fu Hansheng wanted to stay. Found that cooking was easy for her. It was far better than standing around feeling uncomfortable. She entered the kitchen, reheating the afternoon's dishes, and to show her courtesy, she blanched some meat and stir-fried a dish of twice-cooked pork. Along with a fresh vegetable soup. You were never the type to casually stay at someone else's home for dinner, Yu Jiang remarked in a low voice, scrutinizing his good friend. Fu Hansheng's expression was somewhat strained. After agreeing to stay for dinner, he felt rather awkward that he hadn't quite known what had prompted him to say that. It was as if his brain had momentarily short-circuited. The words of Di Bao and Air Bao echoed in his mind. Wishing Yuan could be their mother. Should I leave then? He asked, glancing at Yu Jiang, managing to muster a few words. Yu Jiang was at a loss for words. Come on now, my sister is already cooking. Can you smell the aroma? My sister's cooking is top-notch. You'll get to experience it today, Yu Jiang declared, lifting the soup beside him. By the way, have those underlings of mine been slacking off again these past few days? Why can't they be like I was when I first joined the army, doing so well? I diligently train every single day. Yu Jiang smacked his lips while Fu Hansheng, standing beside him, rolled his eyes in silence. Yes, that's so. When he first joined the military, he was hardly any better, training with a carefree attitude. Although he consistently ranked first, he often infuriated his instructors. It was only as he matured that he began to temper his temperament. However, that nonchalant disposition seems impossible to eradicate. Nonetheless, he is a good person, and it is precisely this quality that fosters their strong bond. In a matter of moments, Yuan completed the meal and brought everything to the table. Brother, you two chat. I'll head back to my room to tidy up my things. Staying here felt quite awkward. As Yuan's gaze would inevitably drift to Fu Hansheng, triggering recollections of what her previous colleagues had said, for instance, that he was handsome, had a melodious voice, and possessed an admirable physique, perhaps even an 8-pack. The mere thought of that made Yuan confident that Fu Hansheng indeed had one. Considering her brother's physique, as both were trained in the military, his proportions seemed even slightly superior to her brother's. No, wait, realizing the direction of her thoughts, Yuan exasperatedly tapped her head and hastily retreated indoors. The steaming dishes before them released an enticing aroma, prompting Fu Hansheng to grab chopsticks and serve himself. Your sister's cooking is truly delightful. Fu Hansheng ate rather quickly, as was customary in their unit, for their superior had once remarked that not every situation afforded them the luxury of a leisurely meal. Delays could cost lives on the battlefield, thus, they had honed the skill of eating swiftly, devouring the dishes in no time. Has training been particularly grueling these past few days? Yu Jiang blinked at the now empty table. Shall I ask Auntie to prepare some more for you? Fu Hansheng shook his head. I'm full. I just dislike wasting food. He didn't want to waste anything, so he polished off the remaining dishes. Fu Hansheng had to admit that Yuan's culinary skills were exceptional. He had never tasted anything so exquisite even in restaurants. With 2 children at home, Auntie was often busy, resulting in rather mediocre meals. Hence, they would occasionally dine out, bringing the children along to enjoy themselves. Even Fu Hansheng felt that the food was an improvement, with a delightful flavor, having tasted Yuan's cooking. Fu Hansheng mused that those who ran restaurants were no match for her. The true chef was right here. The vegetables were fragrant and delectable, and the stir-fried meat exuded a rich aroma. A unique flavor that Fu Hansheng found delightful, albeit indescribable. As long as he was satisfied, that was all that mattered. I need to rest for another couple of days, so please do keep an eye on the brothers under your command. If they dare to slack off, punish them severely, make it a thorough punishment. Having nodded and finished his meal, he had achieved the purpose of delivering fruit and it was time to depart. I'll take my leave now. As Fu Hansheng stepped outside, he encountered Guan Jing and Yu Jiqing, who had just returned from the hospital, Auntie Chao Chang residing in the same compound and enjoying a good relationship. He greeted them warmly. Brother Hansheng, Yu Jiqing replied politely, while Guan Jing nodded. You came to see Ji Yang, didn't you? Have you both finished talking? Why not come in for a bit? No need, we've finished our conversation and even enjoyed a meal at Auntie Esta. Thanks for your hard work, Yuan. This was a necessary courtesy, and as Fu Hansheng mentioned Yuan's name, A familiar sentiment washed over him. Training has been late lately. Auntie hasn't prepared dinner at home, has she? Gu Wanjing sighed. Indeed, you've had a busy schedule lately, and Auntie can't predict when you'll return. After a brief exchange at the door, Fu Hansheng bid farewell to Gu Wanjing and left. As they entered, Yu Zhiyang exclaimed loudly, Yu Zhiqing, what is the deal? You call me Zhiyang, but refer to Fu Hansheng as brother Hansheng? What's up with that? Is there a problem? Yu Zhiqing rolled her eyes. I have my reasons for distinguishing between familiarity. Who is familiar with whom? Yu Zhiyang widened his eyes. Why? Yu Zhiqing shrugged. You really have it good. Your sister even made soup for you. They had only been gone for less than an hour, assisting with an emergency patient at the hospital. Yet Yu Yuan had already prepared soup. Of course, my sister is always thinking of me. As soon as she finished her sentence, Yu Yuan emerged from the kitchen, having overheard their earlier conversation. She had come out to clear the table and now intended to make some pear water. The bowl Fu Hansheng brought contained several pears, which looked quite good. Eating pears in this season could be a bit chilly, so she decided to stew them into a warm pear drink. Sister, Mom, you're back. I've been stewing pear water in the kitchen. Let us have some in a bit. Why? Yu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly with pleasure. Chapter 82. Surely you went to dine at the beautiful sister's house, hence the bashfulness. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhiqing suddenly beamed, stepping forward to grasp Yu Yuan's hand. You really never take a break. Can't you allow yourself a moment of rest? I just thought the pears would go to waste, and eating them raw can be a bit chilly, so I wanted to prepare pear drink for everyone. It is beneficial for clearing heat and dispelling phlegm. This was no ordinary pear drink. She had added spring water to it. If the family drank a bit more, their health would improve, making them less susceptible to illness. Illness not only worried the family but also made one feel unwell personally. Yuan is truly talented. One wonders which rascal will benefit from her skills in the future. Gu Wanjing jested casually, only to see Yu Zhiyang and Yu Zhiqing's expressions darken immediately. She just returned. How could we think about marriage? Exactly. As her older brother, haven't even married yet. I need to take care of my sister for a few more years. Anyone who wishes to marry her will have to get through me first. They must be able to defeat me, otherwise, don't even think about it. As soon as Yu Zhiyang finished speaking, Yu Zhiqing rolled her eyes at him. You might want to practice a bit longer, otherwise, you'll easily be defeated. I could easily beat you. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhiyang stubbornly protested. Yu Zhiqing, I was just letting you win. It's not because I can't beat you. Stop your nonsense. Yu Zhiqing tugged at his arm, accidentally brushing against his injury, causing him to wince. He cried out, Yu Zhiqing, are you trying to murder your brother? Can you be gentler? Then can you be more careful on the battlefield next time? Look at the state you return in every time. After saying this, Yu Zhiqing pressed a cotton swab firmly against his wound, eliciting another loud shout from Yu Zhiyang. It doesn't hurt this much when I'm injured. Yet Yu Zhiqing maintained a suitable level of pressure, advising, you better be cautious, next time, don't get hurt like this again, or it'll hurt even more. Observing the interaction between her brother and sister, a faint smile graced Yu Yuan's lips. This was the familial life she had longed for. A household where everyone was serious, and the atmosphere was excessively rigid, devoid of any noise or joy, was indeed hard to bear. A relaxed family atmosphere meant that the children at home would not feel oppressed. This family's ambience was delightfully easygoing. Once Yu Zhiqing had bandaged Yu Zhiyang's wound and they had nearly finished the soup, they sat together in the room, chatting amiably. The weather seemed to indicate a change tonight. Remember to dress warmly tomorrow morning. Despite the sun shining during the day, the chill was palpable, and the cold winds had begun to blow. It seemed the first snow of the season was imminent. Why hasn't Dad returned yet? It's already dark. Yu Yuan expressed her concern, prompting smiles from the family. Seeing their smiles, Yu Yuan felt somewhat bewildered. Mom, brother, why are you all smiling? It feels a bit strange. Dad has always adored you, little miss. If he knew you were worried about him, he would be even happier, Yu Zhiqing remarked with a smile, and Gu Wanjing nodded in agreement. Your sister is right. If your father knew, he would surely be overjoyed. What could possibly make me so happy? Just as they spoke, Yu Weidong returned home, startling them with his sudden appearance. Gu Wanjing placed a hand on her chest. You and your son are both equally startling. What is wrong with us? The family discussed how Gu Wanjing and Yu Weidong had returned suddenly, catching them off guard. I'll finish my work and come back soon, Yu Weidong said, placing the lunchbox aside while removing his coat. You wouldn't believe it. This afternoon, when I brought the lunchbox, everyone was drooling, begging me to share my food. Was it just old Fu and the others? Indeed, and also old Lu and old Shi. They couldn't take their eyes off my meal, claiming it was better than what the cafeteria served. Each of them had to share a bit with me. Of course, our Yuan Yuan's cooking is indeed extraordinary. Gu Wanjing's brows arched high, and whenever she brought meals to the hospital, people would inquire, and she would proudly claim they were made by her little daughter. No one refrained from praising Yuan Yuan's culinary skills. My stewed snow pear drink is nearly ready. Everyone should have a taste. Yuan Yuan peeked into the kitchen and brought out the fragrant concoction she had prepared. Upon realizing it was made from snow pears, Yu Weidong felt a surge of excitement as everyone took a sip. This flavor is delightful. It's not overly sweet, yet it possesses a refreshing essence. Indeed, the pear flavor is quite pronounced. It seems the essence of the fruit has been thoroughly extracted. Not only does Yuan Yuan excel in the kitchen, but she also has a knack for crafting these soft delicacies. If it snows in a couple of days, it would be wonderful to enjoy more of this. Yu Weidong remarked, I will make sure to buy more fruits in the coming days. I suspect snow is imminent this week. Our Yuan Yuan truly has remarkable skills. They are unforgettable. Yuan Yuan herself sipped a bowl, having added a few goji berries and red dates, and found the taste indeed delightful. If mom and dad like it, I'll prepare different versions when it snows. I have more recipes up my sleeve. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Jiqing and Yu Jiang feigned indignation, lifting their heads. Of course, your elder siblings deserve a share. Do let us know what you like. The family shared a harmonious moment. Meanwhile, Fu Hansheng returned home, where the aunt had prepared a meal. The two children rushed to him. Dad, it's time to eat. I've already eaten. Fu Hansheng had just finished every morsel to avoid waste and now felt a bit too full. Another meal was out of the question. Where did you eat, Dad? Don't you always avoid the cafeteria? Did you sneak a meal at someone else's house? The children posed these soul-searching questions, with the younger one shrinking back. Fu Hansheng coughed awkwardly, his face slightly flushed. Why do you seem a bit off? Dad, did you have dinner at a beautiful sister's house? The younger child gazed up, perplexed. I think Dad seems shy. Beautiful sister. Hearing this, Fu Hansheng hastily shook his head. No, I did not dine at their home. Observing Fu Hansheng's animated expression, the younger child tugged at the elder sibling. I feel Dad's acting strangely. He must have dined at a beautiful sister's house, which is why he's shy. Chapter 83. Don't lie. Dad, weren't you just visiting Uncle Jiang? The two little ones were well aware they had initially wanted to accompany him to see the beautiful sister, but Dad advised them not to frighten her. Realizing he couldn't deceive these two astute children, Fu Hansheng sighed in resignation and admitted to having dined at Yuan Yuan's family. Was it the beautiful sister's cooking? They inquired. Her meals are so delicious. And she is quite lovely. Wouldn't she make a perfect stepmother for us? The little ones bombarded him with questions, leaving Fu Hansheng speechless. All right, go eat your meal. That's a matter for another time, don't overthink it. Your little heads can't hold so much. Fill your bellies first. He scooped up the younger child and took the elder by the hand to wash up, allowing the children to start their meal first. Life was cozy and tranquil. On Thursday morning, Yuan Yuan rose early, feeling the brisk chill as she slipped into a thick coat, intending to prepare breakfast for everyone. They had discussed making pan-fried dumplings that morning. The filling had been prepared the night before. All that was left was to wrap the dumplings and fry them in a small pot. Upon entering the kitchen, she glanced outside and was greeted by a blanket of white snow had fallen. A thin layer of snow blanketed the ground, and flakes danced in the air, adorning the trees and flowers in her yard. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Yuan felt a mix of beauty and relief. The day before, she had asked her brother for assistance in finding some long bamboo sticks, bending them and inserting them into the ground, then layering them with thick plastic to protect the vegetables from frost. With her resourcefulness and the advantages of her space, she felt assured. Watching the snowflakes fall, Yuan Yuan couldn't help but smile as she quickly wrapped the dumplings and placed them in the oil to fry. While the dumplings sizzled, she prepared 2 dipping sauces, one spicy and one mild, to cater to her family's tastes. Wow! Came Yu Jiqing's excited voice at the kitchen door upon seeing the golden, plump dumplings in the pan. She exclaimed, Yuan Yuan, ever since you returned, I feel like I've gained weight. A little plumpness suits you, sister, just a tad more, and with some body management, you'll look even more stunning. Yuan Yuan chuckled, and Yu Jiqing playfully pinched her waist. Oh, you little tease, Yuan Yuan laughed heartily, I'm merely speaking the truth. I genuinely believe a bit more fullness would enhance your beauty. The sisters frolicked in the kitchen, and as Gu Wanjing and Yu Weidong awoke to the sounds, they exchanged amused glances. Knowing it had snowed brought joy to the family, and Gu Wanjing reminded everyone to dress warmly. As breakfast was served, Yu Jiang eagerly grabbed a pan-fried dumpling, savoring it before praising Yuan Yuan. Your skills are unmatched, sister. I'm heading to the military today to oversee some basic training. After spending 3 days at home, thanks to Gu Wanjing and Yu Jiqing's diligent care, his injuries had healed significantly. Yu Yuan had prepared various soups for him, leaving him feeling invigorated and ready to return to duty. Everyone dress warmly. Today, we must ensure we stay cozy. The family unanimously admired Yu Yuan's culinary talents. Nearly every meal she prepared garnered praise, making her feel quite elated. When Yu Yuan went out to buy groceries, she was cautioned to be careful. If she preferred to stay home, her mother could go shopping in the afternoon. If she chose to venture out, she was reminded to dress warmly. It was the first day of snow, and adjusting to the cold could be challenging, while it wasn't overly frigid during the snowfall. The melting snow was indeed quite chilly, especially when the wind swept through, sending shivers down one's spine. After finishing breakfast, Yu Yuan felt satisfied as everyone set off for their respective endeavors. She settled into a chair in the middle of the living room, alternating between reading and watching the snow. When fatigue set in, she would raise her gaze to admire the white flakes or stand at the door for a moment. As time passed, curiosity piqued her desire to experience the snow firsthand. Having never seen it in her previous life, she was eager to explore. Donning a thick down jacket and waterproof boots, she stepped out. Her coat, the blue one with a fur collar she had purchased recently, accentuating her petite frame. A white hat adorned her head, and she took an umbrella from the door before stepping outside. The snow fell gently, with only a few flurries in the air. Military wives were seen walking with umbrellas, baskets in hand, heading to the market. In this era, it was customary to shop daily during warmer weather. As many households lacked refrigerators, risking spoilage. However, during snowfall, it was sensible to stock up. Yu Yuan planned to buy more meat, as her backyard and personal space offered plenty of vegetables. Some of her garden produce was nearly ready. Even if she harvested some to cook, it would be perfectly fine. Chapter 84. She purchased a chicken, 2 cuts of meat, along with beef, lamb, and ribs, her basket brimming with various meats. On her way home, she encountered a few different military wives. Oh, Yuan, are you buying so much meat? Will your family manage to eat it all? One woman remarked, her tone tinged with envy. It seems that families with higher salaries are indeed different. I can barely afford a small piece of what you have. As they caught sight of her overflowing basket, they approached, their comments laced with a hint of jealousy. It truly is a different matter. After all, with a family of 4 earning income, indulging in meat daily is hardly a struggle, is it? One can't help but wonder where all that money originates. Some individuals speak with an undercurrent of sarcasm. While Yu Yuan turns to glance at that sister-in-law with a disapproving gaze, this military spouse ought to tread carefully with her words. My parents, along with my elder siblings, have all earned their livelihoods through their own abilities. Is the sister-in-law's husband any different? If not through skill, then by what means does he earn? Yu Yuan's words carry a double meaning. Upon hearing this, the sister-in-law's expression pales instantly, her eyes narrowing as she glares at Yu Yuan. She then adopts the tone of an elder, saying, How can you speak like that, Yu Yuan? I am an elder, after all. Excuse me, but please refrain from addressing me that way. You may call me Comrade Xiaoyu or simply Xiaoyu. Yu Yuan replies with a slight smile, her calm demeanor infuriating the sister-in-law further. I must say, Xiaoyu, your manner of speaking is quite inappropriate. Your parents are talents from the military and the military hospital. And your brother and sister don't need mentioning. How can you be so rude? Politeness is reserved for those who show me respect. I merely purchased a bit more meat. Does that irk you? You think I cannot discern your veiled jabs at me? Or perhaps you believe I am merely a child brought in from outside by my parents, thus looking down on me. Do you think I am a soft touch, easily molded to your whims? If you truly believe that, dear sister-in-law, you are gravely mistaken. I have never been a pushover. As Yu Yuan approaches the sister-in-law, she continues, My family works hard. I buy meat to nourish them. Even if a superior were to come, they could hardly object. Should you continue to complain, do not expect me to be courteous. This final statement is uttered just loud enough for only the two of them to hear. The sister-in-law, upon hearing this, feels as though she might explode. I am your elder, she exclaims, resorting to petty tactics. Yu Yuan casts her a dispassionate glance, stating, Only those I acknowledge as elders are deserving of that title. Everyone else is merely a stranger. If any sister-in-law wishes to inquire about something, feel free to approach me directly, but I do not welcome unfamiliar faces into my home. With a faint smile, Yu Yuan slings her basket over her arm and departs. The sister-in-law stands rooted to the spot, while others cast her curious looks. Were you not the ones who first questioned how Yu Yuan's family could afford such an abundance of meat? The sister-in-law, seething with rage, stamps her foot, the snow beneath her slipping slightly, causing her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground, scattering the vegetables from her basket. The other military spouses, witnessing this, feel a twinge of fear. This sister-in-law has a notorious reputation for being both abrasive and cunning. You fell on your own. one of them calls out, "We did indeed wonder why Yu Yuan bought so much meat." But that hardly justified your confrontation. They recognize that Yu Yuan's father and brother expend considerable energy in the military, and her mother and sister are no different. What is wrong with them consuming more meat? Yu Yuan's assertions hold merit, and many feel a pang of guilt upon reflection. How could they assume that someone else's family could not buy ample meat for a single meal, even they had purchased quite a bit? Intending to stock up in case heavy snow prevented them from shopping in the coming days, truly foolish thinking. After voicing these thoughts, the crowd disperses, leaving the sister-in-law to slowly rise from the ground. Still nursing her bruised rear, she glares at the swiftly retreating military spouses, then at the direction Yu Yuan took, stomping her foot in frustration once more, yet this time, she is cautious not to stomp too hard. Another fall would be disastrous, especially with the snow, which, while light, could lead to her getting soaked. This is last year's cotton coat, and if it gets wet, she would be left shivering with only one coat to wear. Unfazed by the commotion, Yu Yuan strolls home, relishing the satisfaction of having stood her ground. She balances an umbrella in one hand and carries her basket in the other, clad in a knee-length light blue down jacket. Black pants and boots. The fluffy collar of her jacket frames her face, complemented by a white hat in the gently falling snow, creating a picturesque scene. Yu Yuan, enchanted by the snow, walks leisurely, and upon reaching the large tree at the entrance of the compound, she raises her umbrella and gazes up at the snow-laden branches. This tree, sturdy and broad, often serves as a gathering spot for the sister-in-laws to share stories and chat during warmer months. With a circle of bricks for seating in summer, they would sit here, conversing and sometimes embroidering shoe insoles, and now the snow blankets the tree, draping it in a white cloak, revealing only a few brown branches. And Yu Yuan finds herself increasingly delighted. So this is the feeling of snowfall. In her previous life, she had never witnessed snow. During her time in the hospital, she had heard colleagues mention their trips to the north to see snow during the new year. She had wished to join them, but upon learning that her colleague's family would be traveling together, she abandoned the idea, and thus never saw snow before departing from that world. It is said that pure white snow covers all sins. Yu Yuan does not comprehend this notion. She simply finds the falling snow breathtaking. She sets her umbrella and basket aside, lifts her hands to feel the snowflakes melt upon her palms, and spins around. Wearing a radiant smile, from a distance, Fu Hansheng approaches. That morning, he had forgotten to bring back a report he had written the night before when he went to the military district. Upon arriving, he realized it and directed his comrades in training before returning. As he reaches the entrance of the compound, he notices a figure dancing beneath the large tree in the center, occasionally looking up at the snowflakes, allowing them to gently land on her hands. Chapter 85. As if in a dream, who was that? Fu Hansheng steps closer, quickly recognizing the figure twirling and reveling in the snowfall. It is Yu Yuan. The white hat and fur collar encircle her face, making it appear petite. Although her stature is modest, she exudes a unique charm. Her cheeks are rosy from the cold, yet her lips are adorned with a joyful smile, eagerly welcoming the descent of snowflakes. Fu Hansheng stands at the entrance, captivated by the sight before him. In previous years, he had not been fond of snow. The coldness was unappealing, and it often disrupted training sessions for his comrades. Thus, he never particularly liked it, yet it seemed to snow every year in the capital. Eventually, he grew accustomed to it. Today, witnessing Yu Yuan frolicking in the snow, occasionally rising on her toes, he glances up at the falling flakes, feeling a strange warmth within. Perhaps snow isn't so bad after all. It possesses a beauty all its own. He has never taken the time to appreciate the snow lining the streets. He had not anticipated that such a magnificent scene would unfold amidst the heavy snow. Is it Yu Yuan or the snow that is truly beautiful? He cannot say. All he knows is that he stands there, entranced for quite some time. Yu Yuan dances joyfully, mimicking some dance moves she had seen in short videos from her past life, allowing the snow to accumulate in her palms, relishing the moment. As the time passes, her cheeks redden further from the cold, her hands turn to ice, and she finally rubs them together, clutching her basket and umbrella as she makes her way home. Throughout this entire time, she remains blissfully unaware of the presence lingering at the entrance. On her way back, Yu Yuan feels fortunate that her earlier antics went unnoticed by the military spouses. After all, she had only lingered for a mere few minutes. The sisters who had just finished their shopping were en route to another market, one further away, where vegetables are slightly cheaper, enabling them to stock up. Yu Yuan has no desire to join. She can simply blend the vegetables from her space with those grown in her backyard. Her family is indifferent to the backyard produce and remains unaware of its quantity, allowing her to navigate through without concern. Yu Yuan returns home with her basket filled with an ample supply of meat, sufficient to last several days. She anticipates that it will snow even more heavily in the coming days. making outings unnecessary to I in the morning. She can simply enjoy a bowl of noodles. With this thought in mind, she enters the kitchen. Having purchased some beef, she contemplates preparing a beef hot pot for lunch as her family enjoys it. She begins by washing the beef and seasoning it for a slow cook until afternoon, just in time for the broth to be ready for the hot pot. With that idea in mind, Yu Yuan cleans the beef, adding the appropriate spices for a simmer. Once the task is complete, she prepares herself a bowl of noodles. After finishing her steaming bowl of noodles, she sets the bowl aside and picks up a book. The medical techniques from this era differ from those of her previous life. Yu Yuan understands that this is likely due to the limitations of the instruments available then, which hinder the development of advanced treatment methods. Instruments are upgraded gradually, leading to certain complications. When the time comes, she intends to integrate the treatment methods from both eras, making an effort not to create too much confusion. Yu Yuan reads for over 2 hours. Feeling fatigued, and lies back in her chair to rest her eyes, massaging her eyelids. It is essential to learn how to relax. After a moment of relaxation, she glanced at the clock, realizing that there were still just over 2 hours until her parents finished work. The snow outside was falling ever more heavily. Yu Yuan thought that when they returned, they would undoubtedly feel chilled to the bone, so she decided to prepare a steaming bowl of congee for them. It would be a nice warm snack to have upon their arrival. However, she pondered that if they filled their stomachs too much, they might not have room for hot pot later. After some consideration, she opted instead to brew a pot of red date and goji berry tea for them. Once that was completed, she began washing vegetables, setting them aside once they were clean, and noticed that the meat she had been simmering earlier was now thoroughly cooked. She retrieved the meat and set the broth aside. Yu Yuan then ventured into the storage room in the backyard to search for cooking utensils. She unearthed a pot, which she promptly cleaned. Intending to use it for the hot pot, she had previously heard from Yu Zhiyang that such items were stored away, and they could be retrieved whenever needed. Yu Yuan had been yearning for a hot pot, having enjoyed it immensely in her past life, yet she never found the appropriate moment to indulge. Now, with the snow falling, it seemed the perfect opportunity. After preparing everything, she set the vegetables on the table just as she heard a commotion at the door. When she stepped into the living room, the first person to return was surprisingly Yu Zhiyang. "Oh brother," Yu Yuan exclaimed with a bright smile. Yu Zhiyang lingered at the doorway for a moment before stepping inside. "I came back from outside and felt the chill. I'll stay here for a bit. Is dinner ready?" he inquired. "Yes, it's all ready. I found the pot in the storage room, and we can enjoy hot pot." "Mom and Dad should be home soon, right?" Yu Yuan replied cheerfully. Yu Zhiyang nodded. "Dad had a meeting earlier. He should be done in about half an hour." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan entered the kitchen and brought out the red date and goji berry tea she had prepared. Offering Yu Zhiyang a cup, "Have a sip first to warm up." After Yu Zhiyang took a hearty gulp, Gu Wanjing and Yu Jiqing returned one after the other. The three of them shared the tea and helped Yu Yuan set the table. Watching as the pot bubbled away with meat, vegetables, and various dried ingredients. Just as they finished, Yu Weidong returned from outside. "It's freezing. The snow makes it so much colder," Yu Weidong exclaimed, shivering as he entered the house. Upon seeing the steaming hot pot on the table, his face lit up with excitement. "Are we having hot pot today? I absolutely love hot pot." As everyone gathered around to eat, the warmth of the bubbling pot filled their hearts, bringing tears to Gu Wanjing's eyes. "Mom, what's wrong?" Yu Yuan noticed her mother's sadness and rushed over. "Please don't be upset. If something's troubling you, just tell me, okay?" Gu Wanjing quickly wiped her tears. "I just never imagined there would come a day when I could have you back. The past few days have felt like a dream." It had been just over a month since Yu Yuan returned, and they had spent delightful days shopping together and enjoying steaming meals every day. Chapter 86. "Dad, can you think of a way to bring back the beautiful sister?" Gu Wanjing feared that all of this might merely be a dream, one that would vanish upon waking. "Mom, don't overthink it. This is not a dream. I have truly returned to your side, and I will stay with you from now on," Yu Yuan gently reassured her. She then picked a piece of meat from the pot and offered it to her mother. "Mom, try the hot pot I made today. How does it taste?" Gu Wanjing broke into a smile. How could our Yuan's cooking be anything less than delightful? "Today's hot pot is delicious," Yu Zhiyang, engrossed in his meal, remarked. "It would be wonderful if we could have hot pot more often." Hearing this, Yu Yuan nodded earnestly. "Of course, I'll prepare different flavors of hot pot, even if I make a different one every day. We could go half a month without repeating. You just want to keep bothering your sister," Yu Weidong teased, playfully pinching Yu Zhiyang's ear. "You, my boy, should train properly instead of just eating and drinking." "I do train diligently," Yu Zhiyang protested. "I simply wanted to ask if my sister had any other flavors of hot pot." He sighed, feeling that he was always being reprimanded for the slightest misstep. As the family enjoyed their hot pot, they reminisced about amusing anecdotes from the past, laughter echoing through the room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dad, what's wrong with you? You seemed lost in thought this afternoon. De Bao and Xiaobao chimed in unison. Fu Hansheng snapped back to reality and glanced at his two children. What's up? He asked, continuing to eat. Auntie made a steaming bowl of beef this afternoon. The beef was warm, floating in rich broth, accompanied by various vegetables. Although it differed from the meals at Yu Yuan's home, the warmth of the beef soup enveloped him like a comforting embrace. As he spoke, Fu Hansheng also placed 2 pieces of meat on his children's plates, cutting them in half to prevent them from choking on large pieces. You were lost in thought earlier. Was there something on your mind? The 2 little ones, perceptive as they were, could easily read adult emotions. No, not at all, Fu Hansheng replied, shaking his head. Yet, the image of Yu Yuan dancing beneath the grand tree, snowflakes in hand, gazing skyward with a radiant smile, lingered in his mind. Later, as he returned home with a report, thoughts of her joyous dance occupied his mind. Upon arriving at the military district, he attempted to distract himself by running laps on the training field. Even when the snow fell lightly, they still trained, but if it became too heavy, they would temporarily rest. During his run, his comrades looked at him curiously, asking why he was pushing himself. I'm fine, he would reply, though his mind was elsewhere. On the way home, Yu Zhiyang walked alongside him, patting his shoulder and teasing, why are you working so hard? You were alone at the training ground today. Nothing is wrong, Fu Hansheng replied, but his thoughts were clouded. De Bao and Xiaobao, with their innocent curiosity, asked, Dad, if you're not troubled, or are you thinking about the beautiful sister? Just think about how lovely she is. She is kind and even took me to the restroom. Dad, could you think of a way to bring back the beautiful sister? Upon hearing this, Fu Hansheng's thoughts once again drifted to Yu Yuan's face, and he sighed helplessly. How was it that his children always linked everything back to her? He resolved not to speak of it again. If the beautiful sister found out, she would surely be displeased. Fu Hansheng sighed internally. Even if he thought Yu Yuan was wonderful, what good would it do? Her family was so capable, and she could prepare such exquisite meals. What did he have to offer that would impress her? Little Bao, not fully comprehending, added, I don't think she would be upset. She is so kind. Seeing little Bao's serious expression, Fu Hansheng gently ruffled her hair. Let us eat first, okay, if it snows heavily in the next few days, I'll cook for you. Little Bao pouted, remaining silent. De Bao, noticing his sister's displeasure, quickly attempted to cheer her up. Once the snow stops, I'll take you to play with the beautiful sister. All right. Hearing her brother's words, little Bao finally brightened, turning to hug him. Thank you, brother, you truly are the best person in the world. As Fu Hansheng listened, he was suddenly reminded of how little Bao used to comfort him, calling him the best dad in the world. Was he no longer the best dad just because he hadn't brought Yu Yuan back to be their mother? The thoughts of the children were indeed unpredictable. After several days of continuous snowfall, with each day bringing heavier flurries, a week passed, and Yu Yuan had completed most of her reviews. It was the weekend, and the snow finally ceased, showing signs of melting. The family cozied up on the sofa, basking in the warmth of the fire. These days have truly felt like a dream, Yu Zhiyang remarked, clutching a pillow. During the heavy snowfall, they had stayed indoors, and although some had to be on duty, they took turns. Overall, being able to rest at home during the cold days was quite nice. How about we roast sweet potatoes? Yu Yuan suddenly suggested. Rising from the couch, I bought some sweet potatoes and potatoes at the market the other day. We can roast them for a snack. We could have roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes for breakfast, and in the afternoon, enjoy roasted meat or hot pot. Yu Yuan is truly adept at preparing various dishes for them, and now the family's palate has become quite discerning, particularly that of Yu Weidong, who, upon arriving at the barracks each day, cannot help but boast about the delectable meals he has savored, each more exquisite than the last, whether it be Fu Wenza or other old friends. They find his incessant bragging rather irksome, often inquiring when he might invite them for a meal. With a beaming smile, Yu Weidong simply responds, Chapter 87. The chicken fluttered above my head, and I feared it might drop an egg upon me. Recently, my youngest daughter has been engrossed in her examinations, intending to visit the military hospital. Should anyone be going for a meal, it would be quite overwhelming. Everyone understands, thus the topic has not been broached again. However, daily listening to his accounts of various delicacies has stirred their appetites, prompting them to ask their wives if they could replicate such dishes at home. One old comrade's wife, upon hearing of such culinary delights, couldn't help but murmur, Whom did you hear that from? You haven't been dining on meals prepared by another woman, have you? To which he hastily shook his head, insisting it was merely Yu's youngest daughter. Olju speaks highly of her culinary skills, and he had tasted her cooking before, confirming its delightful flavor. Very well then, I shall pay her a visit one day. "Oh, forget it, the little lady is busy with her studies." Do not intrude. The snowy days swiftly passed, and the new year approached. Yu Yuan ventured out alone, and the streets were already adorned with festive decorations, creating a far more vibrant atmosphere than in later years. There exists a traditional belief that one must return home for the new year, as the essence of reunion transcends distance and other distractions. In contrast, those from later generations often take a more indifferent stance towards the holiday. Sometimes preoccupied with work or romance, neglecting the journey home. Today, Yu Yuan set out to procure some New Year's goods. The sight of the bright red lanterns filled her with joy, prompting her to purchase 2 to hang by the door. Along with some couplets, she jostled with the elderly ladies to acquire these items, and upon returning home in the afternoon, she deftly prepared a meal. After Gu Wanjing and the others returned, they discussed their plans for the new year. "I must be on duty until the afternoon before New Year's Eve. Your sister will be on duty until the morning of New Year's Eve, but fortunately, we can all celebrate together that evening." In previous years, when everyone was on duty, only Yu Zhiyang or Yu Weidong remained at home, while the others were at their posts. "I have made arrangements with my good brother. This year marks Yu Yuan's first New Year at home. And we have swapped shifts." Yu Zhiyang had previously been on duty 3 years ago during the New Year, and he was assigned again this time, however, to be with Yu Yuan at home. He managed to arrange a swap with someone else, and thankfully it was agreed upon. Is he not returning home for dinner? Yu Yuan listened attentively to their plans, determined to memorize them so she could schedule her cooking accordingly. Last year, she had returned to her hometown, where her mother urged her to find a partner, but she was not keen on marrying so soon. Yu Zhiyang shrugged nonchalantly, only to be met with a stern glare from Gu Wanjing. "Do you think you are still a child? You are already 26 or 27, and yet you have not brought home a daughter-in-law for me." Exasperated, she glanced at her son once more. Yu Zhiyang merely pouted. "That's my plan. What about you, Dad? I need not work on duty. This year we can truly enjoy the new year at home. We shall go shopping for New Year's goods 2 days prior." After finalizing the plans, Yu Yuan revealed the items she had purchased today. "Yu Yuan is indeed capable. Having bought so much, we can buy less when we go." The family praised Yu Yuan due to their shift changes. They had a few days off before New Year's Eve, and the family went together to shop for New Year's goods. In addition to various seeds, dried fruits, and snacks, Gu Wanjing was particularly keen on purchasing bed linens and other essentials, which Yu Yuan attempted to dissuade. Yu Jiqing shook her head at her. "This is our mother's tradition. She insists on buying them every year. We used to feel the same way as you, but we have grown accustomed to it." Observing her sister's calm demeanor, Yu Yuan ultimately chose not to argue. Instead, she seamlessly joined her mother in selecting beddings, delighting in the process and receiving ample praise from her family. "Indeed, my Yu Yuan is so thoughtful. Even accompanying me to choose these patterns. You ungrateful lot, do you not help out at all?" The others in the vehicle exchanged glances, accustomed to the same old patterns year after year, with only slight variations. "Today, we've nearly finished our New Year's shopping. Tomorrow we will buy vegetables." Gu Wanjing looked out the window, rubbing her hands together. "The new year brings such liveliness. The trains must be packed." "Indeed," Yu Zhiyang replied while driving. "Every year at this time, the trains are overcrowded. 1 year, while on a mission, I returned just at this time. You have no idea how the chickens fluttered above my head. I was terrified they might drop an egg on me." Hearing this, everyone in the vehicle burst into laughter. Upon returning home, Yu Yuan hurried to the backyard. Yu Zhiyang followed in his sister's footsteps as they tended to the vegetables, gently lifting the plastic covering that had previously protected them. "Is this the produce we grew together?" Earlier, Yu Yuan had mentioned harvesting a few small ones to taste, leaving the rest to mature, and they had not checked since. Today, Yu Zhiyang was pleasantly surprised. "This is fantastic. These vegetables are indeed what my sister and I have cultivated. How impressive, Mom and Dad, come quickly to see," he called out to Yu Weidong and Yu Jiqing, who approached from the front yard. Upon seeing the lush greenery, Gu Wanjing's face lit up with joy. "How wonderful! During the new year, every household indulges in rich foods, so having a bit of green vegetables is refreshing. The taste of those small vegetables we cooked before was delightful." Yu Jiqing, too, was eager to see, while Yu Zhiyang beamed with pride. "These are the vegetables I grew with my sister. Am I not remarkable? Without your sister, could you have managed this? I doubt you could even grow a single bean." The two siblings were always at odds, engaging in endless banter. Yu Weidong and Yu Yuan intervened to mediate before heading to the kitchen. The following day, they ventured out to buy groceries, given they already had fresh vegetables at home. They focused on purchasing meats, acquiring a portion of beef, lamb, and chicken. As they prepared to return, Yu Yuan spotted a fish vendor and exclaimed, "Mom, let us go see." Yu Yuan tugged at Gu Wanjing's hand. Indeed, there were fresh crabs and shrimp in a large basin. Little girl, do you want some? I brought these all the way from afar. The man, rubbing his hands together, was clad in thick clothing and wore a grey hat. Chapter 88. He berated with a barrage of words. Yet his hands never ceased their work. As he spoke, his toes incessantly tapped in excitement. In later times, seafood farming became more prevalent, thus most of it was cultivated artificially. In her previous life, she adored seafood and enjoyed preparing it herself. So she had a bit of expertise. This was clearly of good quality. Yu Yuan inquired about the price, which was reasonable. After some contemplation, she decided not to haggle, as the seafood was limited. After discussing with Gu Wanjing, they decided to purchase the seafood to take home. Although they managed to get a discount, Yu Yuan still felt a pinch in her wallet, but she paid nonetheless. Gu Wanjing returned from purchasing some dried chili peppers, only to find Yu Yuan already paying. She was about to intervene when the vendor completed the transaction. You silly girl, save your money for yourself, why spend it? Yu Yuan stuck out her tongue, carrying the seafood as she walked back with Gu Wanjing. It is a bit pricey, but I've heard it tastes amazing, and since it's still alive, we can keep it for a few days until New Year's Eve. Foolish girl, what does it matter if it's a little expensive? We do not indulge every day. It's alright to treat ourselves for New Year's. Gu Wanjing feigned annoyance for a moment before they headed home together. The 2 days off swiftly came to an end, and they had to return to work for 2 more days, with only New Year's Eve allowing them to be home. Yu Yuan busied herself with cleaning, while Yu Zhiyang and Yu Jiqing would return early to assist. The family enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere. On New Year's Eve, Yu Yuan rose early to prepare breakfast for everyone. The meal consisted of boiled eggs and porridge. After breakfast, Yu Weidong took a stroll in the courtyard, while Yu Yuan began preparing the afternoon feast. In addition to the seafood and meat they had purchased, there would also be fish. Gu Wanjing planned to prepare 2 cold dishes. Shall we make dumplings with the beef and lamb? In the north, it is customary to eat dumplings during the new year, and nearly every household participates in making them. Yu Yuan agreed readily, but rolling out the dough posed a challenge. As a native of the south, despite her proficiency in various cuisines, this fundamental skill eluded her. Fortunately, before she could dwell on it, Yu Zhiyang took the initiative, rolling out the dough into thin, perfect skins. Impressed by his craftsmanship, Yu Yuan gave her brother a thumbs up. After wrapping the dumplings, they stewed the meat they intended to eat. Once breakfast was finished, everyone joined in the preparations. The kitchen was abuzz with lively chatter. Occasionally, the voices of the feuding Fish Jiyang and Fish Jiqing could be heard arguing, interspersed with the gentle dialogues between Fish Yuan and Gu Wanjing. Fish Weidong would sometimes raise his voice in reprimand to his son, only to turn and beam at his daughter with a smile. Throughout the day, Fish Jiyang busily worked while grumbling incessantly, hurling a barrage of expletives yet never slacking in his tasks. By afternoon, the table was adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes, with the centerpiece being the eye-catching steamed crabs and spicy shrimp. There was also minced beef with celery, and a beautifully prepared steamed fish garnished with spices, alongside an assortment of vegetables. As Fish Jiyang gazed at the feast, he swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Can we eat now? Open that soda, let us celebrate as a family." During the days of preparing for the new year, all necessary items had been purchased, and the couplets had been posted in the morning. However, they had yet to set off firecrackers. Remembering this, Fish Jiyang grabbed the firecrackers and dashed outside. Once the firecrackers were lit, the family began their meal. Lively voices filled the air as they clinked their soda bottles together, celebrating their reunion. May we celebrate this day every year, and may happiness accompany us always. Each family member offered a blessing, their glasses clinking joyfully amidst the warm, festive atmosphere, and Fish Yuan truly felt the essence of happiness. The meal left everyone feeling thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, the Fu family radiated harmony as they prepared an extravagant feast, with the 2 little ones devouring their food with delight. Qiyuan gently wiped their mouths, cautioning, "Don't eat so ravenously, you might fall ill tomorrow." Observing the children's gluttonous antics, she grew concerned, while Fu Hanqing affectionately ruffled their hair, saying, "We can eat more tomorrow, just pace yourselves." "Alright, that's fine. Didn't T-Dad promise to take us to see the fireworks? We can run and jump outside to help digest." The older child chimed in. Grandpa said exercise helps digestion, right? As the 2 little ones babbled on, their mouths still busy with food. Fu Wanza chuckled heartily. Yes, after you run around outside, you can have a bit more. However, he added with a grin, but don't overindulge. What if you roll around on the bed later? Once they finished their food, the children looked at Fu Hanqing with eager anticipation. "Dad, did you buy us fireworks?" Little Bao asked, dashing over. "Of course," Fu Hanqing replied with a smile, giving Little Bao a playful poke on the nose. "Come on, let us go see. I got you lots of fireworks." He led them to a box filled with an array of fireworks. The moment they laid eyes on them, the children's faces lit up. And Debao hurried over, excitement bubbling within him. Seeing Debao sprinting joyfully, Chiyume laughed, glancing at Fu Wenzi. I used to think this child was too serious. I never realized it was just because he hadn't encountered things he liked. Debao had always been composed, even speaking like a little old man. Fu Wenzi and Chiyume had worried about whether he harbored any unusual thoughts, but now it seemed they had overthought it. Last year, we couldn't play with fireworks, finally this year we can. Fu Hansheng remembered how last year, the little ones had been too young to join in, watching others with longing. To cheer them up, he had promised to buy fireworks this year. When they went shopping for New Year's goods, he made sure to bring some for the children. That he had kept this promise close to his heart. Alright, let us go, as they finished their meal. Fu Hansheng took the children outside to play, a bidding farewell to Fu Wenzi and Chiyume. You two stay in and relax a bit. New Year's is the most leisurely time of the year. Fu Hansheng carried the large box, with the children bouncing ahead of him in excitement. Chapter 89, Playing with Fireworks. With the Fu children, they stepped outside, ready to set off fireworks. Fish Yuan and her family had also finished their meal. Fish Jiyang retrieved a small box he had prepared earlier. Yuan, many people are setting off fireworks in the courtyard today. Should we join them? Upon hearing this, Fish Yuan nodded enthusiastically, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Fish Jiqing handed her coat, reminding her, it's still quite cold, put this on so we can go out and have fun. Fish Yuan nodded vigorously. In her childhood at the orphanage, fireworks were a rare delight. Each child was allowed only one a year. She had always dreamed of celebrating with fireworks once she earned her own money. However, after starting work, she found herself perpetually busy, often on duty during the new year, and even when she wasn't. The demands of her job left her exhausted. She would fall asleep the moment she lay down, with little time to enjoy fireworks. Now, having her siblings to share this experience with made her giddy with joy. Especially since they had kept it a surprise, the feeling of being cherished was indescribably wonderful. As they walked, Fish Jiyang occasionally called out, hurry up, Yuan, we can play over there. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a distance. Pretty sister. Upon hearing this, Fish Yuan looked up to see Debao and Xiaobao running towards her. Pretty sister, are you going to set off fireworks? They asked, each taking one of her hands. As soon as she nodded, they chimed, we want to set off fireworks too, let us go together. Fish Jiyang and Fish Jiqing noticed Fu Hansheng, who was also out with his children, and exchanged greetings. Fish Yuan smiled back at him, let us all go play over there, Fish Jiyang said, putting an arm around Fu Hansheng's shoulder as they walked toward the entrance, chatting and laughing. Upon reaching the courtyard, they found only a few people setting off fireworks. Fish Yuan understood why. Fireworks were quite costly in this era. Let us play here, it's far enough away from everything else, she suggested. Fish Jiqing handed over the fireworks. Make sure to share with your sister. What are you doing over there? In a sudden tug-of-war for the fireworks, Fish Jiqing and Fish Jiyang began to bicker again, prompting Fish Yuan to step in as a peacemaker. The two of them turned away from each other, refusing to speak, leaving Fish Yuan bemused yet entertained. Their playful banter was amusing. After a while, Fish Jiyang handed a lit firework to Fish Yuan. Her heart filled with joy as she waved it around. The firework crackled and fizzled, disappearing quickly, yet she was exhilarated. Let me light it myself, she declared, taking the firework from Fish Jiyang and igniting it. Twirling it in her hand, she laughed like a child, and both Fish Jiqing and Fish Jiyang watched her with genuine happiness, feeling proud of their sister. There were experiences they had never shared with her before, and they were determined to make up for it bit by bit. Pretty sister, come over here and play with us. The little ones' fireworks were also lit, and they mimicked Fish Yuan, eagerly swirling their fireworks around. Fish Yuan was truly delighted, forgetting her worries, as she joined the two children in their play. But don't hold it too close, it's dangerous. If it touches your clothes, it could hurt your skin, she cautioned, noticing they weren't being careful. As Fu Hansheng and Fish Jiyang finished their conversation, they turned to see Fish Yuan earnestly instructing the little ones. The trio interacted harmoniously, radiating warmth and affection. Do it like this, Fish Yuan demonstrated for Debao and Xiaobao, who eagerly followed her lead, twirling their fireworks. Their laughter filled the air, a delightful sound that resonated with joy whenever we have free time. We should spend more with the kids, Fish Jiqing thought as she prepared to light fireworks for Fish Yuan and the little ones. Fish Jiyang conversed with Fu Hansheng, but his gaze remained fixed on the joyful scene unfolding before him. The little ones jumped around Fish Yuan, revealing the adorable expressions they rarely showed, especially Debao, who had always been so composed, while Xiaobao was lively and full of mischief. Fu Hansheng sometimes wondered whom she had inherited her vivacity from. as neither he nor Qiaolu seemed to share such exuberance. Debao, on the other hand, was calm and serious, which reflected Fu Hancheng's demeanor as well, that he often felt anxious seeing his son so mature at such a young age. They had tried many ways to coax a smile from him, and while he appreciated their intentions, he rarely laughed, yet, to Fu Hancheng's surprise, Debao was completely at ease with Fish Yuan, making his heart flutter. How wonderful it would be if Fish Yuan could truly be their mother. Alas, it seemed unlikely that he could only sigh inwardly as they shifted their focus back to their conversation. With Fish Jiqing being called away, leaving just the three of them to continue their play. In a little while, we will go over there to find your father. Currently, there are quite a few people around. Let us disperse a bit, lest some other children get hurt while we wait. They played for a short time before other children gradually came down to enjoy the fireworks. To avoid any danger, Yuan instructed them to step back a little, distancing themselves from Fu Hancheng and Yu Jiang. The two little ones now adore Yuan. They obediently retreated at her command. As they moved to the back to continue playing, Yuan lit some fireworks and passed them to the two. Having played for a while, they had already used up many fireworks, leaving only a few behind. Let us play a few more before we head home. Shall we? We can save the rest for a few days later, she suggested. Surely there are enough fireworks to last several days. It's unlikely they would be all used up in one night. As she spoke, Yuan pulled out a few more, then closed the box. Little treasure, hand me that firework. Just as she finished, a sharp voice echoed from a distance. Little treasure held not only a lit firework but also a few unlit ones, which she had secretly taken earlier. Shaking her head, Little Treasure replied, I want to give it to you. Chapter 90. Why should my sister yield to your child when your child should yield to my sister instead? Little Treasure's refusal sent the other child into a frenzy. Seeing Yuan still holding fireworks, he hurried over. Give me one of your fireworks. Yuan blinked. If he couldn't get it from Little Treasure, he came to her instead. No, she replied curtly with an impassive expression. Yuan lit a firework and continued to play with the children nearby. Frustrated at being denied, the child plopped down on the ground, rubbing his eyes with both hands, and began to wail loudly. Hearing a child cry, a few military wives chatting nearby looked up. One, wearing a floral cotton jacket, stepped forward. What's the matter, Dog Dan? The woman squatted down, patting her son's back. Stop crying, and tell mom who bullied you. I will definitely help you seek justice. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, appearing ready to confront someone. It's her. It's her. The child, sitting on the ground, vigorously rubbed his pants and pointed at Yuan, exclaiming, I asked her for a firework, but she wouldn't give me one. She is so stingy. Upon hearing this, the woman jumped up, glancing at Yuan. Why, child only asked you for something, why didn't you give it? Look at how many you have. Can't you spare a few for him? The woman appeared to be in her early 30s. Only a decade or so older than Yuan, yet she exuded an intimidating presence, reminiscent of a fierce ant seen in a market in a past life. I want to give it. Yuan replied, having learned a fundamental truth. Behind every unruly child, there is invariably an unruly parent. What kind of girl are you, refusing to yield to a child? The woman began to scold. And hearing the commotion, Fu Hancheng and Yu Jiang quickly approached. Yu Jiqing, who had just been called away, returned to witness someone berating her sister. She hurried over. Why should I yield to your child? As soon as Yu Jiqing finished her statement, the woman looked as if she had been struck by a wave of indignation. Why? Because he is a child, and you're an adult. How can an adult squabble with a child? It is New Year's Eve. How can you bear to make a child cry? You're such a poor adult. The woman continued to berate, while the child, fully cooperating, wailed and pounded his knees, even wiping tears away. Yuan clicked her tongue, brushing dirt off the ground while patting her pants, her hands smudging her face with soot, resembling a dirty little cat. Why should my sister yield to your child? Yu Jiqing reached their side first. Upon recognizing her, the woman's expression shifted slightly, but seeing her own child so distraught, she stubbornly replied, My child hasn't played with fireworks yet, and he is still small. My sister is still small in our eyes. Yu Jiang joined in, while Fu Hancheng protected his two children, standing beside them. Exactly. Besides, my sister has only just been brought back, she hasn't played yet. The siblings chimed in unison. The earlier commotion had drawn attention. It was New Year's Eve, a time for joy, and suddenly there was a quarrel. The surrounding military wives, initially sympathizing with the woman because Yuan was an adult, now saw the validity in Yu Jiqing and Yu Jiang's arguments. How could your child not have played with fireworks? Yu Jiqing confronted the woman. Last year, when your child was playing with fireworks, he accidentally burned his hand, and you rushed him to the hospital. You even spanked him, saying he couldn't play with fireworks anymore because he had already played too much. you claimed he had no experience and managed to burn himself. Yu Jiqing's tone was devoid of warmth, delivering her words with chilling detachment. Yu Jiang stood beside her, arms crossed, clicking his tongue. When your child loses his toys, you expect my sister to share. Yet you claim your child hasn't T-played, so that's why you went to the hospital last year. Then perhaps he shouldn't T-play at all, lest he injure himself again and require us to compensate. The siblings stood protectively in front of Yu Yuan, leaving the woman speechless. Looking at her brother and sister standing before her, Yu Yuan felt a surge of warmth envelop her heart. The feeling of having a brother and sister to protect her was truly delightful. Everyone in the courtyard knew that when Yu Yuan was young, she was abducted. Though she might have played with fireworks when she was very little, she had no memory of it after so many years. Was it wrong for her to enjoy some fireworks now, after enduring so much hardship for many years? Now that she had finally returned, why should her joy be snatched away by someone else's child? Why should my sister yield to your child when your child should yield to mine instead? Yu Jiqing spoke again, and the nearby military wives nodded in agreement. They recognized that while the woman's family appeared well off, Yu Yuan had likely suffered tremendously after being abducted. Given her frail appearance compared to her twin sister, it was evident that life had not been kind to her. Allowing Yu Yuan to enjoy herself a little was certainly reasonable. I believe what Dr. Yu said is correct. Their family buys fireworks every year. When we went shopping for New Year's goods a few days ago, I saw them purchasing many, primarily because there are many children who play with them. They claim Yu Yuan is inconsiderate, but I believe it's the other way around. Many of the military wives voiced their agreement, whispering amongst themselves. The earlier outburst had left the woman blushing furiously. She just wanted to get a firework for her son, didn't she? Let us go, you've been sitting here long enough. The woman's face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Especially with so many eyes upon her, after being publicly reprimanded by Yu Jiqing, how could she linger? She yanked her child away, who continued to cry, Mom, why are you so useless? Didn't you say you could get me a firework? I want a firework, I want a firework. Chapter 91. Yu Yuan simply does not want to indulge him. The child cried loudly, even sitting on the ground in protest. The woman, looking up, saw them and turned even redder. Giving her son a few hard smacks on the bottom. I told you to stop with the fireworks, just wait until I get my hands on you. As the child cried out, the nearby military wives couldn't help but chuckle. Watching the mother and son depart, Yu Yuan couldn't help but shake her head and sigh internally. It was clear that the mother had spoiled her child, resulting in such unpleasant behavior. Happy New Year, Dr. Yu. Happy New Year. The onlookers greeted each other with smiles, exchanging auspicious wishes. A few older military wives pulled out candies from their pockets to share with Dabao Xiaobao. And Yu Yuan, now that Yu Yuan is back, she should enjoy herself more. Come visit at Auntie's house someday, she'll make you delicious food. Yes, come to our home as well, I make fish exceptionally well. Oh, come now, have you forgotten the method we used to remove the fishy odor? It was Yu Yuan who taught us. Are we showing off our skills in front of the master chef? Laughter filled the air, and Dabao and Xiaobao, having heard Yu Jiqing's earlier words, felt a pang of sympathy for Yu Yuan. As the crowd dispersed, they gathered the remaining fireworks they wished to save for later play. Bringing them all over it, Dad, we can't carry it, Xiaobao pouted, directing Fu Hanqing to come and help. Uncertain of their intentions, he complied and moved everything to Yu Yuan's side. Yuan had nearly exhausted the remaining fireworks. And upon witnessing them moving their belongings, she felt a twinge of confusion. What is it, DBO and Xiaobo? Did we not agree to enjoy the fireworks together in a couple of days? We cannot play with all of them today. After playing today, they will be gone. Beautiful sister, you have never played with fireworks as a child. Let us give all of these to you, DBO chimed in. While Xiaobo bounced excitedly beside him. In 2 days, we shall not have any fireworks left. All of them will be gifted to the beautiful sister. We are still children. Next year, Daddy will buy more for us. Year after year, we will give them all to the beautiful sister. Sister, what kind of fireworks do you like? If we buy them now, we might not find what you desire next year. We shall ask Daddy to purchase the kind you prefer so we can enjoy them together. Xiaobo spoke with exaggerated enthusiasm, eliciting hearty laughter from Wai Zhiying, while Wai Ziqing found the two children quite endearing. Yuan surmised that the children were mimicking the earlier conversation. So she gently ruffled their hair. No need, dear ones, a little for the sister will suffice. I simply do not wish to partake with impolite children, had the child asked DBO and Xiaobo politely. Even if they were reluctant to share, I would have offered some myself. However, that child was quite rude, and I refused to indulge such behavior. But the beautiful sister does not have many fireworks left. We shall give you ours. Xiaobo remained steadfast in his conviction, with DBO equally resolute, observing their determination. Yun felt her heart melt, gently patting their heads. But if you give them all to the sister, you will not be able to play with them anymore. Then let daddy buy more. Xiaobo grinned, his eyes squinting with delight. Yun burst into laughter, while the nearby FHNSHing appeared utterly speechless. These two little rascals were rather considerate at home. Why did they suddenly lose that quality in front of Yun? They were willing to offer up fireworks for the next few years without considering whether their father had ever played with them as a child. How could they change their minds so swiftly? Perhaps you should wait a little longer. If they are gone in 2 days, I will buy more. Let us enjoy ourselves happily tonight. Ying observed his sister and the children reveling in their joy, and decided to bring over their own stash. Do not hold back. I will buy more in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Yun marveled internally at her brother's potential to be a true leader. His generosity evident, with such encouragement, she felt free to indulge. These fireworks were indeed quite delightful. She joined the children in their merriment. Meanwhile, Xiaol was busy purchasing an assortment of items, intending to sneak a visit to FHNSHing's home that evening. As it was New Year's Eve, a time for family reunions, while others gathered with their loved ones, she planned to create a surprise for the two children and perhaps alter FHNSHing's perception of her. She usually entered without knocking, but tonight, the door was locked from within, leaving her no choice but to knock. Chiumi, hearing the knock, assumed it was the children returning and hurried to open the door, only to be met with Chiol's presence. The moment she saw Chiol, her smile vanished. The courtyard wall was not particularly high, and under the moonlight, Chiol could clearly see the expression on Chiumi's face. She was aware that Chiumi harbored animosity towards her, and she reciprocated those feelings. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Once she entered, everything would change. As long as she could step through their door, she would seize all power within that household, including the income Chiumi had earned. Auntie, though I may not like you, I must still maintain a facade. I have come to see the children in HNSHing. Please open the door and let me in. Upon hearing this, Chiumi remained expressionless, stating, HNSHing has taken the children out to play. Today is a day for family. You should not be lingering around here. It is precisely because it is a family reunion that I have come. Chiol maintained her cheerful demeanor. Chiumi, feeling helpless, replied, Auntie, please open the door. I will bring these items inside and then take the fireworks to find the children. It is pitiful for the children to not see their mother during the new year. Upon hearing this, Chiumi had no choice but to unlock the door. Chiol entered, placing her items in the courtyard before heading towards the residential area to find FHNSHing and the children to foster some familial bonds. As she strolled, she adjusted her appearance, making her way to where the children were playing with fireworks. Indeed, she spotted FHNSHing standing beneath a tree, with the children frolicking in the distance. The children appeared to be playing with a young girl dressed in a white coat and hat, obscuring her face. Chiol disregarded this detail and approached the children. Dbo, Xiaobo, Mommy has brought you fireworks. She smiled brightly, adopting the guise of a caring mother. However, as soon as she approached, the children's expression soured. Yun, noticing the shift in their demeanor, looked up, her gaze meeting Chiol's. The instant Chiol beheld Yun's face, her pupils dilated in shock. What is happening? How could she be here? Does FHNSHing already know about the events from years past? No, that cannot be. In addition to her startled pupils, Chiol felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Her body growing cold as fear spread across her features. What was going on? Why was Yun present? If FHNSHing was unaware of the past, then how could Yun be here? This was the residence of military families. Yun had previously resided in that small town, requiring several days of travel by train to reach there. That experience had nearly driven her to despair. What was meant to be a scheme orchestrated by her had inadvertently benefited Yun, compelling her to keep a watchful eye on her, ultimately discovering that Yun was pregnant. If she was indeed pregnant, then why not turn the situation to her advantage? Originally, it should have been her and FHNSHing involved, yet by a twist of fate, it had become Yun. Although she had swiftly interchanged their identities, leading FHNSHing to believe he had been with her, she still feared that Yun's situation would escalate, prompting FHNSHing to notice something amiss. After all, what a coincidence it was on the same day, during the same time frame, another girl lost her virtue. Given FHNSHing's wariness, it would be difficult for him not to suspect something. Thus she had been pressuring FHNSHing to take responsibility while simultaneously seeking to uncover Yun's identity, upon learning that Yun was an uncherished child. She felt reassured. Such a girl would fear the exposure of her lost virtue, and if outsiders became aware, it would spell disaster. Therefore, she would certainly strive to keep it hidden. Consequently, she continued to monitor Yun's movements. And upon discovering her pregnancy, and that her family, for reasons unknown, had not insisted on her terminating the pregnancy, she devised a plan. She intended to buy the child, claiming it as her own. Thus, as Yun approached her delivery, she sought out her mother. The moment she broached the subject of purchasing the child, Wcu, who revealed her mercenary nature, immediately inquiring about the price. Chol could still vividly recall the gleam in Wcu's eyes when she mentioned offering over 100 yuan. As if she were seeing a feast. However, when Chol arrived to collect the child after Yun gave birth, Wcu who suddenly raised the price, claiming Yun was carrying twins. Surely that warrants an increase. Upon hearing there were 2 children, Chol pondered for a moment, ultimately offering a doubled price of 300 yuan to take both children. Wcu who, noticing her generous offer, initially contemplated negotiating for more. Xiao Lu felt an insatiable greed within herself. In the end, she simply tossed out a statement: 300 yuan. If you want to sell, then sell. If not, so be it. Wang Suihua pondered the fate of the child once born, realizing there would be no place for them, and it was impossible to abandon the infant, with a potential buyer in sight. She thought it best to sell the child altogether, considering that Yuan would eventually marry. Thus, they successfully concluded the transaction, and she cradled the child in her arms. Originally, they had assumed that in such a distant place they would never return. Even if they sought the child, finding the bustling capital would be an impossibility. Surely nothing could go amiss. Who would have thought that they would encounter Yuan here? Xiao Lu suddenly felt her limbs grow weak, her heart racing as she lowered her gaze, unable to face Yuan. Yuan looked at De Bao and Xiao Bao, who remained silent, unsure of what to make of the situation. What's wrong? De Bao and Xiao Bao shook their heads. Xiao Lu took a deep breath, a smile gracing her face. De Bao, Xiao Bao, who is this lovely older sister you're playing with? De Bao and Xiao Bao blinked, still saying nothing. Yuan found this peculiar. Having spent time with the 2 children, she perceived their characters as warm and lively, yet now they seemed quite different. Why did they wear such expressions upon seeing Xiao Lu? And who was this person before her? She was the long-lost younger sister of Vice President Yu, and also the biological sister of Dr. Yu. Xiao Lu had intended to inquire about the 2 children when unexpectedly it was Fu Hansheng who approached from behind to respond. Yu Zhiyang and Yu Zhiqing had been called away by a few military wives, leaving him standing alone. Noticing Xiao Lu inching closer to Yuan, he found it strange and felt compelled to intervene, hoping to dissuade Xiao Lu from causing any trouble for Yuan. What? Upon hearing Yuan's identity, Xiao Lu's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing with anxiety. What was happening? When she had purchased the child, hadn't the mother been present? She had wondered why that mother seemed so indifferent towards Yuan, who was giving birth in the delivery room. It turned out that the child was not her biological offspring. Chapter 93, The Disgusting Deeds of Xiao Lu. 2. Xiao Lu was genuinely taken aback, although she and Yu Zhiqing both worked at the military hospital. They belonged to different departments and did not share a particularly close relationship. She had no knowledge of Yu Zhiqing's lost sister. Recently, however, she had heard rumors that the vice president had found his long-lost daughter. At the time, she hadn't given it much thought, as her interactions with the vice president were minimal. Who would have guessed it was Yuan? Yet, reflecting on her previous encounter with Yuan, she recalled that the girl had seemed vaguely familiar. However, consumed by her grand plans, she had not pondered deeply, merely attributing the resemblance to coincidence. Moreover, in her anxious state, she couldn't recall who exactly she resembled. The realization that Yuan was Yu Zhiqing's sister struck her with dismay. Once she sorted through these thoughts, she felt the gravity of the situation. Since Yuan had reclaimed her identity, she must be aware of having given birth and would surely want to reclaim her child. And now that she had encountered the 2 kids, what if something went awry? No, she could not remain passive. Otherwise her grand scheme would be thwarted. If the Yu family discovered that she had purchased the child and used it to deceive Fu Hansheng, all would be lost. It was imperative to resolve this matter swiftly and discreetly, ensuring no traces remained for them to uncover. Thus, she must refrain from drawing closer, lest she be discovered. So it was Yu Doctor's long-lost sister. Xiao Lu refrained from approaching any further, forcing a smile as she said, "As you've enjoyed your fireworks, I shall take my leave." Xiao Lu could no longer linger there. She needed to return and devise a plan. Have fun. After speaking, she nodded at Fu Hansheng with a smile and hastily departed. Observing her swift exit, Yu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow, sensing something off about Qiao Lu, as if a predator were pursuing her. Moreover, Qiao Lu's earlier approach had been rather inexplicable, imbued with a sense of obsequiousness. Most notably, the two children did not seem to require her flattery, as their relationship appeared quite ordinary. Pretty sister, shall we continue playing with the fireworks? Xiao Bao tugged at Yu Yuanyuan's hand, bouncing with excitement. Yu Yuanyuan dismissed the matter from her mind. Sure. With that, she led the two children to a more spacious area to play, while Fu Hanqing observed from a distance. His initial intervention had been to prevent Xiao Lu from acting impulsively. As she was known for her extreme behaviors, whenever he was in the company of other women, she would exhibit an inexplicable possessiveness, refusing to allow him close proximity to anyone else. He suddenly recalled the moment when the two children had just been born and entrusted to his care. Despite his intentions to care for them, being a man, he found it quite challenging. In his ignorance of childcare, Xiao Lu had offered her assistance. When the children cried hoarsely, it was Xiao Lu who held and soothed them for an extended period, eventually bringing them comfort. At that time, he had felt a sense of gratitude towards her, believing she was competent. However, that did not erase the wrongs she had committed. As time passed, he gradually learned to care for the children. But when they fell ill, it became particularly arduous, especially for Xiao Bao. When Xiao Bao was sick, suffering from a fever and cough, he found himself in a flurry of confusion. Xiao Lu arrived once more, and Fu Hanqing felt thankful for her timely presence. After soothing Xiao Bao to sleep, she took the opportunity to suggest she stay and care for the child. Initially, he had reservations due to their past. Yet Xiao Bao's frequent cries seemed to indicate that only Qiao Lu could calm the child. Thus Fu Hanqing softened his stance and permitted her to remain. During that time, he was quite busy with work. And since Qiao Lu also worked at the military hospital, he reasoned she was the children's biological mother and would not harm them. Therefore, he entrusted the children to her care, and their relationship remained amicable. However, as time went on, he noticed Xiao Lu becoming overly attentive. Just as Xiao Bao's illness had begun to subside, De Bao fell ill. The children seemed to be taking turns with their ailments. Fu Hanqing finally deduced that something was amiss and hurried the children to the hospital for an examination. On the day of their checkup, Xiao Lu was absent from her duties at the hospital. The attending physician conducted a thorough examination of the children and revealed that they had not received proper treatment. Their conditions had merely been suppressed with medication, giving the illusion of improvement. In reality, they had not recovered at all, and the prolonged neglect would lead to severe complications. After delivering this distressing news, the doctor informed him that Xiao Bao's condition had deteriorated from a mere fever and cough to pneumonia, necessitating an extended hospital stay for observation. Upon hearing this, Fu Hanqing immediately grasped the situation. He had entrusted the care of the children to Qiao Lu, believing that as their biological mother, she would not harm them, only to discover she had allowed their illnesses to linger. Her intention was to create excuses to visit the children and maintain contact with him. The mere thought of Qiao Lu harboring such motives filled him with revulsion. He felt an overwhelming urge to rid the world of her presence. The realization that Xiao Lu was behind this caused any remnants of goodwill he had towards her to vanish. Despite being the biological mother of De Bao and Xiao Bao, Fu Hanqing's attitude towards her grew increasingly cold. He detested her for allowing her own flesh and blood to suffer for her selfish schemes. Following this incident, Fu Hanqing had no choice but to seek help from his mother, summoning Qi Yuemei from afar to resolve the predicament. Subsequently, he distanced himself from Xiao Lu, who persistently clamored to see the children, a request he flatly denied. Fortunately, although De Bao and Xiao Bao had no memories of that period, it seemed they had developed a dislike for Qiao Lu from a young age. Otherwise, Fu Hanqing would have feared that her honeyed words might lead them astray. The two children were remarkably astute, possessing their own thoughts and opinions.